Synopsis. In an effort to care for his daughter, Qin Mo faces disdain from his ex-wife and ends up divorced. On the anniversary of their separation, he unexpectedly acquires the powerful super dad system. With skills that reach full mastery, Qin Mo continuously grows stronger. When his ex-wife seeks reconciliation, she discovers that a woman has entered Qin Mo's life, none other than Yin, his daughter's class teacher. Chapter 1. Divorce Anniversary. A product of the 30th century. Today, the Civil Affairs Bureau in Huoming district of the Deep Market is bustling with activity. In fact, it is lively every day as a major metropolis. It has a large population and a correspondingly high divorce rate. At this moment, two young individuals stand before the officiant as he reads out the agreement. Did you both hear what I just said clearly? Quite clearly, I only want our daughter. I have no interest in anything else. And what about you, madam? Do you have any objections? Let's proceed as he wishes. These two young people are Qin Mo and Hailan. Having been married for over 5 years, Qin Mo has endured immense pressure as a husband. He resigned from his job to become a full-time stay-at-home dad, all for the sake of caring for their daughter. Their initial meeting was a serendipitous mistake. Hailan has thrived in her career over the years, largely thanks to the financial support from Qin Mo's parents, who drained their savings to help her start her business, while Qin Mo stayed home to raise the child. Little did he know that as her career soared, she would gradually grow to resent him, finding fault with everything he did. Spending prolonged periods at home led to noticeable changes in Qin Mo. His culinary skills, once abysmal, reached a functional level. Moreover, his physique transformed from that of a handsome man to an out-of-shape, greasy middle-aged figure. Each time Hailan set her eyes upon him, she felt a wave of disgust. This marked the onset of escalating conflicts between them. The frequency of their arguments grew, with Hailan increasingly hurling insults while Qin Mo passively listened. For a year and a half, she subjected him to emotional neglect, ultimately not stepping foot in their house for 2 months leading up to the divorce. Qin Mo, having spent 6 years honing his culinary talents, prepared a sumptuous feast. At the dining table, the three of them shared laughter and conversation. Qin Mo, remember to rise early next month for the Civil Affairs Bureau. With that, Hailan retreated to the side room and firmly closed the door. Haha, divorce. That's fine. Qin Mo clung to the last glimmer of hope. Over the years, he had endured everything for the sake of their family and their daughter. His height of 175 centimeters had ballooned to 170 ka, testament to his sacrifices for this household. After some laughter, he noticed his daughter's expression of distress and quickly suppressed his emotions. During the month-long Cold War that followed, Qin Mo devoted his time to caring for his daughter and managing household chores while also seeking employment. As a graduate of an ordinary university, he discovered that his applications vanished into thin air, with no responses. 6 years of being out of the workforce rendered recruiters dismissive of his qualifications. At a suitable moment, he sat down with his daughter, Xin, who was now 5.5 years old. An exceptionally perceptive child, she chose to stay with him without hesitation. The complexity of emotions on Hailan's face was palpable. Even her own daughter displayed no desire to remain with her, not even casting her a glance. Determined to force Qin Mo to abandon his custody rights, Hailan insisted, "You can only choose either custody or property rights." She believed that, having become estranged from society over the years, he would opt for monetary assets. Little did she realize that, though unbeatable in business, she was a complete failure in family matters. Fine, you can have all the assets, and you don't even need to provide child support. In this moment, Qin Mo chose familial bonds, wanting to sever all ties with Hailan completely. During their Cold War, although he hadn't found work, he had managed to secure new housing. Though 6 years of unemployment loomed over him, he had still taken Xin out to experience life and occasionally picked up side jobs, along with financial support from his parents, leaving him with around 10,000 yuan. Realizing Hailan's character, he was determined not to beg for her mercy later. Thus, Qin Mo found a new residence ahead of time. The staff approached them to stamp the documents with an official seal. A year from now, after dropping his daughter off at school, as he made his deliveries, a notification echoed in his mind. Product developed in the 30th century has detected that the host meets the requirements, presenting the ultimate super dad system. The system includes a beginner's gift package. Does the host wish to open it now? Still in bewilderment, Qin Mo responded quietly, "Open it. Congratulations, host. You have been granted 2 months usage rights to a shop and 1 opportunity for a mid-level lottery draw. The lottery system is now activated. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the steamed bun skill max level. No one is your opponent at this time. Note: the money earned by the host will automatically convert to points, which can be used for future lottery draws. While Qin Mo remained in a daze, it felt as if new memories were infused into his consciousness, causing his expressions to fluctuate wildly, alternating between red and pale. Fortunately, no one was nearby to witness his astonishment. After a few minutes, a wave of fresh memories resurfaced in his mind, as if they were his own. Chapter 2: Unbearable Memories and Daily Childcare. If it weren't for the public setting, Qin Mo would have undoubtedly burst into laughter. This was all too familiar. During the first 5 years of parenting, he often found himself with spare time to indulge in novels. Now, he was merely a struggling author on a platform known as Haiyan, earning barely 3 digits in monthly royalties at this point. Even food delivery services had ceased, compelling him to head straight to the bustling culinary street of Deshin Road. This food street, a frequent haunt of his, was where he had previously taken orders for customers. Often accompanying his daughter on such excursions that a year ago, he had naively believed that with hard work and a few extra trips each day, he could improve his daughter's quality of life. Reality, however, delivered a profound lesson. His daughter's monthly school fees alone amounted to $3,000, while rent and other miscellaneous expenses added up to another $2,000, with an additional $2,000 for household expenses. In total, he needed at least $7,000 each month. This was without considering any medical emergencies. A single visit to the hospital could easily add another $1,000 in the absence of stable employment. Qin Mo resorted to the seemingly glamorous world of food delivery. After a month of strenuous work, his earnings fluctuated between $7,000 and $9,000. Thus, compared to a year ago, his savings had increased by $8,000, which represented his total income from Haiyan over the past year. The arrival of the system and the oppressive weight of life compelled him to urgently ascertain its authenticity. The food street was situated in the heart of Huaming District, an area bustling with government offices and renowned corporate buildings. In summary, foot traffic was abundant, with monthly rents for shops starting at $50,000. Hello, you must be Mr. Qin Mo. As Qin Mo stood at the entrance of a shop, a middle-aged man rushed out. I just received a call instructing me to wait for you here. I didn't expect Mr. Qin to arrive so promptly. This shop had just completed its renovations, and the man continued. Honestly, I envy you, Mr. Qin. You are so fortunate to obtain the operating rights for this shop for 2 months. The monthly rent for this establishment was at least $100,000, and he couldn't fathom the owner's thought process behind relinquishing it to someone else rather than managing it himself. Well, my task is complete, so I'll take my leave now. Here is the key. Before Qin Mo could utter a word, the middle-aged man rattled off a barrage of information and handed him a key before departing. I don't recall making a phone call. Standing there, Qin Mo took a moment to process the man's words. Could this all be the doing of the system? Never mind, it was only 2 months. He would step inside and take a look. With such a prime location, perhaps he could earn a substantial profit within that time. Upon entering the shop, he inhaled the air, noting the absence of any lingering odor from renovations, indicating that he could officially open for business today. The shop was modest, with approximately 15 square meters in the front and a small kitchen in the back that could accommodate only 2 people. The dining area was already furnished with tables, and the walls had been cleverly utilized, allowing for seating for up to 15 patrons that seemed the previous owner had planned meticulously. Glancing at the business license hanging on the wall, Qin Mo couldn't help but smile. As long as he crafted a suitable sign and hung it up, he could commence operations immediately. Being a delivery person had granted him a wide network of acquaintances, and he happened to have a contact in the same business on his phone. Resolving not to waste a moment, he promptly dialed. Boss Lin, hello, this is Xiao Qin. Yes, the delivery guy Xiao Qin. I remember you specialize in signage, right? Well, I'm bringing you some business. True to form, Boss Lin was quick to grasp his needs. Just a little side hustle, right? What size do you need? Perfect, I'll send you the address. After securing the shop, Qin Mo ventured out to prepare for his grand opening that evening. He first visited a nearby market to gauge the prices of raw materials, emphasizing his requirement for fresh ingredients. After an hour of searching, he finally located a supplier who offered delivery for orders exceeding 300 yuan. This was precisely what Qin Mo needed. Although the prices were slightly higher, the quality of service and freshness of the ingredients, all sourced that day, justified the expense. Once he concluded this errand, he purchased a small blackboard from a bookstore, on which he wrote the types of dumplings he planned to sell, proudly noting that they were handmade. He carefully listed the varieties he had researched, setting reasonable prices in line with the local market, aiming for the mid-range demographic. After tidying the shop, he realized it was already 2 in the afternoon and had yet to eat lunch. In their city, dumpling shops served breakfast and late-night snacks interchangeably. The evening would draw larger crowds, including local residents and office workers, that he could bear the hunger a little longer. Several preparations still awaited him. Dumplings, unlike other delicacies, required meticulous advanced preparation. Drawing from his memories, he understood that this was a craft demanding skill in various aspects. With 6 hours remaining until opening time, he knew he had to hurry. As the clock approached 4:30, he suddenly remembered his daughter. Hastily gathering his things, Qin Mo mounted his electric scooter and sped off towards Shinsher Third Primary School. His daughter, Qin, was in the second semester of first grade, and it was the last day of the first week back from the holiday. Despite his limitations, his university roommate, a local, had facilitated her enrollment there. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. Otherwise, a peaceful evening would be out of the question. The school released students at 4:30, and as Qin Mo pulled up, he saw first graders being escorted by their teachers, forming orderly lines. "Hello, Teacher Yi." Qin Mo made a beeline for the most attractive teacher among them. Teacher Yi, the high-achieving graduate from Peking University's Chinese department, had chosen to teach at a primary school. She had been with the first graders, including Qin Mo's daughter, and at 25, she was both well-off and well-educated, with countless admirers since her university days. Noticing Qin Mo's slightly plump figure, Teacher Yi smiled and nodded. Over the year, Qin Mo had shed some weight, transforming from a heavyweight to a lighter build. Exhibiting a noticeable difference from his previous appearance, that I asked the class teacher, she was familiar with each student's background. Though Shinsher Third Primary School could not exactly be classified as an elite institution, its students typically hailed from decent families. Unlike Qin Mo, who arrived in a tattered yellow jacket to pick up his daughter, other parents rarely engaged her with questions about their children. When Qin Mo collected his daughter, a simple smile was all he exchanged before departing. "Daddy." A little girl dashed over, leaping into Qin Mo's arms. Xin. Crouching down, Qin Mo grinned. The sight of his daughter always dissipated his fatigue. "Thank you for your hard work. Teacher Yi." Xin, say goodbye to your teacher. "Goodbye, Teacher Yi. Make sure to listen to Daddy at home." Teacher Yi, momentarily saddened by the thought of her young student coming from a single-parent household, quickly resumed her interactions with other parents. Once outside the school gates, however, Qin Mo's expression darkened. Some things never change. A Porsche Panamera was parked by the roadside, beside which stood a fashionable woman. Just a glance was enough for Qin Mo to recognize her. At that moment, Xin was animatedly recounting her day at school and seemed oblivious to her father's mood. "Xin, your mother is here. Every Friday for the past 6 months, Hylon would inevitably appear. I don't want to see her. She is not my mother." The cheerful expression on Xin's face instantly transformed into a pout. Qin Mo, however, did not relent because of his daughter's reluctance. He carried her over to confront the situation. "That I've come to pick up my daughter for the past 2 days. You wouldn't object to that, would you? Look at you, draped in that attire. As if you think you're royalty," as expected. Upon their meeting, Hylon wasted no time in mocking him. "Xin, greet the gentleman." At that moment, a man in his 30s emerged from the car, embodying the image of a successful businessman, far removed from Qin Mo's humble status. "I don't want to talk to you, Daddy. Let us go." Xin began to shake Qin Mo's neck as she clung to him. "See, it's not that I don't want to. It's that Xin doesn't wish to go with you." Qin Mo offered a nod to the man, but he ignored him completely. The two were akin to a phoenix soaring in the heavens while he was but a wild chicken on the ground. "Wait until Xin is ready to see you again." Realizing that the man was offering him no respect, Qin Mo decided to spare himself the indignity of further engagement, and he turned back towards his electric scooter. At that moment, Teacher Yi exited the school and witnessed the scene unfold. "Let us go, Daddy. Let us take Xin to eat something delicious. Just so you know, no junk food. Daddy will show you a special treat today." Upon hearing her father's refusal, Xin immediately pouted once more. Xin is angry. "Behave, my dear. Father promises that Xin will undoubtedly adore it. I swear, if Xin finds it unpalatable, there will be fries every day. I do not believe you. Let us make a pinky promise." Pinky swear, 100 years without change. and those who deceive are merely little pups. Remember, if father deceives, he is a little pup too. The thought of having her favorite fries every day made Qin Xian's eyes squint with joy. Observing the unfamiliar path while seated atop the little donkey, Qin Xian couldn't help but inquire. "It's a secret. You'll find out shortly." 15 minutes later, upon seeing Qin Missouri park the little donkey and escort her to the entrance of a closed shop, they noticed two young individuals seated nearby. As soon as they saw Qin Mo approaching, they immediately rose to greet him. "Are you Boss Qin?" "Yes. You are an employee of Boss Lin. That I didn't expect such efficiency. I thought it would take until 7 o'clock. That I apologize for keeping you waiting. I shall open the door now." "Father, you've opened a shop?" Qin Xian, who had been following closely behind, was brimming with curiosity. "Great. My father is now a boss." After receiving a nod from Qin Mo, Qin Xian leapt up in excitement and dashed inside as soon as the door swung open. "If the two masters are thirsty, please help yourselves to the drinks on the table. That if you need anything, just call for me." "Understood, Boss Qin. That we shall not be polite then." "Father, is there anything I can assist with? I'm quite capable." At that moment, Qin Xian was akin to a child who had just discovered a new toy, unable to remain still. "You are indeed remarkable, but father still needs to prepare some delicious food. For now, amuse yourself." With that, Qin Mo entered the kitchen, changed his attire, and got to work. The products of the 30th century were indeed impressive. In less than half an hour, Qin Mo had crafted 5 baskets of steaming soup dumplings. "Father, it smells divine. What is this?" Just as Qin Xian finished her homework outside, she witnessed Qin Mo emerge with the steaming baskets. "Do not touch. They are hot. Patience, my little glutton. The two masters are finished. I have nothing to offer, so why not come in and sample my culinary skills?" Stepping outside, they noticed the sign had already been hung. How embarrassing! As the two young men followed him inside, Qin Xian was already savoring a bun. "Futa hot, that delicious." Even the heat could not deter Qin Xian from enjoying her treat. Chapter 4. Sticky Father, no smoking allowed. Boss Qin, your culinary skills deserve a single word: exceptional. Indeed, it is simply delectable. I have never tasted such delightful buns before. Boss Qin, are you opening for a trial tonight? Such a pity we will miss out as we have to work late. But rest assured, we will definitely come to support you tomorrow. With their heads bowed, the two young men blew on their steaming food while devouring it hungrily. There were only 4 buns in a basket, and they quickly consumed them. Observing their appreciation for his craft, Qin Mo pondered whether to prepare another basket. Qin Mo knew he had succeeded. Just a glance at the expressions of the two men confirmed he had thoroughly won over their stomachs. "Humph, Stinky Father, these are all mine." Upon seeing Qin Mo attempt to share the delectable buns, Xian immediately sprang up to guard her food, pulling 2 baskets close to her. The two masters felt a bit awkward. "Your daughter is quite protective. Perhaps I should go in and prepare a few more portions for you." "No need. Culinary delights do not require an abundance. Merely being able to sample Boss Qin's skills makes us fortunate. We believe that with your talent, Boss Qin, your shop will surely flourish. Just ensure you leave a little room for us." Before he could respond, his daughter unveiled her trump card. "Father, I realize my mistake. I must not be so impolite. How do you usually teach me at home? Here, you are the host, and they are the guests." Watching his daughter pout, Qin Mo initially intended to continue his lecture but softened. "All right. Father was also in the wrong. I will be more attentive next time. Now, hurry and eat before it gets cold. If you eat slowly, there will be none left. Phew, it's so hot. Humph. Serves you right for burning your mouth. Father, eat slower. You promised to save some for me. That you're being unreasonable." In the time it took to speak, Qin Mo had finished his portion, leaving just one remaining in front of them. The two stared at each other. "Father, someone is looking for you outside." "Haha, this one is mine." "You little rascal, once you finish, remember to clean up. Father still has work to do." Qin Mo stood up, affectionately ruffling his daughter's hair, before heading back to the kitchen to prepare for the evening's trial opening. Back in the kitchen, he hummed a little tune while washing his hands. First, he needed to knead the dough. He poured the necessary dry yeast into a bowl and mixed it with warm water. Then he added the yeast mixture to a large basin and measured the flour. That moment, Qin Xian entered the kitchen, gazing at her busy father with sparkling eyes. "Father, when did you become so skilled? With such delicious buns, why didn't you make them for me before?" "Of course, father has many talents. I will ensure you grow into a little chubby girl. While kneading the dough, he engaged in playful banter with his daughter. Kneading dough requires meticulousness, taking around 15 minutes until it is smooth. I don't want to be chubby. It looks unattractive. Just look at father. He has a little belly now. Hee. Father, I want to help too. Hurry and assign me some tasks. I'm quite capable. I want to be a little boss as well. With that, Qin Mo raised her head, striking a pose like a little adult. You are the most capable. Afterward, take the little blackboard outside and set it up beside the door. Understood, big boss. Watching his daughter cheerfully take the small blackboard outside, Qin Mo proceeded to the final step, glancing at the time. He noted there was still an hour and a half until the optimal opening time of 7 o'clock. There was still time. The dough needed to rise for an hour. And seeing no issues, Qin Mo stepped outside, standing nearby, smiling as he watched his daughter earnestly position the blackboard. Hey, brother, you done smoking? Just then, a young man from the neighboring shop stepped out. Oomph. As Qin Mo was about to reach for a cigarette, a cold scoff interrupted him. Understood. Just opened a small shop. Trial opening tonight that I hope you could support us in the future. No problem. Is this your daughter? She is adorable. As Qin Xin arranged the little blackboard, she occasionally glanced over. Xin greet him. Seeing his usually well-behaved daughter ignore him when upset, Qin Mo did not want to cultivate a spoiled temperament. Hello, uncle, father, I'm all set. It's fine. She is just a child. This is all my fault. It seems your daughter doesn't like smokers. No more chat. I must attend to my customers. By the way, my name is Zhuo Wenshu. With that, Qin Mo resumed his work. At 7 o'clock, the fresh, steaming, delicious buns were finally ready. This time, Qin Mo had not prepared many buns due to the trial opening and time constraints, so he had to make do. Little girl, are you selling buns here? At that moment, an elderly lady stopped outside, noticing Qin Xin standing at the door. Father, someone wants to buy buns. Grandma, let me tell you a secret. My father's buns are incredibly delicious. If I weren't too full, I would want to eat them all. Seeing that Qin Mo had not yet emerged, Qin Xin began to leverage her youthful charm to promote her father's business. Wow. Not only is this little girl pretty, but she is also a savvy businesswoman, very clever. Hello, madam. What would you like? The options are listed on the little blackboard by the door, but since it's a new shop opening, the varieties are limited. Then I'll take 2 baskets of soup dumplings, 3 vegetable buns, and 1 honey-glazed barbecue bun. That is all. Grandma, that will be 41 yuan. As soon as the elderly lady finished speaking, Qin Xin quickly calculated the total. This little girl is truly clever, unlike my little ancestor. The payment was received, totaling 41 yuan. Thank you, Grandma. Have a great day, and we welcome you to visit us again. Qin Xin waved goodbye to the departing elderly lady. Oh, there is a newly opened shop here with seating. After walking all day, I'm both hungry and tired. I think I'll stay here. Just then, 3 migrant workers entered the shop, their weary expressions revealing a day of hard labor. Uncles and aunties, welcome to our shop. This girl has such a sweet tongue. I feel my fatigue from the day melting away. Chapter 5, Conquering the Diner's Stomachs, Overindulgence. Seeing the customer's attire, Qin Mo swiftly prepared 3 bowls of broth. Everyone, I believe you haven't had dinner yet. Please enjoy a bowl of hot soup. Thank you, boss. I'll have 6 steamed buns, 3 baskets of soup dumplings, 3 vegetable buns, and 3 honey-glazed barbecue buns. For now, that is all. All right, please wait a moment. Boss, your buns look quite appetizing. Just looking at them makes my mouth water. Thank you for the compliment. It's pure craftsmanship. Enjoy. The 3 men immediately dove into the soup dumplings, their appetites captivated by their appearance alone. Wow, such delicious broth. One of them punctured the delicate skin, sucking out the savory broth, his eyes lighting up with delight. Without regard for the scalding heat, he popped the entire bun into his mouth. So delicious. Yes, it's simply explosively good. I never expected to find such gourmet food here. It's worth it. You too, such large men, are relishing this delectable dish, and yet it is not even a culinary treasure. The lone middle-aged woman, who has yet to partake, is still savoring the aroma of the steamed buns. Reluctant to take a bite at that moment, she catches a glimpse of her 2 companions' expressions and cannot help but chuckle. Only by indulging can one truly comprehend the irresistible allure. Once you start, there is no stopping. Boss, please bring another steamer of these that I'll have the same. Observing that her companions have barely finished one steamer, she continues to order more, while the middle-aged woman, half convinced, takes a gentle bite. This that sizzle. The middle-aged woman is left speechless, swiftly joining the fray of the three to daddy. Ekhen is hungry. Watching her two companions, Qin Ekhen feels the food she had consumed earlier rapidly digesting. Her stomach grumbling audibly. Little glutton, I've prepared everything for you. This time, no one will snatch it away, so take your time. Understood, big boss. Ekhen will diligently serve as a waitress, so full. After finishing his soup, a middle-aged man leans back in his chair, rubbing his round belly. This is absolutely delicious. The buns I had before were utter garbage. How could those inferior offerings even compare to this young boss's? Not only does he possess good looks, but his buns are exquisite as well. From now on, even if I have to travel far, I shall patronize this young boss's establishment. Boss, it's time to settle the bill. The three patrons, their total amounting to 116 yuan, thank him for the service that WeChat payment received. 116 yuan. Look, even the daughter is so well-behaved. Goodbye, little boss, little girl. As the three patrons walk out with their bellies full, Qin Mo smiles faintly that it appears that tonight's trial operation was somewhat lacking. Aside from the enormous creamy buns, the rest were all ordered in excess. Just as the three migrant workers exit, 5 young people make their way into the shop. Qin Mo stands aside, waiting. Daddy, you go ahead and work. This job is mine. Qin Ekhen quickly tidies up the table and rushes out. Welcome, big brothers, to our establishment. What a sweet little mouth you have. Do you have steaming hot buns here? Indeed, they were just made by my daddy, and they are incredibly delicious. Boss, you really know how to do business. You even provide seating for customers buying buns. Originally intending to take their food to go, the 5 young men are drawn in by the shop's ambience and step inside. Boss, aside from the buns, let's have one of everything per person. As they speak, the 5 shuffle their chairs together, ready to share their grievances. This miser has no regard for us. We've been working overtime since last night without a meal. Exactly. Even cattle need to be fed to work. Alas, he seems to enjoy. Well, what can we do? He's a capitalist. Boss, your daughter is not only beautiful but also so sensible. Yes, we don't even know when we can get married. Nowadays, weddings start at 150,000 yuan. That I envy the boss. Just as Qin Mo brings out the buns, he sets them down and casually remarks, I've been divorced for a year. Long live the single life. Enough chatter. The just steamed buns are at their prime texture now. If it weren't for the lack of funds, I wouldn't even want to eat this. I'm just not used to it, although it is quite filling. Aren't we all? Low wages and high expenses. One of the young men, while saying this, reaches out and grabs a vegetable bun. Upon taking the first bite, he swallows it whole, but when he tries for a second bite, he realizes something is amiss. Slowly chewing, and his expression freezes in astonishment, as if he has been enchanted. What is wrong? Is it unpalatable? The 4 companions know he is the only one who cannot handle buns. If they were truly unpleasant, he would rather go hungry. Seeing his reaction, they pondered, you'll understand once you try. Just a brief moment later, a fist-sized bun is devoured in 3 bites. Wow, no wonder you had that expression earlier. Such delicious buns made us worry for nothing. The second companion takes just 1 bite and immediately recognizes the quality of the buns. He has been eating them since childhood. The 5 are left in shock, exchanging glances and swiftly fixate on the table. Oh my, this is too delicious. I finally don't detest buns anymore. Everyone slow down. First, have some soup to temper it, boss. This is too delicious. Let us order 10 more of each. Just this little bit is insufficient to satisfy. Each bun's flavor is simply exquisite. All right, but you'll have to wait 5 minutes. This batch isn't ready yet. Fine, such delicious buns are worth the wait. I must say, boss, these buns are the best I've ever tasted. Young man, you flatter me. Qin Mo graciously accepts the compliments. Meanwhile, Qin Ekhen has pulled over a stool, sitting nearby and observing the patrons converse, with such a clever little one beside them. The 5 young men begin to ignite hopes of marriage. That I ask the boss here. At that moment, the voice of a girl rings out from outside. 2 high school girls have arrived. 2 pretty young ladies. My daddy is busy inside. Please let me know if you need anything. Standing by, waiting for an opportunity, Qin Ekhen feels her moment has come and quickly rushes over. Wow, such a pretty little girl. Little girl, where are your parents? Sister, just tell me. I'm a first grader. Already in first grade. So clever, we underestimated you. ID like 4 custard buns, please. Daddy, please pack 4 custard buns to go. WeChat payment received, 12 yuan. Goodbye, little girl. Goodbye, sister. Remember to come back to buy buns from my daddy. Chapter 6. The unexpected comeback of the Annie. Empty hopes, boss. Bring another round. The 5 young men have each devoured 2 portions, along with 2 bowls of broth. Big brothers, the teacher says we shouldn't overeat. Look, Ekan's tummy is all swollen. She is holding back from eating, yet you're still going. Aren't you afraid of bursting? Now even Qin and Ekan can't bear to watch. We can't be blamed. It's your daddy's buns that are just too delicious. None of us have ever tasted such scrumptious buns before. One of the young men replies while burping. All right, I can see you all can't eat anymore. I'll pack it up for you, boss. You are so fortunate to have such a sensible daughter. You're young. Keep working hard. Thank you for your patronage. The total is 560 yuan. WeChat payment received. 560 yuan. Goodbye, little girl. He could never have anticipated such a booming business. In just an hour and a half, everything was sold out, and it was only 9:30 p.m. All right, Daddy, but Xn is hungry again. Shouldering her backpack, Qin Mo approaches, looking at his daughter, who is patting her little belly with a pitiful expression. Look, what is this? Wow, soup dumplings, I love you, Daddy. Give me a kiss. Daddy, Xn is very happy today. So is Daddy. Now Qin Mo is smiling from ear to ear. Just one evening of a trial operation has yielded a gross profit of over 3,000 after deducting costs that have calculated normally. It should be even higher. Operating just in the mornings and evenings, the monthly profit could exceed 220,000 yuan. Qin Mo is taken aback by his own calculations. How terrifying! Daddy, did you really earn so much tonight? While Qin Mo calculates the evening's earnings, Qin Xn helps him out. Soon, we will have our own house. Daddy will definitely ensure Xin has her own home. Over the course of a year, to save some money, the father and daughter endure hardships, renting a 1-bedroom apartment, thus saving over 1,000 yuan per month. This is saved for their future grandchild's late-night snacks, as the child can sometimes be quite picky and generally does not eat enough for dinner. Just then, a middle-aged man walks out of the room, rubbing his belly. I'm so hungry, Mom. Is there anything to eat? Mom had the foresight to know I love buns and prepared some in advance, though they are a bit cold. I'll have to make do. The buns look quite appetizing, unlike those from nearby establishments. The middle-aged man picks up a vegetable bun. What is this flavor? After taking a bite, he immediately discovers a delightful surprise and eagerly takes another bite. This flavor is incredible. I never realized vegetable buns could be this delicious. How come I never noticed before? Too bad they are cold. Otherwise, they would surely taste even better. In just 3 bites, the entire vegetable bun disappears. Having not eaten all day, encountering such a delicacy, it's no wonder the middle-aged man quickly grabs a second vegetable bun, devouring it in 2 bites. Oh, this is so delicious. Where on earth did Mom find such a culinary delight? In less than 2 minutes, 3 vegetable buns and a steamer of soup dumplings are gone. At that moment, the sound of a key in the lock interrupts him. The middle-aged man pauses briefly before continuing to grab a honey-glazed char siu bun, with a steamer of soup dumplings and another honey-glazed char siu bun remaining on the table. Mom, where did you buy these buns? They are absolutely divine. Just then his mother, wife, and son walk in. You vile wretch, how could you so recklessly squander such a bounty of buns? These were meant for my precious grandson. Your meal is still kept warm on the stove. At that moment, a high-pitched voice rang out, and a 7-year-old boy dashed from behind the elderly woman. Upon seeing the buns in his father's hand, he immediately began wailing, Grandma, Daddy is a big bad guy. He's almost eaten all my buns. You being an adult should know better. Every day I make sure to leave some supper for your son, and yet you've devoured more than half of these buns in one go. The elderly woman rushed over, swiftly rescuing the remaining buns from the table. Mother, you can't blame me for this. I only intended to eat one to stave off hunger, but I didn't anticipate these buns would be so delectable. As he spoke, the middle-aged man licked the sauce from his fingers. Are they really that delicious? Daughter-in-law, do try some. Or you shall witness how I deal with you. With that, the elderly woman tore a honey-glazed char siu bun in half and handed it to her daughter-in-law. The middle-aged woman, with a look of skepticism, accepted it and took a bite, her eyes widening instantly. Mother, this flavor. Her expression brightened, and before she could finish her sentence, she devoured half of the honey-glazed char siu bun. You two must be conspiring to deceive the old lady. If it's this delicious, I must try. Soon, Both were unable to contain themselves, and another honey-glazed char siu bun vanished. Wow, you adults are all villains. The little boy, realizing that his beloved buns had all but disappeared in mere moments, rolled on the ground in despair. Coughed that it's Grandma's fault. I will go buy you some more right away to daughter-in-law. Please heat the last basket of soup dumplings for Xiaoxing while I make a quick trip. With that, the elderly woman hurriedly left, hoping there would still be some left. Just as she stepped out of the community, she encountered a few friends from her dance group. How strange, she mused, quickening her pace. Lu Demai usually has a discerning palate. Whatever her family craves must surely be something exceptional that we ought to follow her and see for ourselves. Thus, one elderly woman led the way, followed by several others, all heading in the same direction, leaving onlookers to wonder if something significant had occurred. Well, it seems sleep will be a luxury tonight. Upon seeing the shop she was closing, the elderly woman's expression shifted dramatically. The first bun shop. What an audacious name. Chapter 7. Teacher Yi is single. Let me introduce you to him, Xin. Your mother just messaged me, saying she wants to take you out to play tomorrow. Upon returning to his rented room, Qin Mo glanced at his phone and saw a message from his ex-wife, Lan. Hearing this, Xin rolled her eyes. Here we go again. But I want to be with Daddy tomorrow. At just over 6 years old, she had already formed her own opinions, yet Qin Mo did not wish to strip her of her rights. But your mother has visitation rights. He had initially refrained from sharing this with his daughter because every time this topic arose, Xin became upset that in truth, during the last 3 years of their relationship, apart from her birthday, her ex-wife had only appeared before their daughter on rare occasions. There was no need to mention family meals or outings. In Xin's eyes, her mother was merely a tool. She certainly did not miss her. Take last year, for instance. Despite their divorce, if she wanted to see their daughter, Qin Mo would not stop her. The day before her birthday, she had promised to come celebrate with her, only to flake out and dine with clients instead. That was when their daughter truly began to resist her mother. Dad is the best. Now he's even making delicious buns. If my classmates knew, they would surely envy me. With that, she leaped onto Qin Mo, playfully stomping on his belly with her little feet. Get up. You're so heavy. If you keep stomping, you'll break Daddy's belly. Daddy, Xin has a great idea. Do you want to hear it? Xin seemed to have an epiphany, her face lighting up with glee. What is it? Speak, Daddy is listening. Otherwise, I'll ask Daddy to find me a new mommy. The important thing is that she must be kind to me, pretty, gentle, and able to spend time with Xin. Most importantly, she must not be fierce with Daddy. Xin, spare your father. With those criteria, it will be impossible to find someone. Daddy, you need not worry. Xin has already done some digging. Our homeroom teacher Yi, is still single. I heard she hasn't had a boyfriend yet. Daddy is handsome and can make delicious buns. It would surely work. Xin spoke rapidly, her enthusiasm evident. Qin Mo, watching his daughter's serious demeanor, couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. How quickly she had gathered such comprehensive information. It seemed she was playing matchmaker for her father. Of course, I don't want Daddy to struggle so much, juggling work and home, that if Teacher Yi becomes mommy, then Daddy won't have to work so hard anymore. All right, it's nearly 10 o'clock. Hurry and wash up. Tomorrow, Daddy has to wake up early. Otherwise, you little lazy pig won't get up. Xin can certainly get up. Last year, I was up early helping Daddy deliver meals. Hurry, Daddy's grand opening is tomorrow. I want to go. If Daddy doesn't take me, I want to go out with her tomorrow. The opening of a new shop was too exciting for her, and she couldn't bear to miss it for the sake of an extra hour of sleep. After a moment's thought, Qin Mo relented. All right, then hurry and wash up. I want Daddy to carry me. Enough, you're a big girl now. You can't always ask for Daddy to carry you. Xin is closest to Daddy. Even when I grow up, I still want Daddy to carry me. Meanwhile, in a high-end neighborhood within the city. Mom, I can't help it. Work is busy. How did today's blind date go? I'm quite irritated. Don't bring this up. Is there any soup? These two were none other than Qin Mo's ex-wife and mother-in-law. Lan and Hu Lingzhu. Egg drop soup? I can't make that. Let me order takeout for you. Lying on the couch, surrounded by a chaotic mess of clothes, even the most luxurious house felt like a chicken coop when housing her mother. If only Qin Mo were here, she wouldn't have to worry about any of this at that moment. She felt a hint of regret. I can't think like this. We are from two different worlds now. As she contemplated, she began to tidy up the clothes. I refuse to believe I can't find someone better than you. The thought of facing the blind dates her mother introduced every few days was exhausting. They were wealthy, yes, but their appearances were simply unbearable. Take today's date, for instance. Not only was he average-looking, but he was also short and balding. Did I want to regret this? I refuse to believe that with my charm. Hylon, I can't find someone who is both better-looking and wealthy. Chapter 8. Opening Preparations. I'll set off firecrackers the next day. At 4:30 in the morning, Qin Mo rose quietly, careful not to wake his daughter. Typically, Qin would sleep until around 8 on weekends. Although the morning crowd at the food street would be sparse, the nearby pedestrian street would still attract customers. Moreover, every extra day of earnings would add up. Given the numerous residential complexes nearby whose residents would surely seek breakfast. After leaving a note on the desk, Qin Mo stepped outside. This was their form of communication, that he first made a trip to the market to purchase some ingredients. Quantities small enough to fall outside the wholesale vendor's delivery range at this hour. Only those in business were awake, and thankfully it wasn't too cold yet. Brother, sorry to keep you waiting. Want to smoke? Qin Mo quickly pulled out a cigarette. Though he did not smoke himself, it was a necessary item. No problem. I just arrived as well. But you'd better hurry. We have over a dozen deliveries to make. The wholesalers made their profits from the price differences, saving you time as long as you sent them your order and confirmed the meeting place and time. Check it over. Make sure it's all correct. No need. I trust you. Just sign here, right? Looking at the slip handed to him, Qin Mo promptly wrote his name. The payment had already been transferred via WeChat 2 days prior. His signature now confirmed receipt of the goods. Opening the shop, he began preparations for the grand opening. Qin Mo donned a white chef's uniform and entered the kitchen at this hour. Few were preparing breakfast, but he soon encountered fellow competitors. These were established brands, renowned along this street, which meant he would be competing against them in the future, an hour and a half later. With only a few minutes until 7 o'clock, Qin Mo had nearly completed his preliminary tasks. That stinky daddy says he is waiting for someone, yet he ran off himself. I'm ignoring you. As he opened the door, he found his daughter fully dressed and seated in the small living room. Upon seeing him enter, she turned her head away. Really ignoring daddy now? Well, if that is the case, I'll be leaving. I had planned to prepare fragrant buns, but it seems I'll have to eat them all myself. I'm afraid I want to be able to finish them, and they go to waste. Daddy, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and go, as he observed the eager Exen, who seemed even more impatient than himself. Qin Mo couldn't help but smile slightly. You little glutton, just wait until your father teaches you a lesson, he said playfully. Be careful on the steps. To facilitate a bit of convenience in living while also keeping fit, Qin Mo chose to rent an apartment on the 3rd floor, opting for the stairs both up and down. Of course. The most significant factor was that the ground floor was relatively cheaper. Had there been an available 2nd floor, he would have preferred to rent that instead. Dad, you really need to lose some weight. Otherwise, I would feel embarrassed to introduce you to Teacher Yi. When you grow old, who will take care of you? But don't I have you, my dear XX? He replied as he unlocked the little donkey's lock and pushed it out. I haven't reconciled with you yet. Besides, if you make XX angry in the future, she won't pay you any attention, and then who'll take care of you? How could I possibly ignore my dear XX? Right, Dad makes the best food, and there is so much more to enjoy. Upon returning to the shop, Qin Mo first took out the breakfast he had prepared for his daughter, as he began to set up the venue. He noted that although the shop was a bit small, it should still be adequately equipped for the occasion. The grand opening was scheduled for 8 o'clock sharp, so they would not be operating during the half hour leading up to it. Additionally, there were no customers arriving. It seemed that many people preferred to sleep in on Sundays. Had it been a typical weekday at 6:30, they would have already seen a number of busy office workers. What are you up to, Dad? Exine asked as she spotted Qin Mo carrying something outside. It's the grand opening. We must have some festive firecrackers. Firecrackers? How fun! Let me handle it, Daddy. With that, Exine snatched the bag from his hands and began to carefully unwrap it. Qin Mo stood by with a smile, watching her. That moment, there were still 10 minutes left until 8 o'clock. No need to rush, brother. You're up early. Oh, I almost forgot. Today is your grand opening. Qin Mo recognized the voice of Zhuo Wenshu, who had given him cigarettes the previous day. Just then, he saw Zhuo walking by the shop. Compared to his modest establishment, the neighboring shop was somewhat better, as it could accommodate people, having a small partition room at the back. However, such arrangements were only convenient for singles without families. Want to smoke? Qin Mo offered as he took out a cigarette and lit it for Zhuo Wenshu. They stood by, chatting about mundane matters while observing the few early risers engaged in morning exercises. The neighboring Zhuowenxu managed a milk tea shop, which typically saw little business so early in the morning. With peak hours occurring after noon, "Daddy, it's ready." At that moment, Ekinexion's voice rang out from behind him. "What a well-behaved little girl." "Oomph, you big smoker." Seeing Zhuowenxu with a cigarette, Ekinexon quickly covered her mouth. "Ekinexon is ready. Are you going to light it or is Daddy?" "Daddy, I want to, but I don't have a lighter." Ekinexon glanced around, as if she had just discovered something new. "Uncle, could I borrow your cigarette for a moment?" Approaching Zhuowenxu, Ekinexon no longer covered her mouth and gently asked, you were just saying that Uncle isn't nice, and now you're asking him for a favor. Here, be careful not to burn yourself." Zhuowenxu slowly handed her the cigarette. With a crackle and pop, a series of firecrackers erupted in the hands of the little girl, marking the lively scene of the grand opening. Drawing the attention of pedestrians, the new bun shop is open, delicious and affordable. Miss it, and you'll regret it. A few elderly morning exercisers happened to pass by and were intrigued by the little girl's enthusiastic call. "Three grandpas, would you like to buy some buns? My dad makes the best buns. I just ate 10 of them." As the elderly men approached, Ekin eagerly grabbed one of their arms. Unbeknownst to them, the three elderly men were led into the shop by Xion, who was not only understanding, but also quite the little entrepreneur. "3 grandpas. That's right. I'm the little boss of this place." Standing tall, she struck a pose as if she were a grown-up. "What would you like to eat?" "Let me recommend the soup dumplings. They're incredibly delicious." "Are they really that good?" "If they're not, we want tea pay, you know." The elderly men, charmed by Exenika's cuteness, couldn't resist teasing her. "Okay, if they're not good, I'll pay for it myself." After a moment of contemplation, Exen nodded decisively. "Then let us get 3 servings for the 3 grandpas." "Daddy, 3 servings of soup dumplings. Coming right up." "I apologize for the trouble my daughter has caused you, gentlemen." Qin Mo, busy in the kitchen, had already seen what his daughter was up to. Upon hearing the order, he promptly brought it out. "Not a trouble at all. Such a delightful child. We're just happy to be here. Boss, I'll take 4 of each bun." Just then, a lady's voice called out from outside the door. "Oh, Lao Lu, you discerning folks have discovered this bun shop." Recognizing the elderly lady who had just entered, she immediately acknowledged the 3 elderly men seated inside. "That I must tell you, the flavor of these buns is exceptional. Perfectly suited for you 3. Upon seeing Qin Mo packaging her order, the lady couldn't help but extol the shop's virtues. "That my apologies, we didn't prepare enough for the trial opening last night. So once they were gone, we closed up. But since you've shown such support, I'll give you 2 buns on the house that's too generous of you." Though she said that, the lady accepted the buns and promptly left after scanning her payment. "Lao Chen, look at the presentation. Isn't it more exquisite than what you described from that 5-star hotel?" "Indeed. Remarkable. Little boss, I never knew you had such skills. These are handmade, right?" "Yes, the buns must be handmade to have soul. We can't let such craftsmanship fade away, did I say. Lao Chen, don't just talk. The little girl is waiting for your opinion." Unbeknownst to them, Ekinexon had already brought over a chair and was seated beside the 3 men. "Come on, you 2 should try too. It's not just for me." With that, Lao Chen picked up a soup dumpling and placed it in a small bowl. He took a gentle bite and slurped. A burst of hot, savory broth erupted onto his tongue. This in an instant. Lao Chen's expression froze, especially as Ekinexon stood up eagerly. Hiss. Rather than offering a critique, Lao Chen simply shoved the entire dumpling into his mouth. Recognizing Lao Chen's familiarity, the other 2 quickly followed suit. "Is it really that delicious? How is it, 3 grandpas? Did I deceive you?" Seeing their expressions, Ekin leaned in, eager for praise. "Little girl, the 3 grandpas concede. Who would have thought your father was so impressive? Of course. Just look at whose dad he is. This flavor surpasses any I've had before. Who would have thought such a culinary gem lay hidden in an unknown corner? If it weren't for you, little girl, we would have missed out. Rest assured, we 3 grandpas will become loyal fans of your father's shop." 3 grandpas. You flatter me that I'm merely a humble artisan trying to make a living. Don't mind us. It seems more customers are arriving. Before Qin Mo could say much more, several new customers appeared outside, presumably from the neighborhood. "That I heard from Aunt Lin that your buns are delicious. So I came to check it out. Young man, I'll have 4 steamed buns and 6 vegetable buns. I'd like 3 vegetable buns and 3 lava buns to eat here. 5 custard buns to go." "Thank you. I've sent the payment to you. All right, ladies, please wait a moment. As time passed, the number of passersby on the street continued to increase. The newly opened shop quickly attracted more customers. Most people opted to buy a few buns. Even the nearby milk tea shop experienced a surge in foot traffic, with young people ordering drinks to be delivered to Qin Mo's shop. Ding ding, that moment. Qin Mo's phone rang from his pocket. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly 10 o'clock and the customer flow had begun to dwindle. Hello, I'm at the intersection. Hurry and bring your daughter over. Could you please watch the shop for me? I'll just take my daughter to the intersection for a few minutes. Sure. I'll keep an eye on it. I just noticed that your bun shop has increased foot traffic by 50%. While feeling envious, he quickly recognized that Qin Mo's new shop was also boosting his own customer flow. Chapter 10. Ex-wife visits. Daughter unhappy dragging your feet. How can a person like you have a promising future? Now you've even changed jobs. Upon seeing Qin Mo, his ex-wife couldn't refrain from scolding him. Yet he paid her no mind. It's a sign. Be a good girl and listen. Daddy will come to pick you up later. Goodbye, Daddy. Reluctantly, X climbed into the car, her expression akin to that of a wrong party. You miss Mommy. Seeing her daughter react to her presence, as if she were an adversary, caused Hailan to feel a surge of frustration. Yet she held back her anger. Get in the car. Mommy will take you to eat something delicious at Tio this day. She remained unaware of her daughter's culinary preferences, believing that children generally liked novel treats. What did you have for breakfast? The buns made by Daddy. Sitting silently in the car for a moment, Hailan remarked, well then, let us head to the mall to buy some beautiful clothes for Xine. She started the vehicle and drove towards the commercial center of the city. As she navigated the roads, she attempted to enlighten her daughter. Xine, observe how other children accompany their parents in small cars. It is neither safe nor comfortable for you to ride on your father's little electric bike. I like Daddy's little donkey. And soon he will buy a car. I don't care for yours. At that moment, Hailan seemed to have heard the most amusing joke. That good-for-nothing of your father wants to buy a car. In the next life, Xine, he is surely deceiving you. Though her mood was quite poor, Hailan resolved to endure it all. No matter how disheartened, she needed to drive well and head towards the underground parking lot of the prestigious shopping mall. What do you think of this one? Xine. No, it's ugly. They continued shopping until noon, with her daughter not purchasing a single item, while Hailan acquired a dozen pieces. Although Xine verbally rejected everything, she had mentally noted her favorites. Once her father became wealthy, Xine planned to return with him for a shopping spree. Had it not been for Qin Mo's insistence on her outing, and her disdain for material wealth, Xine would not have participated at all. After nearly an hour and a half of shopping, even the adults were fatigued, let alone the child. However, Xine held her tongue, enduring the discomfort in silence. Noticing a Western restaurant nearby, Hailan decided to enter. Did you enjoy our shopping today? Look, this is a high-end restaurant with a plethora of delectable dishes. Your father surely has never brought you here. With his pathetic demeanor, he will never have the chance. Qin muttered softly, Daddy is rich now. You know nothing. Just as Hailan finished ordering, she seemed to catch her daughter's words and quickly inquired. Xine, what did you just say? Nothing. Throughout these 2 hours, she had been obedient, except for her refusal to wear the clothes. Additionally, whenever Hailan spoke ill of Qin Mo, she could not help but retort. When Daddy earns more money, let's see if you remain so arrogant. For 10 minutes, they sat awkwardly across from one another, the adult trying to initiate conversation while the child gazed around. Guess, here are your order dishes. Everything is served. Let us stop chatting. After such a long outing, Xine must be hungry. What I ordered costs several thousand, but Mama will cut the beef for you. This piece is worth over 1,000. While speaking, Hailan pulled a steak towards herself, slicing it into small pieces before pushing it towards Xine, saying, it tastes best with this sauce. Following this, Hailan expertly cut a small piece from her portion, dipped it in sauce, and demonstrated the process to her daughter. How is it? Delicious, right? Seeing Xine take a bite, Hailan smiled slightly, believing her daughter had never tasted such exquisite beef. Even she herself relished it only every few days. She was certain her daughter loved her, but soon she would be disappointed. It's terrible, and isn't as good as the buns Daddy makes. With that, Xine spat the food onto the side of her plate. Hailan's expression changed instantly. She stood up, preparing to reprimand her, only to realize the location was inappropriate. Suppressing her anger, she said, if it's not to your liking, then don't eat it. Mama will order some chicken wings for you. You will surely like those. All right, Observing the roasted chicken wings before her, Qin XX understood she should not push her luck, especially since she was hungry. That I'm full. Qin XX quickly finished her portion of wings and drank a glass of water. Eyeing the ice cream nearby, she longed for it, yet she would not indulge without her father's approval. Daddy had advised against consuming too many sweets, warning that it could lead to cavities and make her a little chubby. Is that all? After finishing the wings? Noticing her daughter had completed her meal, Hailan realized she had never inquired about what her daughter liked to eat. She herself was unaware of Qin XIN's preferences. After eating a little herself, Hailan requested a takeout. Once back in the car with Qin XIN, they headed straight to their rented accommodation that I in the vehicle. Hailan said, XIN, this time Mama did not consider your feelings. Next time, I will certainly ask you what you like to eat beforehand. After glancing at Hailan, Qin XIN shook her head and replied, no need. Compared to Daddy, she felt her mother lacked even the slightest sense of responsibility. Hearing her daughter's stomach growl, Hailan quickly offered, are you still hungry? Shall we go buy you something to eat now? After saying this, Qin simply closed her eyes and ignored her until they arrived at their destination. This pierced Hailan's heart, a stark contrast between heaven and earth. Chapter 11. The Lottery, Max Level Skill Sweet Soup Daddy. Carry me. I'm hungry. As soon as they reached the staircase, Qin XN began to whine, oblivious to Hailan still lingering with an extremely grim expression. Hurry and finish eating, then take a nap. Otherwise, this afternoon at the shop, there won't be anywhere for you to sleep. This morning, their sales had reached over 5,316 yuan, and the points on the system increased by another 5,316. With yesterday's points combined, they had surpassed 10,000. Realizing this, Qin Mo understood what he needed to do next. He first accessed the lottery system. The lottery interface was divided into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The beginner lottery cost 1,000 points per draw, the intermediate 10,000 points, and the advanced a daunting 100,000 points. Initially, Qin Mo had intended to draw last night, but after some contemplation, he decided it would be most prudent to wait until he had 10,000 points to participate. However, after a brief thought, he opted for the intermediate draw. Congratulations, host. You have won the Sweet Soup skill, max level. With this skill, the host will be able to create the most delicious sweet soup in the world. While Qin Mo was still in a daze, a wealth of information flooded his mind. Experiencing this for the second time, he was still amazed by the system's power, as it could instantly save a highly talented individual decades of arduous practice. The profit from sweet soup surpassed that of buns, and it was significantly more convenient and time-saving. Once he brewed a large pot, he could sell it throughout the morning. A bowl of sweet soup could sell for 6 yuan in the food street, which was considered cheap. Furthermore, in the later stages, it would be easy to teach others, provided he communicated the key points to them. The sweet soup he created would undoubtedly surpass anything available on the market. It seemed he would be busy again today. It was now past 11, and noticing his daughter was asleep, Qin Mo left a note and hurried to the mall. This time, he needed to purchase an electric heating pot and 100 bowls. Without any acquaintances, he ventured into the mall, spending 2,500 yuan. After settling the bill, he left his address, and the merchant promised to deliver within an hour by the time the goods arrived at the shop. It was already 3 o'clock. Qin Mo had also prepared the ingredients for the green bean sweet soup he intended to sell that night. Using just the electric pot to cook the sweet soup would compromise the taste. So he first boiled the green beans in several pots until they were half cooked, then poured them into the electric pot to simmer slowly to AT 530. Home alone, Qin XN behaved well, completing the homework assigned to her by Qin Mo before diving into a book. Brother Qin, are you going to sell sweet soup? Won't you steal all my customers? Zhuo Wenshu, who had stepped outside for a smoke, teased upon seeing Qin Mo bustling about. After tasting Qin Mo's buns, he was utterly amazed. They were simply too delicious. In his words, he could not survive without them from that point on. Now, seeing him preparing to sell sweet soup, Zhu knew it would undoubtedly be of high quality given Qin Mo's skills. Brother Zhu, you're joking. I'm only selling green bean sweet soup. There's no conflict with you. Besides, I lack confidence in myself. Great. Finally, there is something new to savor. I want to taste the sweet soup made by Daddy. Just as Qin XIN emerged from inside, upon hearing her father's plans to sell sweet soup, she immediately jumped up in excitement. Every child enjoys sweet and tangy treats, and Qin XIN was no exception. However, Qin Mo was generally cautious about sweets, not wanting his daughter to indulge excessively, as it was detrimental to her teeth. Now that Daddy was selling sweet soup, she felt she finally had a chance to indulge. You think just because Daddy is selling sweet soup, you can eat as much as you want? No, but Daddy agrees that you can have a little each day. Seeing his daughter's delighted expression, Qin Mo understood her thoughts. All right. Qin X instantly quieted down, her lips pouting adorably. Wow, what a cute little darling. The angry look is so charming. Hey, little sister, can we take a selfie together? Almost immediately, Qin X's cute demeanor attracted the attention of passersby. In terms of appearance, she had completely inherited Qin Mo's strengths, even surpassing him. Wait, boss, you're quite handsome too. Among the onlookers, most were students, who were captivated by Qin Mo's good looks. That AS's physique improved. Qin Mo's appearance gradually approached its peak. The previously upset Qin Xin was now beaming, happily taking selfies with a few high school students. This boss is even more handsome than those stars, right? Just watching him is such a delight. At that moment, a young woman in her 20s walked into the shop. Handsome guy, can we be friends? Add me on WeChat. Ah, you little dear, how dare you abandon us to indulge in secret delights? Handsome fellow, add me to your contacts. Instantly, the young ladies nearby began rushing in, all eager to bask in Qin Mo's prestige. That MY apologies, everyone, but I am already committed. That MY father is 30 to AS if fearing that Qin Mo might be whisked away. Qin dashed in like a protective wolf. Upon hearing this, several young ladies promptly exited, yet 3 remained. Handsome, we are not deterred. Please add us. Very well, you may add me yourselves. Observe if one does not agree. They might as well forget about work. Today, we wish to commence operations by 6 o'clock, and we have prepared twice as many buns as last night. Thank you, handsome. We shall take our leave now. But I will ensure to bring my classmates to patronize your establishment in the future. These 3 young ladies are students from a nearby university, enjoying their day off with friends. That I've captured a snapshot. Let me see it. Wow, the photo is as striking as the person. Hurry, share it with me. The trio chatted away, strolling into the distance. Chapter 12. The white-collar beauty discovers the shop on a weekend evening. Most of the individuals gracing the food street have merely nibbled at home. Their aim is the delectable offerings of this bustling thoroughfare. At 6 o'clock, the streetlights flickered to life, and foot traffic began to swell. At this moment, Qin Mo's shop also garnered the attention of passers-by. That it was hard not to notice, for a petite beauty stood at the entrance, energetically shouting her promotion. To all the lovely ladies and handsome gentlemen passing by. Our shop has just opened. Freshly steamed buns have just emerged from the kitchen. To miss out would be a grave misfortune, and to visit only once would be our folly. Let us go take a look. Just the aroma wafting through the air was enough to whet my appetite. People naturally gravitate towards gatherings, and, as the first customer entered, more followed suit. Boss, do you also sell sweet soup here? How fortuitous, I want to take it to go. I'll eat here. Boss, I'll have 3 steamed buns. Little miss, I'd like 2 vegetable buns. Handsome uncle, please pack 2 baskets of soup dumplings. Good sir. I'll have 2 bowls of mung bean sweet soup to enjoy here. In this snug shop, which accommodates only 15 patrons, it filled up in less than half an hour. Amidst the diners, praises for the buns and sweet soup echoed continuously. Passers-by, initially drawn merely by curiosity, found the prices remarkably reasonable and unwittingly reached into their pockets to make purchases that moment. The sound of high heels striking the ground intertwined like musical notes. Qin Mo quickly raised his head to see a striking lady clad in a white vest atop a knee-length black dress, with long hair parted down the middle, her face adorned with subtle makeup, and clutching a red handbag, exuding an air of freshness and charm. Upon pausing, she glanced inside the shop with a furrowed brow, then inquired, "Boss, what delicious offerings do you have?" It was clear her furrowed brow stemmed from the crowd and the lack of seating. Just as she contemplated leaving, a customer settled their bill and exited. "Miss, there's a seat available here," that a child's voice beckoned her to stay, as she was in the mood for a change of flavors. "Dear lady, we only serve buns and mung bean sweet soup. The menu is on the table. What would you like?" Qin Mo promptly approached, captivated by her enchanting presence, which radiated a delightful fragrance. That it was evident she possessed an innate grace, reminiscent of an elegant lady from a distinguished family. "Then I shall have a basket of soup dumplings and a bowl of sweet soup. Thank you." After glancing at the menu, the lady shot Qin Mo a peculiar look. The prices seemed rather low. She began to regret her decision to sit down, pondering how food priced so modestly could be of high quality. "Hurry up. I have matters to attend to with that. She pulled out her phone to check new messages. Several young men nearby stole glances at her, though she seemed unperturbed, focused solely on her phone. Here are your buns and sweet soup. Enjoy. Thank you. In less than a minute, Qin Mo had placed the items before her. This lady hails from the north, named Lung Shuang. She previously studied at a university in Shenzhen and remained here for work. Now, she is the secretary to the general manager of a prominent company located in the most famous office building in the vicinity, earning a respectable salary of around 30,000 a month. In Shenzhen, where the average salary hovers around 10,000 just to get by, this is quite commendable for a recent graduate. Given this, her initial thoughts on the pricing were understandable. Who could consume 100 on their own? It was inconceivable, especially since a regular meal outside would easily exceed 100. Thus, in comparison to the exorbitant prices in this food street, it was no wonder she harbored such thoughts. Had she not been accustomed to the buns of her northern heritage, she might have left at that moment. Lung Shuang set her phone down and lifted her gaze to Qin Mo, offering a polite smile before gracefully picking up her chopsticks to her surprise. The owner was a handsome gentleman. All her previous grievances melted away at that instant. The crystal-clear soup dumplings sparked her appetite anew. The flavor that a burst of savory broth exploded on her palate. Lung Shuang's eyes lit up as she eagerly slurped the broth into her mouth. Following that, she bit into the dumpling, the exquisite taste of the bun merging perfectly with the broth, akin to savoring a fruit of immortality, awakening all her senses. Any prior notions of inexpensive food being tasteless vanished into oblivion. All that echoed in her mind were two words: delicious. As a northerner, she was accustomed to buns with more seasoning than southerners use salt. And having enjoyed many culinary delights due to her family's affluence, she had never tasted such exquisite buns before. One soup dumpling was merely a single bite. That moment, Lung Shuang's eyes drifted towards the seemingly unremarkable bowl of mung bean sweet soup beside her. For reasons unknown, a thought surged within her. If such delectable buns could be crafted, then the sweet soup before her must be equally exceptional. This was, after all, her favorite sweet soup from her 4 years in university, and she hoped it would not disappoint. She picked up the nearby spoon and took a tentative sip that a gentle sweetness spread across her palate. Once again, she was astounded. The flavor of the sweet soup enchanted her. She squinted her eyes in delight and took another taste. This handsome boss is quite extraordinary. Raising her gaze to the bustling kitchen, she observed Qin Mo diligently at work, and she marveled at how someone so blessed with looks could also possess such culinary prowess. "Boss, I would like another vegetable bun and a lava bun, along with a bowl of sweet soup." Her usual composure nearly faltered under the allure of the food. Lung Shuang almost licked the broth from her fingers, but managed to restrain herself just in time. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she placed another order. This moment, even she felt a twinge of guilt. Maintaining her figure was paramount for her beauty. After all, this indulgence was a bit excessive, but she could only blame the handsome boss. Perhaps due to her presence, as a beautiful woman dined in the shop, the previously dwindling customer flow surged once more. Qin Mo, who had initially planned to close at 9:30, glanced at the kitchen supplies and couldn't help but sigh. "It seems we shall be closing up earlier tonight. Boss, time to settle the bill. How much is it?" The payment via WeChat came to 30 yuan. "Thank you for your patronage. We welcome you to visit again." As the beauty departed, the number of customers gradually dwindled. However, at this point, both the buns and sweet soup were nearly sold out. Chapter 13. Booming business and the ex-wife's failed blind date at 8:50 p.m. After packaging the last late-night snack for a father and daughter, Qin Mo apologetically addressed the customers waiting outside. "I'm sorry, but we've sold out of buns for today. However, there's still a few bowls of sweet soup left." The customers standing in line instantly changed their expressions. "Sold out so quickly?" "Boss, I was referred by an elder from the community. I never expected to miss out." "Boss, can't you make a few more next time?" "You've misunderstood. The boss has been tirelessly working since 7 o'clock and has prepared a great deal. Please come earlier next time. This is my second visit. Had it not been for a last-minute issue, I would have come sooner that I suspected the boss's place would be bustling, but I didn't anticipate it would fill up so quickly. Indeed, this is my third visit, and judging by the crowd, I'll have to arrive earlier if I want to enjoy the boss's buns. Boss, since there are no buns, I'll take 2 bowls of sweet soup." Some customers, realizing the situation, quickly purchased the last remaining sweet soup. "Qin boss will come back tomorrow." Those who missed out left with lingering regret. After the crowd dispersed, Qin Mo and his daughter began cleaning up. Disposable chopsticks and cups were tossed into the trash bin. With both father and daughter working together, they had the shop spotless in less than 10 minutes, just in time for 9 o'clock. Upon returning to their residence, Qin Mo calculated the evening's earnings and was momentarily taken aback by the staggering profit from the sweet soup. A single barrel of sweet soup could yield approximately 400 bowls. With a cost of merely 200 yuan by that calculation, they had earned around 2,100 yuan solely from the sweet soup. Daughter, we have struck gold. Qin Mo excitedly lifted his daughter into a joyful spin. Father, if what you say is true, does that mean we will soon possess our own house and car? Qin Mo nodded vigorously with a smile, then continued to sort through the change. Fortunately, shopping has become quite convenient now, with most merchants accepting either WeChat or Zhifubao. Just from this one evening alone, I made 7,000 yuan, a sum that would be hard for anyone to believe if I told them. If I were to add the earnings from earlier this morning, it would break the 10,000 yuan mark. Even after deducting the expenses for today's equipment purchase, there would still be over 500 left. Qin Mo carefully calculated the income. A surge of confidence for the future filled her. The expenses for her daughter's education were no longer a source of worry. Xin, stop playing. After a long day, it's time for a shower. Glancing at her daughter, who was busy counting a stack of coins, Qin Mo approached and gently patted her head. Understood, boss. Upon hearing this, Xin immediately jumped off the bed to salute before darting out. Be careful. The floor is slippery. That night, both father and daughter slept soundly, though they nearly had a quarrel at home. How is your daughter's new partner? What can I say, apart from being wealthy? He has no other redeeming qualities. She was convinced this time would be different. After meeting Qin Mo in the morning, she had been simmering with frustration, desiring to find someone to utterly outshine her ex-husband. She agreed to this blind date, but on this occasion, she had applied heavy makeup and met her match at a restaurant. Upon entering, she spotted a man sitting alone at a table that as she approached. She realized it was indeed her date, who had a rose placed on the table. Miss Hai. Upon seeing Hailan assessing him, the man stood up immediately to greet her. Hailan could tell at a glance that this was not going to work. But out of courtesy, she took a seat. Miss Hai, not only are you graceful, but you are also stunningly beautiful. Allow me to introduce myself. From the man's boastful introduction, she learned that he was the owner of a company. 30 years old, with a net worth of around 300 million, though all these details were quite satisfactory. In terms of appearance, he paled in comparison to her previous partner. After chatting with him for a brief while, she concocted an excuse to leave. During blind dates, one is often aware of the unspoken rules. Such statements serve to spare everyone's feelings. This is another dead end. What exactly are you looking for? Today's candidate was already quite decent. What more do you want? Upon hearing this, her mother, Hu Lingzhu, raised her voice to, "Oh, I nearly forgot. You want to see your daughter this morning. Are you now basing your preferences on that pathetic excuse for a man's looks? Daughter, you are already divorced. It's unrealistic to expect someone like Qin Mo. Such individuals are few and far between. Just finding someone decent and wealthy should suffice." Hu Lingzhu adopted a look of disappointment. You only criticize me. What have you been doing at home? The place is a mess like a dog's den, and you can't even tidy up. You keep pestering me while I'm already exhausted from dealing with clients at work. You've grown wings. Now you dare to speak to your mother like that. Hearing her daughter speak so, Hu Lingzhu threw the remote control away in frustration. Back in her room, Hailan gazed at the desolate surroundings. Noting how the decor had changed, lying alone in bed, she couldn't help but feel a pang of loneliness. This room had once been Qin Mo's bedroom for 6 years. She stared blankly around, unconsciously picking up her phone. Finding a number, she sent a message. After waiting for a few minutes, she could no longer restrain herself and threw her phone. After discarding the device, she realized she had lost her mind. They were already divorced. Just moments ago, her expression had been a daily occurrence during their years together. Now, Qin Mo was no longer a target for her frustrations. That I'm so annoyed. I need to sleep. Without even taking a shower, Hailan collapsed onto the bed, drifting off immediately. Chapter 14. Casual Conversations. The calm before the storm. After her daughter finished bathing, Qin Mo began his own shower. Lung Shuang pulled out her phone to document the most memorable events of the day on her social media. Tonight, I had the most delicious buns and sweet soup. I wish I could eat this every day. Regardless of the location, the allure of a beautiful woman is incredibly potent. Within minutes of posting, her friends soared into the hundreds. Under a post, men with various intentions fell into deep contemplation. Beautiful lady, I want to eat. I'll treat you tomorrow. Cold beauty, are you free tomorrow? I'd like to see the food that you miss so much. My esteemed secretary, you've gone off to indulge while forgetting your good friend. Daughter, be cautious. Don't fall into someone else's trap just because of food. Everyone, I have something to share. In a university alumni group that had been silent, a sudden message erupted, awakening those online. Just glancing at the member count, it showed over 600 people, with half of them active. Whoa, a girl has popped up in the group, and it's the campus beauty. What is going on? Another message quickly followed. Let us share some food that if a beauty considers something food, it must be exquisite. Chun, just spill it. Don't keep us in suspense. That in a food street, a newly opened bun shop had caught their attention. We passed by today, and were curious enough to buy one. Do you know what happened next? Another rare appearance of a girl in the chat. What happened? Are the buns poisonous? Some slow-witted individuals immediately posed a foolish question. What are you thinking? I mean, after tasting the first one, we couldn't help but stop at that shop. Just a reminder, if you want to go, do it early. I found out the shop only operates in the morning and evening. So if you want to eat, tomorrow might be crowded. After sending her final message, several girls fell into contemplation, and the reason they hadn't mentioned the sweet soup was simply that they preferred the buns. I can't believe a bun shop could create anything special. I'll go tomorrow. Anyone who wants to join, hurry and sign up. We can't let the beauty look down on us. This alumni group suddenly buzzed with activity. Ding dong. Just finished showering, Qin Mo immediately heard his phone buzzing incessantly. Quickly grabbing it at a glance was enough. All the messages were from WeChat. Upon opening, he saw it was a video call from his father. Knowing that his parents wanted to see their precious granddaughter, he answered, "Son, don't bear too much pressure. If you need anything, just let your old man know." His parents had heard through acquaintances about his relentless delivery work. They understood he was strong-willed, hence refrained from directly offering money. However, today they seemed unusually concerned. "Son, if you need money, just tell us. Although we don't have a lot, we can help a bit." Reading his parents' messages warmed Qin Mo's heart. "Dad and Mom, I'm fine. I recently opened a shop, so I'm not lacking in funds." Both of Qin Mo's parents were teachers, albeit at an average secondary school. His mother, Wang Lanhui, retired last year and mentioned that after a year, she would help his father, Qin Ongwa, with their granddaughter. Given that they had about 6 months left, they should be coming soon to end the teaching profession. While not wealthy, they managed to save a little. This was the reason they had been able to lend him 500,006 years ago, their entire life savings. This was a thorn in Qin Mo's heart, knowing he had drained his parents' retirement funds. Opening a shop requires money. "Son, do you have enough?" Over these past 7 years, "Your mother and I have saved a bit, around 150,000. If you need it, I can transfer it to you tomorrow." Upon reading this, Qin Mo held back tears, clenching his fists. "Dad, I promise I won't let you down this time. I will make you proud." That he didn't disclose the exact amount, as it was too astonishing to believe, even for himself, let alone his parents. Sharing such details would only heighten their worries, making them suspect he was involved in something illegal. Qin Ongwa couldn't help but sigh. There is no such thing as easy money. It doesn't just flow in at the start. Good night. After finishing the conversation with his parents, Qin Mo noticed a message from his ex-wife that he couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, a dog will always eat shit. Setting the alarm and charging his phone, he glanced at his daughter's sleeping posture, shaking his head in amusement. This girl can't even sleep quietly. After covering her with a blanket, Qin Mo turned off the lights and went to bed. Chapter 15. The calm before the storm. At 8 in the morning, Qin Mo had already brought his daughter to the shop. His plan was to open at 7 on regular days and at 8 on holidays and Sundays. "Boss Qin, you've finally arrived. Hurry, I've been waiting here for half an hour. The grandson at home is about to turn the place upside down. He usually doesn't wake up before 10, but this morning he woke me at 7 demanding buns." Observing that the customers were primarily local seniors, Qin Mo lamented, "I apologize everyone, but it's quite challenging for one person to manage alone. That if you're so busy, why not have your partner come over to assist? Such a wonderful business opportunity." Little did they know, Qin Mo had already gone through a divorce, and now he had to juggle parenting while running a business single-handedly. It is essential for us to be understanding. A slight delay is inconsequential, especially since what Qin, our esteemed proprietor, serves is truly delectable. Our support is vital. "Qin boss, I have a niece graduating this year. Should I arrange for you two to meet in a few days?" "What are you saying?" She hasn't graduated yet. I have a relative who is now an executive at a company. Would you like to meet him? Those suggestions are hardly reliable that my granddaughter happens to be single. How about I introduce you to? Upon hearing that Qin Mo was a divorced man, the surrounding seniors reacted as if they had encountered a sumptuous feast, each eager for a taste. Ahem, dear grandfathers and grandmothers, if you wish to introduce someone to me, you must first pass my scrutiny. She must be beautiful and gentle. Little girl, your standards are quite lofty. Of course, but I'm not revealing anything further. Seeing Qin Mo merely smile in silence, everyone understood that he was politely declining, and after purchasing their buns, they departed. The thickness of the wallets around him allowed him to embrace a refined lifestyle. The emergence of Qin Mo's dumpling shop illuminated his path ahead, making it no longer seem bleak. Even if he were to consume buns for several months, he would never tire of them. Eating buns from other establishments, however, left him feeling utterly despondent, as they were infused with an artificial sweetness that, the disparity is stark. Truly, one does not appreciate the value of something until it is compared. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang. His grandson, Jean, who had been in deep slumber, suddenly awoke that it was late. Today was the day his girlfriend was supposed to visit, and he had overslept. Hastily, Jean donned his clothes and rushed to the door. You've arrived. Have you eaten breakfast yet? Standing at the entrance was a young woman with long hair, a cherubic face, petite stature, and dressed in a white sundress. His girlfriend, Zhou Hanyan. Sleeping in so late. It's almost 9. Hurry up. I was hoping to wait for you to have breakfast together. Zhou Hanyan, gazing at her boyfriend, bombarded him with questions that I'll definitely call you next time. I'm off to freshen up. Today, the company had graciously decided against overtime, and Jean was finally able to spend time with his girlfriend, nearly missing it due to oversleeping. Observing Jean's room, small yet fully equipped, Zhou Hanyan couldn't help but chide him. All right, let me take you to enjoy some delicious food. I guarantee you will be reluctant to leave. In less than 5 minutes, Jean was already presentable before Zhou Hanyan. Sounds good, but you better not deceive me. Zhou Hanyan smiled, revealing 2 delightful dimples. Chapter 16. The streamer is online. Shocking the viewers at 8:30, in front of Qin Mo's shop, an extraordinary customer suddenly appeared. Hello everyone, welcome to my live stream. There are countless delectable dishes out there, but my endorsement alone does not suffice. It is the flavors acknowledged by all that truly satisfy our palates that it's a lovely Saturday morning, and I believe many of my fans are still cozily tucked in their blankets. However, as a devoted food lover, I have already begun my quest for culinary delights. Currently, I find myself at the food street in Huoming District, and I wonder if anyone has any recommendations that a cute girl with a bun hairstyle, clad in overalls and a white t-shirt, was now live streaming while walking backward, playfully bouncing her way to the entrance of Qin Mo's shop, causing passersby to worry she might stumble. Her appearance epitomized the current trend of youthful cuteness. None of your recommendations have ever been reliable. Let us see what I can find. The streamer, with the ID I am quite sweet, whose real name was Tian Qianning, wrinkled her nose adorably. Dear streamer, I envy your skill. How do you manage to walk backward without colliding into walls? Please share your secret. Hurry and eat something. You woke me up so early. I love watching you eat. Be careful, someone is behind you. Such comments flooded the livestream chat, indicating that the streamer had garnered considerable popularity. All right, my sweet friends, hold on. Observing the messages on her screen, most viewers were inquiring for delicious food, prompting her to glance around naturally. Streamer, look at what is happening beside you. Yes, that establishment S sign. At the behest of an attentive viewer, Tian Qianning halted her steps. First dumpling shop. What a brazen name. They might as well have added world's best to it. Let us approach them and show them the strength of our sweet army. The comments in the livestream surged, as the viewers were becoming increasingly hungry. However, Tian Qianning remained calm and began to survey the shop. Compared to other establishments, this one had a relatively larger crowd. Even at such an early hour, half the tables were occupied as her phone wobbled. The viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. Streamer, don't move. Yes, exactly like that. Did anyone notice something? Streamer, quickly report your location. I must rush over. I've spotted a handsome fellow. Streamer, hurry and get his contact details. The scene that appeared in the live stream was none other than Qin Mo emerging from the kitchen, perfectly captured by the camera. You love-struck fools, if you want to catch a glimpse, come here yourself. We are here to showcase food, so streamer, ignore them and let us see you eat. With only a few patrons in the shop, Tian Qianning found a prime spot from which to observe the entire scene. "Miss, what would you like to eat?" Just as Tian Qianning settled down, a lovely young girl approached, causing another uproar in the live stream, that ID like a basket of soup dumplings and a bowl of sweet soup. "Please." "Certainly, just a moment. What divine beauty is this?" The appearance of Qin momentarily made everyone forget their purpose for visiting the shop. As a streamer, she was thoroughly prepared. She retrieved a small tripod from her bag, which could be affixed to the table. With a satisfying click, she attached it and placed her phone atop, adjusting the angle. "Streamer, look behind you." Finally locating the source of the commotion, just as Tian Qianning was interacting with her livestream fans. A loud uproar erupted outside, accompanied by hurried footsteps, as if an army was charging forth. Soon, led by a young man dressed like a university student, a throng of over a dozen youths surged into Qin Mo's shop. The already crowded establishment became even more congested, startling the diners who hastily stood up, fearing a confrontation. "Streamer, what is happening? Why are there so many people all of a sudden? Is there trouble? Be careful." "Streamer, protect yourself. I'm coming to your aid." Dumplings. Even Qin was startled, rushing into the kitchen, as the sudden influx exuded an intimidating aura. "What on earth are you all doing?" Faced with such a scene, Qin Mo had no choice but to set aside his tasks and approach the newcomers. "What else could we be doing? We're here to eat." Realizing that their conduct had alarmed the shopkeeper and the surrounding diners, their voices quickly softened that if you're here to eat, then please line up outside in an orderly fashion. Upon hearing they were not troublemakers, the customers inside the shop gradually resumed their seats. However, it was indeed a first for them to encounter a scene like this, hence their initial apprehension. "Boss, I will step outside the queue, where you can pack it for us." "Hello everyone, sweet is fine now. I was genuinely scared just now that I believe everyone heard it. These folks are here to eat." If one did not know better, one might think a brawl was imminent. Streamer, judging by the atmosphere, this shop must have its merits. After all, how could a newly opened establishment attract such a crowd? Hurry and show us what you're eating, and we'll be sure to send you some tips. Streamer, now that your order is placed, be sure to capture the boss for us. I missed the screenshot earlier. Let us get a clear shot of the boss. Alright, but this is a candid shot. I hope the boss doesn't mind. Observing Qin Mo's figure, Tian Qianning instinctively stuck out her tongue. Her adorable demeanor prompted yet another wave of tips from the viewers to at that moment. Qin Mo had just brought over Tian Qianning's dumplings and sweet soup, perfectly positioned in front of the camera. Wow, not only is he handsome, but he also has the charm of an older gentleman. Just my type. Viewers, what do you suppose might happen if a refined gentleman and a young girl were to meet? The comments in the live stream began to scroll rapidly. Please enjoy your meal. Tian Qianning, clearly a connoisseur of good food, first attempted to pierce the dumpling skin with her chopsticks. Realizing that it was futile, she then delicately lifted one, taking a gentle bite that as the skin broke. She savored the rich broth within, and a look of utmost satisfaction spread across her face that, this is the first time I've tasted such exquisite soup dumplings. Not only is the boss handsome, but his culinary skills are exceptional. How delightful it is, dear host. Is it truly as delectable as it appears? How does it compare to the last time? Observing the expression on Tian Sweet's face, eager viewers began to flood the screen with comments. Chapter 17. A day of busy endeavors and grand rewards. The previous establishment pales in comparison to this one. Tian Sweet, would never exaggerate. The blissful expression of savoring such exquisite flavors has viewers yearning to lick their screens. Smack. The final soup dumpling was devoured in one bite by Tian Sweet, who gushed, "Oh my goodness, this is simply divine. This establishment is undoubtedly the finest I have ever encountered among countless culinary delights." The deliciousness is beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. After finishing a whole steamer of soup dumplings, Tian Sweet noticed the live chat brimming with requests for the shop's location, and tips had already been sent. Host, you cannot indulge alone. Watching Tian Sweet eat makes me feel as though I am consuming something dreadful. Could you refrain from being so repulsive? Where's the moderation? I just had a bowl of instant noodles. And now I'm hungry again, that if the host wishes to avoid being pursued, they should reveal the location. Witnessing the consensus in the live chat, Tian Sweet feigned anger. You sweet fans, how quickly you abandoned me. The location was promptly disclosed, and those who acted swiftly might still have the opportunity to join Tian Sweet in the live broadcast. The The dozen or so college students who had previously appeared were now raving about Qin Mo's dumplings and sweet soups, intensifying their own hunger. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize, but the last serving of dumplings and sweet soup has already been taken by the patrons ahead, that a middle-aged man rushed over from a distance. Observing the customers who had just been in line beginning to disperse, that if you wish to enjoy the dumplings, please arrive earlier in the afternoon. After much effort, the enthusiastic patrons were persuaded to leave. Daddy, they have all left. That was close. We almost missed out on our own meal. Xin, you truly had foresight to secretly stash some away. Otherwise, we would have to order takeout again. Of course, Daddy doesn't realize who Xin is. Not only is she adorable, but she is also exceptionally clever. After filling their stomachs, they planned to rest in the shop while Daddy attended to other matters. When not in use, they stored items away. And now that his daughter was present, it was the perfect opportunity to utilize them. By 5:30, there were already patrons waiting outside. Busy within the shop, Qin Mo remained oblivious to the fact that the place was now bustling with people, most of whom had come in groups. This influx of customers also boosted the traffic for the neighboring milk tea shop, doubling the footfall compared to the previous Sunday, which brought a broad smile to Zhuo Wenshu's face. Local residents, having learned from past experiences, brought their own stools to sit in a row and chat. Such scenes piqued the curiosity of passers-by. What is going on here? Some patrons who recognize one another couldn't help but inquire. I heard from a friend that the dumplings at this shop are exceptionally delicious. I came early to queue. Did you see the elderly folks chatting nearby? Their tastes are quite discerning. Wherever they go, the food quality is bound to be excellent. Wow, when did dumplings become so enticing that people must queue? If that's the case, why don't we line up as well? At 6 o'clock, Qin Mo opened for business. Having learned from previous experiences, he made sure to prepare a larger batch of dumplings this time, that a bit of hard work would yield greater rewards to so many people. As Qin Mo opened the door, he was astonished to find the entrance surrounded by eager customers, and his heart swelled with joy. All right, please form 2 lines. One for dining in and another for takeout, under Qin Mo's guidance. The customers outside quickly organized themselves into orderly lines. By 7 o'clock, the dumplings were sold out, the majority taken away by local residents. At 7:30, the sweet soup also ran out. Those who failed to purchase anything quietly departed, lamenting their tardiness. Damn it, I just went to the restroom and missed out. Tomorrow morning before work, I will make sure to get some. As Qin Mo began tidying up, his daughter helped wipe the tables. Daddy, did we make a lot of money today? The day had been a mixture of toil and joy for the father and daughter duo, with the experience of counting the earnings being indescribably sweet. A business as prosperous as Qin Mo's newly opened shop could not be without its secrets. Chapter 18. Yearning for more. Taking my daughter shopping. Down on the street, there was an old establishment, Tang Tea House, renowned for over a century. During the queue today, a few staff members from Tang appeared. They purchased several of each dumpling from Qin Mo's shop, even taking away multiple servings of sweet soup. What do you think, Master Lu? I am utterly astonished. I never expected to encounter such culinary delights here. Lu Jianhua, a master of the craft, had dedicated most of his life to Tang Tea House, specializing in dumplings and pastries. That I have been making dumplings for nearly 30 years. Yet I find myself bested by a young man who is not even 30. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older. One cannot help but admire their prowess. Master Lu, is he truly that remarkable? The owner of Tang Ruiji, age 40, had taken over from his father less than 5 years ago. It was no wonder he was anxious. Dumplings inherently carried high profit margins. Their dumplings were priced at least double that of others, and despite their high cost, they consistently thrived. However, Qin Mo's emergence had halved their customer traffic. By such estimates, if Qin Mo made 10,000 in a day, Tang would be losing 20,000 over time. That was a staggering amount. Boss Tang, I have sampled all the dumplings, and to achieve such success requires not only innate talent but also decades of refinement. What perplexes me is that the owner of this shop appears to be no older than 30. Do they possess a secret recipe, or are they engaging in some illicit practices? Tang Ruiji's face darkened as he pondered Lu Jianhua's words, his eyes lighting up as if he had grasped a crucial point, that a loss of 600,000 over a month feels like parting with a piece of my heart. You better not be engaging in any illegal activities. Even if you aren't, I will. Understood, Master Lu. I implore you to exert yourselves further and conduct more research to uncover any insights. The Tang family had employed 2 master chefs, Lu Jianhua and Xiao Jingye. Both retained at high salaries, earning 40,000 a month. They were rarely involved in daily operations, only stepping in to guide the tea house staff or entertain significant guests. Boss Tang, I shall take my leave now. After saying this, Lu Jianhua bid farewell to Tang Ruizhi and exited, with his apprentice hurriedly gathering their belongings to follow. Watching Lu Jianhua depart, Tang Ruizhi's expression darkened once more. Hello, Director Qin. This is Tang Ruizhi. Xin, today Daddy is taking you out for something delicious. That's wonderful, Daddy. I want ice cream, grilled chicken wings, fries. That there are so many things I want. Upon hearing that Qin Mo would treat her to a feast, Xin abandoned her chores and immediately dropped her cloth. Dumplings, no matter how tasty, could not serve as a proper meal, and besides, both father and daughter hailed from the south. Enjoying dumplings once a day was fine, but 3 times would surely lead to monotony. Daddy. Just then, Xin suddenly halted. What is it, Xin? Qin Mo inquired with a smile. Following his daughter's gaze, he quickly understood her desire. They had come upon a pet shop, and that explained her pause. Having grown up without companions, Xin had always wished for a pet, but had never acquired one due to concerns about their care. Daddy, I want a puppy, she said, her face lighting up with anticipation. Now that Daddy has earned some money, shall we go inside and take a look? Yes, hurry, Daddy. No sooner had Qin Mo spoken than his daughter dashed into the store. Xin, be careful of the steps, slow down. Watching his daughter race ahead like a wild horse once granted permission, Qin Mo felt a surge of joy that today's earnings had surpassed yesterday's, with a net profit of 13,000. As for the points, they were nearing the threshold for 2 intermediate lottery draws. Daddy, you are so good to Xin. Upon entering the shop, Xin paused, taking the lead with a bright smile. Welcome, sir. How may I assist you today? The staff member immediately approached with enthusiasm upon seeing the duo in a prime location. The shop boasted a spacious layout of over 100 square meters, with cages for dogs and cats positioned along the sides, primarily housing adult pets. Upon entering, an unusual odor greeted them, one that even the diligent staff could not completely eradicate. What would you like, little girl? A young lady of around 23 asked with a smile. Big sister, Xin wants to buy a pet. After glancing at her father, Xin excitedly exclaimed upon seeing Qin Mo nod. What a lovely little girl. The employee, noticing Qin Mo beside her, was momentarily starstruck. This handsome gentleman is quite striking, though his physique had yet to fully recover, making him appear somewhat older than he was. Uncertain, sir. What type of pet are you looking to purchase? Would you like me to provide you with some introductions? The female staff member is aware of where the decision-making authority lies. After surveying the surroundings, Qin Mo proceeded in a specific direction. Let us first examine the puppies. Chapter 19. A stroll through the streets. Encountering pretentiousness within the store, there exists a plethora of dog breeds. There are Huskies, Chow Chows, Golden Retrievers, Schnauzers, Bichon Frises, Pekingese, Pomeranians, Poodles, Maltese, Belgian Hounds, and Teddy Bear dogs. Qin Mo possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding these breeds, as his daughter had once expressed a desire for one, prompting him to conduct some research. For instance, the Bichon Frise, characterized by its white coat, often adorned with light yellow, cheese-colored, or apricot shades around its ears or body. Its expression is gentle, with deep-set eyes that convey curiosity and vigilance. Qin Mo had previously considered acquiring this breed, but ultimately relinquished the idea due to his ex-wife's objections. The Bichon Frise is known for its affable nature towards both owners and strangers alike. During his time living in the community, he had observed various breeds while walking dogs, gaining further insight into them. May I inquire, sir, what kind of dog you wish to purchase? The dogs we have for sale are all several months old and have received their vaccinations. As they walked, the female employee began to introduce the dogs they passed. The purebred varieties, accompanied by certification, come at a rather steep price, generally exceeding 8,000 dada. Is that not the parent of Xin? Just as Qin Mo approached the Bichon Frise, a familiar voice resonated from behind him. Pausing to reflect, he quickly deduced the identity of the individual behind him. Wei Leking, the father of his daughter's classmate. A manager at a company, his monthly salary is 50,000, placing him firmly within the middle class in the Shenzhen area. Their enmity had originated during the previous semester when the school organized a donation drive for disaster relief. This parent insisted that students who donated more should be publicly acknowledged by the school. Teacher Yin, upon receiving the school's directive, had no choice but to acquiesce. Wei Kaikai donated 4,000. Let us all applaud and encourage him. A young boy stood up from his seat, proudly waving to the audience. Beside him, his parent, Wei Leking, adjusted his glasses and bowed to the crowd, stating, it's merely a small sum. At that moment, he displayed no attempt to conceal his smugness. Subsequently, Teacher Yi announced the second and third place donors, whose contributions had not exceeded 1,000. It was not that they lacked funds, but rather that they deemed it unnecessary to foster a culture of comparison among children. In contrast, Wei Liqing's donation placed him in a relatively average position within the class. The issue arose when Qin Mo, upon hearing the applause, refrained from joining in, which Wei Leking noticed. His expression darkened immediately. Does this parent harbor some dissent? Everyone is applauding, yet you remain silent. Upon realizing he had been singled out, Qin Mo's brow furrowed involuntarily. He observed that some children whose names were not called appeared somewhat dejected, including his own daughter, who wore a similar expression. Consequently, he stood up. May I pose a question? Observing Qin Mo, still clad in a yellow tunic. Wei Liqing's face contorted into a mocking expression. Go ahead. I have but one question. In the realm of charitable endeavors, why are only the top contributors recognized? Isn't it obvious? Because we donated more. We surely receive special treatment. Must I elucidate this further? Wei Leking replied with an air of self-righteousness. Upon hearing this, parents who had contributed significantly wore satisfied smiles, while those like Qin Mo, who had donated a mere few dozen, appeared somewhat embarrassed. This parent, do you comprehend my point? Yet, judging by your attire, it seems you do not hate this moment. Wei Leking showed no respect towards Qin Mo, his words dripping with sarcasm. You may have contributed more, which I cannot deny, but the expression of compassion should be commensurate with one's means. As long as one gives their best effort, respect will follow. It is not a matter of monetary value. Even a single yuan deserves recognition. If we were to adopt your perspective and establish a hierarchy, it would tarnish the essence of charity and dishearten other benefactors. Thus, whether one is affluent and donates generously, or less fortunate and contributes modestly, we ought to applaud them, rather than measure their worth by wealth. Upon concluding his statement, Qin Mo sat down, leaving the classroom enveloped in a profound silence. In oppressive stillness settled. It was uncertain who initiated the applause. But soon the classroom resonated with clapping. Well said. Compassion is priceless. In that moment, Wei Liqing's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure, his gaze towards Qin Mo filled with animosity. He had always harbored disdain for Qin Mo, and this incident provided an opportunity to humiliate him. After all, Qin Mo's charm often garnered different reactions from female parents and teachers, which irked him greatly. Young lady, do be cautious of your pets. This customer may very well be harboring some ailment, Wei Leking remarked, his words laced with venom as he approached. The young employee was taken aback. However, upon observing Qin Mo's tidy and clean appearance, save for his somewhat inexpensive clothing, she found nothing amiss. In contrast, a recently arrived patron donned golden spectacles and sported a substantial belly, his attire a suit worth no less than 10,000. His total appearance likely exceeding 100,000. Alas, such attire would have suited that gentleman perfectly had it not been for his current state. Unbeknownst to Wei Leking, he had been scorned by the store staff. This gentleman is clearly afflicted by the disease of poverty. Ha ha ha. With his objective achieved, Wei Leking departed with a boisterous laugh, while the store manager emerged to attend to the customers. Before leaving, he couldn't resist one last jibe. Daddy, should we not forego the purchase? Upon witnessing her father's humiliation, Xin's countenance shifted dramatically, nearly bringing her to tears. Xin, there's no need to pay any heed to such individuals. They possess no decorum. We shall disregard him as though he were invisible. Ha ha ha. Daddy is right. We shall treat him as if he were a ghost, sir. May I have your address? We will deliver the dog you purchased shortly. By the way, do you require any pet food or toys? No toys are necessary, but we certainly need pet food. Please provide some. Kindly deliver it to the address above in an hour and a half. With that, Qin Mo processed a payment of 2,000 yuan at the front desk and departed with his daughter. The earlier encounter had once again reminded him of the need to strive harder. Chapter 20. Accumulating enough funds, store closure for renovation. Daddy, once we earn enough money, can we dine here? Qin Mo and his daughter spent an hour and a half wandering the mall, purchasing 2 sets of clothing each, thus depleting another 1,000 yuan. As they passed a Western restaurant, Xin halted, SY restaurant bar. This establishment had been visited with his ex-wife during her first year of financial success, where they had spent 3,000 yuan. The moment he paid, it felt as though a piece of his heart had been severed. The food was indeed delectable, but he believed it unnecessary to spend such a hefty sum. Very well. Once Daddy starts earning, I will bring Xin here to dine every day. Seeing the sparkle in his daughter's eyes, Qin Mo felt a pang of sorrow that he realized he had scarcely spent on her. Tuition, rent, living expenses, all weighed heavily on him. Leaving little room for indulgence, he had been preoccupied with delivering takeout, rarely taking his daughter out. And when it came to clothing and food, they were always on a tight budget. Daddy, we need not come every day. I am merely curious as to why adults claim expensive items taste better. I wish to see if they are indeed superior to the buns you make. Qin Mo noted that his daughter had grown increasingly attached to him since he opened his shop 2 days prior. Very well. What does Xin wish to eat? Daddy's stomach is growling. Hee. Daddy, you truly have no appetite. I would like roasted chicken and fries. Is that all right? As Xin spoke, she playfully tugged at Qin Mo's arm. All right, today we shall have whatever Xin desires. Daddy will acquiesce to your every whim. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Qin Mo waited with his daughter at the community entrance. Xin, simply sit beside me and wait. There's no need to rush. It will arrive shortly. Daddy, I am not in a hurry. Xin paced back and forth, her expression betraying her eagerness. Daddy, is that not the vehicle? As he observed a car adorned with advertising approaching the community entrance, Qin Mo scrutinized it closely. It was indeed the very pet store they had visited earlier. Yes, Xin, the puppy has arrived. With the target in sight, his daughter suddenly fell silent. Are you Mr. Qin who contacted us earlier? Please present your identification for the delivery. Receiving the delivery receipt, Qin Mo swiftly glanced at it before signing his name. Daddy, let me carry it, Xin exclaimed, brimming with energy. Daddy will take care of it. You look exhausted. Seeing his daughter panting, her eyes wide with pleading, Qin Mo stepped forward, lifting the pet cage with one hand while holding his daughter's hand with the other. The bag of dog food was light, easily manageable for her. Xin, it's time to stop playing. We must prepare for bed. The puppy needs its rest, and you have school in the morning. Daddy, can the puppy sleep with us? Not permissible. Xin had previously made a promise. Well then, it is quite pitiful for the dog to sleep alone, while Xin has her father. Sleeping on the bed, Xin murmured softly, quickly drifting into slumber. Qin Mo also turned off the lights. He had initially intended to hold a lottery today, but he was so preoccupied with accompanying his daughter that he had completely forgotten about it. Mr. Qin, right? At 10 o'clock in the morning, just after the business day commenced, Qin Mo noticed a few individuals in blue uniforms approaching from outside. One of them, clearly the leader, walked straight into the shop. The unfolding events immediately drew the attention of passersby. Did I wonder what business you gentlemen have? At that moment, a sense of foreboding surged within Qin Mo. It was evident that these individuals were not here with good intentions. Mr. Qin, my name is Ji Yanghua, and here is my identification badge. Please do not be alarmed. We have received reports stating that your buns may contain some prohibited substances. Therefore, we are here to carry out our official duties. And we kindly ask for your cooperation. Ji Yanghua entered the shop and began surveying the surroundings. The establishment, including the kitchen, was merely a modest 20 square meters. After a cursory glance, the cleanliness was indisputable. There was not a hint of odor, and when he lightly ran his finger across the table, not a speck of dust could be found. Initially, he had been reluctant to come, but the superiors insisted, leaving him with no choice. After a brief assessment, he approached Qin Mo. I am unsure what exactly you require my cooperation for, Mr. Qin. We will first need to collect some data. I trust you do not mind? A young man wearing glasses approached from behind, glancing at Ji Yanghua for approval before speaking. Certainly, please proceed. Qin Mo did not hesitate, stepping aside to allow them passage. He watched as the two staff members entered the kitchen, busying themselves for approximately 10 minutes before emerging. Upon hearing their remarks, Qin Mo's expression darkened, for the vagueness of their statements left much to be desired. Given the implications for his profits, Qin Mo could not remain indifferent. The timeline was uncertain. It could be as quick as a few days or as prolonged as half a month. No one could say for sure. Ji Yanghua, upon receiving this notification, understood that the owner of this establishment had likely offended someone. He cast a casual glance at the surrounding staff. Qin Mo entered the kitchen to tidy up, discovering that some of the buns and syrup he had prepared were missing, having been taken by the staff. After locking the door and watching the seals being affixed, Qin Mo felt a surge of indignation. Regardless if it was attempting to undermine me, Qin Mo, I shall not let this matter rest. In the absence of a system, he would have endured such occurrences quietly. However, times had changed. Even if it meant confronting the heavens, Qin Mo was determined to shatter the obstacles before him. Considering the substantial daily losses and the fact that he only possessed 2 operational shops, Qin Mo felt a sharp pang of anguish in his heart as he took one last glance before departing. Chapter 21. Teacher Yi, the school's culinary evangelist Wenshu, who had been busy inside the shop, stepped out intending to find Qin Mo for a brief respite, only to witness the unfolding scene that an onlooker immediately relayed everything he had just witnessed. How could this be? Qin Mo's business is flourishing. It must be a malicious act from a competitor. Furthermore, I often enjoy Qin Ji's buns. How could there be any prohibited substances within? After hearing the entire sequence of events, Zhuo Wenshu felt a surge of injustice. Alas, he was merely a minor figure, able to voice his discontent, but lacking the means to assist. Indeed, we believe in Mr. Qin. With such a delightful daughter, how could her parents engage in such unscrupulous behavior? The events transpiring here quickly caught the attention of nearby onlookers, resonating with their sentiments. They were, after all, Qin Mo's most loyal patrons, who needed their daily buns to feel secure. Unbeknownst to the crowd, among the spectators stood a young man who, upon observing the scene, smirked slightly before turning to leave, conveniently at the forefront of the food street. Hello, Mr. Qin. I am Teacher Yi. Half an hour earlier, at the 3rd Municipal Primary School, in the classroom of Class 1, Year 2 did a young woman dressed in a cool and casual manner walked into the classroom. She was none other than the homeroom teacher, Yin. The moment she spoke, the previously quiet classroom erupted into lively chatter. The school was hosting a small event. Everyone, please calm down. The teacher has not finished speaking to Yin. Noticing the joyful expressions on the students' faces, raised her voice slightly. Once the classroom settled again, she continued, this event is different from previous ones. It requires parental participation. Observing the expressions of her students, the teacher could tell they were perplexed, and I can see that many of you are unsure about what this entails. Upon hearing this, at least half of the students in the class, previously animated, fell silent that, of course, those parents who wished to participate in the culinary event were to sign up, while those who did not would serve as spectators or judges. Did everyone understand that? Teacher Yi, understood. Good. Those wishing to participate should approach me, while those wanting to be spectators or judges should sign up with Lutsai. The classroom buzzed with excitement once more. As Yi Yin's words concluded, the students divided into 2 groups. Only 6 students signed up for the competition, a mere fraction compared to the 40-odd spectators that at this moment. Only Qin Xin remained still, torn between the desire to compete and the inclination to join her classmates in enjoying the delicious food. Typically, children possess a strong sense of competitiveness, especially knowing that their father is a skilled cook. After hesitating briefly, Qin Xin walked toward Yin. Qin Xin, are you lost? Haha, at that moment, a little boy named Wei Kai spotted Qin Xin approaching and burst into laughter. Mind your own business. You fatso. Qin Xin retorted immediately, facing Wei Kai's incessant teasing. Isn't your dad just a delivery guy? Dreaming of making delectable food. He's better off delivering it. Since the incident in the classroom, Wei Kai had seized every opportunity to mock Qin Xin. In response, she remembered her father's advice to avoid conflict with classmates and had been enduring it. However, witnessing her father being ridiculed while she merely wished to sign up was intolerable. All right, you all are classmates. You should support each other. Moreover, Wei Kai, you cannot keep bullying your classmates, or else the teacher will assign you to clean the classroom. As the 2 students prepared to argue once more, Yin felt a headache beginning to throb. Whenever they were together, peace was never maintained. Without her authority as their homeroom teacher, Wei Kai would have likely caused a scene. Xin, do you truly wish to help your father sign up? Yin pondered the handsome man she encountered daily, dressed as a delivery worker, and felt a twinge of doubt. However, she knew she needed to maintain her composure in front of her students. Yes, Teacher Yi, my father's buns are incredibly delicious, and I wish to share them with my classmates. Haha, that's the funniest joke I've heard all day. You think your dad can make delicious buns? Just as the classroom had settled, Wei Kai erupted into laughter once more, holding his stomach that Mr. Wei, what did the teacher just say? If you continue like this, you won't be allowed to participate in the competition. Upon hearing Yi Yin's warning, Wei Kai promptly shut his mouth, his face adopting a pitiful expression as he pleaded, "Teacher, I promise I won't mock Qin X anymore. All right, I will call your father now." Upon seeing Qin X nod in agreement, Yin exited the classroom, pulled out her phone, and swiftly located Qin Mo's number. "Hello, Mr. Qin. This is Teacher Yi." Quickly glancing at the caller ID, Qin Mo's heart raced with concern. "Hello, Teacher Yi. Is something wrong with XIXN?" "Mr. Qin, there's no need to panic." Having heard Qin Mo's anxious voice, Yin sought to soothe his worries that it's all well. "I merely wanted to discuss something with you." Realizing that his daughter was unharmed, Qin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. "What is it?" "Well, I was wondering if you had time. If so, please come by in advance." After Yin explained the situation, Qin Mo quickly understood the matter at hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he agreed. Why? He felt compelled to do something that would make his daughter proud. He had noticed her subdued demeanor after each parent meeting, but at the time, he had been too focused on securing another delivery to pay attention. Chapter 22, Steamed Buns and Sweet Syrup, a grand display of skills. "Hello, Teacher Yi. I hope I am not causing you any inconvenience." Upon arriving at the school entrance, Qin Mo presented his parent card and was granted entry into the campus. Clearly, the school had notified the security personnel that "You're just in time, Mr. Qin. I will guide you there." Qin Mo made his way directly to Yi Yin's office. "Teacher Yi, is there anything I need to prepare?" Yi Yin halted, taking a moment to truly assess Qin Mo. For the first time, that a blush crept onto her cheeks as she was taken aback by his transformation from his usual delivery attire to a relaxed outfit. His continuous weight loss had imbued him with an inexplicable charm. The Yi Yin recognized this aura emanated from a mature man. Coupled with his handsome features, a mere glance left her breathless. Yi Yin, when did you begin to swoon over men, especially a divorced one? Suddenly, Yi Yin was taken aback for a few seconds. Beside her, Qin Mo observed the shifting expressions on her face, and his cheeks flushed instantly. He hurriedly expressed his concern, asking, "Teacher Yi, what is wrong?" Quickly masking his earlier lapse in composure, he added ahem, "Ekanexin's father, you needn't prepare anything. Simply accompany me." Qin Mo, who had long since lost hope in marriage, was oblivious to Yi Yin's unusual demeanor at that moment. "Ekanexin's father, I will take you here. The rest will be guided by other colleagues." After escorting Qin Mo to the school cafeteria and handing him over to another staff member, Yi Yin departed, during which time Qin Mo did not catch a glimpse of his daughter. "Hello, esteemed parents. I am the person in charge of this school event, Principal Xu Ziqing." Just as Qin Mo had settled into his seat, a middle-aged man clad in a gray Zhongshan suit, with gold-rimmed glasses, walked in. The aura surrounding this man indicated that he had been deeply immersed in academic research for an extended period. Indeed, upon introduction, he revealed himself to be the head of the 3rd primary school. "First and foremost, I would like to extend my gratitude to all the parents who have taken time out of their busy schedules to participate in this event. As for the rest, I shall refrain from elaborating. The staff will clarify the details shortly. Once again, I sincerely thank everyone for their presence." After delivering these remarks, Xu Ziqing greeted the crowd before making his way outside. This event was not merely for parents. It also attracted societal attention, with a reporter present on site. Xu Ziqing's intention was to promote the 3rd primary school, highlighting both the academic pursuits of students and their extracurricular activities. "I trust that my words resonate with all parents present." Upon hearing this, Qin Mo glanced around, and a flicker of intrigue crossed his eyes. There were approximately 60 parents participating, yet he found it curious that many were over 50 years old. Was this event attended by grandparent-level participants? Unable to comprehend this, Qin Mo followed the staff to his designated position. It was a simple cooking station, adequate for executing straightforward tasks. The materials Qin Mo required were neatly arranged. They were situated in the first-floor hall, which had been thoroughly cleaned. The venue, spanning over 1,000 square feet, was barely sufficient to accommodate everyone without hindering their performance. Checking the time, he noted it was already 4 in the afternoon. This event was centered around the culinary creations of the participating parents, complemented by some professional chefs hired by the school. Naturally, the dishes prepared were solely those made by the parents, as the involvement of chefs would undermine the competitive essence. "All right, everyone may commence." At the outset, he remained unaware that the cafeteria's first-floor hall was being live-streamed. The audience, gathered in the playground, watched the busy figures of the parents on a large screen. However, a smaller screen displayed the invited chefs. These arrangements were sponsored by some parents that go, "Dad, Among the thousands of spectators, a chubby little girl in a school uniform clenched her fists, her gaze fixated on a figure on the screen. This time, Qin Mo intended to prepare both buns and sweet soup. However, due to the constraints of the venue, he decided to make only one type of bun, distinct from those served in his own shop. The sweet soup would be limited to a small pot, yielding only a few dozen bowls. Qin Mo planned to focus on flavor and nourishment that in contrast to others' extravagant preparations. Qin Mo exuded an air of elegance. He merely needed to exert effort while kneading the dough. Unbeknownst to him, he had already captured the attention of an elder seated in the front row of the playground. This elder, observing Qin Mo's kneading technique, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Unfortunately, due to the live broadcast, the details remained elusive. Had it not been for the audience, he would have liked to observe more closely. By 5 o'clock, parents began to finish their dishes one by one. The completed culinary creations were promptly delivered to the playground. Long tables had been arranged, connected together, displaying the parents' dishes, each labeled with names, grade levels, and class designations, compared to other dishes that could be prepared in half an hour. Buns required at least an hour and a half from start to finish. Additionally, Qin Mo extended the cooking time for the sweet soup to 90 minutes. By 5:30, both were finally ready. "Mr. Qin, everything is complete." As Qin Mo came to a halt, a staff member approached him. Indeed, looking at his creations, Qin Mo beamed with confidence. These dishes were meant for the judges at the podium. He was well aware of the event's rules, having heard of potential rewards. The quantity he prepared was sufficient for a dozen people, with the remainder designated for the tables in the playground. "Please, Mr. Qin, follow me." As the last participant to finish. Qin Mo's departure with the staff indicated that the event would commence half an hour earlier than scheduled. How intriguing! Observing the tables in the center of the playground laden with food, he noted that additional tables had been set up in front of the podium, also displaying the culinary creations of over 60 participants. Awaiting evaluation by the judges. "Dad, do you think we can win?" A chubby boy in the crowd inquired of a nearby middle-aged man. "Don't worry, son. This time, the first prize is definitely ours." Wei Lecking sneered as he cast a glance at Qin Mo from a distance. Just moments ago, he had overheard his son proclaiming that this man could make buns that tasted exceptional. Unable to suppress his disdain, he remarked, "Let me show you that not just anyone can whip up a delightful dish." Chapter 23. A teacher's restrain. Old Qin, where would you like to begin? Xu Jiqing quietly asked the elder seated at the head of the table. "Please hand me one of those buns." This elder was a notable figure, simultaneously serving as a connoisseur of culinary delights, Qin Jingming. "This one?" Following Qin Jingming's gesture, there happened to be 2 servings of buns on the table. "Son, look at how impressive your father is. Even the big shot wants to try our dish. The first prize is definitely within our grasp." Wei Lecking, who was constantly observing from the sidelines, wore a grin that spread wide across his face. Initially, Qin Jingming had intended to sample just one of the buns, but the staff misunderstood his request and brought both. Seeing this, he could only instruct again. How curious that old Qin would show interest in a dish made by a student's parent. It ought to be the one next to it. Among these parents, some had not personally prepared their dishes, but had enlisted external assistance. The school had no recourse, as they were the sponsors, thus choosing to turn a blind eye. Hence, the first bun had been crafted by a chef from a prestigious hotel that in terms of appearance alone, the first bun appeared slightly more refined. Qin Jingming began by sampling the first bun. He took a small bite and, after savoring the flavor momentarily, nodded slightly before setting it down, opting not to take a second bite. It seemed that even the bun made by the chef was merely worthy of a cursory taste. The second one held even less promise, and he could only hope it would not be too unpleasant. The crowd did not believe that the unremarkable bun would surpass the chef's creation in taste. Previously, during the live stream, only 2 individuals had chosen to make buns, so Qin Mo was entirely unaware of the other parents, aside from their handsome appearances, as they offered no other remarkable attributes at this juncture. Qin Jingming lifted the last bun, not immediately tasting it. Instead, he held it to his nose, inhaling deeply. Then, closing his eyes, he remained in contemplation for a moment before reopening them. This unusual behavior drew the attention of everyone present. Meanwhile, the other judges began sampling the dishes, jotting down scores on the paper before them. Save for the one bun that had been taken away earlier, the remaining judges bypassed all other participants' creations. Observing Qin Jingming's actions, a sense of foreboding washed over the other judges. Finally, Qin Jingming took a bite of the bun, chewing slowly with his eyes closed. Then, abruptly, he opened them wide, taking another substantial bite. In an instant, half of the bun was gone, as if he were afraid of it being snatched away. "This is impossible." Wei Liqing's smile abruptly vanished. Qin Mo, who had been anxiously clenching her fists, began to relax her grip. Meanwhile, the judges who had noticed this shift immediately redirected their attention to the table displaying the participants' dishes. Qin Mo had arranged the food according to the number of judges present. Earlier, a teacher passing by had momentarily been captivated by a faint aroma emanating from one of the dishes. Among all the culinary creations, this subtle fragrance lingered delightfully in the air. Following the scent, she soon located the source. With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, she took one of the buns to sample that a small bite unleashed an indescribable burst of flavor on her palate. After hours of labor, she found herself face to face with this delectable bun, devouring it almost greedily. Within moments, she had consumed 3 buns that moment. She had just picked up her 4th bun, as she continued to savor the delightful delicacies. An unexpected wave of discomfort washed over her. Raising her gaze, she discovered that the eyes of 10 judges on the dais were fixed upon her. It seemed that their scrutiny was directed at the bun in her hand. Instinctively, she popped the bun into her mouth and took a hearty bite that if the judges had not yet realized the gravity of the situation, then their roles as adjudicators were indeed in vain. Originally prepared to share 1 bun each, this female teacher had swiftly consumed 4 immediately. She signaled to the staff beside her to act quickly. A moment's delay would mean losing out on the remaining buns. It was evident that the elderly Qin had but a morsel of bun left in his hand, that it appeared he was still hungry, as his gaze had shifted back to the table. Ahem. With 2 voracious bites of the next meat bun, the teacher found herself choking. She hurriedly searched the table for water and noticed a small pot beside the buns. Upon closer inspection, she realized it belonged to the same person. Without a moment's hesitation, she disregarded the staff who were busy distributing the remaining 6 buns and filled a porcelain bowl with the sweet soup, consuming it right there without even a spoon. Gulp, gulp, that in just a few mouthfuls the small bowl of syrup was downed, alleviating the discomfort from her earlier choking. This flavor. After glancing around and confirming no one was paying attention to her, she proceeded to fill a second bowl. Meanwhile, the judges on the dais were deliberating on how to allocate the 6 buns. One of them was claimed by the elderly Qin that moment. A staff member approached Qin Jingming and took 1 bun away. Thus, there was no need for dispute. It was perfectly divided into halves that if they hesitated, Qin Lauren would finish and there would be even less left. The 10 judges in perfect harmony divided the buns. The first judge to sample stood up from his seat. Unlike the ordinary onlookers, he was a professional connoisseur of culinary delights. Coincidentally, he was visiting Qin Jingming's home, having come along with Gu Hongyu. Although he only tasted a small bite, he could instantly discern the quality of the bun. No wonder the elderly Qin had disregarded his status and attempted to snatch food once more. Almost as if telepathically connected, their gazes fell upon the scene below. They beheld the earlier sight once again. The female teacher was gulping down syrup, scarcely pausing for breath, that in a matter of moments, she had finished 1 small bowl and was refilling it. Have some restraint. Chapter 24. The Shock of the Giants. Unexpected gains. Finally, one judge could no longer contain himself and spoke up. The female teacher seemed to realize she had stirred public outrage and quickly grabbed her bowl of syrup and fled, still running and burping. After consuming 4 meat buns, 4 small bowls of syrup, plus the 1 in her hand, she had devoured half of what was meant for the judges. Good heavens, what a waste of fine cuisine. The 10 judges, along with Qin Jingming, stared at the small bowl before them, now containing only a third of the syrup. They felt as though a piece of meat had been gnawed away by that teacher. They had to settle for less, as they had proven to be unappreciative of the culinary treasures. Just a small taste had revealed to them the exquisite delights they had missed. Each exchanged astonished glances, nodding in unison. Indeed, had the contestants not prepared 2 portions, there should be plenty left over there. A staff member's words rang out like sweet music in their ears. What were they waiting for? They hurried to check, lest it be completely consumed. 3 minutes later, the staff members dispatched to retrieve more, did not return with their arms full. There was nothing left. The Gu Hongyu gazed at the staff as empty hands in disbelief. Master Gu, it's all gone. As expected, 1 small bowl belonged to Qin Jingming. Having already consumed the lion's share, he had no need for more buns. How they divided the remaining ones was of no concern to him. After finishing that small bowl of syrup, Qin Jingming felt only somewhat satiated, yet had lost all appetite for other delicacies. However, as judges, they had to ensure fairness. The 11 judges, having merely sampled a taste, proceeded to score the dishes 10 minutes prior. Upon seeing his father's culinary creations, Qin immediately sought out Teacher Yi. "Teacher Yi, you must come quickly. My dad's buns are absolutely delicious. If you don't hurry, someone else will snatch them up." Among her classmates, Qin particularly cherished Yi, who was not only adorable but also well-behaved and academically accomplished. "Are they really that good?" Yi mused, knowing little of her student's father. Meanwhile, Wei Leqing, after boasting to his son, noticed his child sprinting towards a certain direction. "Son, where are you going?" At this crucial moment, with his son departing, he paid it no mind, as they were still within school grounds. He was curious to see what evaluation Qin Lauren would render. After all, he was the head chef at his restaurant. "Xin, slow down." Watching Qin tugging at her hand, Yin had no choice but to halt her. The crowd was too dense. One misstep could lead to a collision with other students. "Teacher, this is made by my dad. But it seems different from before, compared to the buns from the restaurant." Her father's buns appeared rather ordinary, leading her to briefly doubt her judgment. Glancing at the name on the table, "Qin, no mistake there?" "Ah well, as long as it was made by her father. It would surely be delicious. Teacher, please try this. I'll fetch you a bowl of syrup." Watching Qin present the bun, it bore little distinction from those sold in shops, save for a faint aroma. Since it was recommended by her student, she felt compelled to give it a T. Yin accepted the bun, feeling a slight hunger herself. "Let us see how it tastes." With that thought, she bit into the bun. Unsurprisingly, after just a taste, she realized that the seemingly plain bun concealed exquisite flavors. Yin was captivated, once more by culinary delights. "Teacher, just eating the bun might be a bit dry. Perhaps start with a bowl of syrup to moisten your palate." Looking at the bright-eyed Qin, Yin couldn't help but smile. "Little sprite, this too was made by your father? I've never seen him so industrious." Though she said this, she still accepted the bun. After finishing the one in her hand, she elegantly picked up a spoon and took a small sip. How delightful! She rarely indulged in sweet soups, as even a little could make her feel queasy. Yet the entire small bowl disappeared, and the nauseating feeling from before did not return. She found herself longing for another bowl. "Yes, indeed, let us drink some more." After that initial tasting, she felt the spoon was insufficient. "Ah, what a delicious treat! Teacher Yi, you mustn't be fooled by Qin." At that moment, a chubby little boy dashed over, Wei Kai. Noticing that the teacher was only enjoying the buns made by Qin's father and neglecting his own, he felt compelled to intervene. "Teacher, you must try the buns made by my dad as well." Without hesitation, Wei Kai grabbed a delicate bun from beside him and offered it to Yin. Seeing her student's earnestness, Yin felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Very well, I shall try." Setting down her small bowl, she smiled and accepted it. However, after just a bite, her brow furrowed slightly. Had she not tasted Qin Mo's buns first, this would have seemed delicious. Alas, comparisons were inevitable, and the disparity became glaringly apparent. After finishing this bun, she had no desire for more. She eagerly reached for the bun offered by Qin once again. Thinking how considerate this student was, noticing her distaste for Wei Kai as father's buns. "Humph, what is there to be smug about? I refuse to believe your father's buns are better than mine." After Wei Kai spoke, he took a bun made by Qin Mo. Unfortunately, Wei Leqing was still engrossed in observing the dais and remained oblivious to his son's culinary betrayal. Delicious with a hesitant bite, Wei Kai quickly devoured the bun in hand. His gaze returned to the table where hundreds of buns awaited. This time, Qin Mo had prepared 120 buns, all filled with meat, the most commonplace delicacy. How wonderful the child's nature shone through at that moment. With little animosity, this chubby boy was quickly captivated by the culinary treasures before him. "Xin, from now on, I shall never speak ill of you again. Your father's buns are truly delicious." Their antics instantly attracted the attention of their classmates. Chapter 25. Qin Jingming. The outcome is decided seeing former adversaries, now sharing camaraderie. The chubby boy munched away while flattering Qin, who was also enjoying her father's buns. Teacher Yin joined in the feasting, and within moments, 30 buns had vanished from the table as parents and students alike descended upon the remaining delicacies. After finishing their first bun, How could they possibly stop? They eagerly reached for second helpings. Observing the crowd, more students and parents, noticing the collective enjoyment of the same buns, felt an irresistible urge to join in. Soon, only a few buns remained. Having discovered the delicacy of the buns and recognizing the syrup was made by the same person, they were drawn in further. As the gathering commenced, the sharing of spoils began. Once the drinking commenced, it became unceasing, with each individual nearly consuming 2 small bowls at this juncture. The staff also arrived. Regrettably, what remained for them were merely a few buns and 2 bowls of sweet soup. These delicacies were simply delectable. One would not expect such culinary prowess to exist among our parental assembly. Indeed, the delight of savoring such exquisite dishes is unparalleled. Were it not for my son insisting that I join, I would have surely missed out. Do you think those renowned chefs outside could have crafted this? Just then, a parent raised a question. Impossible. Did you not overhear the conversation between those 2 students? And the individual beside them is their homeroom teacher. This cannot be a fabrication. Hearing this, I recalled watching a live stream where I spotted a handsome gentleman, whom I had previously jested about, only to find myself inadvertently embarrassed. Half an hour later, after savoring the culinary delights crafted by Qin Mo, the subsequent moments felt like a torment. Every dish tasted only served as a reminder of the previously delightful buns and sweet soup. Even the judges, who had been summoned to fill the numbers, insisted on sampling every dish. All set. Qin Jingming observed everyone, resembling weary travelers, that he felt a chuckle rising within him, yet he too felt rather drained. All right, Mr. Qin. At that moment, 10 individuals nodded in unison. Noticing the assembled dignitaries on the podium, even without an announcement, they could surmise who the victor was. The students and parents below were far from finished, forced to wait for the announcement, with half an hour still remaining. Ironically, it was the judges who felt the most anxious, eager to meet the esteemed chef. Principal Shu, the time is nearly upon us, Qin Jingming remarked, glancing at the crowd below that had ceased their chatter. Addressing Xu Zhiqing beside him, Mr. Qin, why not take the helm? Xu Zhiqing suggested, attempting to pass the microphone to him. That won't do. I am but a guest here, and Principal Shu, this is your domain. Qin Jingming replied succinctly, leaving Xu Zhiqing with no choice but to relent. Esteemed parents, we have now arrived at the most crucial juncture of this culinary event, where everyone is eager to learn the results. The findings of our 11 judges have already been submitted to the staff, Xu Zhiqing announced, pausing to sip his tea. This event has been graced by the presence of Mr. Qin, who will soon reveal the results. Now, let us invite Mr. Qin to share a few words. Qin Jingming commenced with a quote from Kong Yue, nurturing the body and enlightening the mind, while placing great importance on moral education. I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration. As parents, we all understand that our students are the future pillars of our nation. Without further ado, let us announce the competition results. Afterwards, we judges will provide insights as to why these culinary creations garnered our approval. First and foremost, I shall announce the most anticipated victor. Qin Jingming's steady voice resonated among the attendees, his gaze serious as he scrutinized the competitors. The first place goes to the parent of Class 1. Section 2. Qin Xin. Mr. Qin Mo, let us extend our warmest applause to this parent. At this point, Qin Jingming was the first to applaud. Did I say this because the culinary creations by this parent were flawless in our eyes? If one were to seek a criticism, it would only be that these buns were crafted so close to the common folks' lifestyle that they appeared somewhat unrefined. Observing the serious expressions of the audience, it was unexpected for Qin Jingming to interject a jest, instantly lightening the atmosphere. Second place goes to the parent of Class 1, Section 2, Wei Kai, Mr. Wei Leking. Third place is... The rankings continued, with Qin Jingming listing the top 10. Of course, I cannot deem the creations of the other parents as poor. However, with only 10 slots available, we could only select the finest. Now, let us warmly welcome these parents and their children to the stage to receive their awards. One by one, the parents approached under the guidance of the staff. Congratulations, Mr. Qin. What a coincidence that we are indeed family. What a stroke of fate. Qin Jingming exclaimed as he shook hands firmly with Qin Mo. Accepting the prize from the staff and handing it to Qin Mo, these are all contributions from the parents. However, for Mr. Qin's culinary delights today, this token of appreciation seems rather paltry. I hope you do not mind. A voice nearby chimed in. Having interacted with Mr. Qin, one would expect that his culinary skills, if presented in high-end establishments, would command far more than this amount. 20,000. Qin Mo grasped the thick envelope, astonished by the unexpected reward from this event. Mr. Qin, I wonder where you are currently employed, for such culinary mastery should not go unnoticed. At this moment, the awards had concluded, and some genuine food enthusiasts approached Qin Mo to establish rapport. Although he had garnered 2,000 yuan in income, it paled in comparison to his business losses, leaving him pondering when he would resume operations. Given your skills, Mr. Qin, may I inquire about the reasons for your establishment's closure? The surrounding judges gasped, fearing that trivial matters might cause such a culinary talent to vanish from the gastronomic scene. That it is because my establishment's delectable offerings contain some forbidden ingredients, he sighed. But enough of that. I must attend to my daughter. Please carry on. Chapter 26. An unpleasant encounter. Young man, take this card. Just as Qin Mo was about to turn away, Qin Jingming produced a black business card and handed it to him. Observing Qin Mo's departure, several faces in the crowd darkened. You see, Qin Jingming addressed the nearby judges. 3 of the 5 individuals surrounding me immediately pulled out their phones and stepped aside. Hello, Dad. You're amazing. Today, Teacher Yi inquired about you. Go on. Does Xin have something to say? Riding a small donkey, feeling the evening breeze, Qin Mo sensed his daughter's intentions. That I just asked Teacher Yi if she had time. I would like to prepare a meal for her, but she merely smiled without agreeing or disagreeing. Adults are truly perplexing. Upon hearing Qin's words, Qin Mo realized that there was indeed an ulterior motive behind her request. However, as a divorced individual with no stable income, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. What am I thinking? How can I involve my daughter in this? At this moment, a thought emerged in Qin Mo's mind, startling him. All right, I understand what you're thinking, Xin. Today, your dad has won a bonus, so let's treat you to the finest meal. Really, Dad? Is it at that restaurant I mentioned earlier? What's it called? The Siswai restaurant bar. Yes, that's the one. Long live Dad. 40 minutes later, Qin Mo was taken aback by the restaurant's popularity. After a half-hour wait, it was finally his turn. Dad, these dishes are so expensive. Xin exclaimed, having not noticed the prices during her previous visit with Hailon. Each dish was priced at a staggering 1,000 yuan. How many buns would Dad need to sell to earn that much? Enjoy. Dad has money now. Just then, an annoying voice rang out from behind. One cannot escape their nature. They will always be a beggar at heart. With your pitiful appearance, how dare you dine here, dressed in shabby clothes, unaware of your own dignity? The speaker was none other than Qin Mo's ex-wife. Hailon, that it was disheartening to encounter such repugnant individuals while merely trying to enjoy a meal. Xin, do not be deceived by him. If he lacks the funds to pay, he might sell you off. Qin Mo paid no heed to Hailon's taunts, directing his attention instead to a distant waiter. Waiter. Upon noticing Qin Mo's gesture, the waiter hurried over. This is the service attitude of your restaurant. A fly buzzing incessantly in my ear. Qin Mo expressed his dissatisfaction. The waiter, Su Ji, quickly grasped Qin Mo's complaint. Sir, there is another available table. Please follow me. Caught between 2 patrons, one new and one returning, he knew that any misstep could cost him his job. Qin Mo, you have some nerve. Just be careful not to beg me for assistance when you can't pay. Seeing that Qin Mo had completely ignored her, as had their daughter, Hailon seethed with anger as she followed the waiter. The speaker was none other than Hailon's business partner, Song Yiming, a small company owner, 29 years old, handsome and seemingly successful, and one of Hailon's admirers. That it's nothing, just an annoying suitor from the past. I shall say no more, as it only fuels my ire. With that, she feigned a look of grievance. Observing this, Song Yiming sensed an opportunity to impress, saying, Don't worry, Boss Hai. I shall ensure he has a tough time. Unbeknownst to him, a cold smirk flashed across Hailon's lips as she responded, Forget it. I don't wish to stoop to his level. It seems that Master Hai possesses great generosity. However, since I, Song Yiming, have brought it up, I must follow through. Fortunately, I am acquainted with the manager of this establishment, so let us watch this individual embarrass themselves in a bid to impress, fearing that Hailon might soften her stance and thereby diminish my own opportunity to shine. Song Yiming hastily retrieved his phone and began searching through his contacts. Hello, Manager Lin, this is Song Yiming. Yes, the one you shared drinks with last time. I am currently at your restaurant, and there is no need for you to come over personally, as it's not a significant matter. Eager to make an impression, Song Yiming engaged in conversation with Manager Lin on the phone. Exuding confidence to ASA friend, I happened to notice something and thought it prudent to inform you. The customer at table 5 may be attempting to dine and dash. I would never betray you, Manager Lin. It was my partner who brought it to my attention. Yes, indeed, I assure you. I shall treat you to a meal next time. With that, Song Yiming ended the call and turned to Hai Lan, saying, Master Hai, let us sit back and enjoy the show. Boss Song, as I mentioned, it's truly unnecessary that it's merely a trivial matter. But since you insist, if it escalates, I shall intervene, Hai Lan replied, a look of regret crossing her face. Such kindness from Master Hai, still concerned for that scoundrel at this juncture. Now, as Song Yiming observed Hai Lan, his satisfaction grew. Any lingering feelings of discontent due to her past divorce had evaporated. After all, they were merely acquaintances. No need to dwell on such dispiriting matters. Today was about treating Master Song. At that moment, the phone at the restaurant's front desk rang. A server answered the call, glancing repeatedly at table 5 and nodding in acknowledgement. After hanging up, she strode directly to table 5. I apologize, dear customer, but could you please accompany me to settle your bill first? Only then can we serve your meal. Qin Mo, who had just been sharing laughter with his daughter, abruptly looked up, his face a mask of confusion. What do you mean I must pay before I can eat? He queried, suspicious that he had misheard. You say I have to settle the bill before dining. Indeed, sir. Our manager has just instructed me to relay this. Then why is it that others are not required to do so, while I am? Qin Mo's expression darkened as he realized he was being singled out. He had only just arrived and had not offended anyone, except for when his ex-wife had entered, after which the situation had taken a turn. There was no doubt in his mind as to who was behind this. I'm sorry, sir, but if you wish to dine, you must come with me to settle the bill. Observing Qin Mo's displeasure, the server felt an immediate surge of admiration for the manager, who seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of the happenings within the establishment. Sir, if you lack the means to pay, I suggest you leave promptly. Otherwise, it is you who will be humiliated. With the manager's words echoing in her mind, the server's demeanor towards Qin Mo hardened. So this is what they call a high-end restaurant, that if this is how they treat their customers. I shall gladly forego dining here. With that, Qin Mo stood and addressed his daughter. Xin, it appears that once again, your father must break his promise. At this moment, Xin displayed remarkable understanding, taking her father's hand in preparation to leave. Just as Qin Mo had risen to exit, he paused to retrieve his backpack. Upon witnessing this action, the nearby server instinctively stepped back, as if fearing he might do something drastic in front of the gathered patrons. He produced a thick envelope and, without hesitation, tore it open. With a resounding pop, 2 bundles of red-hued banknotes tumbled out. The onlookers were taken aback, realizing these were stacks of 100 yuan bills in light of the server's earlier attitude. Several patrons' expressions shifted dramatically. I am but a country bumpkin, seeking a free meal, and yet I lack the funds. Qin Mo declared, as he nonchalantly gathered the notes from the table into his backpack. The sound of bills rustling confirming his actions. As Qin Mo departed, several newly arrived patrons promptly settled their bills and exited. Esteemed customers, your meals will be served shortly. No need. Let it be for you. We can no longer afford to dine at this establishment. With that, the trio of guests stormed out, displeased. Daddy, it's all my fault. Had I not insisted on this meal, you wouldn't be upset. Xin whispered, watching her father storm away. Xin, this is not your fault. It is they who are blind to worth. I shall ensure that no one dares to underestimate you in the future. Qin Mo asserted, lifting his gaze with a glint of determination in his eyes. Recalling that he still had 20,000 points unspent, he contemplated as he rode his small donkey. After a moment's thought, he resolved to partake in the system's intermediate lottery twice. As Qin Mo confirmed his choice, the spinning wheel before him whirred into action, gradually slowing to a stop. Congratulations, host. You have won the skill of porridge cooking max level. Congratulations, host. You have also acquired the skill of Ji Qian Du max level. At this moment, a wealth of knowledge regarding porridge cooking flooded Qin Mo's mind, seamlessly merging with his memories, as if he were a seasoned chef with decades of experience. Before he could fully absorb this newfound knowledge, the effects of the second lottery began to manifest, as a wave of warmth coursed through his body, gradually transforming him from within. Xin, let us go buy some ingredients. I shall prepare porridge and buns for you. How does that sound? Noticing the ongoing changes within him, Qin Mo set forth towards the market. Great. I never imagined Daddy could cook porridge. Will it be as delicious as the buns? Once slightly downcast, Xin was now captivated by the prospect of new delicacies. Chapter 28. Delicious food. Friends must compromise in the Qin Mo residential complex. Room 501 on the 5th floor of Building 4. A young woman clad in a light tank top dashed out of one of the bedrooms, her long hair casually tied back. What's up? Are you hoping I'll bring you some food again? Looking at her best friend and roommate, who spent most of her time lounging at home outside class hours, it was no wonder she had jumped at the chance to renovate their shared space without a second thought. My dear Yi, today I won't trouble you. Just take a look at my belly, and you'll understand. With that, Wu Yue lifted her tank top to reveal her fair, protruding belly, much to Yi Ying's astonishment. Seriously, Wu, must you lack any decorum? You're supposed to be a role model. Observing Wu Yue's childlike demeanor, it was evident why she had chosen the most leisurely history classes to teach. After class, she was nowhere to be found. Wei Ying plopped onto the sofa and turned on the television, where local news was currently airing. When did you eat? Placing her bag down, she remarked on Wu's belly, which suggested she had overeaten. Didn't the school hold an event today? I went, and thank goodness I did, or I would have missed out on the delicacies. As she spoke, Wu Yue licked her lips. This isn't like you at all. Weren't you on a diet? How did you end up indulging so much? What did you eat? Ying inquired, her curiosity piqued at the prospect of a meal that could captivate such an avid food lover. Buns. I devoured 4 meat buns, and thinking back on it now sends shivers down my spine. It's just a few buns, yet they seemed to glare at me like enemies, even though they were delicious. It was excessive. Wu Yue, being a southerner, generally did not favor buns. Yet hearing that she had overindulged in them piqued Ying's interest regarding the day's events. Wait, the food critic nearly came to blows over that? You can't be serious. I didn't intend to. I just lost track of everything while indulging. It was simply too delectable. The Wu Yue's rare display of shyness was accompanied by her darting gaze. I can understand the buns, but what possessed you to consume 4 bowls of sweet soup, which were meant for the judges? Ying regarded her incredulously, unable to believe her eyes. Well, if you must know, my thought process was this. If I was going to indulge, I might as well go all in. I figured 1 or 2 would be the same. Such deliciousness was not to be missed. So I indulged fully. The worst outcome would be a scolding, and I could always spare a bit of meat. They were indeed delightful. The chef is a parent of one of my students, and I never would have guessed they possessed such remarkable skills. Wei Ying, hailing from a prominent family, understood that with such talent, one could easily find employment at a 5-star hotel, commanding a generous salary as long as the flavor was assured. It was baffling why someone capable of earning a monthly salary exceeding 50,000 would choose to undertake a delivery job where a month's hard work barely totaled 1,000. Not even a fifth of that. Previously, Qin Mo's merely handsome appearance had caught her attention, but now he seemed enshrouded in an air of mystery. Since you are interested in him, could it be that it is because he is now single? The parents of your students. Sitting beside them, Wu Yue's eyes lit up upon hearing this. She immediately jumped up and perched herself on Yi Yin's lap, embracing her tightly, with a face that seemed to wrinkle with eagerness. She declared, "My beautiful Yi, I have a small request." Displaying no semblance of a demure lady, she urged her to rise. "A small request? I already know what you want, so don't even think about it." Upon seeing Wu Yue's grin, Yin quickly sensed something was amiss. Her best friend was undoubtedly setting a trap for her, and she hurriedly tried to push her away. I haven't even said anything. Yet you already know what it is, which indicates that Yi the Great Beauty is also interested, and if you don't agree, don't expect me to come down today. With that, Wu Yue tightened her grip around Yi Yin's neck, pressing herself closer. Had it not been for the small ball between them, they would have been face to face. Come on, you never have a serious demeanor. Having her go solicit buns from the parents of students is tantamount to killing her. Yi Yin, Comrade Yi, do not be disheartened. The revolution has not yet succeeded, and more effort is required. You have the formidable Wu Yue behind you to cheer you on. It's best not to bother them. After all, they are divorced and must care for their child while working. Upon hearing this, Wu Yue tightened her grip even more. A divorced man who can make such delicious buns surely must be a good cook in general. Yi the Great Beauty, do you have any pictures? I wouldn't mind stepping in as a stepmother for your student. Wei Yin exclaimed in astonishment. No way, Wu Yue, you would go to such lengths just for food. Of course, just look at me, Wu Yue. Food is my #1 priority. As long as the person is decent looking, I wouldn't mind. Besides, I, Wu Yue, am not lacking in conditions. I have looks and figure. She said this. Wu Yue intentionally leaned forward. This simply won't do. He is divorced and you would be stepping into care for his child. This would make you the stepmother. Yin looked at her best friend with a serious expression, quickly shaking her head. Haha, you believe that? It seems someone is afraid I might beat her to it. Forget it, the great Wu Yue, will graciously withdraw. Remember, I expect to see delicious buns tomorrow, and I won't disturb you while you bathe. Chapter 29. My ancestor, you finally answered the phone, Dad. Why didn't you go to the shop today? Upon waking up early, Qin realized it was already 6:30 in the morning. Her father was still beside her, leaving her puzzled. Dad plans to take a few days off to study more delicious recipes before reopening the shop. Qin Mo did not inform his daughter about the shop being shut down, instead opting for a casual excuse. Delicious food sounds great. Dad, you must do thorough research. It was simply too delectable, especially when paired with buns. All right, hurry up and wash up. Breakfast is all ready for you. Although Qin Mo had not opened the shop, he still woke up at 5:30 in the morning. Then he noticed that the changes in his body from yesterday's lottery were still ongoing. Furthermore, he found himself waking up at 5, feeling completely alert unlike before. With no tasks at hand, Qin Mo decided to be active. Initially, he went for a run, thinking that half an hour would be exhausting. After an hour, aside from some soreness in his thigh muscles, he felt no other discomfort. In fact, after a light jog, he felt invigorated again. Qin Mo pondered whether it was an illusion, as he felt capable of running for several more hours. Dad, I get to enjoy your breakfast every day. Xin is truly happy. Sitting at the small dining table, Xin squinted her eyes, savoring the buns while sipping her porridge. Dad wants to raise Xin into a little chubby girl so that no one will be able to abduct her in the future. Watching his daughter enjoy her breakfast brought Qin Mo immense joy, and he occasionally joked with her. Dad, all right, goodbye. Seeing his daughter happily walk into the school with her classmates, Qin Mo finally left. It seemed he needed to seek employment soon. He was uncertain how long the shop closure would last and planned to prepare for both scenarios. Now that he possessed culinary skills, he was confident in finding a good job. Regrettably, working for someone else was vastly different from starting his own venture. At the very least, in terms of income, with Qin Mo's current capabilities, it felt like heaven and earth apart. When did my phone run out of battery? Taking out his phone from his pocket, he realized it had already shut down. Had it run out of battery yesterday? To his recollection, he had only 5% battery left when he was at school. Since he hadn't needed to make calls, he hadn't paid attention. Moreover, not needing to wake up early to open the shop or buy ingredients meant he had carried loose change with him. Thus, he only realized now that his phone was off. With that thought, Qin Mo's first destination was the nearest mall to the school. Sir, I'm sorry, you are not what we're looking for, Mr. Qin. Your buns are delicious, but you lack the necessary chef credentials. So I'm afraid we cannot proceed. What? No chef certificate? Hurry and leave. Don't obstruct our business. Throughout the morning, Qin Mo visited 6 high-end hotels or restaurants, all of which rejected him due to his lack of a chef certificate. Without a certificate, no matter how delicious your food is, it's all meaningless to go get a certificate first. Don't aim too high. Finally, when he reached a small restaurant, the outcome was the same at 3 in the afternoon. After a satisfying hour of sleep, Qin Mo woke up, quickly washed up, changed his clothes, and grabbed his phone before heading out. That is so many missed calls. He checked his phone, which had charged fully in just an hour. Indeed, domestic phones were reliable. Upon starting it up, he was greeted with several pages of missed calls that a brief glance revealed 3 missed calls, with one dominating the list, accounting for more than half. Meanwhile, in an office at a certain unit, a young man in his 20s wore an extremely grim expression. Staring at his phone, he couldn't help but sigh, I'm doomed. If I can't get through this time, I'll surely face dire consequences. The young man, named Jiang Wenle, a recent graduate, had been working at the unit for less than half a year. Yesterday, he received what seemed to be a simple task, that moment. He should have realized that such good fortune wouldn't fall upon a newcomer still in the probationary period. The leader had stated that if he could get through to this phone number, he would be granted a week's leave. Jiang Wenle glanced at the time. He had 10 minutes left. Beep beep. Habitually picking up the phone, he hit redial. Before he could react, a magnetic male voice resonated. Hello? Who is this? Startled, he quickly picked up the phone, his voice trembling as he said, Is this Mr. Qin Mo? Indeed, this was the number with the most missed calls. Over the past 2 days, he had dialed hundreds of times, clearly indicating an urgent matter. Picking up the phone, he connected. Mr. Qin, my ancestor, your phone finally got through. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Qin Mo deduced it was a young man. However, he was puzzled as to why the caller seemed close to tears. That I am Qin Mo. May I ask what you need? Chapter 30. Yi Yin's unspoken request. Mr. Qin, I am a staff member from a certain bureau. Upon realizing the caller was a bureaucrat, Qin Mo promptly hung up. There was no point in engaging with such individuals. They had already wasted 2 days of his time. Who would compensate him for his losses? At this moment, it was only natural to feel upset. Setting his phone aside, Qin Mo rode his little donkey toward the food street. Hung up. Jiang Wenla's face was streaked with tears and snot. The smile that had just graced his face abruptly vanishing, that he was unaware of the reason behind the superior's assignment of this task to him. Thus, upon discovering the caller's identity, he had immediately hung up. He tried to dial again, but the line was busy. Have I been blacklisted? Just then, footsteps approached. Before the figure appeared, a deep male voice called out, Xiao Jiang, did you get through? Upon hearing the leader's voice, Jiang Wenla quickly composed himself. The scene was one of flustered urgency. He had no time to wipe away the tears and snot from his face as the leader stood at the door, looking astonished. What is wrong with this child? His eyes are still red. Director Zheng, I just managed to get through, but when Mr. Qin heard I was from the bureau, he blocked me. Jiang Wenla hurriedly reported the situation, knowing that the subsequent matters were beyond his control. The fact that you got through is good news. You all should try contacting Mr. Qin again. 15 minutes later, Qin Mo arrived at the food street. Perhaps due to an unspoken connection, just as he came to a stop, he gazed upon the 2-story ancient building. Tang GT House. If his memory served him right, the entity that reported him should be associated with them. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in casual blue attire and wearing glasses emerged from within. Their eyes met, and they exchanged glances. This middle-aged man was Tang Ruiji, the owner of Tang GT House. Recognizing the handsome Qin Mo from previously seen photographs, he immediately identified him. That a smirk crept across his lips, revealing a mockery, before he turned and departed. Humph. Witnessing the disdainful smile of the other party, Qin Mo could now be 100% certain that this matter was indeed his doing. Let us wait and see. He took one last glance at Tang GT House, lingering particularly for a few seconds on their signboard. Before he departed, cycling towards the food street, that as he passed by his own shop, the sight of the ceiling tape on the door stirred a wave of melancholy within him. Beep, vibrate, after a brief ringing. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Taking it out, he noticed a call from an unfamiliar number. He pressed the answer button, exclaiming, Whatever it is, just say it quickly and stop bothering me. Upon answering, Qin Mo's voice was stiff, and the sight of the seal on his shop only fueled his fury. To Mr. Qin, I am Miao Qingwen, the director of a certain bureau. Regarding the previous incident, it was a mistake made by our staff, and I would like to invite you to come over. A mistake? If it was a mistake, then why did I just see the seal still affixed to my shop's door? Beep beep. With that, Qin Mo hung up the phone once more. Now, it was Miao Qingwen who found himself adrift in a turbulent SE. It was the first time in a long while that someone dared to hang up on him. Remembering the scene from yesterday, Miao Qingwen could only suppress his discontent. He turned and commanded everyone, all of you without tasks, gather in the conference room for a meeting. In 10 minutes, moments later, the previously furious Qin Mo's expression gradually became serene. Staring at the number on his phone, he belatedly realized, I think I just hung up on a superior. Oh well, when the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. Checking the time, it was once again time to pick up his daughter from school. His daughter was still the priority. Everything else could wait. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Qin Mo arrived punctually at the 3rd primary school. Dad of XNXN, please wait a moment. Just as Qin Mo was about to leave with his daughter, Yin suddenly called out to him. Teacher Yi, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Noticing the hesitant expression on Yi Yin's beautiful face, Qin Mo smiled and said, Dad of XNXN, I heard you open a shop. Finally, Yin spoke up, her previously tense expression instantly relaxing. Yes, I just opened a shop recently. Ding ding ding, the sound of his phone ringing interrupted him. Qin Mo quickly apologized to Yin. I'm sorry, Teacher Yi, I need to take this call. It's fine, Dad of XNXN, you go ahead and handle your business. I will contact you later, Mr. Qin. Please don't hang up just yet. As soon as he answered, Miao Qingwen's voice came through again. Speak. I'm listening. Mr. Qin, I wonder if you have time to come to our bureau, or if you prefer, I can send someone to pick you up. Qin Mo was puzzled by the urgency in the other party's tone. No one would willingly oppose money, so their request must pertain to his shop and likely in his favor. I will come over. After a brief hesitation, Qin Mo made his decision. Teacher Yi, I'm sorry, but I have to leave. Chapter 31. Unexplained Affection. Reopening. Hello, Mr. Qin. Thank you for making the trip. Upon arriving at the designated location, Qin Mo noticed that staff were already waiting for him. Half an hour later at a certain bureau, Qin Mo emerged through the front gates, pushing a small cart. Dad, you're a bad guy. You didn't even tell XNXN about such a big matter that I in the car. Qin XNXN had been sulking ever since she learned about the incident. It's all Dad's fault that I admit my mistake to XNXIN and it won't happen again. Seeing that Qin XNXIN was still ignoring him, Qin Mo resorted to his trump card. I had originally planned to prepare a delicious meal tonight, but it seems we'll have to order takeout instead. Upon hearing there would be no home-cooked meal, Qin XNXIN, who had been pouting, immediately began to act cute. Daddy, I wasn't really angry just now. You must have misread me. What delicious food are we having tonight? Qin Mo was taken aback by the unexpected twist of events. Not only had the issue of the shop being sealed been resolved, but he had also received a compensation amount. Although it was not a significant sum compared to his usual revenue, which was only 5,000, it was better than nothing. Moreover, he believed that after this incident, no one would dare to provoke him again. During his conversation with Miao Qingwen, he had faintly sensed that there was pressure from higher-ups. While Qin Mo was at the market buying groceries, Yin had just finished her tasks at school. Carrying a lunchbox, she took light steps as she ascended the 5 flights of stairs. Old buildings were indeed troublesome without elevators. Creak. Yin opened her door. Hearing the noise, Wu Yue rushed out from her bedroom. Upon seeing the lunchbox in Yi Yin's hand, she immediately snatched it away. Finally, I can feast. You know, I've been holding back since noon. Having no classes that day, Wu Yue had only nibbled on a little in the morning before retreating to her room. Yin, I'm going to kill you. Where are my buns? Wu Yue exclaimed. Her hopes dashed upon discovering that the lunchbox did not contain the coveted buns. Instantly, she was crushed. Observing Wu Yue's current expression, Yi Yin felt a twinge of fear. It seemed wise never to provoke a foodie, that Wu Yue's eyes were ablaze with fury, as if she could swallow Yi Yin whole. If she didn't offer a reasonable explanation, her friend would be at a loss. Seeing Yi Yin's pitiful demeanor, Wu Yue's tone softened. That I originally wanted to ask for you, but my classmate's dad had to leave for an urgent matter. After saying this, Yin raised her hand in a vow. All right, I shall show mercy today and spare you, my little maid. Wu Yue settled for a small portion, having been starved for 2 meals. Even if it wasn't delicious, she had to eat something. However, she now found her palate spoiled. Eating her meal, she observed Yin lost in thought that Wu Yue nudged her. What are you thinking about? Are you lovesick? Caught off guard by her daydreaming, Yi Yin's cheeks flushed. Hurry and eat your food. You're just making noise. I caught you. Are you thinking about a guy? Otherwise, why are you blushing? Speak up. And let your sister help you analyze it, that I won't bother with you. You crazy girl, that I'm tired. I'm going to take a shower first. That don't leave. I'm serious. Who is that person who has made our beautiful Yi fall for him? The next day, at 6:30 in the morning. After closing the bun shop for a day and a half, it was now time to reopen. Some early rising office workers couldn't help but stop in their tracks upon recognizing the familiar bun shop. Boss Qin, all is well. A young man, a regular at Qin Mo's shop, spoke up. Due to the gossip surrounding the recent events, the surrounding residents and some tourists were now aware of the shop as closure due to violations. All is well. Thank you all for your concern. To express my gratitude for your support. I am launching new products today. Oh, Boss Qin, your buns have changed in variety, but I trust that with Boss Qin's skills, whatever it is will be delicious. This porridge smells so fragrant. An elderly lady from the neighborhood quickly claimed a seat as she entered. Qin Xiaogo, I've eagerly awaited your reopening. I told you there wouldn't be any issues. Those neighbors didn't believe me. Luckily, I had the urge to come and check this morning. Please give me a bowl of porridge to warm my stomach. It's a bit chilly this spring morning. With the first bowl of porridge ordered by this lady, the guests who followed in could smell the enticing aroma wafting through the air, and each ordered a bowl. Last night, after finishing dinner, Qin Mo had gone out again to buy another electric steamer and tidied up the shop's hygiene with his daughter. Why does this porridge taste so incredibly good? The lady didn't mind the scalding hot porridge. After taking a spoonful to taste, she couldn't help but praise it while drinking. The patrons behind her were equally astonished by the sight of the porridge. This looks great, give it a try. Every customer entering the shop exhibited nearly identical reactions. Wow. Indeed, Boss Qin's craftsmanship is exceptional. This porridge is truly delectable. Boss, please give me 2 bowls to take away. Chapter 32. Can't tolerate it any longer. Unveiling the fangs Chun Ge. Take a look. Why do Boss Qin's buns today resemble those from Tang GT House? Among the customers, someone finally noticed the discrepancy that I didn't realize until you pointed it out. Comparing them, not only do they taste better, but the price is also half. Forget about that. Let us not concern ourselves too much as long as it's Boss Qin's new offering. It's certainly one to disappoint. We just need to support him. Yes, this is the first time I've tasted such delicious porridge. Tang Ji is simply unable to keep pace. Do you still want more? Of course, but work is about to start. And I've unknowingly spent all my time eating breakfast, which cut into my commute. Why this time, it was already 7 o'clock that in just half an hour, over 30 people had dined inside. Each ordering at least 1 bowl of porridge. Many even ordering a second, and some a third, only conceding when they were full. The introduction of porridge significantly reduced the sales of sweet soup, a situation Qin Mo had anticipated. That morning, he had prepared enough sweet soup for an entire day. At 7 o'clock, a few elderly men and women appeared from afar, coming back from grocery shopping. As the previous scene replayed vividly in my mind, I hastened my steps. Xiao Qin, at long last, I've been waiting for you. I thought you had given up. Tut tut. Aunt Lu, wishing you great fortune and prosperity. How could you say such things about Xiao Qin so early in the morning? Upon hearing this, an elderly gentleman's expression shifted instantly. His arms waved about as if attempting to dispel the ill omens conjured by Aunt Lu's words. Xiao Qin, you've prepared porridge today. That's wonderful. A bowl of porridge in the morning rivals delicacies like abalone and bird's nest. Indeed, dear aunties and uncles, would you care to come in and sample it? Noticing each of them clutching a vegetable basket, having just emerged to buy groceries, one elderly lady displayed a conflicted expression. What groceries? Can't we just eat a little? You should know Xiao Qin's culinary delights. If you delay, you may miss out. Haven't you learned from past experiences? Observing her companion's previous misfortune, another nearby companion shook her head. She doesn't want it. Just give me a bowl first. I'll eat my fill before we go shopping. At that moment, an elderly gentleman glanced at the diners inside. Xiao Qin, your porridge is excellent. Let me have a bowl as well. How does Aunt Lu's porridge compare to yours? When it comes to food, no one in the same neighborhood could rival her. After tasting the porridge from outside, they decided to brew their own at home. The 6 seats that had just become available were quickly filled again by the arriving aunties and uncles. Some familiar patrons, in a rush, could not afford to wait. Boss Qin, pack me a few buns and a bowl. Thank you. I'll take 5 of those doesn't-care buns that I never expected to find them here. Brother Qin, I'll handle it myself. You attend to the others. That a young man who had just entered, seeing the busy Qin Mo, promptly took a bowl and chopsticks, dishing himself some sweet soup and several buns. Notifications pinged. 41 yuan. Another ping. 15 yuan. As the clientele swelled, drawn by the buzz, they travel from afar just to savor Qin Mo's culinary creations. The sales of porridge far exceeded Qin Mo's expectations. Each newcomer, upon hearing the praises from patrons around them, inevitably ordered a bowl. By 9 o'clock, after a flurry of activity, both buns and porridge had sold out. Only a third of the sweet soup remained. After all, it was early morning, and given the choice, most preferred porridge. Apologies, everyone. Both the porridge and buns are sold out. We only have sweet soup left. Each subsequent arriving patron had come specifically for the buns, only to leave empty-handed. The opening of Qin Mo's establishment had dealt a blow to Tang Ji. They continued to push out their offerings based on yesterday's quantities. The peak hours remained around 7 o'clock. With no other customers in sight, Tang Ji quickly recognized that the situation mirrored the previous days. Xiao Zhou, report the situation to Boss Tang immediately. And Xiao Lin, please check if that dumpling shop is reopened. As the manager of Tang GT House for over a decade, Wan Wanzhai, now 40, had recently divorced and found a university student due to his high income. Life was treating him well. With 3 major joys, he had captured 2 of them. However, his salary was now directly tied to the sales of the tea house. That if this continued, his income could potentially be halved. Manager Wan, you were right. That shop has indeed reopened. Wan Wanzhai, who had been anxiously awaiting a call, heard his phone ring that he quickly answered, and a nightmare unfolded. Alarmed, he rushed upstairs. Just as he reached the staircase, he encountered Tang Ruiji descending. Tang Ruiji's face was clouded with anger upon hearing the news early that morning. What is the rush? It hasn't even been confirmed. Hearing his boss say this, Wanjai hesitated, unsure whether to speak. He knew that as soon as he voiced the issue, he would be the first to bear the brunt of it. Observing his subordinate's troubled expression, Tang Ruiji inquired, "Is that shop really open?" Hearing his boss's question, Wanjai nodded vigorously. "What in the world?" Tang Ruiji, infuriated, hurled his phone against the wall, shattering the expensive device. The employees in the hall held their breath, and some patrons, frightened by the scene, fled in haste. Back in his private office on the second floor, Tang Ruiji grabbed the office phone. Once connected, he inquired with a fierce tone, "This person is unreliable when it comes to doing favors." "Boss Tang, it's not me. You said the competitor had no background, that I've been cursed for 8 generations. Don't call me anymore. I've just been suspended." The line went dead. Wanjai, who had intended to vent, was taken aback by the other party's rage. Before he could respond, he was met with a busy signal. Chapter 33, Xine's dad. "Do you still have buns?" The phone vibrated, just after tidying up from his work. Qin Mo's phone rang again. Upon seeing the caller, his expression turned curious. "Teacher Yi is calling. What could this be about?" After wiping his hands, he answered the phone. "Hello, Teacher Yi. Is there something you need?" Xine's dad. "It's nothing urgent. I'm just following up on yesterday's matter." After a brief pause, Yi Yin's voice continued. "Teacher Yi, as I mentioned yesterday, please feel free to speak your mind that at this point, Qin Mo suspected what the matter might be. Though he remained uncertain. Xine's dad, after having tasted your buns last time, my colleagues have been unable to forget them. They asked me to inquire if they could still have the pleasure of enjoying your buns." Hearing this, Qin Mo smiled confidently. Even beautiful women could not resist the allure of good food. "Teacher Yi, this is a small matter. I have a shop on the food street. Just let me know when you want them, and I'll deliver da-da." "That sounds wonderful. I don't want to trouble you too much, as it might affect your business. Just send me an address. The school isn't far from the food street." "All right, I'll send you the location shortly." "Thank you, Xine's dad, that I'll come by around noon." After hanging up, Yi Yin's racing heart finally calmed down. How embarrassing. Wanting food from a school parent. She felt her cheeks flush again at the thought. At 12:20, 10 students approached from a distance. They were high school students from a nearby school, passing by at just the right time after classes. Initially intending to walk straight past, they halted upon seeing Qin Mo step out. "Class monitor, wait." One girl, distracted by the view ahead, was pulled back by her classmate, a charming girl with braided hair. "Look." Following her friend's pointing finger, she noticed something that a handsome uncle, so dashing. Instantly, stars sparkled in the eyes of the girl. "Is this the bun shop we've been talking about?" Stepping back, she gazed at the sign of the first bun shop, confirming it's true. "He is even more handsome than those guys on TV. I can't handle it." The group of girls, captivated by the industrious Qin Mo, found him exuding an enticing aura of mystery. Their faces flushed crimson, while a few boys nearby cast envious glances. "Why don't we eat here today?" suggested a petite girl. Mesmerized by Qin Mo. "Sounds good. I agree." With someone initiating, others quickly chimed in and headed straight into the shop. "Handsome, I'd like a bowl of porridge and 3 meat buns." "Please." "Big guy, I'll have the same order." The 5 girls quickly placed their orders while 4 boys lingered outside, unsure whether to enter or leave. Just then, Qin Mo noticed and approached them. "Would you gentlemen like to dine as well?" Originally planning to pool their money for a feast, they had anticipated the emergence of this captivating figure to maintain their composure. The boys had no choice but to muster their courage and reply, "Yes, we're together." With that, they made their way to the empty seats inside. "Did you hear that? Not only is he handsome, but his voice is so charming. I'm utterly smitten." As the porridge was served, the girls hesitated to dig in, seemingly more enthralled by Qin Mo than the food on the table. They chatted away while enjoying their buns, while the 4 boys glared at Qin Mo like rivals. When the porridge was served, they downed it in one go. The perfectly warm porridge, upon entering their mouths, prompted them to exchange glances. They quickly lowered their heads and began to consume the porridge with haste. The unusual behavior of the boys caught the girls' attention. "Why are you guys so worked up?" They had assumed the boys were upset about the meal plans, laughing at them while glancing at the now slightly cooled porridge. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, prompting several girls to take a taste. "Wow, this is even better than Tang G's." They never expected to enjoy porridge superior to Tang G's for just 6 yuan. After savoring the delicious congee, the 5 young ladies fell silent all at once. With the exquisite food and Qin Mo before them, it was unequivocally the congee they would choose first. The kanji at Tangji Tea House is rather expensive. Calculated by the small pot, that a single pot costs 288 yuan, which is equivalent to about 6 bowls. Comparatively, a bowl from Tangji nearly reaches 30 yuan, while a delectable bowl from elsewhere costs merely 6. In their eyes, the flavor was simply unparalleled at tea this moment. The queue outside continued to grow longer. Customers who had failed to purchase in the morning were now aware that, starting today, the first Baozi shop would also open for lunch. Some patrons without seats, having received permission from the neighboring Zhuo Wenshu, brought their orders into his establishment, that a few even ordered cups of milk tea, indirectly boosting his foot traffic at tea that moment. Zhuo Wenshu stood at the front counter, his eyes gleaming with delight that hadn't he noticed some of the customers waiting in line had come to his shop to buy milk tea while they waited. Reflecting on the days without Qin Mo, he recalled how the number of patrons in the shop had halved. Inside the shop, space was limited, prompting apologies from the staff. Drawing on past experiences, Qin Mo was now capable of managing the situation comprehensively. He promptly produced several stools for the older patrons to sit and wait. Soon, a row of elderly gentlemen and ladies settled outside the entrance. The bustling scene made other shops envious at 1235. A graceful figure approached the shop that was Yin. Gazing at the throng of over 100 people gathered at the entrance, she hesitated, as there was only a narrow path for entry and exit. Every newcomer instinctively queued behind the others that Tio's step forward now would be akin to cutting in line, a feat her modesty could not permit. Teacher Yi, you've arrived? Yin, who had intended to queue, was just noticed by Qin Mo. Hello, XNXIN's father. The customers in line were instantly drawn to her. Stunning, exquisite. This was the collective first impression, as she donned a white dress with her long hair simply tied back, exuding an aura of scholarly elegance, making her appear ethereal. Little Master Qin, is this your friend? This girl is truly striking. Familiar patrons, upon seeing Qin Mo nod, exchanged knowing smiles that is this the boss's wife. Some customers, unaware of the situation, gazed at Yin with envy, turning to Qin Mo upon hearing these remarks. Qin Mo quickly glanced at Yin. Noticing she seemed oblivious, he hastily clarified, brothers, do not speak carelessly. This is my daughter's homeroom teacher. Here to support my business my apologies, Boss Qin. I was merely speaking offhand. The customer immediately realized and hastily expressed regret. Miss, do come over, don't stand outside. He rushed from the queue to Yin, taking her by the hand and leading her forward, while addressing the other customers. You all have no objections, right? None. The patrons present shook their heads in unison. Simply based on Yi Yin's beauty, she was deserving of a queue jump, not to mention her acquaintance with Qin Mo. XNXIN's father. Under the gaze of Qin Mo and the onlookers, Yin felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Teacher Yi, I have already prepared this for you. Upon seeing Yin, Qin Mo had begun packing her order. He prepared 3 bowls of kanji and 2 of each type of bun, totaling 10. That how much is it? XNXIN's father? Teacher Yi, this meal is on me. That won't do. You are running a business. Observing the earnest expression on Yi Yin's face, he knew if he insisted she wouldn't accept his generosity. Just give me 40 yuan. Qin Mo quickly rounded down the amount. After the WeChat payment, she sent over 50 yuan. That you've given too much. While busily packing for other customers, he remarked to Yin, XNXIN's father, I won't disturb you further. Watching her retreating figure, Qin Mo couldn't help but chuckle at himself. What was he thinking? Their statuses were too disparate. Little Master Qin, have you developed feelings? A nearby customer teased upon observing Qin Mo's expression. 15 minutes later, before she could even retrieve her keys, the door before her swung open. Wu Yue stood at the threshold, clad in a cartoon-themed pajama set. Did you manage to get some? Yes, here. Yin replied, handing over the packed boxes. That I say, Miss Wu, with nothing to do at home, couldn't you have gone out to pack it yourself? It's not far. Put your shoes away, Yin chided her indolent friend. Isn't there a beauty named Yi here? I can just wait and eat a bit more later. All right, I mustn't linger. I need to eat quickly. I have class in the afternoon. Unlike you, the takeout boxes on the dining table were opened. The fragrant aroma of buns and kanji filled the small living room. The two inhaled deeply. How delightful. This is the taste I've been dreaming of all night. Remember to settle up after eating. It's 25 yuan. Living together, they kept meticulous accounts of expenses. Did you capture a photo of your student's parent? I've been thinking, divorced men do have potential. Just eat your food. You never stop talking. After beginning to pay attention to Qin Mo, Yi Yin's inexplicable fondness for him grew. Why Yi Yin? What on earth are you thinking? Have you truly developed feelings for a student's parent? Chapter 35. When two tigers clash, one must be wounded. Today's sales were such that, even with Qin Mo's significant increase from previous figures, the buns still fell short. He wished to expand further, but alas, one person could only do so much, leading him to forego that ambition. By 8 in the evening, the shop had sold out of buns, congee, and even sweet soups. Were these people truly camped out here all day? Even after starting half an hour early, it was still insufficient. Qin Mo could only apologize once more to the customers. Dear patrons, we have sold out again today. Please come early tomorrow. Thank you for your continued support. Finally, he tallied up the day's earnings. 23,636 yuan. Even though he had been psychologically prepared, he was still taken aback by the figure before him. After deducting costs, the profit surpassed 20,000 yuan. Qin Mo never anticipated that his daily income would exceed the monthly earnings of the local middle and lower class, that he recalled the individuals who had loitered around his shop earlier in the day, circling outside while occasionally conversing with incoming customers. They had not entered to make a purchase, and upon noticing Qin Mo's gaze, they showed no attempt to conceal their actions. Little boss Qin, you must be cautious. Those people are all employees of Tangji. Several well-meaning customers cautioned Qin Mo as they settled their bills that no worries. They won't stir up much trouble this time, that he was unconcerned, knowing their good days were numbered. For now, he only needed to focus on his own business. Unbeknownst to Qin Mo, Tangji's owner, Tang Rueji, was in a state of turmoil that in a bid to seize market share, Tangji had slashed the prices of their buns dramatically, bringing them down to match Qin Mo's shop. They even launched a promotion of buy 6, get 1 free, starting at noon. At 12, half of Tangji's employees poured out, beckoning to passers-by. Look, Tangji is having a promotion today. Fantastic discounts. Buy 6, get 1 free. Some pedestrians, initially intent on heading to Qin Mo's shop, now found themselves swayed by the same buns at equal pricing, with an added incentive. Why don't we buy here? After all, the taste of Tangji's buns is also decent. One elderly lady remarked to her companions. You go ahead. My grandson insists on getting Little Qin's buns. Humph. I'm going with you to Little Qin's shop. Normally, you folks from Tangji are quite arrogant, setting your prices so high. Now that competition has emerged, you want to imitate their strategy. That as soon as the Tangji staff spoke, they were met with an onslaught of retorts from several elderly ladies, leaving them speechless as they watched the customers walk away, unable to intervene. Manager Wan Yuanbai of Tangji observed his tea house employees desperately trying to retain customers, lamenting as they each flocked to Qin Mo's establishment. How could this be? He watched as 9 out of 10 patrons turned away, with only a few loyal regulars remaining due to their ties. Wan Yuanbai's face was etched with worry as he contemplated his recently acquired mortgage. The food is indeed delicious, but it shouldn't be this way. Our Tangji also has commendable flavors, and yet we've lowered our prices so considerably that at this point, he could not even enjoy his lunch. Standing at the entrance as the lunchtime rush began to wane, as evening approached, a fresh wave of office workers and tourists began to emerge, with foot traffic increasing on the streets. Wan Yuanbai's wait was solely for the arrival of delivery personnel. Meanwhile, customers who had received word of Qin Mo's shop opted to abandon Tangji, choosing instead to queue for the first Baozi shop. Just as he finally spotted a customer approaching, Wan Yuanbai rushed to greet him personally. Manager Wan, I'll take 5 meat buns. This was a middle-aged man who passed through the food street every evening, always stopping at Tangji for a few buns. Just give me 1 to eat now. The rest to go. The middle-aged man picked up a bun and took a bite, immediately furrowing his brow. Mr. Li, how does it taste? Wan Yuanbai watched anxiously as the customer tasted the newly improved filling in their buns. The flavor is decent. However, I find it somewhat greasy that in comparison to the first Baozi shop, there is still a noticeable gap. Upon hearing this, Wan Yuanbai's expression immediately darkened. Never mind, I shall go and queue up to purchase some more. In the eyes of Tangji's staff, this customer surnamed Li has become a regular. Now, merely sampling their Baozi, he has promptly decided to abandon it, even willing to queue for the Baozi made by Qin Mo. It is currently the peak hour of foot traffic throughout the day. Anyone who has tasted the Baozi from the first shop would rather choose to stand in line there. Wan Yuanbai even took the time to observe Qin Mo's shop for a while. Watching as a line of over 100 people formed outside, he noted that even during Tangji's most glorious days, such treatment was unheard of. Every customer who managed to purchase from the first baozi shop sang its praises after eating. At 8 o'clock in the evening, he received a call from the staff who had been keeping watch. The employees of Tangji rushed out to shout, "Fresh baozi," with the chef stepping in to improve. "Buy 6 and get 1 free. We welcome everyone to come and taste." Even though the first baozi shop is closed for the night, the remaining broth from Qin Mo's kitchen still fails to satisfy Tangji. As closing time approached, Tang Ruiji gazed at the shop, which still had 2/3 of its baozi and congee left. His complexion turned extremely pale, and even as the employees reached their clock-out time, they dared not utter a word. Chapter 36. Continue imitating, and you shall perish at 6 in the morning. Tangji opened half an hour earlier than usual that he intends to play this game. Tang Ruiji looked at the information on his phone regarding the baozi for sale today, which still bore Tangji's signature quality. This marked the first time since he took over the shop that he had arrived so early. Lu Jianhua, too, began to feel anxious that he never expected to be defeated by a young lad yesterday. It would be a laughingstock if it got out. "Master Lu." Tang Ruiji pointed at the variety of baozi displayed on his phone screen, expressing his concern. "Boss Tang, don't worry. Yesterday we were unprepared. This time, such a situation will absolutely not occur again." Lu Jianhua could hardly believe that, despite holding the highest level of advanced chef certificate, he would face a day when his baozi wouldn't even sell half. Hearing Lu Jianhua's confidence, Tang Ruiji let out a sigh of relief, saying, "Let us hope that Master Lu speaks true." Looking at the dim morning sky, Lu Jianhua made his way to the kitchen. Today, a new battle would commence. However, 10 minutes passed, half an hour passed, and today Tangji's customer count was even lower than yesterday's. Because yesterday, after Qin Mo reopened without any publicity, some unaware customers, while passing by Tangji, merely opted to buy breakfast there. Tangji managed to sell 1/3 of its quantity yesterday, with half of it sold in the morning. Watching previous customers stroll past their shop without pausing, Lu Jianhua, busy in the kitchen, sensed that something was amiss. The volume should not be this low. Upon reaching the entrance of the tea house, Lu Jianhua was utterly stunned. He saw some people eating while laughing. At this moment, he realized something was off. The morning business was primarily composed of office workers and students. Now, the students from the nearby 36 high school have become die-hard fans of the first baozi shop. "Qin Handsome, I'm here to patronize your business again." Seeing the girl speaking before him, Qin Mo recognized her as the one from yesterday. "Qin Pei, a senior this year, 4 bowls of congee, and 12 meat baozi to go. Packing for classmates?" "Indeed, ever since I tasted the baozi and congee from Qin Handsome last time, my classmates knew that we were on the same route." "Then you should eat here. Please go inside and sit down. Don't block the other customers." "Qin Pei, try this." Before Qin Pei could sit down, her classmates had already begun. Biting into a freshly steamed baozi, the scalding broth flooded her mouth, and she fanned herself, exclaiming, "Why, it's so fragrant that Wu Chun'er, you started eating without waiting for me." Qin Pei, ushered in by Qin Mo, watched as Wu Chun'er devoured a baozi in no time. "It's so delicious. Last time I also had this type of baozi at Tangji." But comparing the two is simply like night and day. Some hesitant customers, pondering what baozi to purchase, immediately found their target upon hearing Wu Chun'er's words. "Boss, I'll have 10 of those baozi to go. And 3 bowls of congee." "Yes, I want 12 baozi and 4 bowls of congee too." Observing how eagerly the customers ahead ordered so many baozi, those in line behind them grew anxious. Those in front, "Please be considerate of those behind, that we all got up early to queue just to have a taste of the baozi made by Boss Qin. You can't take too many. I also want 7 baozi." The suggestions from the crowd behind not only failed to alleviate the situation, but instead fanned the flames. "You beasts, have some mercy." Seeing the customers so enthusiastic about his baozi, Qin Mo knew it was time for him to step in. "Everyone, please don't rush. Today's baozi will be available for all present, but I kindly ask you to maintain order. If it becomes chaotic, I want to be able to keep up with the increasing number of customers. And I cannot guarantee everyone will get their share." The customers who had purchased baozi began to eat in front of those still waiting. One exclaimed, "Delicious. This is the best dog-biting baozi I've ever had. Boss Qin, could you please be a bit quicker? These beasts are eating right in front of us." Inhaling the rich aroma in the air and witnessing others savoring their food, many couldn't help but swallow in envy. "Everyone, please don't rush." The first baozi shop resembled a battlefield. Qin Mo faced over 100 customers alone, his hands and feet moving swiftly, while his daughter stood by, responsible for packing. Not a single error was made. And despite working tirelessly since 5 in the morning, he felt no fatigue. In fact, the more customers there were, the more invigorated he became. In less than 10 minutes, all 100 customers who had queued received their portions. At that moment, new customers began to arrive. Boss Qin, I'll have 10 dog-biting baozi. I ate them yesterday, and they're still fresh in my memory. Apologies, we just sold out. No way, it's only 7 o'clock. And they're already gone. I even woke up half an hour early today. Indeed, they're all gone, but we have other options. This morning, Qin Mo focused on the dog-biting baozi, Tang Ji's signature dish. A total of 500 were made, but to his surprise, they sold out in less than an hour. Thankfully, there were other items available. Then I'll have some of those. Every customer who approached immediately asked for dog-biting baozi. For them, it was not only delicious, but also filling, with the pork filling being exceptionally fragrant. Even customers who typically abstain from pork returned after just one taste. Honestly, young boss Qin's culinary skills are remarkable. I used to eat baozi only once a year, and now, just in a few days, I've surpassed that record. Chapter 37. Countering Tang Ji. A disheartening day inside Tang Ji's tea house. Lu Jianhua gazed at the baozi laid out before him. In terms of appearance, they were even inferior to theirs. If one wished to sell baozi at a high price, they must put in some effort into the presentation. Otherwise, customers would not buy from you. The few baozi before him, seemingly unremarkable, had plunged Tang Ji into a life-and-death crisis. Well, what must come will come. With this thought, Lu Jianhua picked up a dog-biting baozi. This was his pride, having undergone numerous improvements. Lu Jianhua believed he had no rivals left. You all should try one too. Looking at the surrounding chefs, he took a bite of the baozi. The moment he bit through the skin, his expression changed. Lu Jianhua knew instantly, without needing to finish it, that he had lost. They had returned to simplicity. After tasting the baozi, each chef's expression mirrored the others, creating a somber atmosphere in the room. Lu Jianhua couldn't help but sigh. In his strongest domain, he had been utterly defeated by the competition. How would he explain this to Boss Tang? Recalling how Lu Jianhua had confidently stated earlier that there would be no issues, he realized that even before he had made his move, the enemy had already secured victory. What could he do now? If Boss Tang were to blame him, he would have to bear the brunt of it alone. Lu Jianhua and the others felt this way because in Tang Ji's kitchen, the salaries were not high, only 5,000, but this barely allowed them to scrape by in the deep city. Ensuring they wouldn't starve, they relied on bonuses for their income, which could range from 20,000 at best to 10,000 at the least. Just do your own jobs well. I will report this matter to Boss Tang. With that, Lu Jianhua headed upstairs at 7 o'clock. Qin Mo began packing 3 bowls of congee, having noticed an electric bike parked not far from the entrance. Good morning, Brother Qin. The one who appeared at the shop's door early in the morning was none other than Yi Yin, responsible for bringing breakfast every day. Xin, are you not ready yet? Teacher Yi is already here. Seeing his daughter still tidying up the tables, Qin Mo hurried over. The number of customers was not as overwhelming as before. You should head to school now. I'll take care of the rest. He walked over, picked up her backpack, and ruffled his daughter's hair. Xin, don't tire yourself out like Daddy. Putting down the cloth she was holding, Xin followed him out and greeted Yi Yin, saying, Good morning, Teacher Yi. Teacher Yi, I apologize for the trouble, and here is your breakfast. I shall not be courteous. After the two communicated last night, they learned that Yi Yin intended to visit his shop to purchase breakfast. Thus, Qin Mo proposed to assist by taking his daughter to school and treating her to breakfast. The two were entangled over the matter of breakfast expenses for half an hour, and in the end, it was uncertain who yielded that as they conversed, their relationship drew a little closer. You have a new message. After tirelessly selling buns and porridge until morning, Qin Mo had just sat down to rest when his phone notification chimed. Upon opening the message, he couldn't help but smile. He never expected such good fortune. Securing an appointment in just a few days that it seems the upcoming days will require a bit more effort. The message conveyed that Qin Mo's vehicle purchase quota had been approved. However, he still lacked some funds for the car he desired. After several days of business, Qin Mo had already accumulated 80,000 in his account. Yet he needed an additional half. Based on yesterday's trend, it seemed achievable within this week. The thought of acquiring his first car through his own efforts invigorated him. Qin Mo's knowledge of cars was limited, with just 2 requirements, safety and comfort. Given these criteria, the selection was vast, ultimately narrowing down to an SUV that he tentatively chose the 2020 version of the Honda Breeze. Brother Qin, your business is thriving. I just opened my shop, and you've already sold out of breakfast. At 9 o'clock, the neighboring Zhuo and Shu had just risen. Seeing Qin Mo resting nearby, he approached to smoke a cigarette, his eyes filled with envy. "Wait for me a moment. I'll fetch you some breakfast." Brother Qin is truly considerate. "If I go a day without your buns and porridge, I feel utterly uncomfortable." After receiving the breakfast, the two sat on a stool at the shop entrance. Upon seeing the meal, Zhuo and Shu extinguished his cigarette. His appetite suddenly diminished. "How has business been lately? The milk tea is becoming increasingly difficult to prepare. 2 new shops have recently opened at both ends of the food street." Speaking of business, Zhuo and Shu found the bun in his mouth to be tasteless. Were it not for Brother Qin's shop nearby, he wondered if he would even be able to cover rent this month. "Brother Zhuo, how do you evaluate my sweet soup?" Observing the dim expression on Zhuo and Shu's face, a spark of inspiration flashed through Qin Mo's mind. "As for Brother Qin's sweet soup, it is as exceptional as the buns I hold." At that moment, admiration glimmered in Zhuo and Shu's eyes for Qin Mo. "I have an immature idea. I wonder if Brother Zhuo would be interested in hearing it." Now, what Qin Mo was about to propose had been thoroughly considered. "May I ask how much profit you can make in a month after expenses?" Previously, it was around 10,000, which is manageable. Zhuo and Shu pondered, considering the increased competition from the 2 new shops. Whether he would make a profit this month remained uncertain. "Brother Zhuo, have you considered a transformation?" Suddenly, Zhuo and Shu, who had been eating the buns, froze. Those who could open shops are not foolish. Thus, after Qin Mo's subtle hint, Zhuo and Shu realized his opportunity had arrived. "Brother Qin, are you suggesting?" Zhuo and Shu excitedly pointed at Qin Mo and then at his own shop. "That I see your shop is adjacent to mine. I would like to take over and run the sweet soup shop, with you assisting in management, that I can offer a base salary of 10,000 plus bonuses." "All right, I am in." After a moment of astonishment, Zhuo and Shu quickly agreed. Initially, he had planned to manage the shop for a while and then transfer it. Now, Qin Mo's proposal not only resolved his shop's issues but also alleviated his concerns. "However, I currently lack sufficient funds. Would it be possible to delay the transfer fee for a few days?" After much discussion, they agreed on the rent for Zhuo and Shu's shop, which was 3 months in advance. Totaling 50,000 per month, that if he were to take over now, the transfer fee would be 150,000, as they were already halfway through the month. They planned to sign the agreement the next day. And simultaneously, the milk tea shop would close for a simple renovation, primarily focusing on the bar area. That it appeared that the car situation would need to be postponed for a few more days. Chapter 38. Grand opening of the new shop, peak aesthetics. That in the following 5 days, Qin Mo became even busier. Not only did he need to attend to the bun shop's affairs, but he also collaborated with Zhuo and Shu on the sweet soup shop's renovations. With Yin providing transportation as a form of gratitude, he could freely enjoy porridge and buns. Today was Sunday, and at 7 in the morning, after 4 days of renovations, the sweet soup shop had completed its work yesterday. Although it was merely a simple transformation, it cost 20,000 a Brother Yi. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Having helped transport Xin, the two had become friends. Yesterday, Yin had bravely stayed at Qin Mo's shop to lend a hand. Unbeknownst to him, within just 7 days, his entire demeanor had undergone a significant transformation. Now, Qin Mo's physique was almost better than that of a model. His little belly had vanished in those 7 days, replaced by 8-pack abs. With the weight loss, his fair and smooth face bore sharp angles, exuding a cool and handsome demeanor. His thick eyebrows rebelliously arched slightly upward, and beneath his long, slightly curled eyelashes were deep, icy eyes. Now, any woman entering the shop, regardless of age, would be momentarily entranced upon seeing Qin. Even Yin, upon catching sight of him, was momentarily stunned, her face involuntarily flushing. "Brother Qin, you have no idea how captivating you are now." Even I, as a fellow man, was almost bewitched. The grand opening of the new shop made Zhuo and Shu anxious, prompting him to conduct another thorough cleaning. During the busy moments, he had observed Yi Yin's captivated expression. However, he felt no jealousy, only admiration. Clearly, Qin Mo could rely on his looks to navigate the world, yet he also possessed exceptional culinary skills. "Hurry with your tasks. Even I dare to jest with you. Are you trying to have my salary docked?" At the first bun shop, the daily revenue had been steadily increasing over the past 4 days. That on the final day, they successfully surpassed the 30,000 threshold. Coupled with the previous 80,000 in his account, Qin Mo's savings had now reached 180,000. "Brother Zhuo, I will transfer you the 150,000 later when I have time. You can check it then." Noticing Zhuan Shu approaching, Qin Mo spoke. Got it, Brother Qin. It seems you have managed to gather the funds, which boosts my confidence in the new shop. Zhuan Shu's previous milk tea shop had 2 employees, and upon learning that the shop would be transferred to Qin Mo, their wages would increase by 2,000 from the original amount. However, Qin Mo had one stipulation. The 2 employees would also assist at the bun shop, only going over when the other shop was busy. Previously, they had not been provided meals, but now, meals would be covered by Qin Mo. After some consideration, they decided to stay in a place like Shunshi. Finding a job with decent pay is quite challenging. Now, as long as it was a bit more labor-intensive, they would save 4,000 more each month. Little Qin, congratulations. You're opening a branch so quickly. Don't be envious. With Master Qin's skills, the more shops we have, the more blessings we shall receive. The fact that he was taking over the neighboring milk tea shop was no secret. The next day, his regular customers were already informed, inquiring about what Qin Mo's new shop would sell. Yet, Qin Mo merely smiled and replied, "You will know on that day." Little Qin previously mentioned he was interested in this lady. It seems they have quickly become involved. After the neighbors discovered Qin Mo's potential, each visit became an opportunity to introduce him to eligible ladies. Especially in recent days, his looks had surpassed his peak. Therefore, it was no longer just simple introductions. Some single women directly came to see this divorcee, who had captured the matchmaker's attention. Recently, everyone noticed that Yin began to frequently appear in the shop, engaging in cheerful conversations with Qin Mo. It's no wonder Qin Mo had previously been rejecting advances. He had not encountered such a remarkable woman. How could Qin Mo seek romance elsewhere when such a gem was nearby? Daddy, Teacher Yi, you are busy. I will help Uncle Zhuan next door. Qin looked at the bun shop, now feeling somewhat sidelined with Teacher Ye's presence. She could go over, but she mustn't consume too much sweet soup. Otherwise, she might develop cavities. Qin Mo was well aware of his daughter's penchant for sweet treats. Now that he had opened a sweet soup shop, while Qin Mo was not around, she was bound to indulge. Teacher Yi, Daddy can't be trusted. Goodness, now Qin even understood the concept of seeking assistance. No wonder she had been so eager to matchmake him with Yin. It was your idea. Why drag the teacher into this? Observing the playful banter between father and daughter, Yin found it quite amusing that my beautiful Yi. Where's my breakfast? Yin picked up her phone and saw a call from Wu Yui, realizing she had forgotten about that troublesome friend. Now, consumed with assisting Qin Mo with the new shop's opening, she had neglected her. Wait for me. I will head over shortly. I must see what kind of man can captivate the beautiful Yi. Chapter 39. The shock of a best friend, former wife's visit. Realizing her best friend was coming over, Yin hurriedly attempted to prevent it, but it was too late. The line had already gone dead. Oh no! Yin understood Wu Yuyi's boldness. She hoped that her friend would recognize the occasion and choose her words carefully. Yin. What's going on? While busy serving customers porridge, Qin Mo noticed Yin's unusual demeanor after she answered the call and immediately expressed concern. It's nothing. Upon noticing that Qin Mo and the surrounding patrons were all gazing at her, Yin quickly composed her expression and spoke, "If there is anything urgent, you may leave first. I can manage here alone." Qin Mo assumed that Yin must have forgotten something of great importance, for she would not have exhibited such a demeanor otherwise. Brother Qin, truly, it is nothing that a friend of mine is simply coming to your establishment shortly. Observing the concern in Qin Mo's eyes, Yin hastily provided an explanation. Upon hearing this, the nearby customers resumed their conversations, no longer fixated on Yin. This was entirely commonplace. Anyone who learned of Qin Mo's culinary skills would undoubtedly want to visit his shop. It is a trivial matter. Let him come. You need not assist me later. Go ahead and entertain your friend. At 8 o'clock, the dessert shop opened with great fanfare. Firecrackers were ignited, once again under the adept hands of Qin, who, having gained prior experience, appeared even more composed than before. Congratulations, Boss Qin. Lamented a patron, alas, my niece lacks such fortune. A golden son-in-law has slipped right through my fingers. Now, with the young Qin boss enjoying his prosperous days, we have come to lend our support. Within less than half an hour of the opening, the dessert shop was filled to capacity. This was precisely what the regular customers had hoped for. Did they not see that the seating in the dessert shop exceeded that of the Baozi shop by a factor of 2? At 9 o'clock, a young woman dressed in a summery fashion appeared at the entrance of the shop. She looked perplexedly at the throngs of customers filling the establishment and couldn't help but think, Is this the shop of Yi Yin's student-s parent? This is utterly insane. Goodness, have I stumbled into the wrong place? This young woman was Wu Yue, who, having stealthily surveyed the area, found no sign of Yi Yin, only the adjacent dessert shop, which was already bustling with patrons. When did the business on this food street become so thriving? Yet, she noticed that the noodle shop across the way had only a handful of customers, which left Wu Yue quite perplexed. Just as she was about to pull out her phone to call Yi Yin, she finally spotted her, and no wonder she hadn't seen her earlier. Yi Yin had just rushed to the kitchen to package an order for a customer, Yi Yin. Upon seeing Wu Yue approach, Yi Yin gestured towards the dessert shop beside them. Where are you going? Wu Yue quickly sought clarification. This isn't right. This isn't the Baozi shop. Why are we going to the dessert shop next door? After receiving a confirming nod from Yi Yin, she finally entered. It wasn't long before Yi Yin returned, balancing a plate adorned with several baozi and a bowl of congee. Hey, Boss Qin, did you not just say there was no congee left? How is it that there is now some? Some customers, having found the congee unavailable when they ordered, had settled for baozi and gone next door for dessert. Before they could begin their meal, they witnessed Yi Yin emerging with a bowl of congee that had been long gone, but this is a special favor for Boss Qin's friend. Let me share a little secret with you. If you wish to savor Boss Qin's congee, be sure to come early in the future. Otherwise, there won't even be a trace left. The regular customers, upon observing this scenario, couldn't help but chuckle. They were accustomed to seeing such situations, as Qin Mo would reserve portions for some of his loyal patrons. Meanwhile, Wu Yue was filled with curiosity regarding Qin Mo thus far. She had never encountered him in person. She had persistently asked Yi Yin for photographs. Yet he had refused to oblige. Is this also Brother Qin's establishment? What's so extraordinary about it? Noticing Wu Yue's exaggerated surprise, Yi Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Qin, when did you become so familiar? Was it not just Qin's father before? Whenever the two met, Wu Yue would seize the opportunity to tease Yi Yin, exclaiming, if you don't eat soon, I shall take it away. Seeing Wu Yue teasing her in such a manner made Yi Yin wonder how she would face Qin Mo if he were to overhear. Why haven't I seen your brother Qin? To own 2 establishments here, he must be a wealthy heir, right? Just as Wu Yue was about to inquire further, Qin Mo emerged from the back of the dessert shop. The small room previously used by Zhuo Wenshu for resting had now been transformed by Qin Mo into a compact kitchen. Yi Yin, is this your friend? Qin Mo inquired, glancing over to see a stylishly dressed young woman from behind. Upon hearing the alluring male voice from behind her, Wu Yue quickly turned around. Qin Mo observed her lightly made-up face, her fair and delicate chin, expressive eyes, and flowing hair, in comparison to Yi Yin, she was but slightly less refined. However, there was a hint of immaturity about her. Wow, what a strikingly handsome man. Wu Yue finally laid eyes on the real Qin Mo, thinking to herself that it was no wonder her friend had forgotten about her. She would have likely done the same that moment. Wu Yue found herself at a loss for words to describe Qin Mo, her heart racing, her cheeks flushing. How can there be such a handsome man? Especially when he smiles. My heart nearly leaps from my chest. Upon meeting Yi Yin's friend, Qin Mo extended a polite hand. Hello, I am Qin Mo. It is a pleasure to meet such a lovely lady. Wu Yue, upon seeing Qin Mo extend his hand, Wu Yue, smitten, immediately reached out and grasped his hand firmly. Wu Yue. Yi Yin, observing Wu Yue's embarrassing display, swiftly delivered a playful slap on her shoulder. Ouch! Just then, Qin Mo's phone rang, the tone effectively snapping Wu Yue back to reality. Noticing that she was still holding on to Qin Mo's hand, she hastily released it, her face involuntarily reddening. Excuse me, I need to take this call. Qin Mo stepped outside, pressing the answer button. What is it? I'm quite busy at the moment. If there's something to discuss, do so quickly. Stop pretending you're busy. I'm here to pick up our daughter for a day out. Are you bringing her out, or should I come to fetch her? This individual was none other than Qin Mo's ex-wife, who, it seemed, was still not ready to let go, as she made her weekly visit without fail. Fine, I will drop Qin off at the intersection. You can come to pick her up. Chapter 40. Dining out. The ex-husband seems to have turned the tables beautifully. I have something I wish to discuss with you. However, she quickly forgot the previous matter. What is it? Something feels off. Your tone is unusually gentle, quite unlike your usual demeanor. Observing the smile on Wu Yue's face, Yi Yin sensed an ominous feeling stirring within her. Beautiful Yi, could you possibly share a little of your brother Qin with me? Wu Yue, you shameless woman. Witnessing the expression on Wu Yue's face, Yin felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a punch. Yin, Wu Yue, why don't you both take a seat for a moment? I'll take Xin out. Just as Wu Yue was about to continue her playful antics, she spotted Qin Mo walking in. Xin, come here. Your mother has come to pick you up again. I'm so annoying. She comes every week. Xin doesn't want to see her. Inside the shop, just as Yin served a bowl of dessert to a customer, she overheard this unwelcome news. Your mother has visitation rights. Go out with her for a while. Daddy has prepared some delicious food for you. This time, it's something you haven't tasted before. Upon hearing of the delicious food, any lingering tears in Xin's eyes vanished instantly. Daddy, you said so. Remember, liars are just little dogs. Xin, last time was a mistake on Mommy's part. Where would you like to go this time? Then Mommy shall decide. We will go to the ocean park this time to see the animals in the sea. After confirming that their daughter had no objections, Hailan proceeded towards the city's largest ocean park. Xin, why don't you come live with Mommy? Just look, you don't even have a decent outfit to wear. Observing the new clothes on Xin, which were hardly worth more than a few hundred yuan, Hailan began to criticize Qin Mo in front of her daughter once again. Unbeknownst to her, the more she did so, the more her daughter grew to resent her, as she attempted to brainwash her child while simultaneously digging her own grave. Xin, didn't you say your father bought a car? Why haven't we seen it? Is he lying? My daddy would never lie. You wouldn't understand. Remembering that she had asked her father about it recently, he had mentioned that the purchase was delayed due to the opening of a new shop. After 2 hours of wandering through the Ocean Animal Park, Hailan realized that no matter what she said, Xin always sided with her father. Well, there is nothing much left to explore. Mommy will take you to eat something delicious. Your father doesn't have the money to take you out for fun or to eat well. This was the 4th time Xin had heard Hailan claim that her father had no money. Unable to contain herself any longer, she retorted, my daddy is money now. This time, they headed to a sushi restaurant. When it came to money, a confident smile spread across Hailan's face. You know, Mommy brought you out to play today. It will cost several thousand yuan. Your father is a pauper. The savings he had are nearly exhausted. The last time we went somewhere like that, he clearly spent beyond his means. Now, let us see what you like to eat. Tell Mommy. With that, Hailan placed a menu in front of Xin. 1 serving of salmon sashimi, 1 serving of truffle steamed egg, 1 serving of cod fish grilled with saikyo miso, and 1 serving of a 5 wagyu beef on the iron plate. Without even glancing at the menu, Hailan began ordering for herself. You just said your father earns a lot of money. Seeing that Xin had also placed her order, Hailan felt that her method was proving effective. I've ordered. Daddy is making lots of money. I'm not lying. Upon hearing this, a thought crossed Hailan's mind, and a slight smile tugged at her lips. Is this something your father has taught you to say? In Hailan's mind, it was inconceivable that a child would express such sentiments without being influenced by an adult. What has he done to earn such a fortune? Glancing at her daughter, Hailan couldn't help but smile. Steamed buns, porridge, and sweet soup. When you tell me that your father sells these and earns a significant amount of money, I can only surmise that you must be deceiving me. Hailan's face displayed a disdainful smile as she continued. He must be considering reconciliation, attempting to convince me that he can also make money through this. Among his former business partners, there was one with experience in running a steamed bun shop. During our conversations, I gleaned some insider information. Although the cost of making buns is low, their selling price is equally modest at a single bun, at most sells for 10 yuan. How much profit can one truly make? Now, my ex-husband tells our daughter that opening a steamed bun shop will yield great wealth. It's a statement that would leave anyone feeling embarrassed. Has he mentioned to you how much he has earned? As soon as the topic of her father's earnings arose, Xin's face lit up with joy as she began to enumerate. 25,000 plus on Thursday, 27,000 plus on Friday. And yesterday, Daddy said he finally broke 3,000 in sales. 3,000 in sales. Upon hearing this, Hailan couldn't help but be astonished, as she herself had never achieved such a feat in her own store. Indeed, today remains uncertain, for Daddy has just opened a new sweet soup shop. Upon hearing this, Hailan quickly calculated in her mind. Even if it were more, it wouldn't exceed 10,000, meaning he earned 20,000 in just one day. When did selling buns become so lucrative? The astonishment on Hailan's face lingered as she pondered, and then asked, Did your father intentionally say this to you? Of course not. I helped calculate these figures too. Xin replied that this. Hylon could no longer remain seated and swiftly stood up, grasping Xin's hand. With this thought, she rose and waved to a waitress. "Excuse me, please pack these for me." "Certainly, please hold on a moment." After settling the bill, Hylon drove straight to Huaming District's food street. Xin, have you truly not considered living with your mother?" Upon hearing this, Xin quickly shook her head. "I don't want to." "Xin, I believe your father is lying. How could such a thing be true?" "My daddy would never lie. The only one lying here is you. What right do you have to speak of my father?" At that moment, Xin resembled a frightened little lamb, tears welling in her eyes. "Why are you yelling at me? Since you've been with that scoundrel Qin Mo, you dare to raise your voice at me now." Slowing the car down, Hylon parked by the roadside and began to yell at Xin. "You can't speak ill of my father." Xin glared at Hylon, refusing to back down, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 41. Bystanders criticized the ex-wife Xin. "You are still young. You do not understand adult matters." Restarting the vehicle, silence enveloped the cabin, interrupted only by the occasional sound of quiet sobs. Given her daughter's current state, Hylon was concerned about what the future held. She needed to expose his lies, revealing to her daughter the truth. At 11:30, a beautiful woman entered Qin Mo's shop. Were it not for Yi Yin's presence, Qin Mo might have suspected that she was clinging to him. "Qin the handsome, is there anything else I can assist you with?" With half an hour remaining until noon, a long queue had already formed outside the shop. Wu Yue surveyed the scene in disbelief. After a quick count, she estimated at least 200 people were waiting in line. This place had become a scenic spot on the food street. "You two should sit down and rest for a while. There will be plenty to do later." With assistance at hand, Qin Mo exceeded expectations during the lunch rush, managing to produce several hundred additional buns. "So, my beautiful Yi, have you considered letting half of these go to your friends?" Wu Yue approached, playfully bumping into Yi Yin while subtly nodding toward Qin Mo. "You truly can't help but make your presence known. Can you, after all this talking, how about a glass of water to quench your thirst?" Yin pushed the warm water on the table toward her da. "It seems someone is about to fall in love. And I, Wu the young lady, will soon be cast aside. That I just realized that it's far more entertaining here than at school, and no wonder someone abandoned their break to come help out." Wu Yue whispered, her face full of envy. "Little boss Qin, are you ready yet?" At that moment, Grandpa Feng, who had been waiting on a stool outside for half an hour, checked the time and called out to the shop. "Yes, my grandson is waiting for little Qin's buns to eat. Qin the handsome, my sister walked several kilometers just to get here. She's practically starving." That I end their eagerness to savor Qin Mo's buns. A long line had formed in the scorching midday sun, undeterred by the sweltering heat. "All right, I appreciate your patience." With that, Qin Mo swiftly served the first customer. Yi Yin stood beside him, handling the packaging, while Wu Yue, the free laborer, assisted in serving food to the dining customers inside. The crowd outside showed no signs of dwindling. Rather, it continued to grow, with surrounding merchants astonished by the familiar faces. Among 10 people, 9 were returning customers, which was truly remarkable. The more returning customers there were, the better the business thrived. Compared to the steamed bun shop, it was now Sunday, and the adjacent sweet soup shop was also packed. Those hoping to enjoy buns and porridge were left disappointed. But that was a lesson for Zhuo Wenshu, who was there to learn. At that moment, a Porsche Panamera appeared on the food street, pulling up to the curb. "Where is your father's shop?" Hylon did not exit the car, but looked up to see Tang GT House. "Is this your father's shop?" Having stared at it for a full minute without seeing any customers, the staff at the entrance appeared listless. If this were indeed Qin Mo's, it was the perfect opportunity to expose his lies. Hylon prepared to unbuckle Qin's seatbelt. "This is not it. Daddy's shop is further inside." The Halen smile froze on her face, contorting into an expression of disbelief. "That I see. I shall observe how he explains this later." Gazing at the 2-story building adorned in an ancient style, she found it hard to believe her ex-husband's claims, especially given the dismal business. That shop is the one. Guided by Qin, Hylon parked by the roadside, a mere few dozen meters from the first steamed bun shop. How is this possible? It must all be a sham. Surely, Qin Mo must have anticipated her arrival, hiring people to stage a performance for her benefit. Perhaps even their daughter was involved. "Yes, I was right in my assumptions." Shouting at her daughter, she exclaimed, "So, Xin, you and your father are conspiring to mock me, aren't you?" "That's not true. This is clearly Daddy's shop." With that, Qin unbuckled her seatbelt and opened the car door. Hylon immediately followed suit, attempting to grasp her hand, but her daughter shrugged her off. Xin, what are you doing? Helen's shout drew the attention of passersby. Xin, what are you doing here? Where is your father? With red-rimmed eyes, she questioned. Did he make you cry? Just moments ago, everyone had heard Hylon yelling at Xin. Now, faced with the crowd's scrutiny, she impatiently explained. I'm her mother. What is wrong with me raising my voice at my own daughter? Mind your own business, so the unfaithful one is you, huh? Yelling at your child in public. Look, Xin is in tears. How can you, as a mother, be so heartless? Xin, come here with Grandma Lu. The one brave enough to confront Hylon was none other than Mrs. Lu, a loyal customer at Qin Mo's shop, who not only challenged her over food but also had the sharpest tongue in the crowd. You're the ex-wife of little Qin, aren't you? He is such a wonderful person. How could he ever have chosen someone like you? As the crowd looked on, Hylon felt her face flush with anger as she retorted. This is a family matter. It's none of your concern. A family matter? I think not. The custody of the child now belongs to little Qin. You only have visitation rights based on your recent behavior. I would recommend that little Qin terminate your visitation rights. Originally just a bystander, Huang Haobo, a regular at Qin Mo's shop, happened to be a lawyer's son, and over time had picked up some legal knowledge. As more and more people gathered, witnessing the unfolding situation, they began to criticize Hylon, causing her to panic. Seeing Xin turn her back on her, Hylon was left speechless in her fury, just as she was about to continue admonishing her daughter. The gazes of the onlookers forced her to retreat. Fine, I shall come back to see you next week. That moment, Hylon awkwardly climbed back into the car, not leaving but instead remaining to observe the first steamed bun shop. Chapter 42. Furious Hylon. High-stakes lottery. Just as Qin Mo exited the sweet soup shop, he spotted his daughter holding Grandma Lu's hand. This is all your ex-wife's doing. Just now, Xin was in tears. Grandma Lu recounted the situation in detail. Listening to her, Qin Mo's expression darkened. Teacher Yi, I don't want to see my mother anymore. She never cares about me and always yells at me when we meet. Hearing the commotion outside, Yin stepped out from the shop. Xin immediately rushed into her embrace, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Little boss Qin, I recommend you file for a termination of your ex-wife's visitation rights. Otherwise, this will negatively affect Xin's growth at this point. Grandma Lu reiterated Huang Haobo's earlier comments to Qin Mo upon hearing this. Qin Mo remained silent, gazing at his daughter, who was still weeping in Yi Yin's embrace. He stepped aside and retrieved his mobile phone. When the call connected, Qin Mo's tone was markedly indifferent. Hylon, who had just driven away, halted her car upon seeing the incoming call. The child you brought is in distress. Witnessing her mother in such a state surely reflects your shortcomings as an educator. It was unexpected that the Qin Mo, who had spent 6 years with her and dared not even exhale in her presence, now had the audacity to cast blame. You already know why the child is unresponsive towards you. I need not elaborate, for these consequences are of your own making. Upon hearing her ex-husband's words, Qin Mo found it laughable that she still failed to recognize her own faults, instead seeking to place blame elsewhere. I can hardly be bothered to discuss this further. You ought to reflect on your own actions. With that, fearing that even a single additional word from his ex-wife would tarnish his ears, he abruptly ended the call. Staring at the terminated connection, Hylon was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that Qin Mo had undergone a significant transformation. The man who had never shown anger over 6 years was now not only unyielding, but also threatening. Contemplating this, she raised her hand, contemplating throwing her phone, but ultimately resisted the urge. Is it merely a small profit that has bolstered your confidence? She had not left immediately, instead observing the patrons around her, realizing they were not merely putting on a show. Qin Mo had indeed found success. As for whether his daily earnings surpassed 30,000. As Qin Xan had claimed, it was evident that he was certainly exceeding 20,000, that this indicated that her ex-husband's monthly net income was at least 300,000, a considerable sum in the bustling metropolis of Shenzhen. Qin Mo was no longer the man who allowed her to bully him without retort. How convenient. This performance is merely an invitation for me to reconcile with you. Isn't it? Now that her own business was faltering and she was contemplating a career change, she was determined to ensure her success. With this in mind, she sent Qin Mo a message, casting doubt on her previous judgments. Once her emotions settled, Hylon finally started the vehicle and departed. You may knew. This is your daughter. During the course of the day, after discounting the time spent assisting others, Wu Yui had sampled all the varieties at the dessert shop. Realizing she could no longer eat, she stepped outside and happened upon Qin Mo, who was sobbing in Yi Yin's arms. She hurried over to take a closer look, her eyes immediately brightening. The little girl was simply adorable, especially with tears adorning her face, giving her an air of pitiful charm. How reckless of you to say that. Teacher Yi, who is this beautiful older sister? Upon seeing the striking older sister appear before her, Qin Mo ceased her tears and wiped her face. Mo, this is Teacher Ye's friend, Aunt Wu Yui. Hello, Aunt Wu Yui. Hello, little girl, that Dio I really look that old? Initially, she suspected her makeup might be at fault, but soon realized she had been set up by Yi Yin. Seeing that even the dessert shop staff hadn't eaten yet, and that Yi Yin and her friends had also not dined, she quickly apologized to everyone. Had this been a few days ago, she wouldn't have spoken such words that it was only due to the previous night when she had gazed at the system's points, which exceeded 100,000 that her curiosity piqued. She couldn't resist clicking through and selecting the advanced lottery. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, Cantonese cuisine max level, that no one can surpass you in preparing Cantonese dishes. The excitement from winning this skill kept her awake until the early hours. She understood the implications. It represented the pinnacle of culinary expertise. Even if the system were to cease functioning, Qin Mo could still prosper with this knowledge. Ideas flooded his mind. Reminiscent of the brief moments when he had mastered the bun-making skill, that it became clear to him that Cantonese cuisine offered a plethora of options. Chapter 43. Qin Papa. Do you still need a daughter? With ample time remaining before evening, Qin Mo resolved to prepare a sumptuous meal. Boss, I'll take all these ribs. Boss, please fetch me those 2 green stonefish. Entering the market empty-handed, he emerged carrying over a dozen bags, all filled with the ingredients for tonight's feast. Wow. Qin de Shuaigu, are you really preparing such a grand meal? As Qin Mo parked his little donkey and entered the shop laden with bags, Wu Yui immediately sprang forth to assist him. Yes, but first, we must prepare the buns and porridge for tonight. If you wish to enjoy delicious food, you must help out promptly to ensure everything was ready for the evening's grand feast. No one took a break at noon. 5:30 in the afternoon. Qin Mo had prepared the buns and porridge to be sold that evening, entrusting them to Yi Yin and Wu Yui while he busied himself in the kitchen. Daddy, what are you cooking? With Teacher Yi and the others assisting outside, Qin Mo ventured into the kitchen. Fish. Are you going to make fish to eat? Upon seeing Qin Mo retrieve the green stonefish from the refrigerator, her eyes sparkled. She had always had a fondness for fish, and Qin Mo, finding the method easy and convenient, had cultivated this preference in his daughter. As he began to clean the fish, he smiled and said, Yes, steamed green stonefish. Daddy wants to let XNXN experience the finest delicacies of the world. Great. Daddy, I'll go help out now. I won't be a bother. After standing in the kitchen for a while, Qin Mo realized she was unable to assist and would only hinder progress. The skillful knife work had evolved dramatically. Qin Mo, after integrating his experiences, wielded the knife with fluidity, slicing the green stonefish without severing it entirely. He then placed it on a plate, adding ginger slices and rice wine, steaming it over high heat for 9 to 10 minutes, allowing it to rest for 5 minutes. What an enticing aroma! A half hour later, a delicate scent of fish wafted from the kitchen, causing diners in the shop to pause their activities and gaze towards Qin Mo, who was busy in the kitchen. He was seen slicing carrots and green onions. The fish broth was poured into a pot to boil, followed by the addition of oyster sauce, carrot shreds, and green onion shreds to steam together. Qin boss, are you preparing fish? Yin Wenba, a supervisor from a nearby office building who had just started his job this year, had a fondness for buns that a chance encounter had led him to Qin Mo's shop, and since then, he had been dining there for every meal. Now, he found that merely having porridge and buns was insufficient. Seeing Qin Mo preparing fish, he could already tell by the aroma that it would undoubtedly be delicious. Steamed fish was among his favorite Cantonese dishes. Today, with the new shop opening, I wanted to treat everyone for their hard work. This is steamed green stonefish. Recognizing him as a regular customer, Qin Mo smiled. Green stonefish is excellent, rich in gelatin and exquisite in taste. Simply steaming it makes it incredibly delicious, though sadly, we will have to pass. Merely inhaling the fragrant air was enough to awaken their appetites. Supervisor Yin, rest assured, you will have your chance to taste it, but not just yet. Qin Mo retained a good memory. After meeting a few times, He could recall most names, with Qin Boss's assurance. I, Yin, shall await that day with anticipation. Haha. The prepared steamed green stonefish was left in the pot to keep warm, while he began to handle the other ingredients. Each time a dish was prepared, the aroma would lure diners over. As patrons departed, others were eager to know what new dishes Qin Mo's establishment would soon unveil. At 7:30, Qin Boss, judging by your preparations. It seems you've run out again. An old customer who had run over from a distance observed the usual bustling shop, now only occupied by a few patrons. Apologies, Tang Tiangong. We just sold out a few minutes ago. Missed it again. Every time I clock out, there seems to be a summary meeting. This is the third time. Tang Tiangong wore a face of despair, resembling the others lingering nearby. Wait, Qin Boss, is the dessert shop also closing? Is there not any dessert left? Noting that the adjacent dessert shop was already cleaning up, preparing to purchase some dessert as a temporary fix, Tang Tiangong grew anxious, fearing there would be no sweets left. There are still some, but I'm treating the staff to some dishes today, so we're closing early. Hold on, let me pack some dessert first. At 8 o'clock, 3 tables were pushed together, and the sight was utterly astonishing. Without needing to taste, merely observing the presentation was enough to rival that of a 5-star chef. Among the most surprised was Yi Yin, as she had only seen such exquisite dishes once before. Today marked her second encounter, once again at the hands of Qin Degu. Daddy, did you make all of this? It seemed as if Qin Xan was seeing her father in a new light. Over the years, every meal had been prepared by Qin Mo himself, yet the difference between then and now was striking. It was no wonder he had previously kept his talents hidden. Steamed green stonefish, scallion oil chicken, white shrimp, honey-glazed ribs, squid with jade, soy-sauced autumn eggplant, stewed bitter melon with pigeon soup. Just gazing at and inhaling the aroma of these dishes, the fatigue from the day's labor vanished without a trace. What are you all standing around for? Sit down and have a bowl of soup first. Everyone, dig in. Noticing that everyone remained still, Qin Mo picked up his daughter and placed her on a stool before finally seating himself. Then I shall not be polite. Today's wisest choice is to dine at Qin de Shuaigu's establishment. As Wu Yue settled down nearby, she deftly peeled a poached shrimp, dipping it into the sauce prepared by Qin Mo before delicately biting into it. She exclaimed, soon devouring the entire shrimp, savoring each morsel with an expression of pure ecstasy that spoke volumes. Qin Papa, do you still need a daughter? Suddenly, while relishing the shrimp, Wu Yue's eyes flew open, and she uttered, Dad, I want one too. Seeing Wu Yue enjoy her meal so heartily, Xin began to pout. Xin, come here. Teacher Yi has already peeled it for you. Your father has been busy all day. It's time for Xin to peel for her daddy. Yi Yin sat down and peeled another poached shrimp, placing it in Xin's bowl when she noticed her yearning for it. Boss, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. Fang Mishue, the only female employee at the dessert shop, picked up a piece of scallion oil chicken and was immediately stunned by its exquisite flavor. She marveled at her prior discernment. Not only was the boss handsome, but he also produced such delectable dishes. One could hardly find such delicacies even in high-end restaurants. Wu Yue, must you always be so unserious? Seeing her friend speak so brazenly for the sake of food, Yi nearly wished for a block of tofu to knock her out. Qin Gu, how blissful it would be to enjoy your cooking every day. Zhuo Wenshu, savoring a piece of honey-glazed ribs, found the flavor utterly delightful. Indeed, you two are family, and I am merely an employee. Surely, you will have ample opportunity to dine, but what of me? Upon hearing Zhuo Wenshu's remark, Wu Yue's expression soured slightly. As Yi Yin's friend, she had no ties to Qin Mo, yet after tasting his cooking, she felt that future meals would pale in comparison. The gathering lasted until 9:30, and considering the need to open for business the next day, no one drank alcohol, though they did indulge in some beverages. Everyone was now so stuffed that they had to sit up straight to feel comfortable. Teacher Yi, I'm going to burst, Xin exclaimed, patting her round little belly, her face filled with concern. What's wrong, Xin? If this continues, Daddy will turn me into a little chubby girl. Look, Teacher Yi, I have a little belly now, just like Daddy used to. How can Daddy make such delicious food, yet his belly has shrunk? Reminded by Xin, Yin recalled that just a week ago, Qin Mo did indeed have a slight belly, which now appeared absent, seemingly replaced by abs. The thought of Qin Mo's handsome visage coupled with a model's physique made Yi Yin's cheeks flush anew. Xin, are you ready yet? After waiting outside for 5 minutes without seeing the 3 women emerge, Qin Mo called out. Daddy, Xin is coming right now. Hearing her father's call, Xin tugged at Yin and rushed out, followed closely by Wu Yue. That it's all right, we were just passing by. Xin, go take a shower. You smell all musty. Daddy, you smell. Xin smells delightful. After playfully teasing his daughter for a moment, Qin Mo finally let her go to bathe. Ding, incoming call. Who could be calling at this hour? Picking up his phone. He had just been smiling when his expression darkened. Hu Lingzhu, the ex-mother-in-law. Without a second thought, Qin Mo hung up. Memories of his grim 6-year ordeal flooded back, with Hu Lingzhu at the center of it all. While other daughters had their mothers caring for them during their confinement, Hu Lingzhu had come to assert dominance rather than provide support. After a month of her presence, Qin Mo had lost 10 pounds. Setting a personal record for his lowest weight, that his ex-wife's business flourished, Hu Lingzhu became increasingly overbearing, even disparaging Qin Mo's parents to his face. Your parents are but humble teachers. They can forget about ever making a name for themselves. Now that my daughter's business is thriving, it's your Qin Mo's fortune. Their argument had escalated, and since then, they had not spoken. Now, with her calling, what was there to discuss? Minutes later, the phone rang again. This time, Qin Mo decisively added Hu Lingzhu to his blacklist. The silence was blissful as he noted his daughter had finished her shower. Setting his phone aside, it was now his turn to wash up. Upon returning to the bedroom, he found his daughter already asleep. Qin Mo couldn't help but smile. With Wu Yue's presence, they had thoroughly enjoyed themselves that afternoon, now utterly exhausted and ready for slumber. Checking his phone, he saw a plethora of unread messages from his ex-wife. The first scolded him for not answering her mother's call and for blacklisting her. The second lamented that he had become wealthy and unrecognizable. The final message expressed a longing for her granddaughter, asking if he could bring her out for a meal the following day. Reading this, Qin Mo found it utterly ludicrous. Hu Lingzhu, of all people, pretended to care for her granddaughter. During their time under one roof, Hu Lingzhu had only held Xin a handful of times. Moreover, the meals he prepared for his daughter were often consumed entirely by Hu Lingzhu herself. The instances were too numerous to count, leaving Qin Mo unable to remember them all. Chapter 45, Psychological Tactics. Regret sets in. Hu Lingzhu had anticipated this phone call all along. Now that Qin Mo had opened a branch, earning thousands daily, she began to entertain new thoughts that if he could succeed, how much more could their daughter achieve? Moreover, Qin Mo's meek disposition meant that with a little intimidation, he would readily apologize. Since his departure, the household had descended into chaos, prompting Hu Lingzhu to consider a reunion. She believed that if they remarried, her daughter could expand her business further, and she would gain a free servant at home. What Hu Lingzhu failed to realize was that after a year apart, Qin Mo had grown bold enough to hang up on her and blacklist her without hesitation. After sending her messages, he muted his phone and charged it, preparing for bed and an early rise the next day. For that mother-daughter duo, they could do as they pleased. It was no concern of his. As he responded, Hu Lingzhu anxiously inquired upon hearing her daughter's phone chime that he refuses to meet her daughter's words. Hu Lingzhu erupted. Why should he deny me the chance to see my granddaughter? Make him remove me from the blacklist immediately. Why should I? You seem to forget your own actions. You recall how you spoke of his parents. As a supposed elder, you even competed for food with the younger generation. How shameful. It was only after you gave your consent that I spoke ill of them. You wanted a divorce but couldn't find a reason. When I suggested it, you didn't oppose me. As Hu Lingzhu faced her daughter's accusations, she retaliated, striking at her vulnerabilities. Now is not the time for quarrels. We must find a solution. Call Qin Mo's parents and speak with them. Realizing that arguing would yield no results, Hailan suggested her mother reach out to her in-laws. However, she did not notice Hu Lingzhu's next move. You don't have their contact information? Not anymore. I wanted to sever all ties, so I deleted it, along with my WeChat friends. Hailan, exasperated, thought of how her mother spent her days at home, neglecting chores and cooking, instead chatting with online acquaintances and ordering takeout, leaving the kitchen appliances to rust. Fine, I'll add them now. 1 minute passed. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour later, still no notification. Why hasn't Tia gone through? Did she blacklist me like Qin Mo? Hu Lingzhu mused. With nearly 11 o'clock upon them, she decided to sleep and discuss things in the morning today as she lay in bed. Recalling the sight of Qin Mo's 2 shops earlier that day, she found sleep elusive. The more she thought of Qin Mo's past virtues, the more regret she felt after numerous blind dates. She realized that aside from his lack of wealth, Qin Mo possessed numerous admirable qualities that no, I must that I end the Xinyue community, room 501 on the 5th floor. Wu Yue. Why are you still awake? Yi Yin, emerging from her bedroom, found Wu Yue sitting in the small living room, engrossed in the television. This was uncharacteristic of her. After a long day, Yin too was eager for sleep. Don't disturb me. I'm pondering a serious matter. If you're tired, go to sleep. I don't have classes in the morning. Then I'll sleep first. Don't stay up too late. Oh, Wu Yue, what on earth are you thinking? Is it merely because he is handsome, a good cook, successful, and has a well-behaved daughter? The more Wu Yue mulled over it, the more chaotic her thoughts became. Forget it. I'll sleep first. I'm so sleepy. Chapter 46. Seeking my mother is futile at 9 in the morning. Qin Mo had just finished selling buns and sat down to rest when his phone rang. Ding. Incoming call. Upon receiving a call from his mother, Wang Lanhui, Qin Mo inquired, Mother, aren't you supposed to be exercising this morning? How do you find the time to call me? Wang Lanhui's routine after retirement involved rising early to prepare breakfast for her husband before heading to a nearby park for physical activities. Her mornings were spent playing table tennis, kicking shuttlecocks, and engaging in card games. Thus, Qin Mo's question was entirely reasonable. This morning, he noticed that Hu Lingzhu had added him as a friend on WeChat. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo couldn't help but think how peculiar this mother-daughter duo was. They had learned to employ an indirect approach to resolve their issues. That it was astonishing how thick-skinned Hu Lingzhu could be, considering she had once scathingly criticized Qin Mo's mother, even going so far as to declare, if I ever seek out you, Wang Lanhui, I might as well be a dog. Little did she know, she would soon eat her words. You should accept a request and see what they have to say. They contacted me yesterday, expressing a desire to reconcile, Qin Mo suggested, though he refrained from elaborating further. Trusting that his mother would grasp the implications, in Unit 2201, Building B of Shinshur Shinhawan Community, a woman in her 50s emerged from a bedroom, still disheveled and clad in sleepwear, stretching languidly. Upon glancing at her phone, she noticed a new friend request from Wang Lanhui. At last, she added me. I was beginning to think they were too aloof, but it seems they are only interested because my daughter is well off. Hu Lingzhu, too lazy to even wash up, settled on the sofa, initially waiting for Wang Lanhui's message. However, recalling her daughter's words from the previous night, she quickly sent a message. Sister Hui, how have you been with work and health lately? Wang Lanhui replied, I have been retired for a year now, and my health is perfectly fine. There's no need for your concern. Just get to the point. Hu Lingzhu responded, Isn't this just me caring for you? Wang Lanhui shot back, Is this your idea of concern? If you don't state your purpose soon, I'll block you. She understood the underlying motive. Hu Lingzhu was attempting to play the mediator. Had she realized this sooner, perhaps the two wouldn't have divorced. I cannot make any decisions on this matter. Contacting me is futile. Hu Lingzhu retorted, We were wrong before, saying your son-in-law was unworthy of my daughter. Now that he has made some progress in his career, I believe a reconciliation would be mutually beneficial. Upon reading Hu Lingzhu's message, Wang Lanhui recalled that her son had mentioned opening a shop last week. The business seemed to be thriving, far from the comforting words she had initially thought. Knowing Hu Lingzhu's nature, it was clear she wouldn't lower herself unless there was something to gain. Previously, when her son lacked a job and funds, he was deemed unworthy. Now that he had achieved success, Hu Lingzhu was eager to reap the rewards. Remember this, Hu Lingzhu. Don't provoke me that I tolerated your antics before solely for my son's sake. Reflecting on their divorce, I must thank you for your unwitting assistance. After sending that message, Wang Lanhui promptly deleted Hu Lingzhu from her contacts, preferring to remain oblivious to her existence. Realizing it was late, Wang Lanhui glanced at the time and noticed she had missed her appointment with her card-playing friends. Hastily, she set her belongings aside and locked the door behind her. Little did anyone know, beneath her typically amiable demeanor, she could unleash a fierce temper. Meanwhile, Hu Lingzhu was left in disbelief at the message she had received. If her daughter was indeed serious about Qin Mo's lucrative shop, with daily earnings in the tens of thousands, it could lead to substantial profits for her as well. Frustrated, she threw her phone in a fit of rage, only to hastily retrieve it when she realized the screen was merely cracked, not irreparably damaged. The next step was to call her daughter, Hailan, to relay the recent developments. Clearly, her parents did not support their reconciliation. Hu Lingzhu's eagerness to facilitate their reunion stemmed from her focus on the potential benefits of Qin Mo's shop, while Hailan seemed to harbor regrets. Presently, Qin Mo stood out among his peers. Not only was he affluent, but he was also handsome and dutiful. Despite having just been scolded, Hu Lingzhu felt a surge of excitement. Let them berate me now. Once they reconcile, they will see what I can do. It appeared she had a keen understanding of her mother's character. All right, I know what to do, she concluded. Both mother and daughter remained blissfully unaware that the issues lay within themselves, lost in their daydreams of how to divide the spoils of Qin Mo's shop post-reconciliation. Chapter 47. New dishes unveiled. Steamed green grouper. Boss, how much do you sell this green grouper for? After entrusting the shop to Zhuo Wenshu, Qin Mo made his way to the seafood market. He realized that the shop's offerings could no longer be limited to just congee. Numerous customers had suggested adding a variety of dishes to satiate their hunger. While buns and congee were delightful, they were hardly filling enough, often leaving his patrons weak and famished before closing time. 70 yuan per jean. Look, this green grouper has just been delivered. Although it's not wild, every returning customer attests to its tender meat. And even upscale restaurants use it. As customers entered, the shop owner eagerly praised his wares. Qin Mo merely glanced at the fish and deemed it satisfactory. Please set aside 2 for me. For the remaining 10, I can provide an address for delivery. Each time he purchased ingredients, he had to negotiate anew. It became imperative to secure a vehicle for transport. The minimum order for delivery was 20 fish, and payment was required up front. The moment the shop owner caught sight of Qin Mo, he promptly agreed. All right, here's the address. Also, you need to handle the fish. When they arrive, I want to ensure they are alive. I wonder if you can manage that. When it comes to running a restaurant, one must prioritize the freshness of the food. That it was essential for Qin Mo to feel assured about the quality of what he served. No problem. I can tell you're in the restaurant business that I hope you'll support our establishment in the future. Here is my business card. As long as you specify your desired quantity, I'll deliver to the designated location immediately. That he ended up purchasing 2 jean of beef, pork, eggs, and a variety of vegetables, totaling over 1,800 yuan. The green grouper he selected was around 1 jean each. Upon returning to the shop, Qin Mo wrote on the small blackboard, steamed green grouper 260 yuan each, blanched choy some 30 yuan per plate. He was uncertain whether anyone would order at that price. However, he believed that the quality of his culinary creations warranted a commensurate price. The pricing was genuinely reasonable. It merely depended on whether patrons recognized its value. By this time, it was already 10 o'clock. Passers-by began to notice the updated information on the blackboard, intrigued by the steep price of the fish. Most of these customers frequented the shop for the affordable and delicious buns, so their surprise at the new prices was understandable. Brother Zhuo, these 3 portions are for your lunch. Let us all make do today. Having promised them free meals, Qin Mo was determined to follow through. Although today's offerings were less abundant than yesterday's, they were still satisfactory. Char siu, spicy stir-fried beef, blanched choy sum, and egg tomato soup to 18 noon. A long queue formed outside the shop, and Fong Mi Shue, having finished her meal, came over to assist. Qin Boss has released new dishes, but the prices are quite steep. Customers lining up for buns were compelled to forego the new items, realizing that for the same price, they could purchase dozens of buns instead. Just then, a middle-aged man stepped out of the queue. Qin Boss, I can't believe how quickly you've rolled out the new dishes. We were just discussing it yesterday. This man was Yin Wenbo, who had the rare fortune of finishing work on time, yet still arrived too late, facing a long wait. Hearing the chatter about the new, expensive dishes, he asked, "Are you placing an order, Supervisor Yin?" Noticing the prices on the blackboard, he acknowledged their high cost compared to the buns. But given Qin Mo's culinary skills, he considered it reasonable. After all, he could afford it on his salary. Dining out usually started at 1,000 yuan. Spending a few hundred seemed trivial in comparison. I don't need to wait in line. Yin Wenbo inquired. No, those ordering dishes can skip the queue at that moment. He had no reason to hesitate, especially with a queue that would take him over 10 minutes to reach the front. All right, I'll have a steamed green grouper and a plate of blanched choy sum, please. The rice is complimentary, right? Though he was aware that the price was not listed, he couldn't resist adding a lighthearted comment to lighten the atmosphere. Supervisor Yin, if you think the pricing is too low, I wouldn't mind charging a bit extra. While Yin Wenbo waited, 2 curious young patrons approached, eager to sample Qin Mo's cooking and ordered a fish as well. All right. Qin Mo served the dish, placing it before Yin Wenbo. As he lifted the lid, the rich aroma of the fish wafted towards him. Delicious. The steamed green grouper presented before them was a sight to behold. The knife work was exquisite, and it left everyone in awe. Yin Wenbo couldn't help but exclaim, "This was worth every penny." I finally understand why Qin boss set the price this way. The last time I had a dish like this at a five-star hotel, it was priced at 2,888 yuan. 2,888 yuan. That is outrageous. At this rate, Qin boss's dish is quite the bargain. What shall we do? It is evident that this fish must be 100 times more delectable than the buns. However, as a mere impoverished individual, I can only afford to indulge a few times a month. Brother, you are better off than I. I resort to buns solely due to my lack of funds, while you have the means to order a few times. Let the price be what it may. Boss Qin, I would like a fish as well. A young man from the group approached the dining table and sat down. Yin Wenbo gazed at the fish before him, which resembled a work of art, and hesitated to take a bite. Supervisor Yin, do take a bite so that we may know the flavor. Seeing Yin Wenbo's reluctance, the other patrons grew anxious. Wait a moment, let me take a photo for keepsake. With that, Yin Wenbo posed with the steamed green grouper for a picture. Finally, he picked up his chopsticks, first lifting a piece of fish, dipping it in the sauce before placing it in his mouth. How is it? Unbeknownst to him, several people had gathered around him, their faces etched with anticipation. Fresh, truly exquisite. Supervisor Yin, I am well aware that the fish is delicious. What I am inquiring about is the taste. Everyone saw the fish being prepared earlier, all of which were alive and kicking. It is delicious, surpassing even the buns. Words fail to adequately describe it. Boss Qin, bring me a fish. Me too. One fish is hardly enough. Let us have two. And if necessary, we shall subsist on steamed buns by the month. Two pairs of young couples also stepped out from the crowd. Boss Qin, with such culinary skills, why did you not present them to us sooner? I have been eating buns for an entire week. As Yin Wenbo savored the fish, he conversed with Qin Mo. There was no other choice. You know my establishment is newly opened, and if I had introduced it earlier, you would not have dined here. Chapter 48. Temptation. Already sold out, that is indeed the case, as dish after dish of steamed fish was served. The nearby patrons who were sipping porridge and gnawing on buns felt as though they were chewing on wax, devoid of flavor. The aroma of fish wafted through the air. This is splendid. I believe I shall often work overtime henceforth so I can support Boss Qin's business. Xiao Xine, what do you think of your boyfriend? He eats far too quickly. Your boyfriend is no different. The two couples shared a meal, and upon tasting the steamed fish's delightful flavor, they lost all semblance of decorum that in the blink of an eye, a plate of fish had been devoured by the two gluttons. You two do not touch. The two girls instinctively shielded the last plate of fish. You two may eat the vegetables. This final plate is for Xiao Xine and me. Indeed, Xiao Xine's quick thinking saved us from going without. At that moment, help finally arrived. Handsome Qin, I have come to assist again. Feel free to assign me any tasks. The trio that appeared comprised Xin, Yi Yin, and Wu Yue. Brother Qin, she insisted on coming along. Seeing Qin Mo, Yi Yin said helplessly that it's all right. It is merely an extra pair of chopsticks that I told you, handsome Qin. How could you bear to let a beauty like me consume inferior oil? Come now. Do not just stand there. Hurry and finish your meal. Old man, you wish to order 5 of these buns? Very well, I shall pack them for you. What is that aroma? Old Wang, long time no see. Entering was a local neighbor, Wang Dihai, a retiree who wandered about daily. Wang Dihai greeted those in the shop and found a spot to sit. That I see. Your spouse is not around, and you have no meals. So you ventured out. A familiar neighbor teased him. Ahem, Xiao Qin, your steamed fish is simply too fragrant. Prepare one for me as well. Wang Dihai, known to have been a senior executive at a company prior to his retirement, now spent his days sampling delicacies. Wherever he appeared, the taste of the establishment was guaranteed to be above par. Not bad, it appears old Wang possesses foresight, even bringing fine wine along that moment. Wang Dihai pulled a small bottle of liquor from his pocket and set it on the table in the kitchen. Qin Mo was diligently preparing, simultaneously cooking 2 fish. The dishes emerging were nearly identical, and every patron present sang praises of the meal. Originally, some customers had considered dining elsewhere, but upon catching a whiff of the fish aroma wafting from the tables, they could no longer resist. Boss Qin, prepare one for us as well. Soon, all 7 remaining fish were claimed by the patrons. Some who had hesitated earlier now made up their minds that this. Qin Mo could only apologize. My apologies. Everyone, The fish is all sold out, that no way. Sold out so quickly. I finally steel myself to come here. And now it's gone. Indeed, with that aroma, even the buns seem tasteless. Boss Qin, could you possibly prepare a few more? Observing everyone enjoying their meal, those who wished for fish began to regret their indecision. That it's already afternoon. Time is running short. Watching the three busy in the kitchen, I realized we hadn't even eaten yet. I cannot let the desire for a little extra profit cause me to neglect my daughter and Yin. Very well, I shall leave work early today. Old Wang, I have some fine wine. Shall we enjoy it together? Elder Jiang Hongxi produced a bottle of superior wine, even better than what Wang Dihai had, and quickly sat beside him, placing the bottle on the table. Wang Dihai's eyes lit up, and without a second thought, he exclaimed, Xin, bring Lin Grandpa an extra set of chopsticks. His eyes were keen. This bottle of wine was worth several thousand yuan, and it was even difficult to acquire with money. Grandpa Wang, Xin always sees you drinking wine. I will tell Grandma Qin next time I see her. Placing the chopsticks in front of Lin Jiantong, Xin smiled. Oh no, little ancestor. Next time Grandpa will bring you some tasty treats. All right, Grandpa Wang, you said it. Who would have thought that I, Wang Dihai, a man of great wisdom, would ultimately be outmaneuvered by a young girl? Watching Xin triumphantly skip away, I pondered, why think so much? I wonder what delightful flavors will emerge when paired with Xiaoqin's culinary skills. At 1 o'clock, it was finally time to eat. I was nearly starving. Upon hearing that we could eat, Wu Yue rushed faster than Xin. One tidied the table, while the other dashed inside to serve the dishes. Sister E, if you enjoy the meals my father makes so much, what will you do once you're married? Observing Wu Yue competing for the last fish head, Xin curiously inquired that I teach Xin his question. Wu Yue momentarily froze, that by the time she came to her senses, the fish head had already landed in Xin's bowl. Well, sister just mentioned Sun Tzu's Art of War, and you immediately applied it against me. That is true. Teacher Yi often says we must apply what we learn. He, who told you to be so slow? Delicious. The fish head is the best. While eating, Xin occasionally teased Wu Yue. I eat vegetables for beauty, while you devour meat. I foresee you becoming a little chubby. Picking up a stem of vegetable. Wu Yue had to admit that even the simplest boiled vegetables tasted exceptional when prepared by Qin Mo with each encounter. It became increasingly clear that Qin Mo was a true treasure. Yi Yin was indeed fortunate. However, I too am quite lucky, being able to enjoy such fine meals daily. With this thought, the earlier disappointment of not having the fish head dissipated entirely. Chapter 49. Half a month. Savings of 450,000 half a month later, which marks the 20-some days since Qin Mo's first bun shop opened. Qin Mo's savings had already reached 450,000 yuan. Last week, he moved out of his previous residence and rented a new apartment near the food street, with a monthly rent of 8,000 yuan and a deposit of 3 months. This required over 30,000 yuan. Though it was several times more expensive than before, the interior was exquisitely decorated, featuring a 2-bedroom apartment. It was very close to the food street, just a few minutes' walk from the community entrance. The prospect of buying a house would have to be postponed. Unbeknownst to him, upon checking the recent housing prices, he realized that his current earnings barely covered the down payment, that he could only temporarily suppress this thought. Now, with 2 shops, the daily profit exceeded 40,000 yuan. Outsiders were unaware of Qin Mo's actual profit. They only knew that his shops were always packed. Combined, the monthly net profit exceeded 1 million yuan. If this were to be disclosed, he would dominate the headlines. Divorced man, after a failed romance, turns to business, earning over 100,000 monthly. Qin Mo, however, was not eager for fame. It was best to quietly amass wealth. The car he purchased was merely for transportation and to occasionally haul ingredients. Thus, there was no need for an expensive vehicle. Once he became wealthy, he could always upgrade later. That he had already made plans, but now added a requirement for ample space. Ultimately, he settled on the Hongqi HS5. The low configuration was priced at 200,000 yuan, which he had seen online. The actual price should not differ greatly. Joie, I have handed over the 2 shops to you this morning. I have matters to attend to. The boss can rest assured. We 3 shall hold down the fort here. Unfortunately, we shall not have the pleasure of a meal today. Fang Mishua voiced the sentiments of the group. They had grown accustomed to Qin Mo's culinary delights. Eating takeout now felt like chewing on wax. Nothing could compare to Qin Mo's cooking. Seeing how hard everyone worked to maintain both shops, he was determined to ensure they were well taken care of. This is already quite high among peers, not to mention there are bonuses at the end of the month. The three have not taken a break in the past half-month. Qin Mo also wishes to find new recruits, yet has not encountered any suitable candidates. Moreover, everyone seems to have no objections. Though they are a bit fatigued, the overtime during holidays is compensated at triple rates, and most importantly, they are gaining valuable knowledge here. Whenever he has a moment, Qin Mo personally imparts his expertise about sugar water to them. Compared to the sugar water shops in the market, the trio has already graduated. However, Qin Mo aims for excellence. Hence his higher expectations for them, that he has promised that they will be responsible for the subsequent branches, that no one would abandon their acquired skills at this juncture. The three possess ambition. They believe that following Qin Mo will yield greater earnings than venturing out alone, without having to bear the risks. Dad, where are you going? On this day, Yin was also present. The relationship between her and Qin Mo had taken on a hint of ambiguity, yet neither had dared to address it. Wu Yue had now become Yi Yin's shadow. Let's go buy a car. With that, Qin Mo took out his phone to call for a ride, since they were going to buy a car. Riding a small donkey was out of the question. Great, Dad, you're finally buying a car. Xin has been waiting for so long. Upon hearing about the car purchase, Wu Yue was even more excited than anyone else. What price range are we looking at? Over 100,000? 20-some thousand? What brand, imported or domestic? Enough. Don't give me suggestions. I've already decided on the car. Just get in. At that moment, the car had arrived, and Qin Mo directly took the front passenger seat. No sense of fun at all. Wu Jie, are you coming or not? Seeing Wu Yue still standing motionless, Qin hurriedly inquired. Of course, adults should not hold grudges. After arriving at the 4S dealership, the group immediately attracted the attention of those around them. A handsome young man, two beautiful women, and an adorable little girl. One could hardly keep a low profile. Hello, sir. May I ask what kind of car you are looking for? As soon as Qin Mo appeared at the entrance, several female sales assistants rushed over. Take me around to have a look. Observing the starry-eyed expressions of the saleswomen, Qin Mo could only blame his own handsomeness, casually selecting one with a charming appearance. All right, may I ask for your surname, sir? Qin, from the Qin dynasty. So it's Mr. Qin. Please follow me. As Qin Mo and his companions moved away, the saleswomen began to murmur amongst themselves. What a pity that such a handsome customer was snatched away by an intern, that he is simply too handsome. His aura is captivating. He must be from some prestigious family. Just look at the two women beside him. Indeed, how could we ordinary folks possibly compare? One of them recalled seeing someone similar at a prominent listed company. Let us go. Enough chatter. One female sales assistant exclaimed excitedly, completely oblivious to the pale-faced colleague beside her. This particular 4S store's top salesperson had always relied on her looks and eloquence to secure the top spot each month. Yet, Qin Mo had merely glanced at her, not providing her with any opportunity to shine, which left her feeling quite displeased. The main issue was that he had chosen the store's newly hired intern. The other salespersons occasionally commented on how beautiful the two female companions were, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Zhu Tongruei was just as attractive. Here comes young Master Chen, compared to Qin Mo previously. The young man who appeared at the entrance now had all the salespeople without customers rushing over. This was the true big spender. Every time he appeared, he purchased luxury vehicles. The last time he came, Zhu Tongruei happened to be off that day, and one saleswoman managed to clinch a deal worth over $1 million at this time. Her commission would amount to several tens of thousands, so she was determined not to let him slip away. Carefully adjusting her outfit, she confidently approached him. Isn't this young Master Chen? Long time no see. From afar, Zhu Tongruei began to flirt. Young Master Chen, I was just about to designate a fairly decent-looking salesperson to show me some cars. Suddenly, a lovely voice called out from behind. Turning around, his eyes brightened that a voluptuous and stunning woman was striding toward him, throwing flirtatious glances his way. Miss Zhu? Young Master Chen remarked with a knowing smile. I didn't expect young Master Chen to recognize me. Upon hearing her name called directly by young Master Chen, Zhu Tongruei felt optimistic about closing the deal today. Approaching him, she wrapped her arms around his, sensuously rubbing against him. Chapter 50. Buying a car, underestimated once again. Young Master Chen made his intentions clear, suggesting she accompany him to familiarize themselves with the new car after the purchase. How can you doubt my professionalism? Young Master Chen. Serving our customers is indeed our duty. Watching a lucrative deal slip away from her grasp, the saleswoman could only lament their lack of beauty. "Then I'll take this one." After half an hour of deliberation among the sales assistant and Yi Yin and Wu Yue, Qin Mo changed his previous choice to a Honda XRV. The budget was reduced by several thousand, totaling only 170,000, with the vehicle readily available for immediate pickup. Not wishing to make multiple trips, he decisively settled on this car. "That Mr. Qin, please enjoy some water while you wait here." The intern handed over 4 cans of cola before stepping out to finalize the remaining paperwork. After completing the payment, Qin Mo waited in the VIP lounge. At that moment, Zhu Tongray also entered with young Master Chen. "Young Master Chen, please wait here a moment. I'll take care of your paperwork right away." Upon noticing Qin Mo in the lounge, Zhu Tongray realized that the intern had successfully secured the sale. She wondered what type of car he was purchasing. Curiosity piqued, she leaned over to glance at the contract on the table. Surely, she must have misread it. She looked again. Indeed, it was a vehicle priced in the tens of thousands. At that moment, she couldn't help but scoff internally. He looked so refined. She had assumed he was from a wealthy family, only to discover he was buying a car of average standing. Surely he couldn't be casting a glance at the 2 beautiful women beside him, dressed in designer labels. She noted that only Qin Mo appeared in unbranded attire. Initially captivated by his charm and poise, she hadn't paid attention to his clothing. Now, however, her suspicions transitioned from doubt to certainty. Ugh, how unfortunate. With that thought, she threw Qin Mo a disdainful glance. Zhu Tongray, as she exited, remained oblivious to the situation. Having been scrutinized, Yi Yin remained silent, seemingly accustomed to it. However, Wu Yue was different. "What are you staring at, you fatso?" Were it not for his attire, Wu Yue would have loved to slap him. Her greatest disdain in life was for overweight individuals. Their greasy appearance made her cringe. How could someone from a prestigious family be so easily intimidated? Wu Yue's comment provided him with the opportunity he sought. He stood up and smiled at Yi Yin. "May I ask this beautiful lady's name?" "I am Qin Haoyu, heir to the Qin Group." Qin Haoyu presumed that revealing his identity would surely pique her interest. Who would not recognize the Qin Group, a publicly listed company valued in the hundreds of billions? To his surprise, Yin didn't even glance in his direction. Meanwhile, Wu Yue seemed taken aback, giving him another look and remarking, "So it turns out rich people are all overweight." Her words, though seemingly innocuous, carried a distinct undertone of insult. This was a true example of an elegant insult. Despite feeling a surge of anger, seeing the goddess Yi Yin seated beside him, Qin Haoyu managed to suppress his irritation. "Here is my business card. If this lady wishes to befriend me, please give me a call." With that, he placed a card before Yi Yin, treating Qin Mo as if he were invisible. This was a clear insult. His actions indicated that he viewed Qin Mo as a mere decoration, merely a pretty face without substance. Qin Mo, however, remained unfazed, occasionally teasing his daughter with a smile. "Thank you for your trouble." Just a fleeting smile directed at Qin Mo caused the intern to blush, inciting jealousy in Qin Haoyu. The subsequent scene dealt him a further blow. A beautiful woman was now hugging Qin Mo's arm, smiling sweetly at him. The Wu Yue quickly grasped her best friend's intentions, joining in by wrapping her arms around Qin Mo's other arm. Oh no. Qin Haoyu's mind was flooded with expletives as he glanced at the business card on the table, feeling utterly defeated. In the dealership, customers and sales assistants watched as Qin Mo emerged, both arms encircled by beautiful women, followed by an adorable little girl, confidently striding toward a brand new car worth less than 200,000. After the sales assistant handed him the keys, he whisked away with the 2 lovely ladies. The men present regarded Qin Mo with reverence, as if he were a deity, glancing at their own vehicles. They realized that while Qin Mo's car was of premium configuration at a mere tens of thousands, their own cars, which cost hundreds of thousands or even millions, were equipped with the most basic features. "Forget it, I'll think about it another day." Qin Mo's appearance had set a historic low for sales at this 4S store. "Young Master Chen, the contract is ready. May I ask where you plan to take me for a test drive after signing?" Qin Haoyu, who had just been silently mocked by Qin Mo, now looked again at Zhu Tongray, perplexed by the entire situation. "What kind of vehicle are you testing? A bus, perhaps? Today, I am in a foul mood. So please do not trouble me. Just a moment ago, I was playfully bantering with Qin Haoyu, and now, in the blink of an eye, he has turned his back and walked away." Zhu Tongrui is utterly bewildered by the situation. A lucrative deal worth over $1 million was on the verge of success. Yet something has gone awry. Zhu Tongrui yearns to chase after the young Master Qin to inquire, but fears provoking Qin Haoyu, which could jeopardize her standing in this industry. Some matters are indeed enigmatic. After Qin Mo's departure, the only successful transaction of the day was her own. Subsequent clients presented a myriad of reasons leading to failed deals. One young man, overwhelmed with excitement, fainted, resulting in a failed transfer. This deal was also under Zhu Tongrui's purview. Not only did she fail to complete the business, but she might also face compensation claims from the client. Yet, she cannot help but feel sympathy for the young man with such a frail constitution. Chapter 51. My own car. What a comfort as she rolled down the car window, relishing the sensation of the wind against her face. She reveled in the joys of being part of the car-owning elite. That's hilarious. After exiting the VIP lounge, Wu Yue could no longer contain her laughter, collapsing into the back seat, clutching her stomach. Just imagine the expression of that rotund fellow. He must be weeping in some corner right now. Observing Wu Yue's return to her mischievous self, Yin discreetly glanced at Qin Mo beside her. The memory of her earlier act of wrapping her arms around Qin Mo's made her cheeks flush with embarrassment, but he remained oblivious to Yin's peculiar demeanor, wholly focused on driving his very first car. Exhilaration coursing through him, Yin's actions were a clear indication of her disdain for Qin Haoyu, making it evident that no amount of wealth could ever impress her. As for Wu Yue's final gesture, it was merely adding salt to his wounds. After half an hour, having exhausted her interest in the new experience, Qin Mo initiated a conversation with the group that Wu Yue, however, was eager to take the wheel, insisting that Qin Mo pull over for her to drive. Qin Shui, I have a proposition. Once behind the wheel, Wu Yue's driving style mirrored her vibrant personality, overtaking car after car. Had it not been for her commendable skills, Qin Mo would have seriously considered removing her from the driver's seat. What is it? He inquired, wary of this wild woman. After 2 weeks of familiarity, she seemed to have completely disregarded her femininity. Can I borrow a car in a few days? Focus on the road. At this moment, the three of them simultaneously shrieked in alarm. All right, just let me know which day, and you can drive it away. Qin Mo quickly acquiesced, for this was a major thoroughfare, and Wu Yue was already driving at a breakneck speed. Another scare like that might just be too much for his heart. Love you. Qin Shui. Upon hearing Qin Mo's consent, Wu Yue drove with one hand while extending the other backward in a playful gesture. Owning a car feels fantastic. When will I, Wu Yue, be able to purchase my own? Indeed, Wu Yue, let's drive to the market for groceries. Tonight's meal will be special. Roger that. I was just waiting for you to say that. Everyone buckle up. I'm about to accelerate. The mention of food ignited excitement not just in Wu Yue, but also in Yi Xin, who began clapping her hands from the back seat, while Yin chuckled, covering her face. Under Wu Yue's exceptional driving skills, a journey that would typically take half an hour was completed in merely 20 minutes. Wow, Qin boss, you've struck gold. It's only been a short while since you got your car. Upon exiting the vehicle, Qin Mo encountered familiar faces, either vendors from the market or customers from his shop. This car is wonderful. Many people around me have purchased one. It's perfect for families. We also wish to buy one, but alas, our earnings fall short. While purchasing ingredients, Qin Mo engaged in conversation with the shop owners. After gathering all the necessary supplies and placing them in the trunk, he drove directly to his shop to unload before parking the car properly. Owning a vehicle truly is convenient, compared to before. It has saved him several times the time. Boss, are you all set for today? Indeed. I only just realized how convenient it is to have a car. If you all work diligently, it won't be long before you can own one too. Understanding the importance of knowledge has made them cherish the opportunities Qin Mo provides even more. Upon hearing Qin Mo's words, their eyes sparkled with hope, fully believing in his promise. Not long ago, Qin Mo had nothing. Now, within less than a month of opening his shop, he has earned hundreds of thousands. At this rate, he would soon open a branch, and their wages would double, something they had never even dared to dream about. At that moment, the shop door swung open, and Wang Dihai walked in. Xiao Qin, save me 50 buns, 10 bowls of congee, and 4 steamed grouper for my old friends visiting tonight. What fillings do you want? All of them. 10 of each. Just those. That won't be enough. We're also having a gathering at our shop tonight, and I'll prepare a couple of extra dishes for you. You can settle the bill later, but it won't be ready until after 8. Did I wonder if Wang Di can wait? After Wang Di finished speaking, he turned to leave, needing to prepare the drinks. The thought of alcohol instantly brought a figure to his mind, and he pulled out his phone to make a call. After hanging up, Wang Di burst into laughter. With the dishes and drinks arranged, all that was left was to wait. This time, it would surely astonish his friends. Xiao Qin knows how to please his customers, and it's a rarity that he frequently patronizes his shop. Now that he is retired, his wife has eased her grip on his finances. With some spare cash, Wang Di often uses the excuse of taking a stroll to visit Qin Mo's shop, ordering a steamed fish for a solitary drink. Each time he called ahead, Qin Mo would ensure a steamed fish was reserved for him. Currently, Qin Mo sells only 20 steamed grouper each meal, amounting to 40 a day. After a single taste, the dish's popularity soared, with hundreds of customers vying for a chance to order one, clearly insufficient to meet the demand. Fortunately, Qin Mo established a rule that each person is allowed only one fish, granting everyone a fair chance to taste it, and no one has raised any objections to this policy, to his surprise. Wang Di was treating his old friends. The shop's success depended on him, so he sent an employee on an errand. Understood, boss. Chapter 52. Wang Di treats guests, tempts customers' palates. Wang Di. Did Xiao Qin really add more dishes for you? Jiang Hongxi couldn't help but question whether he was being deceived into drinking. Upon receiving the call, he had immediately agreed without hesitation. Once the initial excitement wore off, he began to reconsider. Well, now I actually hope it's not true. At 8 in the evening, the bun shop had closed for business, and the dessert shop had also wrapped up early, despite not having launched a delivery service. Locals and office workers who had tasted the buns and congee became utterly addicted. A day without indulging felt like an empty void, leaving them lethargic. Old Wang, are you trying to fool me? Is there really good food at the gourmet street? At that moment, 5 figures approached from a distance. Leading the group were Wang Di and Jiang Hongxi, each carrying a bottle of fine wine. The speaker was an elder walking alongside Wang Di. His implication was clear. The gourmet street caters to the masses. But true culinary delights are few and far between, hence the skepticism. Countrymen, you'll see in a moment. The place ahead is the one that upon noticing Wang Di pointing towards a bun shop, Su Xingwa frowned slightly. Are you inviting us to drink and eat buns? The first bun shop. Isn't it just a place for selling buns? What new tricks could they possibly have? Just as Su Xingwa was about to continue, he noticed a young man emerging from the bun shop. Clad in a simple chef's uniform, he waved toward them. Old Wang. Upon closer inspection, Su Xingwa was taken aback by the young man's striking appearance and extraordinary demeanor. As if he had seen him somewhere before. Xiao Qin, thank you for your hard work. That I didn't know it's already. We've just been waiting for you. These must be Wang Di's friends. Come in quickly. With that, Qin Mo opened the shop door, standing aside to welcome them in. Seeing the interior decor, Su Xingwa felt relieved that he hadn't voiced his earlier thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been embarrassed. The aroma wafting from within invigorated everyone. Come in. Don't just stand at the door. These are all Cantonese dishes. Wang Di gazed at the table laden with food, realizing that Qin Mo had truly outdone himself. Were these merely 2 additional dishes? Now he worried about having reserved 50 buns. The table was filled with 8 dishes. How could 5 people possibly consume all of this? It smells incredible. Su Xingwa first observed the small establishment. A dish is judged by its color, aroma, and flavor, and the spread before them was nothing short of mesmerizing. The color and aroma were already exceptional. If there was any flaw, it was that the serving dishes appeared somewhat cheap. Everyone, do try. It's thanks to my request to Xiao Qin that you're enjoying this feast. Compare it to the state banquet you had previously and see if there is a difference. Wang Di snatched the opener from Jiang Hongxi's hand. Now do you believe me? Old Wang would never trick you into drinking. With everyone gathered, eager for their meal, Qin Mo quickly informed them. Wang Di, you all start eating. We haven't had our meal yet, we're just next door, so if you need anything, feel free to call for me. Xiao Qin isn't at dinner yet. Then hurry along. Don't mind us old fellows. Upon witnessing Qin Mo's departure, the others began to speak. Old Wang, your young friend is quite remarkable. It turned out that while no one was paying attention, this esteemed gentleman had already taken action. He picked up the communal chopsticks from the table and served himself a piece of roasted meat. The flavor was indeed top-notch within the realm of Cantonese cuisine. You cannot blame me. It is a feast for the eyes, he exclaimed. Quickly, fill my plate. I have been starving while waiting for this meal that I in the neighboring dessert shop. He had initially mentioned, "You need not wait for me." Observing that the dishes on the table remained untouched, it was evident that everyone was waiting for him. "Father, you prepare such delectable dishes every day that everyone has become quite plump under your care," Qin remarked, half-jokingly, as she continued to eat without pause. "Indeed, Qin the handsome, I just weighed myself yesterday and found I had gained 2 pounds, that if I cannot marry in the future, you must take responsibility." "Father, how is it that you, unlike everyone else, not only remain slim but seem to have grown taller?" After hearing his daughter's comment, Qin Mo realized that over the past half-month, he indeed appeared slightly taller. Previously, he had a typical height of 1.73 meters. Now, if measured, he would likely be around 1.78 meters. "Stay still." As Qin Mo was about to sit down, Wu Yue approached him, standing closely beside him. "What are you all looking at?" she said, her cheeks flushing as she inhaled the scent emanating from Qin. "You only reach the earlobe of the boss," Fong Mishue observed, and then added, "You really have grown 5 centimeters. Speak up." "Qin the handsome, have you undergone cosmetic surgery recently?" You all, following Wu Yue, have become quite unruly. As everyone teased Qin Mo, Yin sipped her soup, feeling quite at ease in such an atmosphere. Noticing the changes in Qin Mo, she realized she was on the verge of being unable to resist his charm. "Little Master Qin, hello. Here's my business card that in a few days I will host a banquet and hope you can come to lend your support." After savoring Qin Mo's culinary creations, Su Xinghua was genuinely impressed. Few chefs in the country could rival him. Previously, he had been worried about the upcoming banquet, having secured chefs from other cuisines. However, he was dissatisfied with all the Cantonese chefs he had interviewed. Even those with senior technician certificates, no one could replicate the flavors he had experienced before. Now, unexpectedly, he discovered such excellence in a humble corner. "Let us see how it goes," Qin Mo replied, accepting the business card without rejecting or affirming it. "Little Qin, I am truly grateful to you today. You have brought me, old Wang, great honor. I will transfer the meal cost to you shortly." Wang Dihai had long been a friend of Qin Mo, and whenever he wished to dine, he communicated via WeChat that a message arrived. 6,000 yuan. Watching Wang Dihai's retreating figure, Qin Mo smiled. Chapter 53, 10 consecutive draws, a deepening relationship upon returning to his residence and finishing his shower. Qin Mo lay on his bed. Now that he had 2 rooms, it was time for his daughter to have her own space, especially since she would be entering the 2nd grade next semester. With nothing else to do, he decided to test his luck. Qin Mo glanced at the system points in his mind. After half a month, he had accumulated over 500,000. Which option should he choose? He hesitated among the 3 choices, perhaps the beginner level. He had never drawn from it before. Why not try 10 consecutive draws? Having made up his mind, he confirmed, "Are you sure about the beginner 10 consecutive draws?" "Yes." As Qin Mo confirmed, the beginner lottery interface began to spin rapidly. "Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the painting skill, max level. Thank you for your patronage." Upon noticing that aside from one skill, all he received were "thank you for your patronage," Qin Mo was momentarily dumbfounded that it turned out that not every lottery draw guaranteed a win. The beginner draw seemed to provide a safety net, but suddenly, he had lost 10,000 points in an instant that he wondered if the intermediate and advanced levels would yield the same outcome, resulting in empty draws. Let us continue with the beginner 10 consecutive draws. Qin Mo resolutely proceeded with the lottery, but soon he furrowed his brow. Lottery draws could indeed become addictive. I refuse to be thwarted. Let's try another 10 beginner consecutive draws. Once again, he was met with 10 "thank you for your patronage." Qin Mo quickly snapped back to reality. 2,000 points had evaporated just like that. "Never mind, the god of fortune is not on my side tonight. I will try again another day. For now, let us take a look at the skill." Closing his eyes, Qin Mo focused on the information in his mind. Soon, a master-level painter began to flash before his eyes, as if he were embodying this master. An abundance of painting-related knowledge was continually absorbed by him. At my age, acquiring such a skill, does it mean I am destined to sell paintings on the street? The thought of becoming a street artist intrigued Qin Mo. The newfound painting skill ignited a yearning within him. He felt compelled to create a piece that if he did not draw something now, he would find it hard to sleep tonight. That he rummaged through his room and found a pencil and several sheets of white paper on the table. Standing up, he took hold of the pencil. What should he draw? As he contemplated his next move, he realized he was at a loss for inspiration. His mind raced, filled predominantly with scenes of his daughter, that moment. He knew exactly what he wanted to depict. With a clear intention, the pencil began to glide across the paper, producing a gentle scratching sound. Qin Mo felt no discomfort. It was as if his hand was guided by instinct. The pencil transformed into an extension of his arm, and the images in his mind swiftly materialized onto the page. In under 5 minutes, a young girl in a dress appeared on the paper, her innocent smile and large, bright eyes gazing forward. The expression in her eyes seemed to be looking at something. After halting his strokes, Qin Mo gazed at the paper in disbelief. It was as if his daughter was standing vividly before him, smiling at him. This is my creation. Compared to the culinary skills he had previously acquired, painting left him even more astounded. Yet, something felt amiss. Staring at the portrait of his daughter, Qin Mo pondered for a moment. Not long after, he began to draw again. This time, he did not linger over the details as before. He simply set down the pencil, turned off the light, and fell into a deep sleep, bathed in the moonlight streaming through the window. The paper bore a half-portrait of a woman, her hand covering her mouth as she smiled, her cheeks slightly flushed. The black pencil had managed to vividly capture a person's expression. The woman depicted was Yi. As Qin Mo drifted into slumber, a smile graced his face. The following morning, Qin Mo began a new day filled with activity. The events of the previous night were already forgotten, and he did not notice that the 2 portraits on the table had vanished. When Yi came over for lunch that day, Qin Mo did not perceive any significant change in her demeanor. It seemed as though there was something hidden in her gaze, focused on his business. He was unaware that during their casual interactions, he had unintentionally grasped her hand while serving her food. Her face flushed instantly. The others were oblivious, all engaged in the delightful feast before them. Even Wu Yue, who had been closely observing Qin Mo, was now preoccupied, vying with Qin Xin for the last piece of fish. Xin, you've eaten so much. Can't you leave some for your sister? No way. Just look at what you have on your plate. You aren't eating any less than I am. Ahem. At Yi Yin's cough, Qin Mo finally realized he was still holding her hand. He quickly released it, glancing around to see that no one had noticed, and he breathed a sigh of relief, offering Yi Yin an awkward smile. Their subtle relationship was apparent to everyone, though no one dared to acknowledge it. Under Qin Mo's gaze, Yi Yin quickly lowered her head. However, after a moment, she raised her head, brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, and looked at Qin Mo with a confident smile, completely shedding her previous demeanor. Thank you, Qin Mo was unaware of what she was thanking him for, but in that moment, he realized Yi Yin had changed and no need for formalities. Qin, enjoy your meal. Yi Yin picked up a piece of vegetable and placed it into Qin Mo's bowl. Their interactions were so evident that it was hard for anyone to ignore. Even Wu Yue, who had been momentarily stunned, was now focused on the pieces of fish being snatched away by Qin Xin. After a round of laughter, everyone pretended not to notice. Only Wu Yue let out a huff, directing her frustration towards her rice. It was unclear whether her annoyance stemmed from the stolen food or something else entirely. Thank you. Qin Mo resumed eating his meal alongside the vegetables. That moment, he realized the flavors of the dishes had transformed, filling him with joy. When he glanced at Yi Yin, he remained unaware that his own gaze had shifted as well. Father, why are you and teacher Yi only focusing on the vegetables? The meat has all been devoured by Sister Wu. Qin Xin exclaimed, observing how her father and teacher Yi were intent on passing vegetables to each other while Sister Wu had taken every piece of fish. Chapter 54. Old Classmate. Yang Wei has soared 3 days later. At 5 in the afternoon, the steamed buns and porridge for that evening were nearly ready. Beep, a notification sounded. At this moment, Qin Mo's phone began to ring. Mr. Qin, hello. A familiar voice resonated through the line. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mo struggled to recall who it might be. I am Su Xinghua, a friend of Wang Dihai. I wonder if Mr. Qin remembers me. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo's memory was jogged, and a tall, imposing elder flashed through his mind. Old Su, my apologies, I almost forgot about you. What brings you here? It seemed that Qin Mo's recollection eased the tension on the other end of the call. A few days ago, I discussed something with Mr. Qin. I wonder how you have considered it. Sensing Qin Mo's gaze, Yi Yin, who was assisting nearby, interjected, leave the matters concerning the store to me. Very well, since old Su holds me in such regard. I must certainly lend a hand. please send me your location, and I shall head over immediately. Mr. Qin has agreed. That's splendid. I will send you the location right away. Do you not require me to send someone to pick you up? Upon hearing Qin Mo's affirmative response, the tension that had been coiled in Su Xinghua's heart finally relaxed, and no need for such trouble. After hanging up the phone, without even changing his clothes, he informed Qin Xin to behave and listen to her teacher. He then hurriedly made his way to the parking lot, glancing at his phone to find that the location had been sent. The distance was such that, without racing, it would take at least half an hour to arrive. The banquet was imminent, and he had little time to spare. Mr. Qin, I have arranged for someone to wait for you at the entrance. Another message arrived. Initially intending to drive himself, upon seeing a taxi pass by, Qin Mo promptly hailed it. He refrained from using his own car due to his unfamiliarity with the area. By the time he located the venue, he would have wasted a considerable amount of time. Thus, a taxi seemed the more expedient choice. Once inside the vehicle, the middle-aged driver, bearing a weathered expression, inquired, "Where to, handsome?" "Hongyuan Mountain Villa." Upon hearing this, the driver's face brightened with envy. "Handsome, are you a member of the villa?" Taken aback by the question, Qin Mo responded, "Member? Handsome, you do not know. Only members are permitted entry in a Hongyuan Mountain Villa. If you're not a member, what business do you have there?" The driver scrutinized Qin Mo's attire and quickly deduced. "Handsome, are you a chef?" "Indeed, an elder has invited me to prepare a few dishes." The driver's reaction was even more pronounced. Unable to suppress his astonishment, "To be invited to cook there? You must be quite extraordinary. It's merely a matter of making a living. I am not as impressive as you might think." Qin Mo mused internally, wondering why merely visiting a mountain villa elicited such a significant reaction from the driver. It seemed that the driver was indeed hearing of it for the first time. Noticing the expression on Qin Mo's face, the driver quickly clarified, "Let me put it this way. Hongyuan Mountain Villa is the most prestigious establishment in the city. Do not be deceived by its humble name. Only the wealthy or elite can become members. Even those with fortunes in the tens of millions are generally accepted as members. The memberships are tiered. Possessing a Hongyuan Mountain Villa membership card is akin to holding a status symbol in this city. I have heard that the lowest level membership is only valid for one person. Now that you are invited to cook, your elder must be quite notable. Drivers often encounter a diverse array of individuals, and thus the driver possessed some knowledge of the upper echelons of society. Throughout the journey, the driver was quite chatty, excitedly sharing everything he knew, as though he were part of that world himself. It became evident to Qin Mo that this villa was indeed a paradise for the affluent. Even after disembarking, he had yet to learn who the owner of the villa was. It appeared the driver was oblivious as well. Taxis were not permitted close to the premises, so after walking a short distance and turning a corner, a sprawling villa came into view, occupying an entire hill. Luxury cars lined the entrance, many of which Qin Mo recognized, all valued at over $1 million, that he even spotted a few sports cars worth tens of millions. At the entrance, several young security guards clad in suits stood vigil. Their mere presence exuded an air of authority, indicating their proficiency in martial arts. Qin Mo scanned the area, but did not see anyone sent by Su Xinghua to greet him. Observing the guards, he realized that entering alone would be impossible. It seemed he would need to make a phone call. As he prepared to contact Su Xinghua, a Ferrari approached him. Dressed in chef's attire, Qin Mo felt conspicuously out of place amid the surrounding elegance. The Ferrari slowed to a stop beside him, and the driver rolled down the window, revealing a young man in a white suit. "Prince Qin, what brings you here instead of delivering your takeout?" "Yang Wei." Upon hearing Qin Mo call his name, Yang Wei's expression changed dramatically. "It seems even your takeout job couldn't sustain you. Have you changed careers? I hope your cooking isn't lethal." Yang Wei and Qin Mo were classmates in university. Their relationship strained due to Qin Mo's exceptional performance and popularity among the ladies, while Yang Wei, though wealthy, lacked similar charm. The woman Yang Wei pursued during their studies was also an admirer of Qin Mo, leading to predictable outcomes. After addressing Yang Wei once, Qin Mo chose to ignore him and proceeded toward the villa's entrance. Yang Wei, having parked his car, followed closely behind. At the entrance, Qin Mo noticed a young attendant scanning the area, who, upon spotting him, approached with a look of confusion regarding his attire. "Qin Mo, yes. Excellent, I was beginning to worry. I have been waiting for you for over 10 minutes. The attendant seemed to express mild annoyance at the delay. Without engaging in further conversation, Qin Mo opted not to mention that he had not seen him earlier. "Wait, Yang Wei rushed forward, pointing at Qin Mo. Do you even know where this place is? Of course, it's a mountain villa. Ah, mountain villa. How quaint. It's clear you were just trying to sneak in for a free meal. I advise you to watch out for con artists. Qin Mo dismissed him, stating, I am here on someone else's invitation. Checking the time, he noted that he was running late and needed to fulfill his commitment. Am I mistaken? With your pathetic appearance, someone invited you here. You really think too highly of yourself. Yang Wei laughed derisively, convinced Qin Mo was boasting. The attendant, observing the exchange, recognized Yang Wei, the son of a billionaire. He began to hesitate, realizing the exclusivity of Hongyuan Mountain Villa, as he had received a call from his manager instructing him to wait for a young man named Qin Mo given the situation. He didn't want to risk his job. See? Now that I've pointed it out, even the attendant is wary of you. Yang Wei was certain that Qin Mo's presence here was anything but ordinary. Let me show you something. This is my membership card. With that, Yang Wei produced a card from his pocket, waving it in front of Qin Mo. Ah, what a pity. Some people might toil their entire lives without ever acquiring such a card. Upon seeing the card, Qin Mo recalled the driver's previous remarks and smirked. I thought it was a prestigious membership, but it turns out to be the lowest tier. Yang Wei's smug expression faltered at Qin Mo's comment. The lowest tier. Do you realize that without at least 10 million, you wouldn't even qualify to apply? Let me save you the trouble. You will never have a chance. Young man, keep an eye on him. Qin Mo, you'll be left outside, merely envious while I enjoy the delicacies inside. With that, Yang Wei checked his phone and sauntered into the villa to BY this time. 10 minutes had already passed since their scheduled meeting. Just as Qin Mo was about to make a call, his phone rang. Mr. Qin, have you arrived? It was Su Xinghua on the line, having just exited the kitchen in a hurry. That I have already arrived. But I can't get in. Qin Mo glanced at the attendant, who was still watching him warily. What? They want to let Mr. Qin in. What are those people thinking? Please hold on for a moment. The call remained connected. But soon Qin Mo heard Su Xinghua's furious voice on the other end, seemingly scolding someone. My apologies, Mr. Qin. You will be able to enter shortly. Su Xinghua's voice reassured him. Indeed, it was not long before a middle-aged man rushed over. Glancing at the villa's entrance before making a beeline for Qin Mo, Mr. Qin. Cheng Fenghua, the manager of Hongyuan, is 40 years old this year. Indeed. Cheng Fenghua quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, I apologize, Mr. Qin, please follow me. Thinking of the boss's temperament, it was the first time Cheng Fenghua had witnessed her in a fit of anger. The implication from the boss was clear. If this matter were to fail, you might as well roll as far away as possible. Under Cheng Fenghua's guidance, Qin Mo entered the kitchen of the villa. Upon observing the surroundings, it was evident that it was far beyond the capabilities of his small shop. Mr. Qin, if you have any instructions, please feel free to give them. Cheng Fenghua gestured towards the chefs nearby. All right, I understand. Time is of the essence. You two come help at tea this moment. Qin Mo was anything but polite, pointing to two individuals. The expressions of the two chefs who were called upon shifted slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Looking at the young man before them, who was clearly under 30, they felt a twinge of discomfort. Had it not been for Cheng Fenghua standing nearby, they would have had no desire to heed Qin Mo's commands. After all, they had all attained the technical chef certification, and now they were being directed by someone who hardly seemed more competent than they were. Their feelings of discontent had to be suppressed for the time being. Cheng Fenghua seemed to understand the gravity of the situation, so he would not leave until results were evident. Fortunately, he acted accordingly. Had he departed, Qin Mo would not have had enough time to prepare the required dishes. Su Xinghua had already sent the necessary dishes to Qin Mo via his phone. It was now 6 o'clock in the evening, and there was only 1 hour left until the banquet began, with one dish requiring a full hour to prepare. Aware of the urgency, Qin Mo refrained from being courteous to the surrounding chefs, continuously instructing them to prepare the ingredients, showing no concern for their visible dissatisfaction. Among them was Hua Yongyan, a holder of a senior technician certificate, now relegated to menial tasks like washing vegetables under the command of a young man. A flash of silver, Qin Mo picked up a nearby chef's knife and began to process the fish on the cutting board. Experts see the nuances, while amateurs merely watch in awe as the knife danced in Qin Mo's hand. The chefs displayed expressions of disbelief. This knife skill dealt like a master butcher dissecting an OX to AS, a senior technician. Hua Yongyan, observing the young man before him, finally comprehended the rationale behind the manager's actions. With such knife skills, he could not be foolish enough to believe that Qin Mo's culinary prowess was inferior to his OW and in merely half the time. Qin Mo had prepared the fish. This timing was not merely a personal standard. It was a benchmark set by Hua Yongyan's master, who had stood at the pinnacle of the culinary world for decades. His master had once remarked that every second saved in knife work represented a significant improvement. How long had Qin Mo just taken? Not even a minute. It was merely half a minute, 30 seconds less than his master. Hua Yongyan quickly retracted his dismissive attitude and stepped forward to observe every move Qin Mo made closely. All right, as I previously instructed, prepare all the ingredients. Qin Mo placed the fish on a plate and began processing the next ingredient, that in a short while. A long table was adorned with all the necessary materials for this occasion. You lot, ignite all 10 stoves, heat the pans. You prepare the condiments I require. The kitchen was bustling with over a dozen chefs assigned tasks. Just based on Qin Mo's directives, no one dared to underestimate him any longer. If there were any lingering doubts, it was regarding the 10 stoves he had requested, all intended to operate simultaneously. Ready. We are also prepared. Once Qin Mo had processed all the ingredients, the chefs were also ready. Chapter 56. Full throttle, forgetting to eat. Good, you all wait nearby. The next act of Qin Mo's performance is about to commence. 10 dishes were simultaneously placed into the pans, with another stove simmering a soup. Hua Yongyan felt as though he were witnessing 10 masters cooking at once. The timing between each dish was controlled to within a second. It was simply astounding. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and lift that dish. The first dish was a vegetable, so a few minutes later, Qin Mo instructed the chef stationed nearby to take it off the stove, as he had no time to spare, allowing another to take over. He had already managed the cooking time and flavors himself. They merely needed to follow his directions, and it would turn out well enough. Just from the aroma of the first vegetable dish, Hua Yongyan finally understood why they hadn't invited his master this time. They must have found a culinary genius from somewhere. In terms of Cantonese cuisine, if previously his master considered himself second, no one would dare claim the top spot. Now, however, the roles had reversed. That individual took second place, while his master was relegated to third. Moreover, throughout the entire process, Hua Yongyan observed Qin Mo closely, noting that while the steps mirrored those of his master, the dishes produced surpassed them. This was a matter of mastery. Understanding why he had never equaled his master was crucial, not to mention the young man before him. Once he recognized the distinctions between their skills, he would be able to surpass his master. 5 minutes later, the second dish was also complete. With 2 fewer dishes to prepare, Qin Mo felt increasingly at ease. 10 minutes later, 2 dishes were simultaneously lifted from the stoves. With each dish completed, the inspiration among the chefs grew. After 30 minutes, only 4 dishes remained, including the simmering soup. At this juncture, Qin Mo allowed the others to cease their assistance, instructing them to serve the completed dishes. As for the concern that the dishes might cool and alter in flavor, he had already devised a solution, the principle of which the chefs could not grasp. 5 minutes later, only the soup remained. Ordinarily, the soup would be served first, but due to time constraints, it had to be last. For a full hour, Hua Yongyan stood by Qin Mo's side, not leaving for a moment. For the other chefs. After observing for a while and discerning no clear insights, they received Qin Mo's approval and gathered to rest nearby. Of course, the discussions among them inevitably revolved around Qin Mo. Master Qin, it's done. Upon witnessing Qin Mo extinguish the last stove, Hua Yongyan could not restrain his curiosity. It's nearly finished. Check the time, and in 3 minutes, serve it. Qin Mo glanced at the clock, combining the remaining time. It was precisely 7 o'clock. I hope everyone can hold off on eating until I bring out this pot of soup. Otherwise, the experience will be greatly diminished. I'll take a stroll outside. Having completed Su Xinghua's instructions, he realized he had time to explore the realm of the affluent. On his way in, he had focused solely on getting the job done and had not had the opportunity to observe his surroundings. Now free of pressure, he discovered that indeed, the wealthy knew how to indulge. The air alone, perched on the mountainside, was remarkably fresh. Every arrangement throughout the villa was impeccably executed, without a single superfluous detail, a testament to his newfound skill and artistry. After a brief stroll, Qin Mo felt that this truly was a sanctuary for relaxation. Unbeknownst to him, he wandered into a grand hall, where the banquet had already commenced. Inside, the host was delivering a speech, and the guests below had paused their chopsticks. Qin Mo did not approach closely, thus unable to hear what was being said. With his keen vision, he spotted Su Xing was seated at the main table. Indeed, his status was not trivial. The gathering comprised the elite of the deep market, and he was seated in a position of prominence. The speaker at that moment was an elderly gentleman, around 80 years of age, yet in remarkably good health. Once the host concluded his remarks, the previously solemn atmosphere immediately lightened, and the banquet officially began. Qin Mo prepared to leave, realizing that his attire was out of place. Even the serving staff were impeccably dressed in formal uniforms. Dressed in a chef's outfit reeking of oil and smoke, he decided it would be best to depart before anyone noticed him. After all, he had fulfilled his promise to Su Xingwa that I'm so hungry. At this moment, Qin Mo realized he had yet to eat. Initially, he had not anticipated the grandiosity of the banquet, but he had hoped to sneak a bite once the festivities commenced. But now it seemed like a distant dream. Every seat was occupied, save for one at the main table. Would he be invited to the main table? If memory served him correctly, that seat was reserved for a prominent figure he often saw on television. He was hardly qualified to sit there. Qin Mo was merely a chef brought in to assist. Wait, don't leave. Just as he was about to step out, he was called back. Truly, it was an inescapable fate. Having managed to blend in, did he now feel out of place and wish to flee in embarrassment? The speaker was none other than Yang Wei. Seeing the situation, Qin Mo couldn't help but furrow his brow. Young Master Yang. Do you know him? The moment the individual spoke, Qin Mo sensed a hint of familiarity in the voice. Upon closer inspection, it seemed he had indeed stepped into a situation he should have avoided. This individual was none other than Song Yiming, his ex-wife suitor, whom he had encountered previously. What's the matter? Trying to make an exit now that you're here? I already told you what kind of place this is. It seems you won't learn your lesson without a bit of hardship. Serving staff, how did this person manage to slip in? At this point, Yang Wei gestured for a nearby server. Young Master Yang, there's no need for you to intervene. Allow me to handle it. Recently, Song Yiming had a business opportunity and was seeking a partner. Yang Wei's father was the ideal choice, and he wasn't about to miss this chance. In the eyes of true upper-class figures, they were merely minor players. The arrangement of the dining tables alone indicated the disparity. Their table was positioned over 5 meters away from the main table. These had been hastily added and were not part of the original guest list. From their 2 tables, it was evident that they dared not approach and greet the guests at other tables. Thus, as long as there was no uproar, the individuals at the front would remain indifferent to what transpired here. This was the first time Qin Mo had witnessed such a grand banquet. Entirely unaware of the intricacies within, it seems that the lesson from our last encounter was insufficient. Song Yiming directly exposed his prior actions, showing no fear of retribution, as someone like Qin Mo, aside from his handsome appearance, possessed nothing of value to so. It turns out he is merely a scavenger. Initially, there was no intention to hold this against him, but now someone had the audacity to confront him. If Qin Mo did not retaliate, it would truly be unacceptable. Chapter 57. The banquet slap in the face, taking the head table you. Upon seeing the expression on Song Yiming's face, Qin Mo realized he had not succeeded at all. Someone like his ex-wife would never look his way. Apart from a bit of wealth, he had no other merits. Upon hearing Qin Mo's words, Song Yiming, who had just been flushed with anger, seemed to recall something, and a smile returned to his face. Scavenger. Haha, you think too highly of yourself. You are but a failure, truly gilding the lily. Hearing this from Song Yiming, Qin Mo revealed a look of pity. It seems you are still unaware that she is my ex-wife. To kill with a dagger to the heart. This is precisely what it means. First, make the opponent believe they have won, then strike with a fatal blow. You. Song Yiming's smile instantly froze, and he noticed the surrounding guests looking at him with a strange expression. That moment, he became the biggest joke of the evening. Waitstaff, why are you still standing there? Such a person should not be allowed to remain here. Expel him from the villa. Seeing himself subjected to such humiliation, Song Yiming forgot all semblance of decorum. The waitstaff appeared to be in a dilemma. Qin Mo indeed should not be present in the hall, but expelling him from the villa was a different matter altogether. Observing his chef's attire, it was clear he had come to assist. Possibly holding a higher status than they did. Don't be afraid, brother. He is merely a pauper. I have known him for many years during our university days, and I had no idea that his attire was merely a disguise. Yang Wei, noticing the waitstaff's predicament, quickly approached to stoke the flames for Song Yiming. Brother, are you? Even though Qin Mo was now clad in a chef's uniform, standing before the waitstaff, at just 1.7 meters tall, he resembled a child facing an adult. He could only soften his tone, fearful of provoking Qin Mo into a confrontation, which would ultimately backfire on himself. Fine. I had intended to leave anyway. I do not wish to complicate matters for the waitstaff. Qin Mo chose to ignore the two provocateurs and turned to exit. Qin Shifu. The call from behind caused Qin Mo to halt in his tracks, attracting the attention of the guests around him. In their eyes, Su Xingwo was striding forward toward the chef. Some guests, upon seeing Qin Mo's attire, began to speculate. Only the guests at the two tables behind were filled with confusion, unable to comprehend how a significant figure at the main table could possibly know such a lowly chef. Even in the recent address, he had employed a respectful tone that if no one was flustered, that would be a falsehood. Yang Wei and Song Yiming's faces drained of color, murmuring, impossible. The guests who had just been beside them now distanced themselves, understanding that anyone who could reach such a level was undoubtedly astute. Only those who were pretentious would continue approaching the brink of self-destruction. Su Lao. Qin Shifu, I apologize. I was remiss in my manners earlier. I intended to summon you, but did not expect to find you here. Please forgive my neglect. I hope my colleagues, especially Wang Dihai, do not learn of this. Su Xingwo stepped before Qin Mo, shaking his hand and saying, Come, I have reserved a place for you. Upon hearing Su Xingwo's words, everyone finally understood. The vacant position at the head table was indeed reserved for this young man. What an extraordinary honor. Did they not see that even the second in command of the city had to sit at the next table? At that moment, everyone present scrutinized Qin Mo's appearance, etching it deeply into their minds. By the way, who was it that was rude to my guest? I do not wish to see them within the villa again. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei and Song Yiming felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They watched helplessly as the very waitstaff they had just commanded now moved to expel them. A truly ironic twist. The minor incident that had just occurred was of little concern to the others. The two tables behind were merely individuals with a bit of money, far beneath the notice of the true elites. The current interest lay solely in the focal point of the crowd. Qin Mo. Everyone was speculating about his identity. Though Qin Mo was presently clad in a chef's uniform, his aura spoke of an extraordinary background. Searching through their memories, no one could find a prominent figure with the surname Qin. Could he possibly be from above? There was one, but was it feasible? Come, let me introduce to you all this young friend I have just met, Qin Mo. Upon hearing Su Xingwo speak, all the guests immediately halted their chopsticks and turned their attention to the main table. Before them lay a dish of Cantonese cuisine prepared by Chef Qin. Qin Mo had crafted a total of 10 dishes, one for each of the 10 tables. Only then did they realize that one dish among the banquet was indeed extraordinary. For them, exquisite cuisine was secondary. Those who had reached such heights had likely tasted it all. Yet upon hearing Su Xingwo's remarks, they instantly recognized something was amiss. Given the level of respect Su Xingwo held for Qin Mo, this particular dish must surely hold significance. In unison, they picked up their chopsticks, save for the guests at the two tables behind, who were devoid of such privilege. Each guest who tasted the dish bore an expression of disbelief, akin to Su Xingwo's initial reaction. The higher the status of the dignitaries, the more pronounced their astonishment became. This culinary skill had transcended, which master among the national banquet could compare. Although chefs were not held in high esteem, achieving the level of this young man meant that even the powerful sought to befriend him. How about that? I have not exaggerated, have I? Observing the expressions on everyone's faces finally illuminated why Wang Dihai felt the way he did. Chapter 58. Teacher Yi Daddy, are you together? Over a month later, today marked the completion of the trial period for the bun shop, which had been running for 2 months. Qin Mo's bank card now boasted a sudden 7-figure sum, reaching 1.36 million, that the two shop locations had settled into a steady rhythm, with daily profits exceeding 30,000. Just as he pondered whether to retain the bun shop, the middle-aged man who had previously handed him the keys reappeared, this time bearing a contract concerning the rental of the shop. The monthly rent was set at 50,000, a contract that was remarkably favorable, with a one-time payment for the entire lease period. Fang Muxue, you will be in charge of this bun shop from now on, with a salary of 20,000 as a base plus commission. Qin Mo made this choice based on 2 reasons. First, he had not anticipated Fang Muxue's remarkable talent in bun making. After just over a month of imparting his knowledge, her skills had reached that of a senior technician. However, that alone was not enough for him to feel at ease. Have you not seen the Tang GT house on the street? It has persisted despite accumulating losses. Even though they have been in the red daily, Tang Ruiji has chosen not to give up. Adding in rent, the losses for the Tang GT house had approached 3 million over these 2 months that if Qin Mo were to entrust the bun shop to Fong Mushue now, the Tang GT house would soon rise from the ashes. How could Qin Mo allow that to happen? He was waiting for the Tang G to close down so he could conveniently take over the mess. The impetus for his decision came from the lucky draw he had won twice last night, both yielding high-level rewards. One of the prizes was, congratulations, the host has drawn the chef's halo, which allows the enhancement of 3 shops' delicacies by 100%. Currently, even with the chef's halo enhancing her skills, Fong Mushue's bun still could not compare to Qin Mo's. But the difference was negligible. These customers would find it difficult to discern any significant change. No worries, boss. Following Zhuige, I can learn even more. Everyone, let us work hard by the end of this year. I will consider gifting everyone a new car. Upon hearing Qin Mo's words, the 3 eagerly patted their chests, declaring their willingness to go through fire and water for him. Though the bun shop would no longer benefit from Qin Mo's assistance, it was already making a daily profit exceeding 20,000, that now that it was entrusted to Fong Mushue, it would certainly drop but not below 10,000 thus, at the end of the month. After accounting for various expenses like rent and labor, approximately 270,000 would remain, which also included expenses for a new staff member. Compared to before, that was a reduction of more than half. However, Qin Mo felt no sting from this loss, as he was busy preparing a new money-making plan. This morning, at 6 o'clock, Qin Mo woke up. Even though he had handed over the business of the 2 shops to his subordinates, he still maintained the habit of rising early. Xian also got up alongside him, her daily routine increasingly mirroring Qin Mo's, that the father and daughter made their way to the bathroom together. The environment of their rented new home was pleasant, unlike before, where only one person could fit into the bathroom at a time. The 2 harmoniously prepared their toothpaste and began to brush their teeth. After tidying up, they held hands and walked outside. In the elevator, Qin Mo looked at his daughter with concern and said, following your father like this must be tiring. He thought of other children, who at this hour were still nestled in their blankets, while Xian was already preparing to accompany him on his endeavors. Father, Xian has truly become quite the little adult. How could she possibly be tired? Before she could finish her thought, Qin let out a yawn and stretched her arms lazily. You say you're not tired, and yet you've barely just stepped out, and this is how it is. Qin Mo knelt down to gently pat his daughter's head and lifted her into his arms. You should rest for a bit. Daddy, what do you think of Teacher Yi? To Qin Mo's surprise, his daughter showed such genuine concern for him, warming his heart that you're so eager to find yourself a stepmother. Aren't you afraid that your father will ignore you later? Daddy is not that type of person. Aren't you growing up alongside your daughter? Upon hearing Qin Mo's words, Qin immediately scrunched her nose in protest. All right, Daddy will stay until you get married. But I don't want to get married. I want to stay with you, Daddy, and Teacher Yi. And Daddy, could you invite Teacher Yi to live with us? Just the 3 of us together. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo understood his daughter far better than she realized. Let us discuss it later. Daddy still needs to earn more money to save up for your dowry. Daddy is lying. You said you would fulfill a few small goals after making money, and one of them is what I want. You promised me, and you said you would agree to whatever I said. Did I ever say that? Qin Mo chuckled as he pinched his daughter's cheek. You did. You even made a pinky promise. Right now, I want Teacher Yi to come live with us, or else I won't talk to you anymore. All right, Daddy agrees to your request. Chapter 59 a semester. Students astonish classmates. Today, Mr. Zhang from the Beijing Academy of Fine Arts will visit our school. It's important to note that his esteemed position holds significant weight in the realm of traditional Chinese painting. You have 1 hour to prepare. If any of you have ideas, use this time to create a piece of artwork to show Mr. Zhang. Even if you don't become a student, receiving his guidance would still be a valuable experience. That's all I have to say in an hour. I hope to see results that astound me. The speaker was none other than the school's vice principal, Luo Jiashu. Mr. Zhang Qinlei's visit to the city was merely to catch up with an old friend, which Luo Jiashu learned about and facilitated. This was the backdrop for the morning's events. Luo Jiashu genuinely cared about education. He wouldn't abandon anyone simply because they struggled in a subject. Though he was responsible for the elementary school, This was his opportunity to showcase his abilities, as he advocated for teaching according to each student's needs. His expectations were modest. If even one of the 1,000 schools garnered attention, it would validate his approach and silence the dissenters. At the third elementary school, there was a unique feature, an interest class that any student could join, provided it didn't interfere with their studies. And it was free of charge. This initiative was championed by Luo Jiaxu. The opposition stemmed from the fact that the teachers were all professionals from outside, which meant the school had to bear the costs, leading to discontent among the management. Drawing. Upon hearing the principal's announcement, Qin Mo immediately beamed with excitement, pulling out her small backpack and retrieving various items. Her deskmate, Lin Xiaohua, curiously inquired, "Xn, you're not thinking of drawing, are you?" "Yes, Lin Xiaohua. Let me tell you, I am quite talented," Qin Mo declared proudly, lifting her chin. "However, I recall that your last drawing of an egg was utterly dreadful. Don't embarrass yourself," Lin Xiaohua quickly interjected. Recalling the previous semester when Qin Mo's attempt at drawing an egg had been abysmal, barely passing. Now, hearing her boast about her drawing skills, Lin Xiaohua knew she was exaggerating. Yet, seeing her pull out all these materials, she wondered when Xn had packed such items into her backpack. Hadn't she stopped drawing entirely after being teased by classmates? "Humph. If you don't believe me, then just watch quietly. But don't disturb me." Daddy said that when painting, one must concentrate and avoid distractions from the outside. Seeing her speak with such confidence, Lin Xiaohua hurried to clear the textbooks from their desk. Other students had already begun drawing, mostly fruits and small animals. After 5 minutes, Qin Mo finally had everything ready. She spread a rectangular piece of rice paper across their joined desks. Nearby, several brushes were laid out, and she now held an ink stone to grind ink. Compared to her classmates, her movements were quite loud at that moment. With no teacher present in the classroom, other students gathered around to see what was happening. She stood in the aisle, deep in thought as she ground the ink. That a few minutes later, she set the ink stone aside and picked up one of the brushes on the desk. Her strokes were steady and confident, truly embodying the phrase "steady as a dog," as she delicately applied the ink to the rice paper. Her little hand held the brush with precision, showing no unnecessary tremors. What was she creating with such fervor? The onlooking students initially saw only chaotic ink blots on the rice paper, struggling to discern any form. Some classmates, believing she was intentionally being obscure, wandered over to watch others. The remaining students, who often played with Qin Mo, stayed nearby, knowing her well enough to trust that she wasn't just scribbling randomly the WOW in less than 10 minutes. A figure began to emerge on the paper. It portrayed a man as silhouette, visible only from the back, and his sturdy arms suggested he was busy with something. "That I told you. Is that kind of person. Just from this, it's clear we couldn't achieve such results." As Qin Mo continued to paint, her strokes quickened, almost instinctive by now. That I asked that Xn's father. Some students who had seen Qin Mo exclaimed in surprise. Hearing this, the others took a closer look and realized it was indeed accurate. Their gazes filled with admiration for Qin Mo. "That is amazing. Indeed, you've managed to capture your father's likeness while we're still playing in the dirt." Now, Qin Mo had spent nearly half an hour painting. With 20 minutes remaining, a crowd of classmates surrounded her once again, drawn in by her impressive work. The painting was nearing completion, depicting a man busy in the kitchen. Although his face was obscured, his demeanor conveyed a sense of diligence. Taking a deep breath, Qin Mo finally set down her brush. This is traditional Chinese painting. A few students with an eye for art noticed the quality of her work. However, they couldn't help but wonder, wasn't traditional painting mostly about landscapes and animals? As admiration mingled with a hint of confusion in their gazes, Qin Mo didn't pause. She picked up another brush and inscribed a few characters on the paper. "Busy days are filled with toil, and leisure days are few." After that, she signed her name with flourish. "Done." Looking at her artwork on the table, even Qin Mo struggled to believe her progress over the past month. Yet, the work was not finished yet. She needed to wait for the ink to dry. In the meantime, she began to pack her other supplies. The surrounding classmates dared not get too close, fearing they might accidentally ruin her masterpiece, and instead stood by, murmuring in awe. They could hardly comprehend that a student who couldn't even draw an egg had transformed so significantly after just one semester. As the hour approached, a teacher entered the classroom. Then, Qin Mo had already secured her painting. With the help of her classmates, the ink had dried completely within 10 minutes. All right, students, those who have finished their drawings, please bring them to me. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, a dozen students sprang to their feet, including Qin. Chapter 60. No lies, it's Daddy who taught me. Classmates, this is your current artwork. Just make sure you Haven T brought in any drawings done by adults at home. While other students presented their white paper creations, one suddenly unveiled a rolled-up painting. The teacher couldn't help but question them, fearing they might embarrass the school. Teacher, I did this myself. Upon hearing the teacher's skepticism towards Qin Xin, her classmates chimed in, Teacher, this is indeed the artwork that Qin Xin just completed. We all witnessed her doing it. Seeing so many classmates vouching for her, the teacher accepted the explanation and collected the works before departing. Mr. Zhang, I apologize for the trouble of having you come all this way. In a spacious conference room, an elderly gentleman sat at the head of the table, with Luo Jiashu seated beside him. That moment, he stood up to pour Mr. Zhang Qianlei a cup of tea. Not at all, it's rare for you to consider the nation's education. How could I not come? In Mr. Zhang Qianlei's eyes, elementary school students were at a crucial stage for cognitive development. Without systematic instruction, it was challenging to identify promising talents. However, feeling compelled to accept the invitation, he came to see it through to Mr. Zhang. The principal is ready. Just then a teacher walked in. Good, please bring him in. Luo Jiashu realized that his own expectations might have been overly optimistic. Who is Zhang Qianlei? It seems rather peculiar for a PhD to review the work of a first-grade student. Nevertheless, he remains steadfast in his belief that his perspective is not misguided. Zhang, observing the papers laid out on the table, felt a slight flush of embarrassment. They were merely sheets of blank paper, with some adorned only by a simple circle. However, it was too late for second thoughts. Zhang Qianlei had already approached. What a shame it was. In less than a minute, he had pushed aside more than half of the drawings. Sigh. As he surveyed these so-called artworks, he couldn't help but shake his head. What were these? Yet one mustn't blame them, for these were the creations of elementary school students. Just as he was beginning to think this was the most erroneous decision he'd made, an unexpected revelation unfolded before him. It turned out that Xin's artwork was buried among the rest. Becoming visible as he cleared away the drawings on top, in front of everyone, Zhang Qianlei reached out and picked up the scroll from the table. This moment, Luo Jiashu also took notice. But his thoughts were more complex, that he turned to the teacher who had recently delivered these student artworks. The teacher merely shook his head, clearly just as uninformed. For Qin Qianlei, who had immersed himself in painting for decades, a gentle stroke over the surface of the scroll revealed that it had been freshly created, still warm with the essence of ink and brush. A novice. From the scent of the ink, Zhang Qianlei was certain it was the work of a beginner, the technique far too rudimentary. Curiosity piqued, he carefully placed the scroll back on the table and began to unfold it slowly. Even if it was the effort of a novice, he felt compelled to respect the artist's work and refrain from a hasty critique. Certain protocols within the industry must still be observed. Merely cracking it open a little, he was struck by the brilliance of the ink strokes. His hands did not falter, and his anticipation grew stronger. Upon opening it halfway, he realized that if this were indeed the work of a primary school student, their talent was extraordinary. The characters inscribed. Zhang Qianlei was astonished not only by the artwork, but also by the signature, which took him aback. Zhang Lao, I apologize, my student inadvertently brought their parent's artwork. Upon seeing the piece, even Luo Jiashu, who was not well-versed in art, recognized that this was far beyond the capabilities of his students. He hurriedly stepped forward to apologize to Zhang Qianlei. No, you are mistaken. Zhang Qianlei interrupted Luo Jiashu, focusing intently on the artwork laid before him. Now that the whole piece was revealed, he could ascertain at a glance that the artist could not possibly be older than 10. This meant that Luo Jiashu's previous concerns were unwarranted. From the technique displayed, Zhang Qianlei could still discern that much of it was filled with the marks of an amateur. Clearly, the young artist had little experience in painting. Otherwise, such errors would not have occurred. This realization left him astounded. An artist so young, and yet possessing such potential. The level of the traditional Chinese painting was already superior to that of the least talented student in his school. Principal Zhang, I must meet this student. Zhang Qianlei's excitement surged, although he concealed it well. Unexpectedly, his school had indeed produced a diamond in the rough that had caught Zhang Lao's attention. Lead the way. Luo Jiashu dashed outside, urgently signaling for the teacher to guide them. Zhang Qinlei, uninterested in the remaining artworks, required only this singular piece. Thus, under the watchful eyes of teachers and students alike, a procession of eager individuals made their way out. "Teacher Yi, I never imagined your class would harbor such a prodigy." Just as they exited the office, Yin was approached by a colleague who quickly relayed the unfolding events. She herself was taken aback. When had her class gained such a talented artist? Her curiosity piqued. She decided to follow along. "Principal Zhang, this is the class." The words came from the teacher who had previously collected the artworks. To his astonishment, the scroll he had doubted had prompted Zhang Lao to personally visit. Who was student Qin Xin? Yi Yin, standing outside, was instantly stunned upon hearing this, her face betraying disbelief. When had Xin become such an accomplished artist? Just moments ago, her colleague had shared Zhang Lao's expressions while reviewing the artwork. "Principal, I am Qin Xin." Upon hearing her name, Qin Xin immediately stood up, recognizing Luo Jiashu, the vice principal, with a gleeful smile. At that moment, a kind-looking elder entered, causing the students to chuckle in confusion. "All right." Zhang Qianlei finished laughing and approached Qin Xin, then he glanced at the ink still dripping on the floor. There was no mistaking it. "Xin, could you tell your grandfather who taught you to paint?" Zhang Qianlei squatted down before her, smiling as he spoke, "My dad." As soon as Qin Xin replied, someone interjected, "Xin, don't tell lies." This person was a mid-level staff member who recognized Qin Mo, an ordinary delivery man. How could someone like him possibly teach such artistry? "No, I'm not lying. It's really my dad who taught me." Chapter 61. "You tell me, is this a chef?" Less chatter, sensing Zhang Qianlei's displeasure. Luo Jiashu quickly halted the ongoing conversation. Qin Xin's eyes brimmed with tears upon sensing doubt cast upon her. "Grandfather believes in you. Xin, could you ask your father to come to school? I have matters to discuss with him." Hearing her grandfather's trust in her, Qin Xin's face lit up with joy. However, it quickly shifted to one of concern as she replied, "Grandfather, I want my dad to come too. But he is very busy." Xin, what does your father do that keeps him so occupied?" In Zhang Qianlei's mind, this little student's father must be an intellectual, possibly engaged in some high-end profession. Otherwise, how could he be so busy? "He sells buns." The expression that appeared on Zhang Qianlei's face was one of utter incredulity. The mid-level staff member who had intended to speak was swiftly silenced by Luo Jiashu's piercing gaze, which seemed to say, "Speak carelessly again, and you will regret it." Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Zhang Qianlei coughed a few times. "Grandfather, are you unwell?" Noticing Zhang Qianlei's sudden cough, Qin Xin inquired with concern. "I'm fine, my dear. Since your father is so busy, could you take your grandfather with you?" Upon hearing this, Qin Xin looked up and spotted Yi Yin. "Teacher Yi." At this moment, she had no choice but to seek assistance from Yi Yin. "Principal Zhang, no problem. I know Qin's father. I'll take you to him." Those familiar with Yi Yin were left astonished by her reference to Qin Mo. This was even more astonishing than Zhang Lao favoring a student. Yet, Yi Yin appeared unfazed by their reactions, indifferent to the astonished expression surrounding her. "Principal Zhang, please wait a moment. I will arrange for transportation to that moment." Luo Jiashu was almost certain that his school indeed had a promising talent, especially since Zhang Lao had taken the initiative to meet the parents, which spoke volumes. Soon, 3 business vehicles departed from the school. The school was not far from the food street, and with vehicles available, they arrived at their destination in less than 5 minutes. However, the cars could not drive in, so they had to park outside. "Principal Zhang, follow me." Leading the way, Yi Yin held Xin's hand, followed by a dozen others. Fortunately, they were in a food street. Otherwise, their group would have drawn considerable attention to Yi. "How come you're here to help out so soon?" "Yi, you must seize this opportunity. Otherwise, I might introduce my niece to him." "Hello, Teacher Yi." From the street onward, Yi Yin encountered numerous acquaintances who greeted her. This situation intrigued the school leaders trailing behind. In the span of a few hundred meters, at least 20 people had acknowledged her. Everyone couldn't help but wonder what this colleague had accomplished to garner such popularity. "Principal Zhang, that's the shop." Yi Yin did not approach directly, as it was lunchtime and a long queue had formed outside. Though the buns were now under Fong Mishu's management, and the flavors remained widely appreciated, the number of patrons had not diminished if they were to enter with such a large group. It would undoubtedly disrupt Qin Mo's business, so it was better to wait nearby to own many customers. The school leaders, witnessing such a scene for the first time, were astonished to see hundreds of people queuing for a single bun. It's him. If it truly was him, it was entirely plausible for him to raise such an exceptional daughter. Henti they heard Qin Lao's high praise of him previously. You know him? Zhang Qinlei, now incredibly curious about this young man, inquired upon hearing that several school leaders were acquainted with him. This parent has received immense acclaim from Qin Lao. Qin Lao? Which one? The one up there? Particularly knowledgeable about food. It's him. In Zhang Qinlei's mind, an image of an individual immediately emerged, signifying that this young man surpassed his expectations, that a chef who possesses the ability to paint. Truly a remarkable achievement in both realms. This was a first for him. Both professions are extreme in nature, seemingly unrelated. Zhang Lao, why not find a place to wait? It seems the situation may not resolve itself swiftly. Luo Jiashu observed as the customers ahead departed. Only for another wave of patrons to line up to at this rate. If the buns are not sold out, Qin Mo will have no time to attend to them. XN. What brings you here? You could have at least given me a heads up. Amidst the bustling shop, Qin Mo happened to glance outside and spotted a group of people standing nearby. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Yin among them and promptly set aside his tasks to approach them. You must be Mr. Qin. A young man of distinguished demeanor greeted Yin as he walked over. Zhang Qinlei quickly stepped forward to inquire, Indeed, I am Qin Mo. May I ask how you know me? Esteemed elder. Hello, Mr. Qin. I am Zhang Qinlei. With that, Zhang Qinlei extended his hand, and Qin Mo promptly stepped forward, shaking hands firmly to Mr. Qin. I am Luo Jiashu, the vice principal of your daughter's school. Witnessing Zhang Qinlei's respectful demeanor towards Qin Mo, Luo Jiashu hurriedly stepped forward to shake his hand as well. During a previous school event, they had not exchanged such pleasantries. What brings you all here? Qin Mo asked, voicing his curiosity. That is as follows. As Zhang Qinlei began to explain, the other school leaders refrained from interjecting. However, noticing the bustling pedestrians around them, Qin Mo quickly interrupted Zhang Qinlei. Please follow me. This is not the place for conversation. Come to my shop, and allow me to treat you all to some sweet soup. With that, Qin Mo strode into the sweet soup shop. Those following turned to Yin for clarification. Is this his establishment? Indeed, this is Qin Ji's shop. Upon confirming that it was Qin Mo's establishment, a collective gasp of astonishment escaped the group. The bun shop was already overflowing, and now the sweet soup shop was completely packed with no available seats. Were they to stand while conversing? Chapter 62. Just trying to eat. Suspected of incompetence everyone, I apologize, but there's a matter I wish to discuss with you. Upon entering the sweet soup shop, the patrons greeted Qin Mo warmly. I have some friends who wish to sit for a while. Would you kindly make some room? Today's orders are on me. Qin Mo's request was made easier by the fact that most patrons were familiar faces from the neighborhood who frequented the shop daily. Hearing this, they felt a bit awkward, their faces flushing slightly. It's a minor matter. I thought it was something significant. The affairs of the handsome Qin are of utmost importance to us. We shall gladly vacate our seats. One young woman responded without a moment's hesitation, pulling her boyfriend to his feet. She was the one who admired Qin Mo's looks, her mood noticeably lifted upon merely catching a glimpse of him. Her boyfriend, seeing her excitement, had no choice but to comply. The others observed the group of over a dozen individuals at the entrance, each emanating an air of scholarly sophistication, indicating they were no ordinary folk. Soon, the required seats were cleared, and amidst the assistance of the patrons, 3 tables were pushed together. The patrons who relinquished their seats did not leave. They merely observed the elderly gentleman at the forefront, whose demeanor resembled that of the high-ranking individuals seen on television. Isn't that the vice principal of the 3rd primary school? Luo Jiashu's identity was quickly recognized, further encouraging the onlookers to remain. Everyone, I apologize for the lack of hospitality. Please do not hold it against me, that I shall invite you all over next time. Under Qin Mo's direction, the table was soon adorned with an array of buns and sweet soup. Within half an hour, several Cantonese dishes were served, including 2 plates of steamed grouper. Mr. Qin, this is too generous. We merely came to discuss a matter, and now you have gone to such lengths. The enticing aromas wafting from the table prompted Luo Jiashu, well-versed in culinary delights, to express his gratitude to at this moment. Zhang Qinlei finally understood why even Qin Jingming held Qin Mo in such high regard. Seems I Zhang am fortunate today. Zhang Qinlei chuckled after making his remark. Please wait a moment. A few more dishes are on their way. Is that not the case? You all are indeed fortunate. My teacher Yin, along with Sister Wu, have been indulged by my father lately. Qin, who had claimed a seat, declared with pride, seemingly taking credit for the situation, as if to say that without her, they would have missed out on her father's delectable creations that I in a flash. The onlookers comprehended why passers-by had greeted Yin. It seemed she was a regular patron here. The other school leaders and Zhang Qianlei, hearing the praises of Qin Mo, could hardly contain their eagerness to sample the offerings. Having already tasted the buns and sweet soup, their anticipation for the forthcoming dishes heightened. Yet, the meal was still incomplete, and the main host had yet to make his entrance. Little did they know that Qin Mo had more culinary prowess up his sleeve. The patrons who remained in the shop, gazing at the array of dishes, could not help but swallow in anticipation. This led them to believe that he had only a couple of signature dishes to present. Now, seeing 10 dishes laid before them, it became evident that he was a master of culinary artistry, hidden beneath a veil of modesty. Regrettably, they were not fortunate enough to partake. Just by inhaling the delightful scents in the air, the patrons could tell that these dishes were sure to rival even the steamed grouper. Having savored the steamed grouper before, patrons knew it was a dish they could never tire of. As long as their wallets permitted and they could secure a portion, indulging in it daily felt like a luxury. Little Qin, it seems you have been holding back your talents. I wonder when we shall have our turn. An elderly neighbor remarked upon seeing Qin Mo enter with the dishes. Thank you all for your support. I shall not keep you waiting much longer, so I will refrain from lengthy conversations. Upon hearing Qin Mo's remark to the elderly woman, some attentive patrons quickly deduced information from his words. Did he just say he won't keep us waiting long? One quietly asked those nearby. Indeed, I heard him say that. The others nodded in agreement. All right, the individual, now filled with excitement, nearly leapt in joy, but quickly suppressed his enthusiasm, mindful of the shop's tranquil atmosphere. Truly, he was a genuine food enthusiast. I apologize for the wait. I still have work this afternoon, and I trust you all have matters to attend to as well. That I have not prepared any wine, but I will bring some tea for now. I hope you do not mind, and no worries. We arrived rather abruptly, and it is we who should apologize for causing any inconvenience to Mr. Qin. That I would like to propose a toast to Mr. Qin. Luo Jiashu stood up, raising his glass in respect. All right, everyone, please do not be shy. Half an hour passed, and the guests could not help but pat their bellies. Each had consumed 3 bowls of rice. Along with the earlier buns and sweet soup that in short, everyone was thoroughly satiated. Throughout this time, they all tacitly avoided mentioning the purpose of their visit. Mr. Qin, I will not mince words. We are here regarding your daughter. It was Zhang Qianlei who finally spoke up, having been savoring the cuisine while listening to the conversations around him. To my daughter. Upon hearing this, a look of confusion crossed Qin Mo's face, and he swiftly turned to Yin, who also shook her head, leaving him further puzzled. It is as follows. Today the school held an event. As Qin Mo's confusion lingered, Luo Jiashu promptly clarified beside him, Mr. Qin, did you study painting in the past? Painting? I have not formally studied it. It was merely a hobby I engaged in casually. Upon hearing Qin Mo's response, Zhang Qianlei was utterly astonished that a mere hobbyist could nurture such an exceptional daughter. Perhaps he had been mistaken. The true talent lay within her, and he had merely provided some guidance. Humph, my father is quite skilled at painting. Seemingly sensing the skepticism directed at Qin Mo, Qin huffed defiantly. Do not believe it. Just wait. Noticing the expressions of the uncles and aunts, Qin began rummaging through her backpack. Qin Mo felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. He silently prayed that his daughter would not cause a scene. Alas! Chapter 63. Ordinary paper. The master's hand the moment Qin Mo laid eyes on the item his daughter produced. His face darkened. That wasn't this the scrap of paper he had hastily sketched on when his artistic impulse struck? Cough, cough. At that moment, Yin also coughed, her face flushing crimson. She had not anticipated that Qin would unveil this piece. It was utterly embarrassing. Grandpa, this is a drawing my dad made. I hid it away. Otherwise, I would never have known he could paint. Zhang Qianlei took the ordinary piece of white paper, which Qin had preserved well, carefully tucked between the pages of a book, with only creases indicating its previous folds. At first glance, it appeared to be a commonplace sketch. However, upon a closer examination, Zhang Qianlei noticed the lines and the strength behind them, qualities that could not be achieved without decades of dedication. Those who were untrained in art would have glanced at the drawing's subject and then looked at Yin, noticing her lowered gaze, and thus refrained from further scrutiny, sharing silent understanding. Da. Who would have thought that Mr. Qin possesses such remarkable talent in painting? No wonder his daughter is so extraordinary. In response to Zhang Qianlei's praise, Qin Mo merely smiled and replied, "You are too kind, Zhang Lao." The two, father and daughter, possessed no remarkable talent. One relied on a system, while the other benefited from a system's lottery rewards. The primary learning aura allowed knowledge designated by the host within a 10-meter radius to be memorized, understood, and absorbed at double the usual rate. When he first saw the system's points, he could not resist the urge and opted for a high-level lottery draw. To his astonishment, he obtained such an extraordinary auxiliary skill, which left him exhilarated for an entire night. Ultimately, he decided to remain low-key, using it solely for his daughter. That it was not flattery. Had it not been for Qin's thriving business, he would have genuinely considered inviting you to our school as a professor. Upon seeing the paper in his hands, Zhang Qianlei contemplated bringing Qin Mo to teach at the school. However, the thought of comparing the income from their family shops with that of a professor extinguished that idea immediately. Attend the Beijing Academy of Fine Arts. The surrounding school leaders displayed expressions of envy, as they could hardly fathom that this parent, a mere chef, would receive such high praise from Zhang Lao in the realm of painting. It is worth noting that the Beijing Academy of Fine Arts is not an institution one can easily enter. Every professor there is over 50 years of age, whereas Qin Mo is at most 30. However, I believe Mr. Qin is not interested. After all, your daughter possesses such remarkable talent that I wish to take her as my apprentice. Zhang Qianlei's next statement left everyone present speechless, particularly Luo Jiashu, who excitedly gripped his chair. The outcome exceeded his expectations. If this materialized, they could proudly proclaim that their third primary school had produced a disciple of Zhang Qianlei at the Beijing Academy of Fine Arts. What greater advertisement could there be? This may disappoint Zhang Lao. Indeed, Zhang Grandpa, I could never bear to leave my father. The father and daughter duo simultaneously declined. Have you truly considered it? Follow me to Beijing, and your daughter could become a world-renowned painter. Observing the resolute expressions on their faces, Zhang Qianlei attempted to inquire again. Zhang Lao, please do not insist. Even if I agree, my daughter would not consent. Yes, what father said is true. I still wish to grow into a plump girl. Upon seeing Zhang Qianlei's despondent expression, Qin Mo continued, however, during the summer vacation, I can allow her to come and study with you. All right, that works too. As long as I maintain contact with them, there will be plenty of time in the future. Zhang Qianlei did not believe he could not persuade the duo to I apologize for troubling you today, Mr. Qin. Here's my business card, and I look forward to your visit. Before departing, Zhang Qianlei left Qin Mo with a card. The events occurring within the shop quickly spread through regular customers. News circulated rapidly online, as these true food enthusiasts even established a WeChat group for Qin Mo's shop, with nearly all nearby residents included. They were surprised not only by Qin's culinary prowess, but also by Xian's talent. Indeed, I just checked the Beijing Academy of Fine Arts. It is the foremost art academy in the nation. Zhang Qianlei, a preeminent master of traditional Chinese painting and the vice president of the Beijing Academy of Fine Arts, boasted that the youngest professor there, Professor Zhong Yuanzhong, was 46 last year. Each year, only 60 students are admitted. Every graduate from the Beijing Academy of Fine Arts earns an annual salary exceeding 1 million. Clips of related news were shared in the group, illuminating the prestige of this art academy. Everyone admired Qin Mo even more, recognizing not only his culinary skills, but also the fact that even the Beijing Academy of Fine Arts extended an olive branch to him in the realm of painting. Qin dashing, did you save the galaxy in your past life? Not only are you handsome, but you also possess a fine physique, exceptional culinary skills, and now extraordinary artistic talent. Is there anything you cannot do? Don't tell me you will end up building a spaceship. After seeing Qin Mo's friends depart, they flocked to tease him. Indeed, with a man like Xiao Qin, I cannot fathom how your ex-wife could be so blind. This remark came from a middle-aged woman who had once considered introducing her niece to Qin Mo after learning of his situation. But upon meeting Yi Ying, she quickly abandoned that thought. She was not alone in this sentiment. Many who approached Qin Mo had similar intentions. Hearing customers mention his ex-wife prompted Qin Mo to realize it was time to take action, that he had previously entrusted an old customer with a favor. He wondered how that was progressing, to his surprise. Mr. Huang Haobua, a local resident whose son was a prominent lawyer, had taken notice of the situation. Upon hearing the news, his son met with Qin Mo and assured him that handling the case would be straightforward, promising to take it on when he had the time. Huang Mark even smilingly analyzed to terminate the other party's visitation rights. It suffices to meet one of the following criteria. First, if your ex-wife suffers from a serious infectious disease. Second, if she fails to adhere to the visitation schedule, time, or place as per the agreement or judgment, significantly impacting the children's lives and studies. After inquiring about Qin Mo's ex-wife, the first two conditions were found unsuitable. Ultimately, they considered Qin Xian's wishes. Huang Mark suggested using the argument that the visitation rights negatively affected the children's physical and mental development to terminate the ex-wife's rights. Chapter 64. Top Lawyer. You stand no chance in reality. If the other party agreed to sign, the matter would be simple and would not require going to court. However, based on what you just said, it seems quite challenging. Thank you so much, Lawyer Huang, that I wonder how you charge for your services. Before leaving, Qin Mo inquired. Observing the glances exchanged between Huang Mark and his father, Huang Mark chuckled. No charge. Indeed, Xiao Qin is not involved in a major case. This is merely a trivial matter for him. Lawyers of Huang Mark's caliber typically charge by the hour, with rates starting at over 1,000 yuan, and top-tier lawyers charging even more. Hearing this, Qin Mo expressed his dissatisfaction. Mr. Huang, please do not signal to Lawyer Huang. Friendships are one thing, but business is another. How could I, Qin Mo, take advantage of this situation? I do have a suggestion that could be mutually beneficial. Observing Qin Mo's principled stance, it became clear why the locals frequented his establishment. Lawyer Huang, do share. My father tells me your culinary skills are exceptional. Huang Mark, intrigued by his father's high regard for Qin Mo, asked, after this matter concludes, I will come to cook a sumptuous dinner for your family. Ha, splendid. I did not expect such a delightful arrangement. You must keep your word, Xiao Qin. You cannot back out. Upon hearing Qin Mo's proposal, Huang Haobo nearly drooled in excitement, recalling his previous visit to Mr. Huang's home. Now, Qin Mo awaited Huang Mark's call, but he suggested postponing court proceedings for the time being. Lawyer Huang should first communicate with his ex-wife. If that failed, they could resort to court later. Today was the most disheartening day for Hailan. She could not believe that after over a month apart, her ex-husband, upon earning money, had indeed hired a lawyer to terminate her visitation rights to their daughter. Just moments ago, she received a call from Qin Mo's attorney, Huang Mark, who was now fully entrusted to handle the case. During their conversation, it was clear that her daughter had developed a resistance towards her, which was detrimental to her case, that if she did not agree, they would file a civil lawsuit in the intermediate court. Furious, she hung up the phone, sensing something was amiss, and hurriedly called her company. Hi boss, are you handling something so late? Companies that grow large typically have their own lawyers. Lawyer Lin, I apologize for disturbing your rest at this late hour, but I have a personal matter I would like to discuss. Although Lin Jiaji was the lawyer for Hailan's company, he only dealt with business matters, not family issues. No worries. Hi boss, please go ahead. Lin Jiaji considered it a brief consultation, not taking up much time. My ex-husband wishes to terminate my visitation rights to our daughter. Just now, his lawyer called me, asking what would happen if I disagreed. Regarding that, it's difficult to negotiate. However, let me ask you a few questions, and I hope my responses will be helpful. Sure, no problem. Thinking of her ex-husband's determination to sever ties, Hailan mused that it would not be so easy. What is your ex-husband's income like? Upon hearing Lin's question, her expression darkened instantly to AS for High Boss's health. I assume there are no issues, so I will skip that. Now, let's address the most crucial matter. What is your daughter's attitude towards you? Not good. She is very resistant. Reflecting on her daughter's attitude towards her, Hailan questioned her motivations for fighting. By the way, Lawyer Lin, the opposing lawyer is named Huang Mark. Huang Mark. In that case, if this goes to court, based on what you just said, our chances of winning are virtually zero. If the other party is proposing to terminate your rights, it might be better for you to negotiate for more favorable terms. Otherwise, once it heads to court, of course, these are merely my personal suggestions. The final decision lies with you. Hailan was unaware of when she hung up the phone. She sat in the living room, lost in thought, until she finally got out of bed to use the restroom. She glanced at the clock and realized it was already past 1. Her daughter was still sitting in the living room. Just a moment ago, Qin Mo's lawyer had called to inform her that he intended to terminate her visitation rights with their daughter. Ignore them. You are her mother, and they are just trying to provoke you, Hu Lingzhu remarked, sounding like a shrew. Haha, Just refuse them. That I also consulted my company's lawyer, and the opposing counsel is formidable. If this goes to court, I would undoubtedly lose. That if they are that formidable, then we shall hire an equally capable lawyer. It's merely a matter of money, and you have plenty. Hu Lingzhu dismissed it as a trivial matter, feigning nonchalance. Hiring a lawyer of the same caliber is not simply a financial matter. Not everyone can afford such legal representation. Upon hearing her mother Hu Lingzhu's words, Hailan's eyes revealed a look of disdain. You spend all day at home, knowing nothing but eating. That it's already midnight, and you're still here looking for food. I regret it now. Why did I ever agree to the divorce? The blind dates you introduced were all a disappointment, each one worse than the last. Now, Qin Mo is becoming more handsome and successful. I believe it won't be long before he surpasses me. No, even though we are divorced, I must keep him beneath me. That it's just money, after all. Hailan seemed to have thought of something, a sly smile appearing on her face. Conditions? I will bring it up with you tomorrow. Upon hearing Huang Mark's voice on the line, Qin Mo finally received the call he had been waiting for. What did she say? She wants the recipe for your Baozi shop. Qin Mo couldn't help but chuckle at this. What is that saying? Long hair, short knowledge. Does Hailan truly believe that her shop's popularity is solely due to the recipe? However, after some thought, Qin Mo realized it was somewhat true. Who would know that he possessed a system? Providing her with the recipe wouldn't be of much consequence. At most, the Baozi she produced would be tastier than those on the market. Yet compared to those from his own shop, there would still be a significant difference. All right, I agree, but her request is too vague. That I will only provide her with a few of the recipes currently being sold, and I will add one stipulation. I do not wish to see her shop in the food street within the next 6 months. This latter condition stemmed from his concern that, should his ex-wife interfere, it might jeopardize his future plans. Chapter 65. Termination of visitation. Ex-wife irrelevant. Well then, Mr. Qin, await my good news. I will trouble lawyer Huang then. If we can settle this today, I shall prepare the ingredients, and we can enjoy a drink together tonight. Then it's settled that I will provide the wine, as my father has a few fine bottles stashed away. Qin Mo was decisive. Cutting through the matter with ease, he understood what kind of person his ex-wife was. Prolonging this issue would certainly not benefit his daughter. After all, this was merely a civil dispute, and he had no desire to remain entangled in it. This time, it was Lin Jiaji who was coordinating with Huang Mark. Unexpectedly, he was fortunate enough to encounter such a prominent lawyer. All right, no need for pleasantries. My client has presented her terms. Please contact your employer. My employer has agreed. When shall we sign the agreement? This afternoon, I will prepare the document and notify you. Good. In the afternoon, both parties arranged to meet at a hotel, as requested by the other side. Qin Mo had no objections. As long as they agreed to sign the contract, the location was inconsequential. Moreover, he surmised that his ex-wife's motivation for this arrangement was simply fear that his recipe was a fake. Mr. Qin, please review the agreement, and let me know if there are any issues. That as soon as he arrived, Huang Mark handed the agreement to Qin Mo for his perusal. No issues. Qin Mo confirmed after a quick glance, noticing that additional terms favoring him had been added. Indeed, a top-tier lawyer. The supplementary conditions pertained to the Baozi. Upon receiving the recipe, the other party could not suggest in any way that the Baozi were related to Qin Mo. Any violations would incur a hefty penalty of 20 million. Boss Hai is already waiting for us. The two emerged from the hotel room, facing Hailan and Lin Jiaji. All right, let's proceed. 10 minutes later. In the hotel's conference room, both parties took their seats. Hailan initially wore a smile, but upon seeing Yi next to Qin Mo, her expression darkened. This was her first encounter with Yi, and upon comparing the two, she immediately felt inferior. It hasn't been long since the divorce, and he's already brought a little vixen along. Does he not fear tarnishing our daughter's upbringing? She felt an overwhelming urge to leave at that moment, refusing to sign the agreement. Yet, the thought of possessing the recipe and the immense wealth that would follow kept her in her seat. Once her shop opened, the profits would be staggering, and she could undoubtedly find a man superior to Qin Mo. This is my teacher Yi. Soon she will be living with Daddy. Upon hearing Hailan refer to her teacher in such a manner, Qin immediately stood up, glaring at Hailan like a protective wolf. You little brat, is this how you speak to your mother? Seeing her daughter's outburst, Hailan's temper flared. Madam, please mind your language. Otherwise, my client will be compelled to discuss this matter in court with you. Hearing Huang Mark's warning, Hailan promptly fell silent. Now, Ms. Lon, please sign the first agreement, and my client will provide you with the recipe. Of course, as per your request, we will demonstrate the recipe to your representative on-site to confirm its authenticity. All right, Master Su, I appreciate your assistance. Guided by the hotel manager, Qin Mo and Su Hao entered the hotel kitchen. How is it, Master Su? Initially, they had limited access to the kitchen due to the recipe's value, allowing only 2 individuals inside. Boss Hai is indeed genuine. The man before them, Su Hao, was a highly skilled technician whom she had hired for a significant sum, and he had also signed an agreement with a penalty of 100 million. In the end, a stringent condition had been added. Should the other party breach the contract, half of the profits earned from the recipe would belong to Hailan. Faced with Hailan's offer of a lucrative salary plus bonuses, Su Hao was swayed. After confirming the recipe's authenticity, Hailan returned to her seat and signed the remaining 3 agreements in one go. With that signature, both parties would become strangers from then on. The only potential for reconciliation lay with Qin. Unless she chose otherwise, all ties would be severed. Phew. Qin Mo let out a deep sigh of relief. At last, they could part ways. 3 copies of the documents were produced, with each party retaining one. Since the agreement is signed, I hope you will adhere to it. Otherwise, Lawyer Huang may summon you at any time. With that, Qin Mo exited the room, leaving the opposing party behind. Qin Mo, just wait and see. Witnessing Qin Mo's demeanor before leaving, Hailan regretted signing the agreement. Lawyer Huang, I'm heading out to buy groceries now. I'll be borrowing your kitchen tonight, then no problem. I'm already looking forward to tasting Mr. Qin's culinary skills. Daddy, that's wonderful. From now on, will we be seeing your ex-wife more often? Can teacher Yi come stay with us? Xin, if you keep saying that, I won't pay you any attention anymore. And Qin Ge, why don't you manage Xin? Watching the 2 bicker in the car, Qin Mo couldn't help but chuckle. All right, do you 2 still want to eat tonight? Seeing their playful antics, he quickly brought out his trump card. The mention of food immediately silenced them. At that moment, Xin exclaimed in surprise. Oh no. What is it, Xin? Did you lose something? Not me. I just remembered that if we all go to Grandpa Huang's for dinner, then Sister Wu won't have anything to eat. Upon hearing Xin's reminder, Yin finally recalled what she had forgotten. How could I have overlooked that? I must tell her to find somewhere else to solve her meal issue. Currently, Wu Yue accompanied Yin for every meal, taking advantage of the situation. Then aren't we letting Sister Wu come over? Xin asked in confusion, but that's not possible. She helped us out this time, so we can't bring anyone else along. Haha, then Sister Wu is in for a tough night. Serves her right for snatching my chicken wings last time. Utilizing satellite navigation, Qin Mo located a large market and prepared to spend lavishly, purchasing several thousand yuan worth of ingredients. Seafood comprised a significant portion, as he intended to bring fine dishes to accompany the drinks. Being from the south, seafood was the best choice. Chapter 66. 3 people drink together. Confession tonight. The 3 of them entered the community, laden with bags, instantly attracting the attention of the neighbors. Little Qin, what are you up to? A nearby elderly lady approached to greet them. Today, Lawyer Huang helped me resolve a significant matter, so I'm preparing to thank him at his home. How enviable for old Huang to have such a good son. Since that's the case, we won't disturb little Qin. Led by the elderly lady, they left with their sound system, ready to kick off a square dance. Little Qin, you're being too generous, buying so many ingredients. Xin, good girl. Come here and carry the fruit for Grandma. The rest of you elders, come out and lend a hand. The guests have arrived. At Li Dama's call, several familiar faces emerged from the hall. These individuals often mingled with Huang Haobu's family, and together they numbered 10, just enough for the large dining table at their house. Fortunately, there are plenty of groceries bought. Qin Mo couldn't help but think, surprised by the influx of guests. He had initially expected only 5 people at Lawyer Huang's home, yet now the number had doubled. You go to the kitchen and assist Xiao Qin. Xian, let us head out to buy some drinks. In the eyes of the nearby neighborhood, Qin had already attained the status of a young noble. Just by observing Auntie Li's actions, one could tell she had cast aside her own grandson. Grandma Li, isn't your younger brother coming out? A little boy dashed out from a room, tears streaming down his face. Don't mind this mischievous one. If he tags along, we won't be able to buy anything at all. Bang, the stainless steel door slammed shut, coinciding with the sound of a child weeping. Wow, Grandma doesn't want me anymore. Witnessing this warm family scene in the living room, envy flickered across her face. She glanced at the busy Qin Mo in the kitchen, her eyes glimmering. This man was becoming increasingly charming, truly a magnet for all ages. "Brother Qin, let me help you wash the vegetables." After dining at Qin Mo's establishment for 2 months, she had become capable of handling even the simplest tasks. "All right, you wash the vegetable hearts over there. But be careful that I in the eyes of the chefs." Washing vegetables was a meticulous task, not simply a matter of rinsing. Qin Mo knew that Yin was not foolish. He had taught her several times. "Xiao Qin, you two are increasingly resembling a married couple." With the assistance of these individuals, Qin Mo was able to save half the time he would have otherwise spent. Initially, he had anticipated finishing the meal by 8. But now it would be ready an hour earlier. To Mr. Qin, "These two are my colleagues. Upon hearing that a master chef was cooking in my home, they immediately came over. That I didn't inform you beforehand. I hope it won't be a bother." Huang Ma had initially worried about a shortage of food, but now, seeing the table laden with dishes, he realized his concerns were unfounded. "Please take your seats. I have long anticipated Xiao Qin's culinary skills. Who would have thought I would be the first to taste them among so many guests? Mr. Qin, you can also prepare Sichuan cuisine." As the lids of the dishes were lifted, a delightful display of Cantonese and Sichuan dishes emerged. The Huang family hails from the north, and thus holds a particular fondness for Sichuan cuisine. Initially, upon hearing that Qin Mo was a Cantonese chef, they felt it might be lacking. However, upon seeing the Sichuan dishes on the table, they were pleasantly surprised by Qin Mo's hidden talents. "Xiao Qin, just how many skills do you possess?" The news of Qin Mo's artistic abilities had spread, and many were astonished to discover such a remarkable talent in their midst. "Old master, isn't Mr. Qin just a chef? What else can he do?" Everyone took their seats, pouring themselves drinks, whether alcoholic or non-alcoholic, signaling their indifference to neighborhood gossip. Hearing his son's inquiry, Huang Haobo felt it was finally his time to shine. Not only is Xiao Qin a culinary master, but he is also an accomplished painter. Among those present, only Huang Maku and his 2 colleagues were unaware of this fact. Once the old man finished speaking, everyone nodded in unison that he really that impressive. One of lawyer Huang's friends, Su Wenlu, scrutinized Qin Mo, having no recollection of him. "Old master, you're not exaggerating, are you? My colleagues have recently had interactions with some local artists." Huang Maku also inquired, not out of disdain for Qin Mo, but because he genuinely had not seen him in the art circle. "Don't compare those people to Xiao Qin. He is quite humble." Observing the disbelief on his son's face, old master Huang leisurely dropped a bombshell. "You must know the Jingjing Academy of Fine Arts, right?" Seeing the 3 nod, old master Huang felt the moment of revelation had arrived. Xiao Qin was invited by the president of this academy to become a professor, but he declined. After saying this, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. "Xiao Qin, this Kung Pao chicken is authentic. It packs a punch." The Jingjing Academy of Fine Arts, an invitation from the president. A declined professorship. At this moment, the 3 stared at Qin Mo in astonishment, and upon observing the expressions of the family members around them, they knew this was indeed true. Now they believed him. He hadn't exaggerated in the slightest. Enjoying the expressions of the 3, old master Huang stood up and said, "Let us all raise a glass to Xiao Qin. Without him, we would not enjoy this feast today." Under old master Huang's lead, everyone rose. After 10 o'clock, this gathering felt like home. Before leaving, Su Wenlu requested Qin Mo's phone number and handed him a business card. Walking on the street, Yin supported Qin Mo, who had drunk a bit too much and was swaying unsteadily. Noticing Yi Yin's slightly flushed face, she suddenly stopped and, facing Qin Mo, said, "Brother Qin, may I be your girlfriend?" The word she had held in for a month finally came out. Just as Qin Mo was feeling a bit dazed, he snapped to attention. He expected Yi Yin to confess at that moment. Under Qin Mo's gaze, Yi Yin's face turned even redder. "I like you. I want to be with you, and XIN. A double confession. Yi Yin stood on her tiptoes, locking her gaze with Qin Mo's. "What are your thoughts? A triple assault." At this moment, Qin Mo's heart surged like a tempest, unable to find calm. Once he regained his composure, he couldn't help but sigh. "We are not suited for each other." "Not suited? You mean your marriage and XN? I don't mind any of that." Chapter 67, Divine Assistance. Staying together tonight. What other concerns do you have? Yin stepped closer to Qin Mo, their faces almost touching, completely disregarding Qin XN, who stood nearby. Observing her father and teacher Ye's actions, Qin XN had already guessed what was happening. She merely stood by, smiling. "What else? Just say it." and I will help you resolve it. Yin appeared transformed, shedding her earlier genteel demeanor, now exuding the aura of a domineering Su. You may not mind. But what about your family? Qin Mo, at 30, had more considerations that a romantic relationship concerns only the two individuals. But once a family is formed, it involves two families, no longer just the couple. While she might not mind, what about Yin's family? No one wishes for their daughter to marry a divorced man, especially one who becomes a stepmother to someone else's child. Being a stepmother is no easy feat. Recent news reports are rife with family disputes. Mentioning family matters, Yin lowered her head, her previously bright eyes dimming. However, she quickly steeled herself, raising her head to say, "My family, Brother Qin need not worry. I have already severed ties with them." Though Qin Mo had consumed some alcohol, his sensitivity remained intact. He sensed the shift in Yi Yin's expression and did not wish to dwell on that topic, especially since they were still on the street. "Dad, it's quite late, and you've had some drinks. Let Teacher Yi stay with me tonight, all right?" Qin Mo glanced at the night sky. Although his mind was clear, his limbs felt sluggish. He had drunk quite a bit and was surprised at his own capacity. Even old Master Huang, a notorious drinker, couldn't keep up. The after effects were kicking in, and all he desired was a good night's sleep. However, before sleeping, he fetched Yin a new oversized t-shirt and a fresh towel. "Thank you." Upon receiving the clothing from Qin Mo, Yin's face flushed. In Qin Xin's room. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, she inhaled the faint fragrance from the t-shirt. This was Brother Qin's scent. Even though it was new clothing, it would surely carry her own scent when worn together. Yin thought about how close she was to Qin Mo. Taking a deep breath, a smile crept onto her lips, which was noticed by Qin Xin beside her. "Teacher Yi, what amusing thought crossed your mind? Share it with Xin." It felt as though her secret had been discovered, causing her face to flush instantly. "Teacher Yi, are you going to be together with my dad soon?" Qin Xin propped herself up on the bed, resting her chin on her hands as she looked at Yin. "So, Xin, do you want us to become a family?" "Of course, I dream of it." Qin Xin's eyes lit up. "Then, Teacher Yi, you would become my mommy." Yin affectionately ruffled her hair. "Mommy." The abrupt declaration made Qin Xin laugh. Xin, be good." Just then, a sudden ringtone jolted the two awake. "Teacher Yi, it's your phone." Upon seeing the caller ID, Yin's expression changed. "Oh no, I forgot to inform this troublemaker," just as she tapped the answer button. "Miss Yi." At that moment, on the other end, Wu Yi's voice came through. "You said you were going out for a big meal, and now you're staying out all night." It seemed that Wu Yi had lost her energy after saying that. The truth was, she hadn't even had dinner yet. She hadn't expected her unreliable friend to be so untrustworthy. It was already past 11, and with no news, she decided to call. Qin Xin leaned in. "Sister Wu, just sleep. Teacher Yi is keeping me company tonight. Hee." Before she could finish, beep beep. The call ended. Watching Yin hang up, Wu Yi was left dumbfounded. What now? How will I spend the night? Looking at the takeout she had ordered, accustomed to being spoiled, she felt at a loss. She could only make do for the time being. Gently caressing her persistently grumbling stomach, Wu Yue closed her eyes and hastily devoured several bites of her meal. Xin, why did you hang up the phone?" Yin remarked, observing Xin as she held her mobile device. "Teacher Yi, didn't you tell Sister Wu that it would be better to discuss matters tomorrow?" "Never mind. Let's just sleep." Yin chuckled as she drifted into slumber. The bond between the two deepened once more, as they now found themselves spending the night at his residence at 5 in the morning. Qin Mo rose punctually. The changes in his body had indeed enhanced his ability to metabolize. 0.6 hours was ample time for the alcohol to dissipate. That it was raining. Glancing outside, he noted the downpour had commenced early. With plans for a morning workout thwarted, Qin Mo retreated to the kitchen, retrieving some ingredients to prepare breakfast. What smells so delightful? As Yin emerged from her room, she spotted Qin Mo busy in the kitchen. And it dawned on her that she was indeed in someone else's home, that a quick glance at her attire and her disheveled hair prompted a sharp scream. "Don't look. Why is it so noisy this early? Can't anyone let me sleep?" Qin trudged out of her room, rubbing the corners of her eyes. Upon awakening, she noticed that Teacher Yi was no longer beside her. The comfort of having someone to snuggle with during the night had been delightful. Now, seeing no one around, she hurriedly got out of bed. "You two better hurry and freshen up. Breakfast is ready." To alleviate Yi Yin's embarrassment, Qin Mo pretended not to notice. Though his mind mused, what a fine figure she has. Yi Yin, aware of her recent state of undress, shot Qin Mo a frosty glare. Her cheeks flushed as she hurriedly adjusted her clothing and followed Qin into the bathroom. Yi Yin, the toothbrush on the sink is new. Qin Mo called out towards the washroom. Teacher, what were you doing with Dad? Your face is so red. Noticing her father was absent, Qin seized the opportunity to inquire about her previous observation. Just brushing your teeth. You ask too many questions. Though she chided Qin, her mind wandered, wondering if everything was indeed fine, as she couldn't help but glance down at herself, feeling somewhat exposed. Chapter 68. A rainy day. Sales unaffected as Qin Mo stepped outside. The rain intensified. That it was the first major downpour before Qingming Festival. Thankfully, he had a car. Otherwise, both of them would have had to take the day off. The residential complex where Qin Mo lived was newly built, with the ground floor serving as a garage, which proved convenient on rainy days. Unlike older complexes, where one would be drenched by the time they reached their vehicle. This arrangement was quite favorable. As he started the engine and allowed it to warm up, Qin Mo asked, "What day is it the day after tomorrow? Did the school not send out a notice?" Upon hearing Yi Yin's comment, Qin Mo abruptly slammed the brakes. "Dad, what are you doing?" Qin, seated in the back, lurched forward, relieved that the car had just begun moving and was not going fast. "Are you all right, Qin?" I'm fine. Just be more careful next time," she retorted, returning to her seat, visibly annoyed. Noticing his daughter was upset, Qin Mo quickly shifted her focus. Well, Qin hasn't seen her grandparents in quite some time. Sure enough, a child's anger is fleeting, and soon enough, Qin had forgotten her earlier irritation. "What you just said isn't true, is it?" This time, Qin Mo was focused on driving. Having learned from previous lessons, he was startled by this unexpected mention of parents, realizing that Yi Yin was indeed serious. However, Qin Mo was not dissuaded. Yi Yin's words had served as a reminder that this step was inevitable, that if he wished to gain the approval of the other party's parents, the only way was to become formidable himself. Strength in his career was also a form of strength. He needed to demonstrate that her daughter would not suffer while accompanying him. "Goodbye, Dad. Drive carefully." As Qin Mo's vehicle began to roll forward, Yi Yin called out loudly. Even with an umbrella, he still got drenched. "Boss, on such a rainy day, you really didn't have to come." Upon seeing Qin Mo, Fang Mishue rushed out from the bun shop, handing him a towel. "That won't do. The regular customers have already placed their orders and are eagerly awaiting my steamed fish. Once a rule is set, it must be adhered to." Today's rain was quite heavy, and the shop had already exceeded its operating hours. With half of the stores on the street still closed, it appeared they would have to wait for the rain to cease before reopening. By 7 o'clock, customers in raincoats began to trickle in. These were the early risers heading to work or students from nearby schools. It seemed that no amount of rain could dampen their appetite for good food. As more patrons arrived, a line began to form. "You two, come over here. It's early, and with such heavy rain, it's a bit chilly outside. Don't catch a cold. Start packing for these customers." Without Qin Mo overseeing operations, Fang Mishue was indeed overwhelmed. "I'll handle the kitchen. Hurry and pack for the customers." At that moment, some regulars stood at the entrance, shivering and crossing their arms. "Damn, this weather is ridiculous. It changes so suddenly. I'm freezing. Boss Qin is the best. He opened early to help us out. You two little bosses need to pick up the pace and learn quickly. Otherwise, your speed won't keep up with the demand. And the buns will be left unsold." In recent days, customers had noticed a significant issue. The supply from the bun shop was no longer meeting demand. Unlike before, when sales commenced without interruption until all the buns were sold out. It turned out that Qin Mo had taken on apprentices. It was Fang Mishue from the neighboring dessert shop who had recently graduated. After a careful tasting, customers found the taste to be largely unchanged, with only one complaint: the speed was too slow. Hearing patrons compare her to the boss, Fang Mishue's expression darkened. "How can they compare me, an ordinary person, to that prodigy? They have never witnessed Qin Mo's speed. It's simply inhuman. I take pride in completing one batch quickly, while he manages 3 in the same time." After a half hour of bustling in the kitchen, Qin Mo finally emerged. He observed that the bun sales had picked up, and the necessary materials for his plans were all collected. "You 3 handle the arrangements with Zhuo Wenshu, coordinate with the suppliers, and ensure we procure the finest materials. The expenses will be reimbursed by the shop." Throughout the morning, Qin Mo remained in the store assisting. By noon, he needed to prepare 20 servings of steamed fish. The rain continued until midday, but such weather had little impact on Qin Mo's business. Only the neighboring dessert shop suffered a decline, with sales dropping to half of their usual volume. At 18 noon, a minor incident occurred when an unfamiliar woman approached, requesting to purchase 300 buns and 50 bowls of porridge. The sudden influx of such a large customer initially delighted Qin Mo, but before he could celebrate, the woman's identity was unveiled by the surrounding patrons. "Boss Qin, don't sell to her. She's a reseller." While Qin Mo pondered the meaning of reseller, the crowd erupted in protest. This was a situation that absolutely could not be tolerated. She aimed to buy his goods to resell them. Now understanding the gravity of the situation, Qin Mo glanced back at the long queue of customers that if he sold to her, many would be left without buns and porridge. "That I'm sorry, but we cannot conduct business with you." Qin Mo recognized that his success was built on the loyalty of these regular customers. He could not sacrifice their trust for a mere moment of convenience. Seemingly exposed, the woman shouted, "What is going on? Open for business and push customers away. Hurry up and pack my order." Hearing Qin Mo's firm refusal, the patrons were equally unyielding. One after another, they pointed at the woman. "Get out of the way. Don't hinder Boss Qin from doing business. I know people at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. They're cracking down on reselling groups. You wouldn't happen to be one of their members, would you?" Upon hearing this, the woman faltered, bitterly leaving with a few harsh words. Now, Qin Mo's bun shop had gained a reputation. Individuals like her, who sought to profit from his hard work, could easily be identified and deterred. Chapter 69. A Misunderstanding on the Way Home. Goodbye, teacher. The day before the holiday break, Qin Mo drove to the entrance of the third primary school in the afternoon, that he had packed his belongings for home and even bought some local specialties. His hometown was a small county over 600 kilometers away from Deep City that if he set off now, he could make it in good time. The shop's operations had been arranged smoothly. Since the journey is so long, don't waste time on the road. Since you're all staying behind, consider it overtime pay, and let us calculate it at triple the rate for the next few days. Upon hearing Qin Mo's declaration, the three employees beamed with delight. It meant they would not only avoid expenses, but could also earn several thousand yuan. However, not all three employees were from far away. They had never anticipated that after 2 years, they would barely be managing to get by without profit. "Brother Qin, please drive carefully on the long journey." At that moment, Yin approached, embracing Qin Mo and leaving a quick kiss on his cheek. "Ah, just how far have you two progressed?" Wu Yue, observing their interaction, felt a pang of jealousy. With Yin's remark, Wu Yue quickly realized she could hitch a ride as well. Qin the handsome. "Where is your hometown?" Previously, they had no idea where Qin Mo hailed from. To their surprise, upon inquiry, they discovered that he was from a neighboring county. "Ah, this means I can save on travel costs." Qin the handsome. "Wait for me. I'll be right there." Before she could finish her sentence, Wu Yue had already dashed off. Alas, that madwoman. Just looking at her, one can see that she carries only a single backpack. "Is this all your luggage?" Qin Mo pointed at her and remarked, "Aren't girls supposed to have big suitcases and smaller bags?" Qin, the handsome gentleman. "How long do you two plan to cling to each other without getting into the car? It's already 10 o'clock in the evening. Since the journey has been smooth today, we should arrive a bit earlier." Qin Mo is determined to ensure everything is taken care of and will drop her off right at her doorstep. "Be careful on the road, Qin, the handsome gentleman." "All right, I will call you when I arrive." "Goodbye, Sister Wu." I was terrified. The moment Wu Yue stepped through the doorway, she was startled half to death by a figure leaping out. She had been lost in thought and had not even heard the footsteps approaching. This was a girl of about 16, her youthful innocence still evident on her face. "You say I scared you? I called your name several times just now. How was I to know what you were thinking?" Upon hearing Wu Yue refer to herself, Wu Wenmei became somewhat displeased. "All right, I still have to eat." So hurry inside that Wu Wenmei glanced at the older sister, who had only a single backpack, feeling disheartened that the anticipated gifts were absent. With that, she tossed her backpack to her sister and stepped inside the house. This was a 3-story self-built residence with a modest courtyard of several dozen square meters, a typical layout for a small county town. WY car, right? Just now, I saw an incredibly handsome guy. Is he your friend? But he is too handsome, even more so than the stars on television. When did you start associating with such friends? I never heard about him before. Observing her sister's infatuated expression, she began to wonder if such tendencies might be hereditary. As it reminded her of her own first encounter with Qin Mo. "Wait, what about our parents and younger brother? Wu Yue glanced into the courtyard but saw no sign of the elders. Aren't they usually relaxing in the yard at this hour? They are inside waiting for you, knowing you haven't eaten yet, so they are making us all wait. Did I ask for our younger brother? He is holed up in his room playing on the computer. Isn't he? Is he still like that, all day long? Yes, our parents don't mention it, but as soon as school is over, he just retreats to his room. Upon entering the house, the two fell silent, no longer conversing. A man of about 53, wearing glasses, sat on the sofa. Upon seeing Wu Yue enter, he merely nodded and asked a question before returning to his television. In this household, such behavior had become commonplace. A series of minor incidents having led to a strained father-daughter relationship. Mom, let me help you. You needn't help here. Just take a rest for a bit. It will be ready soon. Wang Huiying, aged 50, displayed signs of having had many suitors in her youth. Currently, she ran a small supermarket, providing a decent income. Did I see still like this? Wang Huiying whispered, glancing at her daughter, who had not gone out. Yes, Wu Yue replied helplessly, that he is so petty. It's as if he still holds a grudge against his own daughter after all this time, that if one didn't know better, they might think you weren't even related. His anger is his own loss. He will understand when he is older. Wang Huiying finally asked that question. That it was indeed her inquiry, but Wu Yue already knew who would be asking. Chapter 70. Arriving home at midnight. Major changes in son, my dear granddaughter. Grandma has missed you so much. Were you tired from the journey? As soon as the car came to a stop, Qin was swept into an embrace by Wang Lanwei. Qin Mo was responsible for opening the door, allowing his son to back the car in. Compared to others, their house was somewhat smaller, a two-story self-built structure, with an area of 100 square meters, plus a small courtyard of 20 square meters. It could only accommodate one car. No more than that. Grandma, isn't he tired? Daddy bought a lot of delicious food. I've already eaten some. Will you be upset with me? Oh, my sweet Qin. How could Grandma ever be upset with you? Go wash your hands. I made your favorite dishes. Just as the car was parked, Qin Mo noticed his father approaching, wanting to help. Dad, you needn't bother. I can manage on my OW and no need. You've been driving all day and must be tired. Let me handle this. You should go inside and have a bowl of soup first. As Qin Mo opened the trunk and saw the contents, Qin Ongua's expression shifted. That don't let your mother find out. Upon spotting several bottles of fine liquor among the gifts, Qin Ongua's demeanor brightened considerably. Turning to glance at the house. Dad, don't get too excited. One of these bottles is for you, and the other two are for Uncle E or Dedas. Qin Mo spoke. He began unloading the items he had purchased for his parents from the car, leaving the gifts for relatives inside. That you're giving away this liquor. Do you even know how much it costs? Qin Ongwa lamented, eyeing the two bottles. Just over 1,000. It's not that expensive. Qin Mo replied nonchalantly. That at this point, Qin Ongwa nearly clutched his heart in disbelief. You know it's over 1,000? Wait, how much did you spend in total? It dawned on him that if a single bottle was so costly, the other items in the car must surely be expensive as well. I haven't calculated exactly, but perhaps around 20,000 or so. You spendthrift, 20,000, and you don't even realize how much that is. You treat money like it's nothing. I can't scold you. I'll let your mother handle that. Seeing Qin Mo's nonchalant demeanor, Qin Ongwa decided to let it go, trying not to dwell on the fact that his monthly salary was far less than the cost of these gifts. This spendthrift would take half a year's salary just to buy a few presents. What on earth were you two chatting about out there for so long? Qin is starving. Upon seeing the two enter, Wang Lanwei quickly served 2 bowls of hot soup. That is good, Qin. It's delicious, but not as good as what Daddy makes. Wang Lanwei felt joy at the first part of the statement, but the second half nearly made her choke on her soup. You say Qin Mo's soup tastes better than Grandma's. The two fathers who had just walked in witnessed Wang Lanwei pointing at Qin Mo. Yes, Grandma and Grandpa. You have no idea. Daddy's restaurant is so popular now. Do you know how popular it is? Qin teased, leaving the statement unfinished. How popular? Wang Lanwei feigned curiosity. Toe Daddy's cooking. You have to make a reservation in advance. And only for regular customers. After hearing this from his granddaughter, the two elders finally recognized the significant transformation in their son, that he was once a chubby boy, but now he had changed completely. You little rascal, stand up and let your mother have a good look at you. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Qin Mo complied and stood to the side. Wang Lanwei stood up and circled Qin Mo twice, exclaiming, good. She understood how her son had endured the past 6 years, and seeing him thrive brought her immense joy. What could make her happier than this? Today, I'm in a good mood. Your father allows you to have a drink. As soon as Qin Mo heard this, he dashed into the living room, retrieving the fine wine he had just acquired and pouring himself a glass. Where did this wine come from? How come I didn't see it before? Did you hide it? Qin Mo realized he had become overly excited and that the wine would surely be subject to scrutiny later. What a blunder! Seeing his father's glum expression, he felt like a mouse caught in front of a cat. Mom and Dad, I forgot to mention earlier that I have already hired a lawyer and signed an agreement to terminate visitation rights with her concerning XINXN. To alleviate any worries his parents might have and to spare them from any further distress from the two women. Qin Mo decided it was best to disclose the situation. Son, you should have done this long ago. You didn't know that after the last incident, they kept calling, and if you don't block them, they keep harassing you. When you were together, they didn't call even once, but now that they see you're earning money, they're quick to turn against you. Since Xin says your cooking is better than mine, I will leave it to you for the next few days. Wang Lanwei was also curious to see if her son's culinary skills matched her granddaughter's claims that I in the big city. It seemed reservations were indeed necessary for dining. This made her think that her son's previous statements must be true. If so, once the semester ends, she would retire. Son, regarding what I discussed with your father, have you given it any thought? Wang Lanhui was concerned that their visit might disturb her son. Mom, which matter are you referring to? Qin Mo momentarily struggled to recall what he had previously agreed upon with them. I mean, I'm planning to retire in a few months and want to come help you with your father. At this moment, even Qin was set down his glass, turning to look at Qin Mo. You're talking about that? No problem. It's just right for you to come help take care of Xin, as I've been too busy lately to spend time with her. Upon hearing their son's agreement, the two began to serve Qin Mo more food. Chapter 71. A bad example sets a bad precedent. During Qingming Festival, the customary practice in small towns involves the older generation leading the way to clear weeds from the graves of ancestors. Qin Mo was not a true resident of the county town. It was his parents' generation that had moved from the village. Thus, on that early morning, he drove with his parents to the countryside. The graves were scattered across a wide area. Each grave, after a year's growth of weeds, was nearly unrecognizable. This was indeed the most laborious task on Qingming Day, that if the family brothers unite in purpose, a dozen young individuals can swiftly clear away the weeds. Within half a day, they can complete the ancestral rites. The situation of Qin Mo's family is somewhat unique. His father, Qin Ongwa, is the youngest of three brothers, with two elder siblings above him. There are underlying tensions among the three brothers. The eldest uncle's family is flourishing, comprising 4 sons and 1 daughter, enjoying the best living conditions. Consequently, they look down upon the 2 younger brothers, and interactions between the families are almost non-existent. Even casual encounters are met with silence. The second uncle's family consists solely of 2 daughters, both of whom have married in provinces far away, leaving only the elderly couple at home. Qin Mo's family is relatively better off, as he is the sole male heir, with 2 younger sisters who have also married out, paralleling the situation of the second uncle's family. The living conditions of both families are average, and when considered collectively, they are disregarded by the eldest uncle's family, rendering any interaction unnecessary. What infuriates Qin Mo is that every Qingming festival, his family is invariably the last to arrive. With just a few elderly individuals and Qin Mo, the task of clearing weeds from numerous graves is daunting, often consuming several hours. As Qin Mo stepped out of the car, he spotted 2 middle-aged individuals in their 50s, his second uncle, Qin Anbong, and second aunt, Li Chang. It was only when they approached that they felt emboldened to greet him. Xiao Mo, have you been very busy with work lately? You look so thin, Li Changwan said, concern evident as she grasped Qin Mo's arm. The 2 families had always maintained a close bond, and without any boys in the family, Qin Mo was cherished by both sides as he grew up. Second aunt, I've been working out, Qin Mo replied, striking a fitness pose. Working out? You look better when you were a bit chubby. His second uncle approached, and Qin Mo embraced him tightly. You look great, strong and healthy. Hello, second grandpa and second grandma. At that moment, Qin leapt from the car, and upon seeing her, Li Changwan immediately knelt down to embrace her. Second brother, second sister-in-law, don't just stand there. Don't mind them. Thankfully, we have Xiao Mo every year. Otherwise, relying solely on us old folks, our ancestors would have to wait until nightfall for their offerings. Qin Ongwa and his wife approached, they exchanged glances with the surroundings. Unable to contain his grievances, Qin Anbong lamented, "Xiao Mo, it looks like we will have to trouble you again." "Not a problem. I promise I'll be quicker than before," Qin Mo assured, retrieving a handheld weed trimmer from the car. In previous years, they had relied on sickles, and after a long day, they could scarcely muster the energy to move without pain. How is Xiao Mo faring now? The childless Qin Anbong and Li Changwan had always treated Qin Mo as if he were their own son. "Not too bad. I'm not sure of the specifics that I spoke with him before, and he agreed but mentioned he was busy and couldn't accompany Xin. That if that's the case, then it's acceptable. Otherwise, why would he agree to go with you?" "Enough chatter. Can't you see Xiao Mo has already started working?" By this time, Qin Mo had already activated the weed trimmer with one hand. "Angua, look how much Xiao Mo has changed." It was then that everyone noticed Qin Mo had worked tirelessly, finishing the clearing of one grave without taking a break, completing the task in half the usual time. After finishing, he paused to sip some water. "Xiao Mo, aren't you tired?" The weather was splendid, a rare occurrence without rain during this season. Observing Qin Mo laboring for several minutes with only a bead of sweat on his brow. Even he was astonished, let alone others. "Who would have thought your physique would change so dramatically?" "No worries. Once we finish here, we'll head to the next location." Qin Mo distinctly recalled that this place belonged to his paternal grandfather, who had died here at the hands of bandits, buried merely wrapped in a mat. His grandfather had been an orphan since the age of 5. Previously, it was his grandfather who led the family in offering respects, recounting the stories of the grave's occupants to ensure that the descendants would not forget their ancestors after he was gone. Regrettably, in his generation, he had only his daughter, meaning it was now his duty to pass these stories to her. 2 hours later, Qin Mo and his companions arrived at the final site, their family plot containing 5 graves. After completing their work here, they had honored all their ancestors. This site held the remains of his grandparents, and clearing the weeds took the longest. Just as Qin Mo finished tidying up the nearby underbrush, several luxury vehicles appeared, each more expensive than Qin Mo's that he didn't need to look to know who had arrived. At this moment, the only ones who would show up were undoubtedly from his eldest uncle's family, that a young man emerged from one of the BMWs, adorned in flamboyant attire with a shock of green hair. Qin Xianwan, the youngest son of the eldest uncle, spoiled since childhood, as his name suggested that a female voice chimed in, "Brother, you overestimate him. If it's not a rented car, it's likely he dug up his parents' coffin boards to buy it." A heavily made-up woman descended from a Mercedes. This was Qin Mo's cousin, Qin Zhaojin, who had divorced 5 years prior and had not sought another partner since. Rumors circulated that her divorce stemmed from improper conduct, with her children following their father. Recently, whispers suggested she was involved with a married man. "Second brother, third brother, seeing how hard you've worked, take a break. We'll handle this now." Chapter 72. If you have guts, step forward. The next individual to make an entrance was Qin Jinxing, Qin Mo's eldest uncle. A man in his 60s. Could not help but admire the robust genes of the Qin family. At 60, Qin Jinxing donned an expensive suit that could easily pass for someone in their 40s. Not a single gray hair was visible, whether due to nature or dying remained a mystery. Stepping out of a Range Rover, he approached Qin Mo and the others with an imposing demeanor. Once everyone had disembarked, there were exactly 17 individuals, 6 of whom were children, that in stark contrast. Qin Mo's side consisted solely of himself as the young representative. "You lot go over there and cool off," he commanded, noticing his father and others making way, causing Qin Mo's expression to darken. This was a yearly occurrence. They would only show up after the cleaning was complete. "Is that how you speak to your elders? I'm embarrassed to have such an elder like you. Look at them, they're all as lazy as pigs." This time, Qin Mo chose not to back down, confronting his uncle directly. "Dad, second uncle, you all continue. Let us see who dares to go first." Qin Mo stepped aside, effectively blocking the pathway to facilitate their work. He had only cleared a narrow path, meaning the eldest uncle's family would have to pass by him to enter. "After a year apart, you've gained some courage, huh?" Qin Jinxing glared at Qin Mo. At that moment, a tall figure approached from behind. Qin Mo's eldest cousin, a robust man standing at nearly 6'3", embodying the quintessential northeastern brute. "Baiwan, just toss him aside," he commanded. "Dad, I know what to do." As Qin Baiwan advanced towards Qin Mo, a scornful smile crossed his face. Hasn't this little brat learned his lesson from last time? Before Qin Mo got married, he had once intervened during a similar incident, but he stood no chance against Qin Baiwan. The difference in their physiques was glaring. A mere tug at his collar had sent Qin Mo sprawling, injuring his thigh in the process. Xiao Mo, let them through. His second uncle urged as Qin Baiwan approached. Trying to leave? It won't be that easy. As Qin Mo shifted slightly, Qin Baiwan assumed he intended to yield. Seizing the moment, he quickened his pace, only to realize that Qin Mo had experienced a significant growth spurt. However, he was too preoccupied to consider this. Relying on his own strength, he believed he could easily overpower him. Fool! Qin Mo uttered disdainfully as he extended his arm. Just as Qin Baiwan reached for his collar, Qin Mo made his move. Once again, the same scenario unfolded, though uncertain of his physical limits. The 2 hours spent clearing weeds had deepened his understanding of his strength. Facing Qin Baiwan this time, he was determined not to repeat the previous humiliation. Ouch! Let go of me. Onlookers quickly realized that the situation was not as they had envisioned. Qin Mo stood resolutely, gripping Qin Baiwan's wrist tightly. After several futile attempts to escape, Qin Baiwan felt the pressure intensifying, the pain in his wrist suggesting his bones might shatter at any moment. Let go. Fine. It appeared that Qin Mo had been intimidated by his shout as he released his grip. Just as Qin Baiwan prepared to retaliate, he found Qin Mo had unexpectedly closed the distance between them. A mocking smile plastered on his face, in the next instant, a powerful force struck his chest. Suddenly, Qin Million staggered back a few steps, eventually collapsing heavily onto the ground. Are you coming? This time, Qin Mo directed his words towards Qin Jinxing, as if he had merely swatted away a fly moments ago. You, observing the calmness on Qin Mo's face as he regarded him, Qin Jinxing hesitated to act rashly, that if even his eldest son could not contend with him, what could the others hope to achieve together? In that case, the situation would be entirely different, for this is a society governed by the rule of law. Just now, he had employed a bit of Jeet Kune Do techniques. He did not expect them to be so effective that it seems he must schedule time to explore this further. The potential of Jeet Kune Do, Qin Mo mused, he would make a trip to the Shenzhen market. He intended to find time to test the changes within himself. The Jeet Kune Do he initially absorbed was at full mastery, that it was not simply a matter of being fully skilled from the outset, but rather a continuous subconscious transformation. Even now, his body was still evolving, and Qin Mo was uncertain what full mastery of Jeet Kune Do truly entailed. Therefore, he felt compelled to conduct a test. If you do not wish to come over, then please remain silent for a while. Upon hearing his mother's voice calling from within, Qin Mo realized preparations were nearly complete. Once his father and second uncle entered, he followed closely behind, for Qin Jinxing's family. After witnessing Qin Million's misfortune, no one dared to step forward. Truly, they were bullies who feared the strong. Eldest brother, are we just going to let them take the lead like this? Qin Zhao Jin's eyes flashed with malice as she watched Qin Mo walk in, that if anyone harbored the deepest hatred for Qin Mo's family, it was none other than her, Qin Zhao Jin. She had been caught in the act back then, all because of a single remark from Wang Lanhui. Spotting Qin Zhao Jin's ex-husband looking for someone, Wang Lanhui had mentioned that she saw her there. Thus, the contradiction erupted. Had Wang Lanhui known the outcome, she would have kept her mouth shut, leaving Qin Zhao Jin in a precarious position that not move recklessly. This time, let them have their way. Qin Million was no fool. After the recent encounter, he understood that his opponent had not yet unleashed their full strength. Otherwise, it would not merely be a matter of a sore backside. Gazing at the bluish mark on his wrist, he clenched his fist tightly. If they truly engaged in combat, it would be a different story. Moreover, he had struck first, so even if his opponent injured him, he could hardly protest. Damn it, I never imagined this kid would change so drastically in just a year. Following Qin Million's words, several cousins realized that the current Qin Mo was no longer the powerless wretch they used to bully. Son, are you all right? As Qin Mo stepped inside, Qin Onghua hurried over. He inspected him from head to toe, and upon finding no issues, he breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing Qin Mo's remark, Qin Onbong and Li Changwang were taken aback. What is this about? Sister-in-law, is it true that Xiao Mo's cooking is better than yours? Li Changwang exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Mo was quite aware of his own capabilities. Now he was claiming to show off his skills as sister-in-law. Don't look at me. I have no idea, but I only know it's related to his work. He now owned 2 restaurants, both related to the culinary field. Chapter 73. Showcasing skills, encountering an old classmate. I never expected you to be so skilled. Xiao Mo, by the time the dishes were ready. It was already 4 in the afternoon. The four of them gazed at the spread before them, hardly believing that it was prepared by Qin Mo. They had yet to taste it, but simply looking and smelling was enough to discern that it rivaled the offerings of high-end hotels. Although none had visited such establishments, they had certainly seen them on television. Grandparents, didn't Xinxin say correctly? When can we eat? I'm already starving. After a long day with only a bit of dry food for lunch, they had saved their appetites for this dinner. Xinxin, come sit with Grandma. Today we three can indulge, otherwise it would be an insult to this feast. Qinongwu took out a bottle of wine that had just been opened the night before. Indeed, let us toast to Xiao Mo first. He has worked the hardest today. Dear, you must try this. It's absolutely delicious. Qin Onbong exclaimed as he picked up a piece of grilled fish, savoring it carefully. His eyes lit up, and he quickly swallowed it down, then remembered to offer some to Wang Lanwei. Xiao Mo, with your skills, you should pursue this seriously. If you're short on funds, just let us know. Your second uncle can help. Had this been the old Qin Mo, they would not have entertained such thoughts. With Hai Lan as his ex-wife, Qin Mo had been utterly meek back then. Now, witnessing the remarkable transformation of their nephew, how could his relatives not feel elated? No need, my current businesses are already profitable. How much can you earn in a month? Xiao Mo. After tasting Qin Mo's culinary prowess, everyone was curious about his current income. I haven't calculated it precisely, but it's around 100,000 a month. Qin Mo stood to fill the glasses of the elders. What, at 100,000? That's over $1 million a year. Initially, everyone thought that even at most, he could only earn a few thousand at best. They had never seen a lifetime's worth of savings reach $1 million, that his second uncle had a government job and had just retired a few years ago. Unfortunately, he had been too upright in his work, unwittingly offending many, and could not even secure a promotion before retirement. Thankfully, he managed to retire safely. His second aunt worked as an accountant in a company, earning a fixed salary. After retirement, her monthly pension was just over 3,000, about 1,000 less than her husband Esther. Given their current pensions, saving up $1 million would take over a decade without eating or drinking. Thus, when they heard the figure of over $1 million, they were astonished. Second uncle, if you both have time this summer after my dad retires, come with us to Shenzhen. I'll show you around. That sounds great. We've worked our whole lives and would love to travel a bit, but unfortunately, we lack company. Since Xiao Mo has suggested it, let us make it happen. To drinking, from 4 in the afternoon until 8 in the evening. The meal continued. Most of the conversation was among the elders, while Qin Mo poured wine on the side and occasionally chimed in with his opinions. For the first time in many years, the two brothers chatted happily, enjoying their drinks, proud of their son's accomplishments. How is your son? Mine just bought a car. What about your nephew? I haven't heard much from you lately. My nephew is doing well. Look at this necklace. He gifted it to me. In the past, conversations among neighbors and colleagues revolved around such topics. For retired individuals like them, aspirations had dwindled, and now they only sought to showcase their descendants. From now on, whenever someone asked, how much does your son or nephew earn? They could proudly respond, my son, my nephew, earns over $1 million a year. How about yours? After finishing 2 bottles of wine, the two uncles had no choice but to stay overnight. Recently, the county had been cracking down hard on drunk driving. Moreover, everyone understood that drinking and driving was a dangerous combination. They were all adults, and the reasoning was cleared as he watched the 4 elders retire for the night. Qin Mo, having consumed half a bottle of wine himself, felt only a slight buzz, but no other ill effects. Since graduating from college, he had not truly explored his hometown. Taking advantage of this moment, he decided to take a stroll. Walking through the streets, he was taken aback by the changes that in the 6 years he had been preoccupied with raising his daughter. Everything outside felt disconnected from him. Just as he stepped through the entrance of the County People's Park, a voice called from behind. After a moment's thought, he realized he no longer recognized anyone back home, so it couldn't possibly be someone looking for him. Furthermore, regarding class reunions, he had never received an invitation after declining a few times. That it was not that he looked down on his classmates. Rather, life had compelled him to prioritize his responsibilities. Initially, he was too busy caring for his daughter to think about socializing. Class monitor Qin. This time, Qin Mo clearly recognized the familiar voice behind him, though it took him a moment to place it. It really is you. Had I not noticed your silhouette, I wouldn't have dared to approach. Seeing the puzzled expression on Qin Mo's face, the young woman before him radiated the joy of reuniting with an old friend. Who are you? As he scrutinized the woman, he searched for familiar traces. It was then that he recognized her. It's me, Yunlin. With her name spoken, a petite girl emerged before him. That you're Yunlin. Qin Mo found it difficult to reconcile the sight of the voluptuous woman before him with the slender girl he once knew. Women truly transformed as they aged, especially after marriage. He was astonished that she bore no visible signs of the passage of time, inciting envy among women like him. Yunlin circled around Qin Mo, occasionally pinching his muscles. These muscles are genuine. I now regret not persisting back then. Their interaction drew the attention of onlookers nearby. Some men, admiring Yunlin's figure, glanced at Qin Mo with envy, observing the old classmate's behavior. Qin Mo quickly stepped aside. Judging by her demeanor, he could tell she was already married, and he wished to avoid any misunderstandings. "What are you afraid of?" class monitor Qin. "Do you think I would devour you?" With that, Yunlin walked up and placed a hand on Qin Mo's shoulder. "Come on, I'm not afraid. Why should a big man like you be?" Yunlin continued to hold Qin Mo's hand as they strolled along the path, appearing like a married couple enjoying a leisurely walk. "Can you believe how long it's been since we last met? It feels just like yesterday." Chapter 74, 6 years apart, not a bit changed. Stop looking. I'm already divorced. Observing Qin Mo's expression while walking, Yunlin couldn't help but laugh. "That you're divorced." In his perspective, given her circumstances, it should not be the case in such a small place. "I'm not teasing you anymore. It was my own decision to part ways, so let us refrain from such disheartening remarks." "Old classmate, after so many years apart, I never anticipated such a significant transformation in you. You've become rather taciturn. Is this the price of maturity?" "Indeed, growth comes at a cost." Looking at my old classmate before me, I find myself nostalgically reminiscing about the carefree days of our student years. We had nothing to worry about, only the pursuit of knowledge. How different it is now, with work, family, and colleagues. Perhaps I'll head up the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow evening, our high school classmates are having a gathering. I wonder if you have the time. Without waiting for Qin Mo to respond, Yunlin continued, "Don't think of refusing again. After all these years, it's not easy to catch you for a moment. Hurry and give me your phone, so I can contact you later." "All right, I suppose that works," she said, handing over her phone. After receiving Qin Mo's number, Yunlin finally released him. Sigh. Her personality hasn't changed at all. Watching Yunlin leave, looking just like a little girl, Qin Mo couldn't help but shake his head. The following day, apart from going out to buy groceries, Qin Mo went nowhere, choosing instead to stay home with his parents. After sampling his nephew's culinary skills, his second uncle and he, upon waking, decided to finish the last bottle of wine before feeling at ease, for the time and place of the gathering. Qin Mo received the details around noon that he prepared a meal for his 5 ancestors at home before venturing out. This time, he didn't drive but hailed a small motorcycle instead, ready to indulge with his old classmates until intoxication claimed him. The county town where he grew up may be underdeveloped and have a high cost of living, but it has the advantage of offering a plethora of dining and entertainment options. Qin Mo could hardly fathom how people manage to survive on salaries of 3,000 to 4,000 in a city where the average consumption exceeded 10,000. The goal of this gathering was a small farmhouse he had never heard of before, likely a new establishment in recent years. After a 20-minute journey and paying the fare, Qin Mo stepped into an elegantly designed farmhouse that a few minutes remained before the agreed-upon time, and the farmhouse was already bustling with guests. In a private room within the farmhouse, around 20 men and women congregated around a large round table. "Class monitor, everyone is here, yet we're not starting." "I'm starving," exclaimed a plump man who appeared somewhat older than the others. Particularly among this group of 30-year-olds, "With you and your size, you ought to eat less," replied Yunlin, the very same person he encountered the night before, who was also the organizer of this gathering. "Well, in previous years, everyone came. Why is there an empty seat beside you? I'd like to sit, yet it's not being offered. That we're all divorced individuals and old classmates. We know each other well enough to grant a little opportunity." A stout-looking man's opening remark shattered the atmosphere. "Feng Xiangchen, are you regretting it now? Back when someone was pursuing you, why didn't you agree?" "I regret it now. Who knew you all would change so much?" At that moment, a woman seated by the window seemed to discover something extraordinary, exclaiming, "Hey, look at that handsome guy." Her astonished voice drew everyone's attention. "I asked there anyone more handsome than me?" "You're not referring to that little milk cow, are you?" The man in question was indeed strikingly attractive, easily qualifying as a handsome uncle even when stepping outside. "How, he's truly handsome. So stylish," exclaimed Lin Yonghao's close friend, curious to see who could rival his looks in this small county town. By the time he approached, however, the handsome figure had vanished from sight. Among the crowd, only Yun-Lin remained composed, smiling as she lifted a cup of tea. "This isn't like you, class monitor, with such a handsome man appearing. You don't even take a glance." Before she could finish, the crowd erupted once more. "How, look, who was that handsome guy?" Finally, Lin Yonghao spotted the figure everyone had been discussing. Comparing himself to the newcomer, he felt that even his best efforts couldn't keep pace. "Look, he is coming over here." As everyone watched, the handsome man glanced at the door before stepping into the private room. Qin the handsome. "Over here." Only then did Yun-Lin rise to wave at him. "That's it. No chance left." This sentiment echoed among the single men present. "Apologies for being late," said the handsome man, glancing apologetically at the group. Everyone thought, "Do I know this person?" "Haha, Qin Mo, if you hadn't said your name, who would have known who you were?" Qin Mo, a distant name flickered through everyone's minds. Upon closer inspection, they realized this was none other than their class monitor from high school, the one who had not attended a gathering in 6 years. "Wow, P.S. the class monitor." A piercing scream shattered the air, emanating from Feng Xiantian in that moment. He compared himself to Qin Mo and felt as if his heart had been pierced by 1,000 arrows. "Damn it, we're both human, yet how did I end up looking like a pig?" "Haha, Feng Fatty, you finally admit you're a pig, but honestly, if I ran into our class monitor on the street, I'd think he was some celebrity." "Stop standing around. Wait until later to ask him questions. This is someone I've only managed to catch after 6 years of elusiveness, so make sure to treat him well tonight." Yun-Lin mused to herself that everyone who should come had indeed arrived, that in their high school class of 50 students, there were more girls than boys. 10 students had married far away in other provinces, while some had settled in other cities, and a few were struggling and dared not show their faces among their classmates. There were also a few from rural backgrounds. These were the truly disadvantaged ones. Gathering for a reunion often required each person to contribute several hundred yuan, that if you didn't contribute, it would weigh on your conscience, even if classmates didn't voice it. Once or twice was acceptable, but repeated gatherings could become burdensome. Initially, the more affluent classmates covered the expenses for those genuinely in need, but as time went on, some began to feel uneasy about this arrangement and stopped attending altogether. Chapter 75. The other half of the ball still shakes. Qin Mo, class monitor, you finally made it. We've missed you so much. Let us toast. Upon seeing the plump man before him, Qin Mo's memories stirred. Feng Xiangqian. Indeed, you remember your old classmates' names. That calls for a toast. All right. Raising his glass, Qin Mo downed it in one go. What a drinker. The classmates thought he was merely putting on a show, but to their astonishment, the 2-yuan glass was filled with strong liquor, and he downed it without even blushing. For my tardiness today, I'd like to offer a toast to everyone. With that, Qin Mo filled his glass once more and downed it in one go. This third cup is for my years of absence, as I owe you all an apology. He filled his glass yet again and finished it in one breath. Applause erupted as Qin Mo finally took a seat. After consuming over half a gin of strong liquor, apart from a slight flush on his face, he showed no other signs of intoxication. The class monitor is indeed the class monitor, a true drinker. Class monitor, have a bite to eat first. You can't just drink that. A nearby woman picked up the serving chopsticks and placed some food in his bowl. Hong Shiyu. Qin Mo gazed at these classmates, who had been weathered by time to AT30. The burdens of family life, changes in physique, and inadequate skincare made them resemble those in their mid-30s. Class monitor, looking at you, and then at me. People would believe we were mother and son. Hong Shiyu's remark immediately resonated with the crowd, prompting them to surround Qin Mo and inquire about what he had been up to these past 6 years. They knew he graduated from university, got married, and then lost contact with them. But they were most curious about how he maintained such a great physique, particularly his skin, which appeared youthful. Given that everyone else had aged yet remained unchanged in their camaraderie from high school, there was no sense of rivalry among them. This bond allowed them to come together whenever possible, in response to their enthusiasm. Qin Mo shared that he had opened a store in Shenzhen, discussing his salary and income without delving too deeply. During the conversations, no one mentioned how many classmates attended. They simply spoke as one collective group rather than dividing into smaller cliques based on wealth or relationships. Everyone reminisced about the past, and naturally, family and children became common topics of discussion. Compared to other reunions, this gathering placed Qin Mo in the spotlight, with every classmate coming over to toast him. And he graciously accepted every drink. From 6 until 8, they feasted, And then the post-dinner activities commenced. Singing was a must after dinner, and this small farmhouse had decent facilities, including KTV private rooms. Come on, let us start with an old classmate's song. As soon as they entered the room, someone eagerly rushed to select a song, and a familiar melody soon filled the air. The river of my hometown flows eastward. Clear waves where fish frolic. The bond of classmate friendship remains in our hearts, despite decades of worry. Outside the school, the mountains are shrouded in mist. The birds chirp sweetly in the woods. How have you been, old classmate? How have you been, old classmate? No matter how many ravines lie ahead, let us chase happiness together for the rest of our lives. After a song, tears streamed down everyone's faces. Qin Mo, having consumed nearly 2 Qin Baijiu, continued to revel in song with his classmates. Beer was plentiful as well. Aside from a brief excursion outside, he remained in the private room throughout. The group of 20 partied until after 11 o'clock. And noticing the late hour, the male classmates were nearly intoxicated, while only a few female classmates maintained their sobriety. Even the instigator, Lin Yunlin, had succumbed to inebriation, subtly hinting at Qin Mo his robust physique was somewhat astonishing. Upon returning home, he quickly rinsed off and lay down, observing that aside from a slight redness in his skin, he was no longer dizzy to be by the night's end. He alone had consumed 2 Qin Baijiu, while the beer felt as if he were merely sipping water. When did the physique of martial artists become so extraordinary? After Qin Mo fell asleep, he was oblivious to a certain WeChat group that erupted with activity. Some previously silent members emerged due to a few photos shared in the group, each featuring Qin Mo, including one captured while he was singing. Who is this? You're impressive. Where did you find the superstar? A superstar? I took a glance, and aside from a vague familiarity, I can't recall any such handsome star from our country. Upstairs, the honest and forgiving crowd resisted sternness. Lin, the great beauty, you flew across half the globe. Only a lunatic like you would think of that. By the way, it's daytime over there, right? What a wretched fate. I still have to work while you all snuggle in a bed with your husbands. Those who chimed in were either married off to distant places or had gone abroad. Just as their chatter grew lively, another photo appeared in the group with a note. Qin Mo. The class monitor, this bookworm. Back in the day, I thought he was handsome, but despite my best efforts, he didn't take the bait. Who would have thought he'd be even more attractive now? You guys are cruel, posting this while I'm trying to focus on work. No way, I need to report my location. I'm coming over today. As she sent this message, she noticed that a few female classmates who had just attended the gathering fell silent. An unsettling feeling washed over her. She hurriedly typed a few words into the group. You all don't know the address, do you? 3 consecutive responses followed. You all can't possibly not know. Right, the vice monitor knows. Then where is she now? Already at home, asleep, too drunk. The reply came from Hong Xiu, a classmate whom Qin Mo had asked for help that we all had a bit to drink. So we're signing off now, good night. The WeChat group fell silent once more, no one daring to continue the conversation. Yet, even if some wished to sleep, slumber proved elusive. Looking at their peers, living as if they were younger generations. It would be a lie to say they felt no envy. Even Lu Qianqian, the stunning beauty in Argentina, found it hard to fathom how the day had slipped by, waiting for the vice monitor Yunlin to appear in the group. Chapter 76, 28,000. Qin Mo footed the bill, his head still throbbed slightly. In a beautifully decorated room, a woman lay sprawled on the bed. Her skin, as luminous as milk, was blindingly beautiful. As she rose, stretching lazily, the covers fell away, revealing a breathtaking sight that no one was there to admire. This woman, undoubtedly living alone, casually walked out of her room. As she ambled, she swayed her head and occasionally patted her temples, creating quite a tumultuous scene. Next time, she certainly wouldn't drink like this again. This woman was Yunlin. Returning for another drink, she strolled into the bathroom, took a hot shower, and settled on the sofa. Checking her phone, she found several missed calls, including one from an international number. Since 6 in the morning, there had been a call roughly every 10 minutes that wasn't Lin Man abroad. What could be so urgent? Ringing over 20 times? Ignoring those calls for now, Yunlin crossed her legs and began scrolling through the WeChat group messages. 999. These people can chat too much. She sifted through the messages until around 9 the previous night, spending over half an hour just reading them. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Who paid for last night's bill? Finally realizing this, she picked up her phone to investigate. She dialed out, beep. Just after 2 rings, the call connected. "Boss Lin, you're awake from your drunken stupor." A familiar male voice echoed through. "Boss Chun, last night we—" She assumed he was an old client, waiting for her to call after the group had dined and dashed. "The bill from last night has been settled. It was you and your classmates who were swift, always paying on the spot." Upon hearing this, Yunlin was bewildered. "Paid? Who paid? Did I drunkenly run out to settle it?" She quickly checked her WeChat balance, which remained unchanged. Then, she reviewed her bank transaction records, still nothing. If she hadn't settled it, then who did? Could it be Lin Yonghao? Just as that thought crossed her mind, she discarded it. Among her classmates, only he could afford such an expense. However, reflecting on it, she felt it didn't fit. Lin Yonghao was generous with small amounts, but not with large sums. That it had to be a handsome stranger she hadn't met before. After a moment of silence on the other end, it seemed he guessed what she wanted to ask. "How much did last night's bill come to?" 28,000. The figure stunned Yunlin into silence. That exceeded their budget by 2,000. "Boss Chun, you can't be taking advantage of us. We're old clients here. Just a meal plus a few songs." And it ballooned to 2,000 more? At this moment, she had donned a black cloth strip, preparing to head out to verify the matter. After all, this was the collective funds saved by her classmates over time. That handsome guy ordered a few extra bottles of liquor. "I'll snap a picture of those and send it to you, Boss Lin, and you'll understand." Qin Mo. After concluding her call with the little farm, Yunlin found Qin Mo's number and dialed it. "Qin, you're too kind, paying the bill. Our gatherings are supposed to be split evenly. You've disrupted the order." "It's Yunlin. I thought after all these years I'd treat you this time. The established order shouldn't be altered just because of you. Now tell me, where are you?" "I'm coming to find you. Are you at home?" "I'm no longer at home. I'm driving on the highway now. That I'll explain later." Beep. That as soon as Qin Mo finished speaking, he hung up. Driving required focus. He hung up. He driving. Could he not be saying that on purpose? Wait, didn't I mention I'd head to the deep city this noon? Remembering this, Yunlin quickly checked the time. It was 1:30 in the afternoon. Just then, her phone rang. The caller ID read Argentina International Long Distance. "Vice Monitor, you finally picked up?" As soon as she pressed the answer button, a barrage of words greeted her. "Linning man, are you out of your mind? The guy is married. I'm not afraid. As long as my bald head is tough enough, I'm determined to dig my way in." "Address, hurry up and give me the address." "I don't have it. I only have the phone number. That I'll send it to you. You can ask him yourself." "Enough. Long-distance calls are pricey." As she spoke, Yunlin couldn't help but reflect on the previous night's events. Even though she was drunk, some memories lingered. "Never mind, I'll clarify the payment issue with everyone. Ding dong." At that moment, Boss Chun from the little farm sent over pictures via WeChat. Yunlin opened them to find the liquor appeared to be quite high-end. Unfortunately, her knowledge of alcohol was limited. She couldn't ascertain the exact value. "Did I have something to announce? Last night's bill was covered by our class monitor. Letting the handsome guy pay? My heart aches. It's about time he treated us. He hasn't shown up in ages." "Right, it's just a small amount, only a few thousand." Her classmates continued to diverge into unrelated topics. Yunlin promptly shared the total expenditure. The total came to 28,000. What had been a lively discussion suddenly fell silent. "Vice Monitor, were we scammed? The most we've ever spent at gatherings is 5,000. "Exactly. If that's the case, it means our class monitor has incurred quite a loss. Will we even dare to show up next time?" Ding dong. Take a look at these pictures first at this moment. Yunlin posted several photos in the group. "Those bottles seem familiar. Aren't these the ones we drank last night? Who among you knows about liquor? Just tell us how much each bottle costs." Nothing else for now. Upon seeing Yunlin's message, some began to piece things together. "Vice Monitor, wait a second, I'll ask a friend." "Sure, Pan Xingda, you're willing to drink such fine liquor. Remember to invite me next time. It's 3,000 per bottle. How many did you waste?" 3,000 per bottle. That's equivalent to half a month's salary. So, the liquor we drank last night was so expensive. If I'd known, I would tried some. The class monitor possesses such considerable wealth that the mere act of paying several tens of thousands does not cause him to bat an eye. Chapter 77. The two women conspire. And Qin Mo retreats. "Boss Qin, I wonder if you are available this afternoon. Has that matter been settled?" "Almost, but the budget may exceed a little." "All right, arrange a location, and let us finalize this today. Your share of the funds is assured." "With your character, Boss Qin, how could I possibly doubt you?" Upon hearing such words from across the table, a faint smile curled at the corners of Qin Mo's lips. Such nonsensical talk. Who would take it seriously? If it weren't for his own inconvenient position and the fear of the other party's exorbitant demands, these individuals would not have had the opportunity to intervene that at noon. Qin Mo entered a high-end restaurant. As he stepped in, he spotted someone waving at him. "Boss Qin, you are quite impressive. You flatter me." Gazing at the young man before him, Tang Ruiji felt an intense desire to flay him alive. It was he who had driven him to a dead end. Over the past 2 months, his Tang's Tea House had been losing over $1 million each month. Just a few days ago, someone had approached him, expressing interest in taking over his establishment, requesting a reasonable price. Currently, the rent was $200,000 per month, coupled with labor costs, totaling over $600,000 a month. Initially, there had been profits of several hundred thousand. But now, calculating the losses made Tang Ruiji's heart bleed. After a moment's reflection, he understood who was behind this. With no means to contend with them, continuing to endure such losses each month was unwise. It would be better to find a different place and start anew, to halt the bleeding. 1,200,000. Agree, and I shall sign immediately. From this moment onward, the shop will be yours. Qin Mo did not immediately agree, but cast a glance at the middle-aged man beside him. Very well, I concurred, and I will contact my lawyer right away. This price was indeed somewhat steep. But for his forthcoming plans, each day of delay represented a loss. Accepting the shop now meant that Tang's Tea House still had 2 months' rent remaining. The tea house had been renovated years ago. Even a complete overhaul would not require such an expenditure. Qin Mo had also surveyed the food street and identified several shops that met his criteria, though none were willing to sell. Thus, only Tang's Tea House remained. Delaying for another 2 months would likely have the price. Qin Mo believed that within these 2 months, he could surely earn back $600,000. All right, I will also invite the original landlord over. An hour later, Tang stepped out of the restaurant, exhaling deeply as if shedding a heavy burden. 1,200,000, upon reflection, was indeed not excessive. Whether or not Tang's Tea House continued to operate, labor costs were unavoidable. Ultimately, it would amount to just 2 months' rent for Tang Ruiji, that if the other party delayed by 2 months, his losses would increase further. Qin Mo was simply taking over the shop, leaving the management of employees to Tang Ruiji. That he was given 2 days to vacate their belongings and staff. Qin Mo had already contacted a renovation company, planning a brief 12-day transformation. The grand opening was slated for 2 weeks later. "Dad, Xin wishes to discuss something with you." "What is it?" Qin Mo replied earnestly while driving. The traffic on this road was somewhat congested this evening, as it was the only route connecting the school and the food street. "I want Teacher Yi to come live with us." Her words astonished not only Qin Mo, but also the nearby Yin. Looking at Yin beside her, she awaited his response. "That is not feasible." Xin. As Qin analyzed her reasoning, "Dad, I've calculated that this way, you wouldn't be so exhausted and could take that time to rest properly." Each time Xin observed her father managing both picking them up and tending to the business. Her heart ached for him. Upon hearing this, Yi Yin's gaze towards Qin softened. This girl was quite clever, always delivering a timely assist. Indeed, why not? Just look at how considerate Xin is. Seizing the opportunity, Yin swiftly joined forces with Xin. After returning home, Yin felt this was her best sanctuary, that is a divorced man. He had his flaws, but she was not concerned. Such situations were now commonplace. "All right, do as you wish." Observing the tears welling in Xin's eyes, he could only acquiesce. She immediately burst into tears, while Yi Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement. That in the end, Qin Mo had no choice but to concede. Outnumbered. Yes, it seems these two have conspired in advance. "Miss Wu, there is something I wish to discuss with you beforehand." Upon returning to their residence, Yin spotted Wu Yue seated on the sofa. Engrossed in a television program, it dawned on her that she had been cohabiting with Wu Yue all along. Now, if she were to move to Qin Mo's place, it would mean leaving Wu Yue in the lurch. What is it? Is it that handsome guy has some delectable treats? After glancing at Wu Yue, Yin finally gritted her teeth and said, "I plan to move in with Qin Mo. Great. This means I can enjoy delicious food up close." After Wu Yue spoke, she noticed Yin staring at her. "That I meant I would be moving there myself." This time, Yin deliberately slowed down her speech, and Wu Yue finally understood. "That you mean you're moving out, leaving me alone?" Upon hearing this news, Wu Yue lost all interest in the television. "That I'm sorry, Yue, but you'll have to live alone from now on." At that moment, it seemed Wu Yue did not hear what Yin was saying. She lowered her head for a moment, and her previously despondent expression suddenly brightened. And no worries. I shall move too, preferably to his community, ideally right across from him. How clever of me! At that moment, Wu Yue quickly picked up her phone. From now on, I can rightfully indulge in his hospitality. Come, help me find some good housing options. Chapter 78. The new store opens. Membership required for the second floor. 3 days later, Qin Mo was busy with the renovations of the new store, leaving him little time for Yi Yin and the others. Nevertheless, he had still arranged for a moving company for them. That Wu Yue was particularly swift when it came to moving done on the first day. She found a room, a suite in the same building as Qin Mo the following day. She contacted the landlord to sign the lease. They commenced moving on the same day. Yi Yin accompanied her to view the apartment, which was perfectly suited for a single woman, newly renovated as well. Wu Yue was fortunate, as the previous tenant had been a woman who had recently started dating a man with a car and a house. Having just undergone renovations less than 6 months ago, the apartment was perfect for Wu Yi. It was a stroke of luck to find such a fine place, and Wu Yue signed a 1-year lease. After Qin Mo paid a moving fee of 1,000 yuan, the two of them carried their valuable items, while the moving company handled the rest. They spent an entire day helping Wu Yue set up her new home. Only by directly participating in the renovations of his own store did Qin Mo realize the extent of the work involved. Even though he had hired a professional company, certain aspects did not meet his standards, which meant he had to exert himself a bit more and frequently check on the progress. The days passed in this manner, with Qin Mo maintaining a routine of 3 points: home, work, and school. That he no longer needed to drive his daughter to school. He had handed the keys over to Yi Yin. Over the course of more than 10 days, although they lived under the same roof, they had yet to take that final step. However, they occasionally held hands during walks around the community, which was a commendable start. Half a month later, it happened to be a Saturday. This day had been planned 15 days in advance. Early that morning, the nearby residents were awakened by the sounds of firecrackers and drums that on the streets of the food district, a lion dance troupe was energetically performing. The sounds of the drums and firecrackers intertwined, creating a joyful atmosphere. The grand opening of the new store. Qin Mo had invited all his acquaintances, including lawyer Huang Ma and his son, Wang Dihai, Jiang Hongxi, and others. Some uninvited locals also showed up. Having learned just yesterday that Qin Mo's new store was opening today, Qin Mo pulled down the red cloth hanging above. Several large characters came into view. Qin's Food House. This was the name Qin Mo had chosen for his establishment, hoping that whenever people spoke of Qin's Food House, they would think of him. Qin Mo, dear neighbors, today marks the grand opening of my new establishment, and I am grateful for your support. This time, Qin Mo aimed for a mid to high-end market, resulting in slightly higher prices than as expected. Upon entering, customers were taken aback by the menu prices. Sir, why is there such a vast difference between these two prices? One neighbor inquired of the nearby server while holding the menu. Oh, you're referring to that. Allow me to explain. The more expensive dish is personally prepared by our chef, and those who have tasted it can vouch for our chef's skills. The price set is not exorbitant. As for the other, that is a dish prepared by an external chef. In such instances, not a single server was patient enough to explain to the customers. It was a tough situation. Working at Qin Mo's establishment meant that even the servers earned significantly more than at other places. However, Qin Mo had included a clause in the employment contract. Should a customer file a complaint and it be verified as a mistake on the server's part, regrettably, they would only complete their shift that day and receive their wages before leaving. Those unable to afford the high prices could only lament their lack of fortune, as Qin Mo's culinary skills were well recognized, especially among loyal customers who had enjoyed his steamed fish in the past. This moment, it dawned on me that Qin Mo was taking care of everyone in order to savor Qin Mo's culinary skills. The only solution was to work diligently and skip a meal. An hour later, 2 waves of guests arrived. They were drawn here by the bustling crowd. When they stepped outside in search of food, they sought out places filled with people. Upon entering, they curiously surveyed the surroundings. The first floor was designed as a hall, devoid of private rooms. Approximately 20 dining tables were set up, capable of accommodating 100 diners simultaneously. Observing the fully occupied hall, there seemed to be no space left. At that moment, a server passed by, prompting a woman carrying a bag to hurriedly inquire, "Excuse me, do you have any available seats?" After speaking, she glanced at the staircase leading to the second floor, where a few individuals were descending, napkins in hand, wiping their mouths. "Apologies, but the first floor is fully booked," the server replied. before the server could finish. The woman interjected, "If they just came down, it indicates there are seats available upstairs." The second floor indeed had space, but our establishment has its rules. The woman, already sensing the aroma of delicious food, grew impatient. "What rules are you referring to? Are you afraid I won't pay?" "It's not about fearing that guests can't pay. To dine on the second floor, one must meet a single condition. They must be a member of our establishment. Non-members are only permitted to dine on the first floor." Upon hearing this, a nearby man stiffened, shaking his head helplessly. "What are the requirements to become a member?" Upon hearing this, the woman scoffed, thinking it must be a complicated process. "The sole requirement is to recharge at least 50,000 yuan at our establishment. 50,000. This is a ripoff. Are you driving customers away?" Watching a couple leave, the woman furrowed her brow. How many people could possibly meet such a requirement? Before she could finish her thought, a few chuckles echoed from nearby. "Are you referring to this?" A patron at a nearby table held up a silver card, adorned with some lettering that was unclear from a distance. "We have them too." Almost everyone within earshot produced a silver card. They were all members. Why were they dining on the first floor? The woman was now even more puzzled as she observed 6 individuals revealing their membership cards. "You think we want this? It's simply that Qin's culinary creations are too exquisite for us to afford," one patron explained. "And these cards are gifts from Boss Qin to loyal customers in the neighborhood. Don't look at me. These cards can only be used by the holder." The woman's curiosity was further piqued. "What about the money recharged?" The patrons reassured her that it could indeed be spent. Chapter 79. Qin's food house does not accept reservations. "All right, then please issue me a membership card," the woman suddenly suggested. "They are all my family. Do they each need one?" At this moment, the server smiled. "No, only the cardholder is required to be present." Upon hearing this, the woman understood that as she was processing her card, yet another wave of new customers appeared. Witnessing the scene, 50,000 for a membership card. People are actually signing up. One customer's lips twitched slightly. "That is, we are now eligible to go upstairs." After she finished swiping her card, she addressed the others at the front desk. "Of course. Please follow me," the server replied. Watching the group ascend to the second floor, the newly arrived customer, a young man from a well-off family named Yu Jixin, was intrigued as a university student. He found the necessity of a membership card to dine quite cool and felt it would elevate his status among peers. "Perhaps I should get a membership card too." However, upon attempting to pay, he realized his allowance had already been spent. "That I almost forgot. I've run out of money." Glancing at the front desk attendant, Yu Jixin felt embarrassed. What to do? "I could call my mom. She enjoys fine food, and given the crowd here, the cuisine must be exceptional. If she opens a card for me, then I could have one too." With a plan forming in his mind, he quickly informed the front desk to wait a moment. Stepping outside, he dialed a number. The woman, Song Xiaoyu, who had just reached the second floor with her family, was visiting a friend. They hailed from the capital and had arrived at an inopportune time. Reluctantly, they had to find a restaurant nearby to satisfy their hunger. Their family was well off, and seeing the bustling new restaurant piqued their interest. Before entering, they observed the outgoing customers. No complaints were heard, as long as the food was delectable. Spending a bit more money was inconsequential. After all, 50,000 yuan was merely a drop in the bucket. They had never spent less than that on prior outings. "Son, let me see the menu in front of you," Song Xiaoyu instructed her son, Peng Yuda. "Mom, the prices here aren't even high. This dish is only a few hundred." Peng Yuda was looking at a promotional image for a vegetable dish priced at 388 yuan. If the nearby neighbors heard that, they would surely be outraged. Previously, Qin Mo's vegetable dish was only 30 yuan. Moreover, their membership cards were a different color, golden. "All right, place the order for your mom. We still have to explore afterward." Song Xiu casually flipped through the menu, noticing that every dish appeared exquisitely crafted. Could they all be photoshopped? In her view, the meals prepared by renowned chefs she had encountered before paled in comparison. "Mom, what are you looking at? Hurry up, I'm starving." "All right," Song Xiaoyu replied, pressing the order button on the table. "Grandma, look, this card doesn't even have a phone number." How strange. Just then, the waiter entered, overhearing her comment. With a smile, he remarked, "Dear guest, our food house does not accept reservations, so there is no need for a phone number." "Yes, that's so. This is my first time encountering such a restaurant." "Well, that will be all. I hope your meals do not disappoint." Having dined at numerous grand hotels, Song Xiaoyu was accustomed to various reservation methods. Yet here, one had to come in person to eat. If this restaurant gained fame, she would have to line up and wait. The explosive popularity of Qin's food house caught the attention of a nearby restaurant, a Sichuan eatery, the only one on this street. Thus, its business had been relatively good. Now, witnessing the bustling crowd across from them, the middle-aged manager stood at the entrance, having been there for half an hour, observing the comings and goings of customers. He felt envious of their lively atmosphere, that a new establishment's customer flow had surpassed that of an established brand. For now, he wasn't worried. Today's patronage remained steady, even slightly increased. He learned from the departing customers that despite the high pricing, people were still dining there, that he heard they had two tiers, regular and members. What was this all about? Initially, the manager was perplexed by the customer's chatter that a single new dish priced at 388 yuan could easily cover several dishes in his own restaurant. Yet across the street, it was merely a vegetable dish. While wealthy patrons were understandable in their pursuit of status, he was aware that some of the locals who ascended to the second floor were not wealthy. They merely had slightly higher incomes. Yet with such an income, spending on exorbitantly priced meals seemed unwarranted. No, after all, they were competitors. If so many people were flocking to such pricey dishes, he needed to find an opportunity to try it himself. The manager mused to himself while eyeing Qin's food house. Grandpa, Grandma, this dish is unbelievably delicious, and it's just blanched vegetables. Peng Yudao exclaimed as the first dish arrived that he picked up a piece of vegetable from the table's promotional material, which looked identical. Unable to resist, he quickly grabbed a piece of green vegetable. Before anyone could react, he had devoured an entire piece. Song Xiaoyu, observing this, felt puzzled. She recalled her son typically avoiding vegetables. However, after a brief moment, he had already consumed half the plate. That as Peng Yudao prepared to continue, he noticed his family was all watching him. Looking down, he realized he had eaten half of the first dish. He then paused, offering the remaining vegetables to his grandparents. The elderly folks, who usually focused on their health, generally preferred lighter fare. Peng Yudao took the communal chopsticks and served his grandparents. Grandpa, Grandma, you must try this. I've never tasted such delicious vegetables. Really, if my dear grandson says it's delicious, it must be. The two elders' eyes lit up after tasting. Not bad. Suddenly a thought struck him. If every dish was this delectable, he might not have room left for the next. Chapter 80. Neighborhood support. And the Yu Jixin waited for nearly an hour before two young individuals approached. When he called his mother, he was met with a barrage of harsh words. Left with no alternative, he turned to other friends for assistance. While applying for a membership card, he was informed that he would have to wait to dine on the second floor. What? Even members have to queue? Yu Jixin expressed his dissatisfaction that it seemed this patron had a misunderstanding regarding the definition of membership. To dine on the second floor, one must indeed be a member, that if the private rooms on the second floor are occupied, one must wait until the current diners have finished before it is the next member's turn. Sir, would you like to apply for a membership? If not, please do not obstruct our business. After having made the long journey, only to be told to wait, Yu Jixin sighed. Shall we leave? Wait a moment, haven't you noticed that the diners here leave without complaints? Just as Yu Jixin pondered ways to persuade his companions to apply for membership, a group of people descended the stairs. It was the Song family, who had gone up earlier. Each member wore a smile as they made their way down. Among them was a young man, roughly the same age as Yu Jixin, who approached the front desk with a golden card in hand and cheerfully said to the young lady at the counter, "Beautiful, I would like to settle my bill." Upon witnessing the transaction, Yu Jixin's eyes lit up, remaining still beside them. "Hello, your total expenditure is 26,000 yuan. Here is your membership card. Please keep it safe." "Thank you. Beautiful, that I never expected your boss to be such a skilled cook. This is by far the best restaurant I have dined at." "Thank you for your kind words. Dear guest, that we welcome you to visit us again." She sensed it was the right moment and quickly approached Peng Yudao, asking, "Bro, is the food here really that delicious?" Peng Yudao glanced at the young man who had been standing nearby, evidently in a similar situation with his family. Initially skeptical about the restaurant, he had now tasted the food himself and felt it was too good to keep to himself. "Big brother, if conditions permit, I suggest you give it a try. You will not be disappointed. Young man, judging by your attire, you seem to be well off. Listen to my grandson. After decades, I finally get to savor such culinary delights. This trip is certainly worthwhile." Hearing his grandfather's endorsement, Peng Yudao immediately chimed in. "All right, I'll come with my parents and friends next time." Before Yu Jixin, the family slowly exited through the door. They hesitated. Several groups of people entered outside. They headed straight to the front desk, producing silver cards. "Now, what are your thoughts? Will you dine or not?" Yu Jixin approached his two companions, noticing a line had already formed ahead. "Let us eat. We will apply for the membership." Observing the guests behind them, now ascending to the second floor, he noted that by the time the three of them made their decision, 5 patrons were already queuing as so many people. Watching as the guests gathered together, engaging in conversation and yielding to one another, he asked, "Do you know each other?" "Indeed, we are all neighbors. We must support Boss Qin's business." One of the young men replied, "Young man, you must be new here and understandably skeptical of Boss Qin's abilities." Seemingly sensing the young man's confusion, they began sharing tales of Qin Mo's achievements while they waited. "Next guest, please follow me." Just as the server approached, Yu Jixin saw the patron in front of him suddenly rise. "Are you all together?" Seeing this, Yu Jixin was left bewildered that in order to better enjoy Boss Qin's culinary creations and not hinder his business, we agreed to come together. The primary reason is our financial constraints, so we decided to gather monthly at Boss Qin's restaurant, thus allowing us to savor his artistry. Seeing his companions had already left, the neighbor hurriedly followed. Xin, it seems the food here is indeed delectable." From their earlier conversation, they had gleaned much about each other. Gazing at the promotional images of the menu behind the front desk, he noted that the prices were not something an average household could afford. Even a plate of vegetables cost hundreds of yuan. "It won't be long before it's our turn." Observing that the line ahead had dissipated, Yu Jixin quickly inquired of the young lady at the front desk. "Yes, dear guest, just a moment, please." This front desk lady, Zhuangji, had graduated from Shenzhen University the previous year, initially expecting to secure a high-paying job easily after graduation. She encountered several companies, only to find the offered salaries to be less than satisfactory. However, the managers hinted at less than savory conditions. Being fresh out of university, she was unaware of the ins and outs of the workplace. She had envisioned a 9-to-5 office job, only to discover that her first week involved cleaning the manager's office, during which he would often touch her inappropriately. At first, she dismissed it, thinking it was an accident. But by the second week, she realized her mistake when he crossed the line by placing his hand on her thigh. This time, she firmly pushed his hand away without uttering a word. Yet, what followed left her in a panic when the manager slapped her backside, prompting her to flee in terror. Zhuangji felt she could not speak out, knowing that no one would believe her. The manager was perceived as a family man by everyone. After a week of conversations with colleagues, she learned that no one had heard any rumors about him, whether at home or work. The manager later approached her, clearly implying she should comply with his advances or risk losing her job. Only now did Zhuangji realize that the contract she had signed was not legitimate. Caught up in the excitement of her new job, she had overlooked the details. There were 2 versions of the documents, one being a fake. The real one marked her as an intern with a salary nowhere near the promised amount. The manager assured her that as long as she complied, her benefits would remain the same, and she would soon receive a proper contract. Such a proposition was unacceptable to Zhuangji, leaving her with no choice but to resign after just 7 days of internship pay. Subsequent interviews yielded similar results. Chapter 81. A second visit to the restaurant and fan donations. Thus, nearly a year passed. Zhuangji came to understand that opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. She accepted her fate and sought employment at a place with fewer such rules, barely scraping by to cover her daily expenses. Saving money in the coming years seemed a distant dream. Last Sunday, she was invited out by her university roommate. As they strolled through the food street, she spotted a recruitment notice and, out of curiosity, approached it. To her surprise, the offered salary was slightly higher than her current pay, and the announcement added that employees would receive bonuses based on performance, ranging from 1,000 to 10,000 yuan each month. And of course, those who underperformed would not only miss out on bonuses, but could also face termination. When her classmate jokingly remarked that she was overqualified for a restaurant job, they were unaware of the hardships Zhuangji faced. Last month, her parents had asked her for living expenses, 2,000 yuan, of which 1,000 was for her brother's college tuition. Initially drawn by the prospect of bonuses, she was delighted to discover that meals were included, effectively allowing her to save on household expenses while still being able to put some money aside. "Miss, what delicacies do you recommend here?" Just as Zhuangji was lost in thought, a girl dressed in a playful, summery outfit entered, holding a selfie stick. She was here to live stream. "Dear guest, you can check the menu displayed on the wall behind you," Zhuangji pointed out. Hello fans, by request of a dedicated follower. Today I, Tian Xiaoning, am revisiting this location. Those who have previously watched her streams would know that this was once a tea house to ASA food blogger. She could not repeat visits to the same establishment that a renowned food influencer is expected to introduce various cuisines from around the world, scouting locations in advance for her audience. Tian Xiaoning was not from Shenzhen, but happened to pass through today. After a fan encouraged her to return to the food street, she learned that this particular fan was a true gastronomic enthusiast, but could not visit due to distance and work commitments. However, he would soon be sent on business to Shenzhen, presenting an opportunity for her. Initially intending to head straight to the Baozi shop, she was drawn to the newly opened Qin's restaurant as she passed by. A competent food blogger cannot afford to miss any opportunity. Watching the bustling restaurant with patrons flowing in and out, she decided it was the perfect time to explore it for her fans. Sweetie, the prices on the menu are quite shocking. 388 yuan for a plate of blanched vegetables. Are we seeing things, too? 888 yuan for a steamed fish. Behold, my beloved spicy chicken, priced at an astonishing 888 yuan. What sort of establishment is this, where the dishes command such exorbitant prices? Sweet, could you please shift your phone slightly to the side? Yes, that angle is perfect, and it turns out there are indeed reasonably priced meals here. But how can there be such a vast discrepancy between the two prices? Host, do hurry and inquire. Upon seeing the menu displayed on the wall, the viewers in the live stream began to voice their opinions, most urging Sweet Qianning to sample the culinary offerings of this establishment, that this restaurant trying to court disaster with such membership rules. Indeed, one must first deposit 50,000 yuan just to dine. As the owner lost their mind, truly believing themselves to be a 6-star hotel. What a slap in the face. Just moments ago, several patrons ascended to the second floor. That moment, Sweet Qianning was wandering on the first floor and happened to observe a few waves of customers going up and down. Lunchtime is indeed the peak hour of the day. Sweet Qianning entered precisely at noon, so the foot traffic had yet to reach its zenith. She noticed that 6 patrons had already seated themselves in the chairs nearby. Excuse me, what are they doing? Sweet Qianning glanced around and noticed there were still seats available on the first floor. But why were these customers sitting here? Oh, they're queuing, came the reply. There are no seats left on the second floor now. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. Wow, there are really people eating. They are willing to wait in line. Sweet. Hurry and take us up to see. Yes, our live stream is not just about food. We are also here to expose the truth. Hearing the viewers say this, Sweet Qianning immediately pouted her lips. Her entire face was visible in the live stream, accentuated by her adorable outfit. Sweet also pondered this, but it requires a great deal of money. 50,000 yuan. Wouldn't that drain Sweet completely? Just as Sweet Qianning finished speaking, a flurry of rockets shot up in the live stream. Each viewer witnessed no worries about money. Rewarded Sweet with 15 large rockets. Colorful special effects were suspended high above the live stream. Simultaneously, a colorful announcement flashed across various live streams. A wealthy patron has appeared. Quick, go and seize the treasure chest. We've caught a wealthy brother. Pray tell, does the wealthy brother lack an arm? Wealthy brother, I excel at warming the bed. 1 large rocket is worth 5,000 yuan. With 15 large rockets, Sweet received approximately 50,000 yuan. With this money, please help me explore this restaurant. Watching this newly emerged fan, who immediately ascended to the top of the fan leaderboard, Sweet Qianning hastily began her personal performance, showcasing a variety of adorable expressions, much to the delight of the viewers in the live stream. Host, stop being coy and bring out the dishes quickly. Hello, dear customer. Here is your membership card. Please keep it safe. But you will have to wait a moment. After receiving the golden membership card, Sweet Qianning held it up in front of her phone for everyone to observe. Let me show you all what this 50,000 yuan membership card looks like. During the wait, Sweet Qianning continuously interacted with her fans in the live stream, and small gifts occasionally popped up. There are many streamers like Sweet Qianning, but she is relatively successful, at least having a set number of fans. The daily rewards she receives amount to several hundred yuan. Being able to eat and play, she finds it quite satisfactory. It is rare to encounter a wealthy patron like today. Unfortunately, this money cannot be withdrawn. Dear fans, it's finally our turn. Sweet is eager to see if this restaurant is worthy of this membership card. Guided by the waiter, Sweet Qianning entered a private room marked with the number 666. The decor was quite novel. If one were to associate it with high-end establishments, they would find no resemblance whatsoever. Upon entering the private room, Sweet Qin Ning selected a spot. Chapter 82, a day of busyness, smelling of oil, and sweat at last. The first dish has arrived. Dear fans, Sweet Sweet will lead the charge. Gazing at the artfully presented blanched greens, Sweet Sweet hesitated to take a bite. However, since the wealthy brother has rewarded her, Sweet Sweet must ensure he gets to taste it. As the fans in the live stream saw the blanched greens, they urged Sweet Sweet, hurry up, don't dawdle. This, just a gentle nibble, and Sweet Qin Ning found herself at a loss for words. It was simply exquisite. Dear fans, I no longer think this plate of greens priced at 388 yuan is expensive. If anyone dares to question it next time, I, Sweet Sweet, will not hold back. As the viewers in the live stream swallowed in anticipation, Sweet Qin Ning closed her eyes, savoring the delectable dish, then no worries about money. Rewarded Sweet Sweet with another large rocket. At this moment, another large rocket soared into the live stream, drawing in another wave of viewers. Typically, this live stream only accommodates about 2,000 people, but after the recent barrage of 15 large rockets, a new wave of approximately 10,000 viewers arrived, leaving about 2,000 behind. With this latest influx, Sweet Sweet's live stream audience surpassed 5,000.1 dish after another was brought to the table. And once everything was served, Sweet Qin Ning realized she might have overordered. The table was filled to the brim with 10 plates, with Cantonese and Sichuan dishes occupying equal halves. With such an abundance, how could Sweet Sweet possibly finish it all? Up until now, she had been engrossed in conversing with her fans and had lost track of how many dishes they had ordered. Haha, it's the first time I've seen Sweet Sweet express fear of eating. This is worthy of a reward. Drunk and dreaming of you rewarded the host with 66 roses. Sweet Sweet, remember, we are implementing a clean plate campaign. We must not waste food. The viewers, gazing at the laden table of delicacies, could only indulge vicariously through their words. Sweet Sweet, let us give it our all today and show you what a big eater truly is. After a fierce battle, half of the dishes still remained on the table. If they had only ordered Cantonese dishes, they might have been able to eat a bit more. Unfortunately, the Sichuan dishes were all spicy. All right, this time Sweet Sweet admits her mistake. I understand now that enjoying delicious food can indeed become a painful experience. No worries about money, rewarded Sweet Sweet with another large rocket. Host, please announce your location. Just as she had finished her meal and was ready to pack up, Sweet Qin Ning noticed the wealthy patron rewarding her again, inquiring about her address. She quickly shared her location in the live stream. Today marks the first day of opening. The busiest person in the entire restaurant is Qin Mo, aside from taking a few bites of food during a brief break. He has been tirelessly manning the kitchen, observing the helpers around him. Once the restaurant closes at 9 o'clock, they all collapse into their chairs, too exhausted to even change out of their uniforms. It truly is a grueling day. Considering how tired the 5 of them are, he mused that the boss still appears spry and energetic. Could it be that making money makes one forget fatigue? Thank you all for your hard work today. You performed admirably. Take a break, and each of you may collect a bonus of 300 yuan at the front desk. Boss, we cannot. If this continues, we won't be able to persevere. Upon hearing about the bonus, the helpers perked up. They were qualified to be chefs, but were merely assisting with miscellaneous tasks in the kitchen, hence their wages were not particularly high. These 5 individuals had 3 to 6 years of experience in the culinary field, earning around 10,000 yuan. If they worked like today, excluding rest days, their bonuses could total around 7,000 yuan, nearly equivalent to a month's salary. So, a little extra fatigue was bearable. The first floor operates for an hour longer than the second. Now, the 5 of them are heading down to the first floor. Since the hotel provides meals, they would be dining on the dishes from the first floor. However, Qin Mo cannot personally cook for these employees, as the price of each dish is displayed on the wall. If the ordinary staff were to indulge in such expensive meals, what would the customers think? This cannot continue. The rules must be revised, or they will be overwhelmed. Reflecting on the fact that he alone is responsible for 9 private rooms, each fully occupied, he realized he could not manage it all. There had already been a few mistakes today, causing customers to wait longer than expected. Remembering that there are ancestors at home waiting for their meals, he finally descended to the first floor and relayed the bonus information to the beautiful front desk staff. After arranging this, he entrusted the remaining matters to manager Ding Jianyi, who is tasked with finding a professional in the catering industry. Dad, you smell terrible. Hurry in and take a shower first. As soon as he opened the door, Qin XNXN heard this and rushed out. However, upon catching a whiff of the sweat and oil odor emanating from Qin Mo, she recoiled several steps. Qin Mo noticed Yin and Wu Yu wrinkling their noses as well. Unable to resist, he took a sniff of himself and was immediately assaulted by a foul stench. He nearly retched. "You all go ahead and set the table. I'll be there in a moment." Entering the bathroom, he removed his clothes and took a whiff. Fortunately, the smell was not too strong. It was merely clinging to his body. Now Qin Mo finally understood the purpose of the bathroom, next to the changing room on the second floor. He quickly rinsed himself off twice, ensuring he could no longer detect the odor before stepping out. When Qin Mo emerged, Wu Yu was momentarily stunned. She looked like a bathing beauty, while he resembled a handsome man emerging from the water. "It's too late. I want to be able to sleep tonight." Observing Qin Mo's striking appearance, with his damp hair and occasionally visible muscles, Wu Yu's heart raced. Even Yin, who had seen him a few times, felt her face flush at his current state. "Look, there is no need to eat at all." Yes, Teacher Yi and Sister Wu are blushing, looking at Daddy. Qin did not miss the opportunity to tease at this moment. "Sister Wu's been so good to you. I would rather not have your affection. The presence of my father suffices." Having said that, she took Qin Mo's hand and walked over. With practiced ease, she opened the lunchbox on the table, first serving Qin Mo a portion of white rice, then offering one to Yin, and finally taking one for herself. That Wu Yue, noticing that everyone else had received their share while she had not, inquired, Xin, "What about mine?" Xin casually pointed, "Isn't that one yours?" "Dad, don't pay her any mind. Let us eat first." Grabbing a lone chicken drumstick, Xin took a hearty bite. Qin Mo was aware of his daughter's fondness for chicken legs, hence he would save one for her every few days. "Out at you bandits." After a brief moment of astonishment, the three had already made several attempts to reach for their food, that Wu Yue had no choice but to join the fray. Chapter 83. The first day. Earnings exceed 800,000. How delightful. The sensation of being full is truly wonderful. In that moment, Wu Yue exhibited none of the decorum of a lady, seated upon the sofa, incessantly rubbing her distended belly. Qin Mo had been pushed aside to rest, while Yin busied herself with tidying up. Beep, a vibration. Just as Qin Mo settled down, his phone on the table rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Ding Jian. A smile involuntarily spread across his face. At last, results had come in that he pressed the answer button, and immediately, Ding Jian's excited voice resonated on the other end. "President Qin, we did it. I've sent the invoices to your WeChat." Ding Jian's exuberance was well-founded. That a good manager does not rely solely on a fixed salary. It is the bonuses and commissions that truly matter. Thus, during the contract signing, his base salary was nearly equivalent to that of an ordinary employee. His earnings were directly tied to the monthly profits. That it was Huang Mark who had approached him, asking him to manage a newly opened small restaurant. Given Ding Jian's status, he had many high-paying offers from upscale hotels waiting for him. Yet, his friend had urged him to work at this newly established eatery, which was still nameless. That wasn't that akin to pushing him into a fire pit. Ultimately, out of a decade-long friendship, he agreed to come for 3 months. If it did not work out, he would leave without demanding any salary. That he was taking a massive risk by foregoing a high-paying position. However, the very first day's revenue exceeded his expectations. The second-floor private dining rooms, which he had least anticipated, turned out to be the main source of income. Drawing from his years of experience, he believed this eatery could be optimized even further, suggesting that future profits would not only remain stable, but would rise. At last, he could sleep soundly tonight. "Qin, what are you smiling about?" Yin, while wiping the table, noticed Qin Mo's cheerful demeanor after the call. After glancing at his phone, a broad smile graced his face, almost as if he were on the verge of laughter. "Haha, today was a success." Qin Mo hastily suppressed his excitement. "Oh, really? How much did we earn?" Upon hearing about the money, Wu Yue abandoned her television. "Yes, Dad, how much did we make?" "Over 800,000. Once Qin Mo calmed himself, he revealed the astonishing figure, clarifying that the first floor accounted for just over 60,000, even without factoring in the second floor. This was an exceptional achievement. "What did you say?" Yin and Wu Yue exclaimed in unison. "Over 80,000, Qin Mo affirmed. "Dad, over 80,000. How much is that?" "Is it a lot?" The first-grade Xin, lacking comprehension of the magnitude of such a number, remained blissfully unaware. Based on the spreadsheet Ding Jian sent him, Qin Mo understood that his net profit for the day stood at 70,000 after deducting rent, utilities, materials, and labor costs. That'd be why your logic. That means in 2 days, you'd be a millionaire, and in half a month, a multimillionaire. I can't take it anymore. My heart can hardly bear it. After toiling for a year, my earnings barely amount to 1/8 of your daily profits. Wu Yue's dismay was no exaggeration. She sank heavily onto the sofa, her breathing quickening to at that moment. Her gaze towards Qin Mo sparkled with admiration. Yi Yin, while equally astonished, maintained a more composed demeanor. Dad, judging by your expressions, does that mean we will soon be able to buy our own house? Qin, still recalling her father's previous mention of owning a home, eagerly anticipated this prospect. Indeed, Qin shall soon have her own house. Wonderful. I will finally possess my own abode. That Wu Yue's departing figure appeared somewhat dimmed. That it remained unclear what she meant by digesting those thoughts. Do not fret over this carefree spirit. Each new day brings forth a renewed Wu Yue. Observing Qin Mo's concerned expression, Yin chuckled. But honestly, I never anticipated that the man I admired possessed such remarkable capabilities. Did I, Qin? After saying this, Yin did not forget to pull Qin closer. Of course. Just look at whose father I have. From now on, I shall see which of my classmates dares to claim that my family lacks wealth. Seeing his daughter bask in pride, Qin Mo's expression shifted, and he admonished her. Qin, what did I say about comparing ourselves to others? Dad, I understand my mistake. Noticing Qin Mo's displeasure, Qin instinctively grasped his arm, adopting a charming demeanor. Teacher Yi, knowing your mistake, yet seeking the teacher's intervention, I.S.T. that inviting another reprimand. Yi Yin remarked, before continuing, however, I believe Qin is a good child and will not repeat such behavior. Will you? After this, she subtly gestured towards Qin. Seizing the opportunity presented by Yi Yin's words, Qin quickly responded, Father, I promise to do better. Determined to sit in the living room, Qin Mo recognized the necessity of careful planning moving forward. He now had 20 employees and was no longer operating solo. Chapter 84. Seeking a mentor. Now that it's feasible the next morning, after finishing breakfast alone, he finally stepped outside. Good morning, little boss Qin. The grand opening went splendidly yesterday. As he walked along, familiar patrons and shop owners greeted him. Qin Mo first visited the Baozi shop to collect the earnings from both establishments the previous day. This money was entrusted to Zhuo Wenshu for safekeeping. Typically, there were few patrons during breakfast hours. Just after the shop opened, someone pulled out a membership card and ascended to the second-floor private room. Qin boss, hurry. We couldn't even get in yesterday. It nearly drove us mad with hunger. One among the 5 was a middle-aged man. Recognizing them, Qin Mo understood these locals had come together. The silver membership cards he had distributed were exclusively for loyal customers of the dessert and Baozi shops. This card differed from those provided later, as it would no longer be issued in the future. Cardholders would enjoy a 50% discount on up to 10,000 in monthly spending at Qin's culinary establishment. Even those with modest means could rotate among several membership cards to indulge in Qin Mo's culinary delights a few times each month. At this juncture, 2 middle-aged men appeared in the first-floor hall. Those familiar with them would recognize He Leking and Dong Mingjie, 2 viewers who had watched Tiantian's livestream the previous day. They also had another identity, chefs. They had come to verify the authenticity of what they had seen. However, being unable to afford the second-floor dining experience, they could only glean information from the side. As Qin Mo arrived, he immediately captured their attention. Is this the chef from the second floor and the owner of this establishment? Prior to their visit, the two had gathered some preliminary information. Observing the early morning patrons, they felt fortunate to have arrived early. After casually ordering a few dishes, they began to eat while attentively listening to the surrounding conversations. Soon, they obtained the information they sought. Let us go. I refuse to believe it's really that delicious. If we can't eat on the second floor, let us head to another restaurant. After settling their bill, the two strolled toward the food street. 5 minutes later, they found themselves outside a Baozi shop, where a long queue had already formed. They could only helplessly join the line. Damn, I never expected this place to be so popular. Indeed, even in his absence, the crowd remained steady. It seems our quest for trouble is going to be challenging. After waiting for half an hour, their turn finally arrived, and they opted to dine inside the shop. Fang Mishue was unaware that these two were fellow chefs. He Leking and Dong Mingjie did not rush to taste their food. Rather, they observed Fang Mishue's actions in the kitchen. After watching her movements, Their expressions shifted several times. This is indeed a rookie who has only been learning how to make baozi for less than 3 months. If we hadn't been informed in advance, we would have assumed she had years of experience, that he Leking and Dong Mingja were essentially patting themselves on the back. Presently, Fong Mishua's skills with baozi far surpassed their own. This meant their boss was far more capable than they had anticipated. "Let us have a baozi to see," he Leking whispered. "All right," Dong Mingja nodded in agreement. Though they had just eaten a little, the aroma wafting from the baozi made them feel hungry again. He Leking and Dong Mingja casually picked up a baozi. They took a bite, and their expressions froze. Their eyes fixated on the baozi in their hands. "This that seems rather delicious." Dong Mingja maintained his composure, taking another bite. The two fell silent, finishing the baozi in mere bites. However, in their haste, they choked, quickly reaching for the kanji on the table and gulping it down. This moment, concerns about the heat were utterly irrelevant. Otherwise, both individuals would undoubtedly suffer burns. It is often said that outsiders merely observe the spectacle while insiders appreciate the craft. As the porridge settled in their stomachs, the expressions on their faces grew even more astonished. Now, with both the buns and the porridge, it was impossible for them to find any faults. Once again, they cast their gaze towards the industrious Fong Shuemi within, their eyes reflecting envy. After years of hard work, they found themselves overshadowed by someone who had simply encountered a skilled mentor. This boss was remarkable. The disciples he trained surpassed them. He Leching's face revealed a sense of defeat. "Leking, do you think this boss would accept us if we sought to apprentice under him?" Just moments ago, he Leking had been despondent. But upon hearing his friend's suggestion, he felt it was a viable plan that might indeed work. "All right, let us wait for Boss Qin to emerge." Their patience was commendable. Qin Mo had not stepped out since entering the establishment, and he would leave at a time similar to the previous night. They were interrupted by the two middle-aged men. "Boss Qin, what can I do for you two?" Noticing their weary expressions, it was evident that their mental focus had taken its toll. They had dared not leave. Even when hunger struck, they had merely entered Qin Mo's shop to grab a quick bite before returning outside to wait. They couldn't fathom why a successful boss would work himself to such an extent. "Boss Qin, we wish to learn from you," he Leking said cautiously. "You wish to learn? Surely you do not mean culinary skills." With many chefs already in the establishment, it was clear to Qin Mo who among them were chefs at first glance. It was indeed a rare occurrence for two individuals to approach him directly seeking to learn a craft. Qin Mo neither rejected nor accepted their request. Observing their ages, which were around their 40s, he thought it best to allow them to stay by his side under certain conditions. Taking on apprentices could be quite troublesome. Moreover, if he were to accept apprentices, he would choose from employees he was already familiar with. However, he found himself unable to dedicate time at present. Judging by their appearances, these two had likely been in the culinary field for over a decade. "Come back tomorrow morning to see me. We will need to sign an agreement first." Watching the two depart, Qin Mo chuckled softly. Chapter 85. Teaching 2. No need for apprentices. Lawyer Huang, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. "No trouble at all. You are always welcome in my new establishment." Once home, Qin Mo stepped onto the balcony and took out a cigarette that he indulged occasionally, yet he refrained from doing so in front of his daughter. He then called Huang Mark that there's no need for you to come personally for such trivial matters. Please arrange for someone from your firm to handle it. Of course, payment will be provided as per your standards. I wouldn't dare seek special treatment. His daughter was still busy setting the table. Glancing at the cigarette in his hand, he quickly extinguished it. It seemed that once he began smoking, he was unable to resist the urge. "Daddy, are you done yet? We're just waiting on you." As the smoke dissipated under the balcony light, he felt it was time to respond, as his daughter had already begun calling for him. This time, he had learned his lesson. After a quick shower at the restaurant, he found Wu Yue brimming with vitality, having already forgotten the despondency of the previous evening. Ding Jinny, the manager, sent a message, and Qin Mo chose not to disclose the day's earnings to avoid further distressing his staff. "Dad, you're so busy now that you hardly have time to paint with Xin." Indeed, Qin Mo spent limited time with his daughter, most of which was spent with Yin. Teaching her to paint was out of the question. He reassured himself that once he organized matters concerning the new shop, he would soon be able to spend time with Xin. Observing his daughter's understanding nature filled him with gratitude. However, the true hallmark of the new establishment would be his culinary skills. Without careful arrangements in this regard, he would be unable to succeed. The appearance of the two chefs today offered him a glimmer of hope. Yet bringing this vision to fruition would require time. The following morning, after reconciling the accounts for the bun shop and dessert shop, Qin Mo realized that making this trip daily was not a sustainable solution. How could I have forgotten? Ding Jianyi is my employee. These two establishments are under his oversight. Boss Qin. As Qin Mo entered the Qin's culinary house, he noticed the two middle-aged men waiting for him. Checking the time, he saw that there was still an hour before the lawyer was scheduled to arrive, that it was only 7 o'clock, and most people were still asleep, unlike those in the food industry who rose early. Follow me upstairs. I'll provide a brief overview of the situation. As they ascended to the second floor, the staff on the first floor began to speculate about the two men, who were clearly chefs. They might be here to request something from the boss. A good news, perhaps? I noticed them waiting outside all day yesterday, and when I left, they were conversing with the boss for a while. Please share your backgrounds. Qin Mo donned his chef's uniform, and since the two had yet to agree to the conditions, he temporarily withheld their uniforms. That we both started as apprentices in our teenage years and have been in the industry for almost 15 years. After conversing with Leking and Dong Mingjie for a while, Qin Mo gathered sufficient information about them that he asked them to wait outside as customers began to arrive, and he had to attend to them. An hour later, a representative from Huang Mart's law firm arrived. Master Qin, I'm Ye Tianfu, and Lawyer Huang is my mentor. Seeing someone only slightly older than himself, Qin Mo was taken aback. Before arriving, his mentor had repeatedly cautioned him that Qin Mo was no ordinary individual and advised him to show the utmost respect. These documents have been prepared according to your specifications. Would you like to review them? Noticing that Qin Mo was too busy to pause, Ye Tianfu stood by holding the documents. Had he not been sent by his mentor, he would have left long ago, as he was, after all, a reputable lawyer. I trust in your expertise. Please clarify the terms outlined in the documents for those two gentlemen, and I will return shortly. When he received his mentor's call, Ye Tianfu had anticipated a major case. However, after reading the message, he realized it was merely to facilitate the signing of two lesser-known chefs. Examining the conditions closely, he was astonished by their magnitude. These terms appeared to be tailored for renowned chefs, particularly those of significant standing within the country. The penalty for breach of contract was a staggering 10 million each. Do you have any objections to these terms? Leking and Dong Mingjie exchanged glances and, without a second thought, signed their names on the table. The terms posed no threat to their current situation. The first condition stipulated that Qin Mo would impart the recipes for 10 dishes to each of them. They were required to serve Qin Mo for the next 15 years. Should they breach the contract, they would spend their lifetimes working off the penalty, which was set so high to ensure that he would not be burdened by others' obligations. Their remuneration before completing their apprenticeship would mirror that of the chefs, encompassing meals but not accommodation, at a monthly salary of 6,000 yuan, with bonuses calculated separately. Once they assumed full control of the kitchen, Qin Mo would grant them the privileges of head chefs, with a salary of 25,000 yuan per month, including 5 insurances and a housing fund. This was significantly higher than their current wages. And most importantly, they would acquire invaluable skills, which explained their swift decision. Qin Mo's confidence in this arrangement stemmed from his belief that, after a month of training, they would likely graduate. Each would be responsible for mastering 10 dishes from Cantonese and Sichuan cuisines. For Qin Mo to truly distance himself from the operations, he needed to retain these two chefs, yet he currently lacked a clear target. Furthermore, teaching them was approaching his limits. Chapter 86. Ex-wife thrives. Daily earnings of 200,000 in the Shenzhen Deep-Sea Bay community. A mother and daughter were engaged in conversation. Mom, is this really wise? It seems too risky. The shop has already been transferred, and money has been invested. What do you have to fear now? Besides, if even that waste can earn a profit with your talents, making money should be a piece of cake. These two were none other than Hu Lingzhu and Hailon. After receiving Qin Mo's recipes, they returned home, where Hu Lingzhu wasted no time in sharing the news with her mother. Without a moment's hesitation, Hu Lingzhu expressed her belief that while her daughter might not make a fortune, they could at least sustain themselves and possibly thrive in the future. What is there to hold on to? The number of people entering this business is growing, and your shop's decor is outdated, falling behind the competition. Right now, it's just old customers. If they stop coming, that would mean continuous losses. Hailon did not allow Hu Lingzhu's words to hastily sway her into making such a significant decision. For several days, she did nothing but observe Qin Mo's bun shop with 2 employees in the food street, meticulously noting the number of customers entering and their spending habits. After 3 days of observation, she was astounded by the results. Her ex-husband's business was thriving, Almost everyone who entered made a purchase, and those who did not were either pressed for time or faced with sold-out items. After tallying the figures, she realized that her ex-husband's bun shop. Each day's sales exceed 10,000. That be why this calculation. In a month, the revenue surpasses 300,000 that after deducting expenses such as wages and rent. The net profit amounts to over 200,000 that this figure has shaken her resolve. Upon returning, she immediately set about the process of transferring the store. This matter was even commented on by Hu Lingzhu, who remarked that delaying for a few days could result in substantial losses, that I must proceed with caution. This could be worth several million, not just a few dozen. While Hailan is transferring the store she currently holds, she is simultaneously seeking a new location. This entire process took a total of 10 days. Now in Shenzhen, she has branches in several districts, totaling 15 outlets. Coincidentally, her new store opened on the same day as Qin Mo's. Once the first day of business was over, Hailan compiled the revenue from all 15 stores, which amounted to over 200,000 in daily sales. That be why this calculation. She could earn at least 100,000 each day. Has my daughter figured this out? Don't just sit there grinning. Mama's heart is anxious. Watching Hailan seated on the sofa, laughing for quite some time, Hu Lingzhu quickly inquired that if her daughter's investment fails, their previously comfortable life will no longer exist. Yesterday alone, they earned 100,000 that Hailan forcibly suppressed her inner joy. She had not anticipated such substantial profits. Managing 5 stores would yield only about 50,000 after all expenses. Now, she has wagered all her assets. Fortunately, fate seems to favor her. Earning 100,000 a day translates to 3 million in a month. That my heavens. Hu Lingzhu displayed an expression of someone who had never witnessed such things. Now even Hailan felt embarrassed, grateful it was in her own home. Nevertheless, she could not permit her mother to remain idle every day. At her age, she should not be acting like a young girl. Mom, you shouldn't stay at home all day. I'll assign you to manage the 2 nearby stores. But I don't know how to manage. You won't need to do much. Just go out occasionally, check the accounts. Ensure the employees aren't slacking off. Surely you can manage that. All right, but don't say I can't do it well. Seeing her mother so unambitious, Hailan was reluctant to involve her. However, with over a dozen stores, she could not handle it all alone. Handing it over to someone else made her uneasy. The main goal was to prevent Hu Lingzhu from spending money. Currently, she spends over 1,000 daily, with half of the previous store's earnings squandered by her. Sunday was the second day of the new store's opening at 11 o'clock in the morning. For reasons unknown, a large influx of customers arrived. Each one promptly applied for a membership card. At the front desk, the beautiful Zhuangji, while registering the information, noticed some patrons were from out of town. These individuals had driven over specifically for the food, while others took the train from Guangzhou. Clearly, the restaurant's reputation had spread far and wide. Now, the entire food street had turned Qin Mo's establishment into an object of envy. The local residents could hardly believe the level of popularity it had achieved merely on its second day. An elderly gentleman strolled leisurely into the hall. What's going on here? Young lady, are they all members for the second floor? The elderly man approached Zhuangji to inquire. Mr. Chen, you can see for yourself. Upon saying this, Zhuangji showed him a numbered ticket. There were already 25 customers ahead of him. Mr. Chen's expression stiffened at this sight. What time is it? It's already past lunch. Just the thought of finally tasting Qin Mo's culinary skills made him eager. Unlike before, when he could only have vegetables and steamed fish, this time, the menu was comprehensive. That he had been unable to come yesterday due to other commitments, and now just thinking about it made his mouth water. Mr. Chen, you'll either have to wait or come earlier next time. Alternatively, I could inform the boss. Seeing that Mr. Chen seemed to have a good relationship with the boss, Chen Haixing quickly waved his hand and said, No need. If the rules are set, they cannot be broken. I'll just head to the bun shop. Mr. Chen, remember to come earlier next time. After declining, Mr. Chen exited. Hearing the voice behind him, he waved goodbye as he left the door. Mr. Chen wants to eat but can't wait. Since we have nothing else to do today, we might as well wait a bit longer. The speaker was a regular customer from the neighborhood. Today, he had brought a few colleagues along, thinking they had arrived early, only to realize they were still late. Where did all these people come from? They must have heard about Boss Qin's restaurant from somewhere. That I remember Boss Qin hasn't advertised at all. It's quite strange that I thought with the new store opening, it would be easier to enjoy the delicacies, yet I never expected it to be like this. These individuals were white-collar workers, occasionally indulging in high-end dining a few times a month, which they could afford, especially since they held silver membership cards. Chapter 87. Yi Ruifeng, I just came to take a look a week after the opening. Qin Mo was making daily adjustments. The frantic pace of the initial days had dissipated. The two chefs he hired were able to replicate some simple dishes close to Qin Mo's original flavors, thanks to the enhancement of his chef aura. Among the 5 assistants, Qin Mo discovered a young man with remarkable talent in cooking, who was also diligent and unafraid of hard work. While others might take breaks when tired, Xing Yingwei seemed to wish he could split time in half to use it all. That he was the latest addition among the 5. His previous role involved merely washing vegetables. Qin Mo had noticed his cleverness and youth and offered him an opportunity. Little did he know that he would turn out to be a raw gem under his guidance. Just yesterday, Qin Mo decided to take him on as a disciple, but first signed an agreement. The terms were the same as those for the previous 2, with the exception of his post-training compensation, a base salary plus commission. While Qin Mo was busy, several men entered the first floor. Leading the group was the local resident, Elder Yin Xingba. Among them was a man of distinguished demeanor named Yi Ruifeng, around 50 years old, dressed in casual attire from a prominent domestic brand. Despite some gray hair, his eyes were bright, and he walked with a commanding presence, indicating he had long held a high position. As Elder Yin approached, he asked, "Young lady, is it our turn yet?" "Ah, Elder Yin, you're up next. Why not take a seat over there and wait a moment?" It turned out that Elder Yin had sent his son to queue with a membership card an hour prior. Hearing the front desk's words, Elder Yin glanced at Yi Ruifeng beside him and said, "Mr. Yi, what do you think?" Yi Ruifeng looked at the nearby bench and replied, "It's all right. If others can wait, so can I. I'm not pressed for time." He walked over to a chair, pulled it out, and sat down. Unlike others, he did not engage in idle chatter or pull out his phone to pass the time. Instead, he meticulously observed the lobby's interior, nodding or shaking his head occasionally. Within 10 minutes, a server descended from the second floor. "Elder Yin, your private room has been prepared. Please follow our colleague upstairs." During the ascent to the second floor, Yi Ruifeng remained silent, continuing to survey his surroundings and mentally evaluate them. "Mr. Yi, please take the main seat." Upon entering the private room, Elder Yin offered the seat of honor. "No need to be so polite. You are the host, and I am merely a guest. I'll sit here," Yi Ruifeng said, pulling out a nearby seat and settling down. "You all may sit as well," addressing the 3 companions who followed him. Yi Ruifeng motioned for them to take their seats. "Mr. Yi, our luck is quite good today to secure a private room this early." Upon hearing Elder Yan's comment, Yi Ruifeng appeared intrigued. "Did I ask this place well known?" He had just observed that there were still many customers queued behind them. "And how come I've never heard of this restaurant before?" Yi Ruifeng remarked, picking up the menu on the table to peruse. "If Yi hasn't heard of it, that's quite normal. The owner of this establishment is a legend, starting from a small shop and building it up to this scale. Do you know how long it took?" Elder Yin seemed to enjoy leaving a bit of suspense for everyone to guess, munching on some peanuts from the table. 5 years. One young man raised his hand. 2 years. Another quickly diminished the time frame by half. Elder Yin shook his head. That moment, another young man stood up and picked up the teapot from the table. 1 year. This young man was Yi Ruifeng's junior, Yi Tianyu, 27 years old, here to witness the experience. Upon entering, he had also begun observing, curious about why his uncle had traveled such a distance to Shenzhen, heading straight for a restaurant. Such large-scale establishments were not uncommon in their area, but given the location's value, one would not dare invest without at least $1 million. Thus, he suggested 1 year, indicating the initial time it took for the owner to earn that first $1 million. Not quite. Thank you. Elder Yin accepted the teacup handed to him by another young man. Could it be 6 months? When Yi Tianyu suggested this, Yi Ruifeng was also listening. If it took just 6 months to reach this level, it would be considered extraordinary talent. Even within his own family, no one had accomplished such a feat from nothing to earning $1 million. Perhaps in the stock market, but in the restaurant industry, that would indeed be a legend. Still not right. Yin Xingbang, after finishing his words, lifted his wine cup and gently blew on it. Impossible. How could anyone earn such a sum in this industry in less than half a year? The young man pouring tea for Yin Xingbang was also a descendant of the Yi family. Being in business himself, he confidently asserted that he had just turned 30 this year and had been in commerce for 5 years. His most remarkable achievement was leveraging the family funds to multiply an initial sum of 100,000 tenfold within a year, yielding his first $1 million. This story was well known in their circle. Initially, he was skeptical upon hearing about the 6-month time frame, but now, with the timeline reduced even further, he could hardly contain his disbelief. 3 months. Perhaps, Yi Ruifeng seemed to have an epiphany, unconsciously voicing his thoughts. Precisely, it is indeed Yi Zong who possesses insight. Upon hearing 3 months, Yi Tianjun immediately took a seat. To be fair, Xiao Qin truly had a tough time. His wife took all their wealth, leaving only their daughter by his side. Yi Tianjun, who had been skeptical until now, fell silent, eager to listen further. Noticing everyone's interest, Yin Xingbang continued. After his divorce, he moved into a rental with his daughter. And for an entire year, aside from caring for her, he worked as a food delivery driver. Feeling the weight of age, Yin Xingbang paused, prompting Yi Tianjun to rise and pour more tea. 3 months ago, Xiao Qin must have realized that he couldn't earn enough as a delivery driver and had no time to spend with his daughter, so he decided to gamble his savings. Does anyone know what Xiao Qin's first shop sold? Yin Xingbang invited everyone to guess again. Having learned from previous experiences, everyone shook their heads. Steamed buns, he revealed, which no one would have anticipated. Even if told, they would struggle to believe that one could acquire a shop selling steamed buns in just 3 months. As Yi Tianjun listened, he saw Yin Xingbang pause to sip tea and quickly voiced his doubts. 3 people making $1 million. After deducting labor costs, it doesn't add up. Yin to Yi.is, there's something else at play here? Chapter 88. The Yi family descendants must acknowledge the Qin family. Initially, it was just selling steamed buns, and when it came to buns, they truly are delicious. At this moment, Yi Tianjun realized he had guessed the reason, and hurriedly said, his buns are from a high-end line? Yi Tianyu quickly added, not only is it not high-end, but it is also quite affordable. In such an expensive rental area, a bun costs only 3 or 4 yuan. At this point, Yin Xingbang decided to stop the guessing game. He felt compelled to share more. In the first few days after opening, the scene resembled a bustling market. Xiao Qin increased his output daily. Yet it still wasn't enough. Unfortunately, he was the only one working tirelessly. If others had come to help, the taste would have been lost. After several busy days, Xiao Qin introduced sweet soup. This sweet soup was even better than those served in high-end establishments. And a large bowl cost only 5 yuan. In a fancy hotel, it would easily fetch dozens of yuan. The congee he introduced next was the real sensation. Buns and congee are a perfect match. Especially those from Xiao Qin's shop that if you didn't arrive early to queue, you wouldn't get any. He then turned his gaze to the milk tea shop next door, withdrawing all his savings to lease another shop. If it didn't work out, the profits from the bun shop would be lost. Thankfully, Xiao Qin had foresight and separated the sweet soup venture, hiring the neighboring shop's owner. Calculating it out, the sweet soup shop didn't earn as much as the bun shop, but it was still a decent income. The origin of the shop was a suggestion from customers to introduce 2 dishes. Do you know what the prices of these dishes were back then? This time, Yin Xingbang spoke for several minutes before taking a break, and the others patiently waited for him to catch his breath. That time, the boiled greens were sold for only 30 yuan, while the steamed fish was priced at 2,888 yuan, previously costing 388 yuan. Given their status, everyone had surely experienced what a 2,888 yuan plate of fish tasted like. So for now, let us not doubt. We will soon find out if Yen is exaggerating. Following that, it need not be said, you should all be able to guess. The 3 young men present hailed from affluent families, having witnessed businesses worth tens of millions or even billions. The figure of 1 million might not impress them. Their accounts needed to multiply several times over. Yet, Qin Mo's 3-month journey was beyond their imagination and capabilities. While seated on the first floor, gazing at the dishes on the table and savoring the aroma, Yi Ruifeng initially thought someone's admiration for Qin Mo was blind praise. However, after hearing Yin Xingbang's account, his impression began to shift. Yet until he experienced Qin Mo's culinary skills firsthand, he would not hastily form a judgment. Just then, the server knocked and opened the door to present the first dish. It was none other than the boiled greens. Everyone, please try. Having tasted it numerous times, Yin Xingbang was in no rush to eat. Demonstrating the host's grace, he allowed everyone to sample first, watching their expressions with a smile while pouring himself tea. The first to try was Yi Tianjun, who was initially unconvinced. However, after taking a bite of the greens, he realized the truth. Among the elite, he had eaten countless delicacies, but this was the first time he encountered boiled greens so exquisitely prepared. After finishing the entire piece, all his skepticism vanished in that moment. "Dad, this is delicious." The words came from the previously silent young man, Yi Tianxiao. "Indeed, it is quite good. It is worth the price," Yi Ruifeng. After tasting a piece, inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and ceased moving his chopsticks, seemingly lost in thought. The three brothers from the Yi family could not resist. With such delicacies before them, how could they hold back? The plate of greens quickly disappeared. That moment, the second dish arrived. Steamed green grouper, specifically requested by Yin Xingbao. "Uncle, you should try this first." Yi Tianjun rotated the table, positioning the steamed fish in front of Yi Ruifeng. He wasted no time, picking up the serving chopsticks, and with a gentle motion, the fish meat effortlessly separated. Just witnessing this scene made his eyes light up. Even without tasting, he could tell this dish was worth far more than 2,888 yuan. The last time he encountered such a scene was at a state banquet. He picked up a piece of fish and placed it in his bowl. As he took a bite, he thought, "Yes, this is the flavor. Who would have thought I'd have the chance to taste this dish again?" Observing Yi Ruifeng's expression, the three younger men finally began to eat. "Don't hog it all. Jungo, you can't eat so much by yourself." "Exactly. You've never shown interest in food, only in business." The famous Li Ji restaurant in the capital charged 2,688 yuan for its cheapest fish. "Jungo, how about I treat you to 20 of them?" "Yes, Jungo, Tianxiao will also treat you to 20. Watching the brothers fight over the fish, Yin Xingbang wore a proud expression. He remained composed. Having eaten enough fish himself, and let them have their fill, as the quantity ordered was ample. Over 30,000 yuan worth of food was sufficient even if more people joined in. Thus, he waited until the dishes were nearly complete before they began. Sipping a little wine, he sampled each exquisite dish. This is how enjoying drinks becomes truly delightful. Soon, all 13 dishes were served, and the three young men were half full, gazing at the table laden with delicacies. They regretted having rushed their earlier meals. The truly delicious offerings were yet to come. Yi Zong, shall we share a drink? Yin Xingbang, after opening the wine he had brought, inquired that it's rare to encounter such exquisite cuisine today. Yi shall accompany Yin Lao for a couple of drinks. This moment, Yi Ruifeng looked at the feast before him, utterly astonished. This fellow is truly extraordinary. Those who had never experienced a state banquet could not comprehend the significance of the spread before them. It represented the pinnacle of Cantonese and Sichuan cuisine. In other words, no one in this world could surpass Qin Mo in these two culinary realms. However, he still felt a twinge of resistance. After all, it is never pleasant to have one's cherished possessions taken away. Furthermore, this person did not meet several of the conditions he had set. Chapter 89. Impossible. Is there someone more handsome than I? Come, you lot, drink a bit today. Don't just focus on the food. Observing the trio, who were all quite proper even while dining, Yi Ruifeng chuckled that we can drink too. The three of them simultaneously looked up, incredulous at Yi Ruifeng. They clearly remembered that every time they dined out with him, he never allowed them to drink. Today was an exception. It's all right. You can drink. All right. Yin Lao will handle the drinks. Upon hearing Yi Ruifeng's affirmative, Yi Tianyu quickly seized the wine bottle and filled Yin Xingbang's cup. "Uncle, Junge Xiaodi." Once everyone had wine in their cups, Yi Ruifeng raised his glass and said, "Thank you, Yin Lao, for the delicious food. This toast is for you. Yi Zong, come everyone try this char siu. It tastes just right," Yin Xingbang said as he picked up a piece and placed it in Yi Ruifeng's bowl. As people reach a certain age, they become more conscious of their health. Individuals from their social stratum often consume less fatty and oily foods. Their families employ chefs who adjust daily meals according to their health needs. Thus, they rarely indulge in greasy foods, especially meats like pork, beef, and lamb. Gradually, Yi Ruifeng became accustomed to this to attain his current esteemed position. It is evident that he possesses an exceptional level of self-discipline. As he gazes into the bowl, the tantalizing char siu beckons, causing him to involuntarily swallow. Ultimately, he succumbs and selects a piece. After all, should he wish to encounter such culinary delights again, he must return to this place. With his daily responsibilities weighing heavily upon him, it is improbable that he would venture out merely for the sake of dining. The char siu is delectable. Upon tasting it, Yi Ruifeng's expression shifted dramatically. In his mouth, there was no trace of greasiness. He reached for another piece without hesitation. As for the others, their experience was far less dignified. They barely savored it, merely chewing a few times before hastily swallowing. Such exquisite fare deserves to be savored slowly. Yet by the time he finished, the others had already completed their meal. "Grandfather Yan, considering the chef's extraordinary skills, might I entice him to join us?" Yi Tianyu inquired, casting a glance at Yin Xingbang. At this moment, Yin Xingbang fell silent, surveying Yi Tianyu and his companions with a mysterious smile. "Grandfather Yin, what is the source of your amusement?" Yi Tianxiao asked. Noticing Yin Xingbang's sudden smile, "That if you do not wish to attract the attention of the local residents, you may certainly try," Yin Xingbang replied. "Setting aside other matters, even if one were inclined to confront you now, should Master Qin accompany you, we, the elderly, would have to travel all the way to the capital for a taste." Upon hearing Yin Xingbang's words, the three young scions of the Yi family yielded. There exists a nearby community filled with elderly residents whose pasts are shrouded in mystery. It is well known that they are not to be trifled with, even by the Yi family. You are unaware of Master Qin's popularity. Initially, many sought to forge connections with him, introducing him to potential partners, including several of their own granddaughters. That if I had a granddaughter, I would introduce her to him. Yin Xingbang lamented that it seemed that after this point, no further introductions were made. Why was that? Now, not only were the three young men curious, but even Yi Ruifeng was intrigued. Subsequently, Master Qin was accompanied by a young lady of remarkable beauty, though he felt as if he had seen her somewhere before. As Yin Xingbang spoke, Yi Tianxiao grew increasingly curious. "No matter how beautiful she is, she cannot surpass my sister. Alas, I lack the opportunity. Otherwise, he trailed off. He glanced at Yi Ruifeng. "Grandfather Yin, based on your earlier remarks, how does a divorced man, even with a struggling business, manage to garner such popularity? Even if the elders approve, would one truly accept a divorced man with a child?" Yi Tianyu questioned, suggesting that under such circumstances, Master Qin's popularity must stem from extraordinary qualities. This child, Tianyu, is astute. He swiftly identified the crux of the matter. "You are all young and likely possess your own idols. Master Qin's impression rivals that of these idols. Now, I trust you comprehend why. Parental approval and personal consent. What could be more perfect? It is a pity that I lack such fortune." Upon hearing Yin Xingbang speak thus, the three young Yi family members displayed expressions of disdain. Thinking, in terms of looks, how many in our generation can compare to the Yi family? As the events unfolded, it was evident that the local residents, upon witnessing the scene, found the young lady to be far superior to the others. Those who came to call, upon seeing her, promptly abandoned their pursuits. Yin Xingbang sighed, unable to contain his exasperation. Without needing further explanation, everyone understood the reason behind his sigh. "She is beautiful, even more so than my sister." Yi Tianxiao finally interjected, having grown weary of the comparisons, having previously praised Qin Mo's handsomeness. Now he remarked on the young lady in a similar vein, that "I have yet to encounter a Yi family girl, so I refrain from judgment. However, when compared to you three and Master Qin, there is indeed a discernible gap." "Impossible." Yi Tianyu shot up, brimming with indignation. When it came to looks, he would accept no rival but himself. "What are you attempting to do?" At that moment, Yi Ruifeng cast a stern gaze at Yi Tianyu. Just then a knock echoed from outside, followed by a resonant male voice. "Old Yin, come in." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yin Xingbang suddenly smiled inexplicably. Before the five, a young man clad in a chef's uniform entered. He is exceedingly handsome. Chapter 90. A single gulp. The art of pretension. Yi Tianyu regarded the young man who had just entered with a sense of overwhelming threat. "By heavens, there truly exists someone even more handsome than myself." Observing the attire of this individual, who had appeared in the private room, his identity became apparent. The owner of the establishment. "Qin Mo. Old Yin, does the flavor of the dishes suit your palate?" Qin Mo greeted the four remaining individuals in the room with a genial smile before approaching Yin Xingbang. "That is expected of you. Master Qin, allow me to introduce you," Yin Xingbang said, gesturing toward Yi Ruifeng. Qin Mo noted that since his entrance, the middle-aged man had been scrutinizing him intently, his gaze revealing a myriad of complex emotions. "Does this man know me?" This thought crossed Qin Mo's mind. Yi Ruifeng, a prominent figure from the Yi family group in the capital. The Yi family group ranks among the top 10 family enterprises in the nation, boasting a market value of 500 billion, with Yi Ruifeng holding a remarkable 35% stake. This translates to a personal fortune of 170 billion, excluding the wealth of other family members. Their conglomerate spans a vast array of industries, including dining, fashion, finance, real estate, and pharmaceuticals. Truly a domestic behemoth. Having previously traversed a limited social circle, Qin Mo was unaware of the Yi family's significance. Greetings, Yi Zong. I am Qin Mo. I hope my culinary skills meet your expectations. Upon hearing Yin Xingbang's introduction, Qin Mo stepped forward and extended his hand. Observing the young man before him, Yi Ruifeng's expression transformed, revealing a smile that I recently heard old Yin speak of Master Qin. Indeed, a remarkable youth. When I was your age, I was still floundering. How could I dare to compare with Yi Zong? This is merely old Yan's flattery that I apologize, but I have other guests awaiting. I cannot linger with you all. Let me make amends with a drink. With that, Qin Mo lifted a glass from the table and filled it for himself, downing it in one gulp before departing. That my drink is thus squandered. The four watched in disbelief as Qin Mo downed nearly half a bottle of high-proof liquor in a single swig. Even those who had previously harbored reservations about him were now thoroughly impressed. Having consumed 4 ounces of high-proof liquor without a hint of discomfort, old Yin, this Master Qin, is remarkable. Besides his background, Qin Mo's attributes utterly eclipsed those of the Yi family's contemporaries. Yi Zong, did you come solely for a meal? Once everyone had nearly finished dining, Yin Xingbang finally voiced his curiosity that I happened to be in the area to visit my daughter. As soon as Yi Ruifeng spoke, Yi Tianxiao eagerly interjected, "Is my sister in Shenzhen?" I understand now. It was no wonder he felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing Yi Ruifeng. Evidently, someone should be grateful to Yin Xingbang in the near future. Yi Ruifeng was decisive in his actions, executing his plans without hesitation. Initially concerned that his daughter might struggle, he now realized his worries were unfounded. After this meal, Yi Ruifeng felt as though he was outshone by his daughter, who had a top-tier chef at her service, enjoying exquisite meals daily. I've managed to pass my test, but your mother will be a different matter. With this thought, Yi Ruifeng took out his phone, quickly locating a number to send a message that, "Ener, since you've made your decision, your father will certainly support you. However, you must handle matters with your mother on your own. I am powerless to assist." After sending the message, Yi Ruifeng felt a wave of relief. Having sent the message, he was already en route to the airport. All he could do now was give his daughter more time, hoping that her prospective suitor would once again surprise him. Ding dong. Just as Yi received her takeout box, her phone chimed. "Finally, it has arrived. Speaking of which, when will your significant other finally have time to accompany you? Enjoy your meal." Chapter 91. 10 consecutive draws. Assets exceeding 10 million. It has been quite some time since my last lottery draw. Let us commence with a 10 consecutive draw. It has been over a month since Qin Mo's new establishment opened, and he is finally able to refrain from being present daily. Except for special guests, he only needs to visit occasionally, as his 2 chefs and apprentices can manage the rest. Let us stick to the beginner level. I have already drawn from it before, so let's opt for a 10 consecutive draw as a safety net. With this thought, Qin Mo made his decision. Shall we proceed with the beginner's 10 consecutive draw? Yes. Following Qin Mo's confirmation, the beginner lottery interface spun rapidly. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a book on the fundamentals of stock trading. Watching his 10,000 points vanish in exchange for a single book, he barely had time to examine it before it transformed into a flash of light, merging into his mind. However, at this moment, Qin Mo was not lacking in points. Since the beginner draw did not yield satisfactory results, perhaps he should try his luck with the intermediate draw. Technical analysis of the futures market. A comprehensive guide to stock market trading. With an investment of 100,000 points, an overwhelming surge of information flooded Qin Mo's mind, rendering him momentarily incapacitated. If someone were to observe him at that moment, they would notice a vacant expression in his eyes. After a few minutes, Qin Mo resurfaced like a drowning person breaking through the water's surface, gasping for air, but he nearly lost his life. Such recklessness must not be repeated. Fortunately, it was merely a mid-tier 10 consecutive draws. Had it been a higher tier, I might have rendered myself a fool. Ultimately, he quelled this frenzied thought. I have become a stock expert, from a novice with no understanding of stocks to now possessing a wealth of specialized knowledge in my mind. Qin Mo's fortune has grown beyond previous comparisons. His bank account had already surpassed 8 figures over half an hour ago. Currently, his available funds exceed 20 million. It was Friday morning. "Father, Brother Qin, are you heading out too?" The two spoke almost in unison, exchanging smiles thereafter. "I plan to go out for a stroll today. We would like to join, but alas, we must attend school." upon hearing that Qin Mo was going shopping. Yin and Qin Xin's eyes sparkled momentarily but soon dimmed again. Tomorrow is a holiday. I shall take you both out for some fun. Does that suffice? You said it yourself. Do not go back on your word. Previously, every Sunday when invited by Qin Mo, they were met with refusals citing a lack of time. This time, when he proposed it himself, the two leapt with joy. You may take the car. No need. I shall only be out briefly. The car is unnecessary. It will be more convenient for you. Once the two had departed, Qin Mo leisurely made his way out. That it was still too early for him to go. The doors had yet to open. Boss, upon reaching the second floor and pushing open the door, he found Ding Jinny seated within. This was a modest office of about 10 square meters that Qin Mo had arranged for Ding Jinny. Upon seeing Qin Mo, Ding Jinny immediately stood in respect at that moment. Ding Jinny truly admired Qin Mo after learning about his development history. He was astounded. Initially, he had worried that Qin Mo would only last a month. But now, even if pushed, he would not leave. With such a significant advantage, it was only a matter of time before Qin Mo dominated the food industry in the Shenzhen market. Regrettably, upon witnessing such a promising trajectory, he had advised Qin Mo to expand his branches 2 weeks prior, urging him to strengthen the Qin family restaurant. However, Qin Mo had declined, stating that it was too early and that a steady, gradual approach was best. Opening new branches was currently out of the question. He had only just managed to find some free time. Reflecting on the past month, with scarcely any time to rest, he had been actively engaged that if it were to happen again, even if he personally managed, his daughter would surely protest. How could he consider himself a responsible father if he neglected to accompany her for meals? Consumed by business, the Qin family restaurant was singular. This was Qin Mo's vision. He aspired to establish it as the premier dining establishment in Shenzhen. Recalling his previous visit to Hanyuan Mountain Villa, ideas began to form in Qin Mo's mind. Membership cards were no longer obtained with a recharge of 50,000 yuan. That had been a month ago. Now, to acquire a membership card, one must deposit 500,000 yuan and have 5 member referrals. The Qin family restaurant had already become a star attraction in Huaming district. He had declined interviews from journalists on several occasions, believing that it was not yet the right time. Boss, are you really not considering it? Leaving money in the bank is the least wise choice. Ding Jinny still felt discontented. He could not believe that Qin Mo was oblivious to such a promising trend. Let us proceed as is for now. If Manager Ding feels underappreciated, I would appreciate your assistance in training the staff to enhance their service quality. Currently, Qin Mo had offered Ding Jinny an annual salary in the millions, which was considered top tier in the industry. However, Ding Jinny perceived a disparity between the workload and compensation. It was not that the pay was inadequate. Rather, the work was too easy. Apart from a busy initial fortnight, once the Qin family restaurant found its footing, he found himself at a loss for what to do. Following Qin Mo's raise of the staff salaries, each employee treated the Qin family restaurant as their own home. Even the most critical customers found it difficult to pinpoint any dissatisfaction. Now, with Qin Mo's call to elevate service quality, Chapter 92 begins. Opening a stock account, starting with 2 million after leaving the Qin family restaurant. Qin Mo hailed a taxi directly to the nearest stock exchange. He first opened an account for himself, not rushing to purchase stocks, but rather observing initially. After opening the account and stepping into the trading hall, he noticed a throng of investors, among whom was a young man with a notably arrogant expression. Just as Lu Jingyang was preparing to leave the stock exchange, he saw a group of investors encircling a seemingly conceited young man, akin to stars surrounding the moon. Hai Yuejing. Upon spotting this young man, Qin Mo was momentarily taken aback. This was the younger brother of his ex-wife, whom he had heard was a stock trader. It was said that he was doing quite well in the stock market, always managing to secure a profit. He had even come to confront Qin Mo previously, proclaiming that he was a mere waste. Had it not been for his sister, he would have starved on the streets. If memory served correctly, it was his ex-wife who had given him 1 million after earning money. Hai Yuejing had started with that very amount. Prior to his foray into the stock industry, Qin Mo had held a modicum of respect for Hai Yuejing. Now, with a wealth of knowledge at his disposal, it was only a matter of time before he would be taken advantage of. Displaying such arrogance and revealing his identity seemed ostentatious. Qin Mo shook his head, recalling the adage that the tallest tree in the forest will be the first to be felled. This principle holds true regardless of location. After merely a glance, Qin Mo departed. There was no need to greet him, but he sought to sever all ties with his ex-wife. Just as Qin Mo walked away, Hai Yuejing, puzzled by the familiar figure, was quickly distracted by the surrounding investors. Brother Jing, will this stock continue to rise? A confident smirk spread across Hai Yuejing's face. Damn, Brother Jing has gone all in. What are we waiting for? Upon hearing this news, the retail investors in the hall hastily executed their trades, investing all their funds. Before leaving, Qin Mo caught wind of the stock's name, causing him to furrow his brow slightly that he had yet to conduct thorough research, thus refraining from passing judgment. However, based on the information in his mind, he could preliminarily deduce that the stock's future prospects appeared promising, having opened strongly and risen steadily. A surge was inevitable, that he could discern that this was the work of an expert. After opening the account, Qin Mo settled into a nearby CAF, ordered some snacks, and began his process that he first logged into his account and linked his bank card. Let us start with 2 million to test the waters. After depositing 1 million into his account, within an office at Guangming Securities Exchange, where Qin Mo had just entered, for desks were arranged. Seated at the front was a woman in a tailored business suit, who Shirduan, 26 years of age, had just entered the industry less than 6 months prior. Her clientele was minimal, mostly small accounts, some of which had shown no activity since opening. This month had seen no clients at all, and with trading being scarce, she feared she might not be cut out for this profession and would need to change jobs next month. That moment, she straightened her back, casting her gaze over her computer screen. 2 million. At that instant, her exclamation startled her 3 nearby colleagues. The web page she had just opened was still visible, and upon checking again, she noticed the client's total assets had changed. Wasn't this the striking gentleman who had just come in to open an account? Initially, she had assumed such a charismatic individual would possess considerable wealth, expecting at least several $100,000 to be deposited immediately. To her astonishment, after opening the account, he had simply left, just when she had given up hope, believing he had only come to open an account or that it might be a dead account. Here he was transferring 2 million to 4 accounts opened under her supervision, who Shirduan held considerable authority. Aside from trading permissions, that a sudden deposit of 2 million indicated that this client was not lacking in funds, that if he were to invest that amount in the stock market, it would yield her additional commission income. What is happening? The surprise in who Shirduan's voice brought her 3 colleagues over, who quickly inquired about the situation. All right, just don't gossip about it. As these individuals were her seniors, who Shirduan had no choice but to comply. 600338, 25,000 shares. This person has some guts. This stock has been quite volatile lately. Upon seeing that it was a stock, the 3 individuals lost interest. For reasons unknown, who Shirduan felt a sense of unease while gazing at this particular stock. Thus, just before the market closed, she decided to invest the entirety of her 2,000 yuan from her account. However, by the time she made her purchase, the price had already reached 8.2 yuan. As Qin Mo sipped on a cup of milk tea, he began browsing the stock market, meticulously searching for stocks with potential. After a while, a certain stock name appeared before him. After confirming his choice, he commenced reviewing relevant information and the latest news associated with this stock. Instantly, a wealth of stock knowledge surged forth from the depths of his mind. Upon comprehensive analysis, he concluded that this stock was indeed his target. With a decision made, Qin Mo began to aim for a specific price point. When he deemed it appropriate, he invested his entire capital. Finally, it was settled. Having spent all his money, he resolved that for the following day, regardless of the stock's price fluctuations, it would no longer concern him. He would wait until the next Monday to reassess. Glancing at the time, Qin Mo realized that over 2 hours had passed in what felt like a mere moment. It was now past 12 noon. Perhaps he should take a look at a vehicle. He had intended to leave his previous car for Yi Yin to drive, that if he wished to venture out conveniently, he would need to purchase another vehicle. With this thought in mind, he felt compelled to take action. Moreover, with finances no longer a constraint, why let the money sit idle? Qin Mo dismissed the idea of traveling far, heading directly to the previous 4S dealership to Mr. Qin. Just as he arrived at the dealership, a young woman standing nearby, waiting for customers, brightened upon seeing Qin Mo alight from the taxi. Wasn't he your lucky star? If it hadn't been for him during their last encounter, she would have been forced to change jobs. For reasons unbeknownst to her, following that event, her business had flourished by the end of each month. Her salary was just enough to sustain her in this city. Thus, upon recognizing Qin Mo, she hurriedly approached him. Tian Xinxia observing the woman before him, Qin Mo noticed a distinct difference from their last meeting. She appeared more mature and had applied a touch of light makeup, enhancing her naturally delicate features. Mr. Qin, do you remember me? I'm so delighted. Upon hearing her name called without a moment's hesitation, she realized that he must have remembered her from their previous encounter, having glanced at her name during the signing process, that if he were an ordinary client, Tian Xinshu might have worried about his intentions. Yet being recognized by such an attractive gentleman left her heart racing. However, her professional demeanor quickly restored her composure. Mr. Qin, are you here to look at cars? Tian Xinshu recalled that it hadn't been long since he last purchased a vehicle, and he hadn't driven one this time either. Could it be that the previous car had encountered issues? Yes, I'm here to check out some vehicles, Qin Mo replied with a smile, causing a stir among the nearby women. As the men around observed the admiration in the women's eyes, a wave of jealousy washed over them. This customer was indeed handsome, yet they speculated that he might not possess substantial wealth. Unlike the gentleman beside them, who clearly exuded affluence, that moment, a heavily made-up woman approached, standing beside a middle-aged man in a blue suit, who sported a typical paunch. The rings and watch adorning him showcased his status as a nouveau riche. The woman, Zhu Tongrue, had concluded from Qin Mo's previous encounter that he was merely a pretty boy. She suspected he had come to the 4S dealership for undisclosed reasons, particularly since he was alone and had arrived by taxi. Mr. Qin, do you have a particular model in mind? Would you like me to introduce some options? To Tian Xinshu, Qin Mo was her lucky star. Even if today involved little more than shadowing him, she would relish the opportunity. Something spacious and comfortable, suitable for a man. Qin Mo elaborated, considering the necessity of aligning his vehicle with his social status for future interactions. What about a Mercedes-Benz? Tian Xinshu's eyes sparkled. While he might have uttered it casually, who knew he could indeed afford it? That could translate into additional commission for her and bolster her monthly performance. With renewed enthusiasm, she promptly led the way. Mr. Qin, please follow me. Shall we take a look at the S-Class? She tentatively suggested, instantly regretting it, as the starting price was in the millions. All right, let us see. However, observing his demeanor, she doubted he would fit the profile. The S-Class boasted powerful performance, ample space, and comfort. Mr. Qin, please come this way. This is our latest arrival, the S-Class, equipped with a turbocharged engine, boasting a maximum power of 299 horsepower, perfectly aligning with your earlier requirements. Is there an available unit? Qin Mo inquired while circling the vehicle and experiencing the interior. Unfortunately, we do not have it in stock. It would require a few days of waiting. Tian Xinshu's face reflected her discomfort. I see. Then let us explore other options. Qin Mo aimed to leave with the car today without any delays. Although he was quite satisfied with this vehicle, he preferred to consider other alternatives. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Qin. Just as Tian Xinshu began to apologize, she noticed Qin Mo walking away. She hurriedly followed him. His target was evident, as he was drawn to a large, imposing black vehicle before him. Chapter 94. A worthy investment standing at a height of 1,977 millimeters, with a robust and striking exterior, this vehicle exuded strength. The king of off-road vehicles, its engine power rivaled that of a loader, conquering any terrain and symbolizing success. Mr. Qin. This vehicle features a 4.0T V8 twin-turbocharged engine, delivering a maximum power of 520 horsepower and a torque of 610 Nm. Seeing Qin Mo head straight for the G-Class, Tian Xinshu's heart raced uncontrollably. Is there one available? Qin Mo barely paused to listen, directly opening the door and stepping inside. Upon seeing this vehicle, he knew exactly what his choice would be. Yes, Mr. Qin, this is our Mercedes-Benz G-Class 2020 model G500. Night Edition, currently priced at $1.86 million, which, including purchase tax, totals over $2 million. However, if you opt for financing, we offer discounts. Based on his previous assumptions, Tian Xinshu believed this handsome gentleman might not have immediate cash on hand. Hence her recommendation for financing. Salespeople typically earn more through loans than outright purchases, maximizing their profits. I don't need financing. I'll take this one. Let us proceed with the paperwork, Qin Mo declared. Clearly satisfied with the vehicle before him. Tian Xinshu asked, Mr. Qin, please have a seat. I'll fetch you a glass of water. With that, she hurried off, exhilarated by the prospect of a major sale this month. Mr. Qin, the total comes to $2.16 million. She calculated the figures in front of him. Can I swipe my card today and complete all the paperwork? Qin Mo asked. The scent emanating from him caused her cheeks to flush. Certainly. However, Mr. Qin, wouldn't you like to take it for a test drive first? Seeing Qin Mo swipe his card, watching over 2 million vanish in an instant, she was taken aback to no need. It's a new car, and I trust the quality of such an expensive luxury vehicle. All right then, Mr. Qin, how about this? Let us exchange WeChat contacts. Should you encounter any issues with the vehicle in the future, you can reach out to me. Tian Xinxue spoke cautiously, aware that a man as handsome and wealthy as Qin Mo was a rare find. However, she also recognized her own appeal and merely wished to establish a connection with him. All right, let us do that. Qin Mo mused, finding the suggestion quite beneficial. With his time being precious, having Tian Xinxue address any potential vehicle issues directly would save him a great deal of trouble. Mr. Qin, the paperwork is all set. After spending over an hour in the VIP lounge, Tian Xinxue reappeared, handing Qin Mo the car keys and relevant documents at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. A man more handsome than a movie star drove away in a black G-Class, the quintessential vehicle for AM, and as he vanished from sight, the reactions of those present varied greatly. Zhu Tongrue appeared as though she had seen a ghost, momentarily stunned before rushing toward the office area. Another young woman wore a puzzled expression, having just glimpsed Qin Mo's face. After a moment's contemplation, she swiftly retrieved her phone, scrolling through her contacts. There it was, a photo of Qin Mo. It was him. Without a hint of hesitation, she dialed a number. Wen Jiejing, long time no see. Why are you calling me at this hour? A familiar voice resonated from the other end. Hailan, how could I possibly compare to you now? I've heard that your career has expanded. The person across from me shares the same name as Qin Mo's ex-wife. How can you say that? You're doing quite well yourself, having married a wonderful husband. Well, let us set that aside for now. Do you know who I just saw? Who? Someone important enough for you to call personally. Qin Mo. The moment when Jiejing uttered his name, silence enveloped the conversation. What did you see? The person across from her, who happened to be Qin Mo's ex-wife, Hailan, pressed for details. Just now, he drove away from the 4S dealership in a brand-new car worth several million, which he purchased outright. With that, when Jiejing chose to remain silent, feeling there was no need to elaborate further. From what she knew, Hailan had a firm grip on her finances, therefore, witnessing a friend's husband, seemingly devoid of wealth, splurging on a car worth millions struck her as noteworthy. This matter, however, is irrelevant now. I've divorced him. Let us not dwell on it, and if you have time, come over for a visit. With those parting words, Hailan abruptly ended the call. In an instant, her previously good mood soured. Since acquiring Qin Mo's formula, her daily earnings had been stable, averaging over 20,000, with profits fluctuating around 100,000. In the past, such daily profits would have been a cause for celebration. Yet now, hearing that her ex-husband had purchased a car worth millions, far exceeding the value of her own vehicle, was disheartening. Her luxury car was valued at around 1 million. While his new acquisition was certainly worth at least 2 million, in comparison, her earnings over the past month barely amounted to the price of a single vehicle. This realization left her feeling discontented. It was evident that Qin Mo was earning more than she was, despite her managing 15 stores to his mere 3. Such a comparison left her feeling overshadowed. Chapter 95. Up close, I give you. With Qin Mo's striking appearance and the commanding aura of his vehicle, he was easily overshadowed by other luxury cars. Next to him was a sports car valued at over 6 million. Before encountering Qin Mo, while waiting at a traffic light, he recklessly floored the accelerator, his face alight with arrogance. Upon noticing a luxurious G-Class vehicle beside him, he initially scoffed. However, upon witnessing the infatuated expression of his female companion, he quickly sensed something amiss and looked up, instantly feeling diminished. How could someone be so handsome? This was his honest thought. The flames of admiration ignited in the eyes of his companion, and as the light turned green, the sports car vanished from sight. In his mind, to flaunt wealth, one must find someone less impressive to compare against. Who was that star? Everyone quickly searched for this exceptionally handsome celebrity. I had no idea such a figure had graced the city. Some high school girls began pulling out their phones to snap photos or record videos. And through their devices, images of Qin Mo seated in the Mercedes G-Class spread across the internet. Wow, I knew Daddy loved me the most. As soon as she opened the door, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Qin quickly removed her shoes and rushed inside, reaching for a dish on the table. Have you washed your hands? At that moment, Qin Mo stood nearby, observing his daughter's eager expression. I'll go wash them now. Given the situation, she realized that without washing her hands, the food would be off-limits. Unable to resist the allure of the delicious dishes, Qin Mo merely huffed and, without further protest, made her way to the bathroom that Wu Yue began circling the dining table, glancing around and reaching for food. Sister Wu, are you sneaking a taste? Wu Yue was momentarily taken aback, frozen in her tracks that if you want to eat, hurry and wash your hands. Otherwise, Daddy will scold you later. After saying this, Qin Mo pointed toward the kitchen. Once they washed their hands, Wu Yue tore off a wing from the braised pigeon and began eating alongside Qin Mo. It's delicious. It seems my earlier decision was indeed wise. Being close means enjoying different culinary delights every day. The Wu Yue munched away. Qin Mo proudly declared, Daddy is amazing, right? In the span of just a few moments, the two had devoured half a braised pigeon. Wow, that impressive. You two, one big and one small. I don't even know how to describe you. Don't blame me. It's your man's cooking that's too enticing. Don't you agree? While speaking, Wu Yue took advantage of Qin Mo's distraction to grab a piece of braised pigeon, having just finished her own, of course. When Qin Mo nodded, she happened to catch Wu Yue in the act. Don't eat so quickly. Leave some for me. This dish of braised pigeon had previously been entirely consumed by Qin Mo. Had it not been for Wu Yue snatching one, she would have finished the entire thing alone. Knowing his daughter loved this dish, Qin Mo made it every few days that he and Yin rarely ate it, as it always ended up in the bellies of Wu Yue and Qin Mo. At this moment, the meal was nearly ready. Brother Qin, let me give you a massage. Observing Qin Mo reclining on the sofa, Yin approached and sat beside him. No need for that. You should eat with him first. I'll just rest a bit. After saying this, he picked up a thermos from the table and took a sip of water. Then I'm your girlfriend now. Yin immediately took action, grasping Qin Mo's arm and beginning to massage it. Although they lived under the same roof, their relationship had yet to progress further. With their bodies so close, Qin Mo could occasionally catch the scent of Yin's perfume, causing his breath to quicken. Yin, noticing his pronounced nose, felt her own breathing become hurried, her heart racing, her face flushing. Unconsciously, her grip tightened. Their bodies inched closer together. Daddy, why haven't you two started eating yet? Having been married once, Qin Mo quickly regained his composure. We're coming right now. He did not move, but continued to gaze at Yin. Under his scrutiny, Yin felt exposed, as if she were unclothed. Are you done yet? They're calling for us. Stop staring. It's all your fault. Yin playfully swatted Qin Mo's arm before finally standing up. That I'm coming. Save me some delicious food. Chapter 96. Qin Mo audacious to the extreme. Daddy, do you know what tomorrow is? Qin Mo asked, clutching a piece of braised pigeon. Isn't it's Saturday? Qin Mo replied, picking up a bowl and chopstick from the table to serve his daughter a bowl of soup. Drink this soup first. Don't just focus on the dishes. I want to drink it. You've forgotten? Qin Mo pouted, setting down her food in annoyance. Thanks, tomorrow is June 1st. You've forgotten about that. Yin chimed in as she took the soup. Oh, XNXN mentioned that. How could I forget? I was just about to take you out tomorrow, but if you're upset, I guess we'll have to cancel our plans. Qin Mo feigned regret, even sighing softly, that I'm not upset. Daddy, didn't you say I should drink soup? I want to drink soup. Seeing her daughter's soft spot exposed, she immediately obediently lifted the bowl. Do you have time tomorrow? Initially, Qin Mo didn't plan to ask, but since Wu Yue was nearby, it felt inappropriate not to inquire. Sure, I'll go too. I was just wondering what to do tomorrow. Yin merely nodded with a smile. The next morning, Qin Mo walked ahead with a bag slung over his shoulder. Daddy, you're going the wrong way. The car is parked over here. Qin Mo shouted from behind as she noticed Qin Mo veering off course. I know. I'm driving a different car today. At that moment, Qin Mo produced a car key and, in a showy manner, pressed the unlock button that a sleek black vehicle's headlights blinked in response. Wow, Qin de Shuage. Is this your car? Wu Yue sprinted over faster than anyone else, quickly reaching the car and circling it in awe. This car is amazing, she exclaimed, her voice filled with admiration. Indeed, luxury cars are unparalleled. Even sitting in the driver's seat feels so comfortable. Wu Yue opened the car door and climbed into the driver's seat. Did I ask this really your purchase? Shoving Wu Yue into the back seat, Qin Mo took the driver's seat. As he started the vehicle, Yin curiously asked, "Did you just buy it?" "Yeah, just yesterday." "How much?" Wu Yue leaned her head forward to inquire. "Not too pricey, just over 2 million. You don't know what it's like to be hungry when you're full. It's only 2 million. Daddy, this car is still better from the back seat." Qin XNXN began comparing the two vehicles. Everyone settled in. "I'm about to accelerate." Qin Mo drove everyone straight to Happy Valley. "I love you, Daddy." Upon arriving, Qin XNXN joyfully leaped in excitement. "What are you all standing around for? Hurry and buy tickets." At that moment, Qin XNXN could hardly contain her eagerness to rush inside. XNXN, slow down. It's crowded. You need to wait outside with Teacher Yi. I'll go buy the tickets now. After some effort, Qin Mo successfully purchased the tickets. "Great, we can finally play. Daddy, I want to ride that." Once inside Happy Valley, Qin XNXN was like a wild horse set free. Racing ahead, as long as she catches sight of any thrilling rides in the queue, she is compelled to give them a try. The carousel, the mine cart, the Snow Mountain Flying Dragon. This is the signature attraction of Happy Valley. The Snow Mountain Flying Dragon is the first suspended roller coaster in the country. Seated atop it, the cacophony of tourist screams fills the air. Qin Mo could hardly fathom his daughter's bravery. She dared to try rides that even adults hesitated to attempt. The perfect storm, with its continuous 1800-degree flips, was enough to make Yin and Wu Yue immediately decline participation after witnessing others take the plunge. Only Qin Mo accompanied his daughter on the ride. Until one experiences it, one cannot truly understand the sensation of being utterly dizzy, of the world spinning around. The authentic experience of those continuous 1800-degree flips left Qin Mo exclaiming that it was exhilarating. Exhilarating. Indeed, it is no wonder that it holds the second place in the rankings of Happy Valley. It is truly deserving of such acclaim. After a full day of excitement, they had only consumed a light snack at noon, and as they emerged, it was nearly 5 o'clock. "Daddy, when can we come back to play again?" "Aren't you done yet?" Wu Yue exclaimed in surprise from the side. After trying it just once, she felt too intimidated to return, nearly having embarrassed herself by vomiting. "Well, XNXN hasn't tried several rides yet," she said, casting a hopeful glance at Qin Mo. The crowd was overwhelming that day. Long lines trailed behind every attraction, forcing Qin Mo and his companions to opt for the less crowded ones. "All right, next time Daddy will bring XNXN back to have fun." Upon hearing Qin Mo's agreement, Qin XNXN shifted her attention elsewhere. "I'm so hungry. Aren't you all hungry?" Wu Yue, having almost been sick earlier, felt the pangs of hunger more than the others. Some sentiments are indeed contagious. Once one person mentions it, everyone begins to feel it. "Daddy, I'm hungry too." "Yes, Qin to go. Let's find a place to eat first." Yin chimed in. "All right, let's hop in the car. I'll take you all to a delicious place." Half an hour later, the four of them took the elevator up from the underground parking lot and entered a restaurant. Just by looking from the outside, it was evident that this establishment was not frequented by ordinary patrons. Qin Mo, spending money on his daughter was never a concern. This restaurant is renowned in the deep city. And Wu Yue was awestruck by its luxurious decor. "Miss Yi, is it really necessary to dine here?" The restaurant was located on the top floor of the building, offering a stunning view of the surrounding cityscape. "Hello, sir. Do you have a reservation?" Just as the four were about to step in, a well-dressed attendant appeared beside them. The attendant's demeanor was exceedingly respectful, with a smile adorning her face. Qin Mo, leading the group, exuded an air of sophistication that was unmistakably that of the affluent and distinguished. "We don't have a reservation. If there are no available tables, we can wait," he replied to Wu Yue, just as the attendant was about to continue. A voice exclaimed, "That it's you, Xiang Yushan." Wu Yue quickly turned upon hearing her name. Xiang Yushan, a classmate from her university days. During their 4 years together, they had little interaction, merely acquaintances who nodded at each other when they crossed paths. They scrutinized one another. Xiang Yushan wore a black professional outfit, a name badge pinned to her chest, clearly indicating her position at the restaurant, though she was evidently different from the other attendant. Manager, Chapter 97. Only 500,000. I thought it would be millions. Indeed, she was no ordinary employee. Upon seeing her approach, the nearby attendant quickly stepped aside, recognizing that this group of patrons knew the manager. "Are you here to dine?" Xiang Yushan glanced at the four, and her eyes brightened upon seeing Qin Mo, though her lips curled slightly upon noticing his attire. "Yes, but unfortunately, we have no reservation." Reservations are a must, especially since this is the most luxurious restaurant in the entire deep city. Not only must one reserve, but one must also be a member, as she spoke of the restaurant. Pride radiated from her. UAE, it seems you don't frequent such upscale establishments. This remark struck Wu UAE hard. How could a child from an ordinary family have the opportunity to dine here? It's only thanks to a friend that I am here. She was not oblivious to the condescension in her classmate's tone. But you, Xiang Yushan, working here is no small feat. That is indeed true. Every patron here holds a significant status. I wonder, manager, what are the requirements for obtaining a membership card at your restaurant? Qin Mo interjected, resolute in his intention to satisfy his daughter's desire to dine here. He had braved the Hongyuan mountain villa, so he certainly would not be intimidated by this restaurant, if possible. Please issue me a card right now. Our ingredients are all imported, and each carries a hefty price tag. Even the beverages are prestigious international brands, with chefs of the highest caliber. Are you certain you can afford such expenses? The disdain in her expression grew more pronounced. All right, why prolong the conversation? How much do I need to spend to get the card? Qin Mo observed how the manager's words implied that he and his companions were beneath the restaurant's standards, practically suggesting they were unworthy of a membership. Why don't you understand? Since you insist on making things difficult for yourselves, there is nothing I can do. Xiang Yushan feigned disappointment before continuing. Our membership card requires an annual expenditure of 300,000 at most, and a prepayment of 500,000 that I initially thought obtaining a membership card would cost millions. After she finished speaking, Qin Mo exhaled in relief, his expression suggesting that he felt reassured. Only a few 100,000. You scared me. Here, quickly issue me a membership card. My daughter has been starving. Xiang Yushan had thought that her words would deter them. Yet the handsome man before her casually pulled out a standard bank card and handed it over. Realizing they were undeterred, she accepted it begrudgingly and signaled to a nearby attendant, who promptly approached with a POS machine. Beep! A crisp sound echoed as the transaction successfully processed the 500,000 as Xiang Yushan was taken aback, unable to believe that this ordinary card could indeed process such an amount. The embarrassment was now hers. Yet, as a manager of a high-end restaurant, she quickly brushed it aside and addressed Qin Mo and the others. Esteemed guests, please follow me. This time, Xiang Yushan led the way in silence. Are you really going to eat here? From her classmate's previous demeanor, she surmised her guess had been correct. Such upscale restaurants came with exorbitant prices. Upon glancing at the menu, Wu Yue finally understood what Xiang Yushan had meant earlier. The meal for the four would exceed her 2-month salary. You two can order. What do you want? Daddy will order for you. Qin Xnxin sat beside him. Daddy, I want this, and this, and that. After perusing the menu for a brief moment, Qin Xnxin pointed out her selections. Qin Mo's memory was sharp. He noted her choices after just one mention. You all can order too. He raised his hand, and an attendant promptly approached. Sir, have you made your selections? He placed the order for his daughter and chose a few appetizers. The speed at which the upscale restaurant operated was impressive. They had not waited long before their dishes arrived. Though the flavors did not surpass those of Qin Deji's cooking, they were certainly unique. That's right. No one can compare to my father. Chapter 98. The stock market opens, continuing to invest. Monday, 9 o'clock. Qin Mo arrived at the leisure bar he had visited previously, that he found the environment there to be excellent, free from external disturbances. As 9:30 approached, signaling the start of the stock market trading hours. Qin Mo opened his stock portfolio. After 2 days of market closure, he observed a rapid decline in the stock he had purchased. Upon seeing this, his eyes lit up, having recently deposited another 5 million. He quickly set a price for a full BU-wide. It wasn't long before the stock hit its limit down. Satisfied, he ceased his focus on this stock. It was in line with his predictions. He began examining other stocks, believing that if his analysis was correct, this stock would experience 3 to 4 limit-up days in the upcoming days. While Qin Mo calmly reviewed the information, Hu Sherdwan, who had opened the account for him, felt quite differently. Oh no. The first day of the new work week, and her first client had again transferred 5 million. At this time, she refrained from shouting, which was preferable as such clients were best kept under her control. Her spirits lifted significantly. A big client. However, the good mood was fleeting. A minute before the market opened, Hu Sherdwan felt her heart racing with anxiety. How could she not be nervous? As time ticked closer, her arms involuntarily tensed up. This moment, she began to empathize with the sentiments of the stock traders. Previously, she had found their plight amusing. Although within a minute of the market opening, stocks commenced their descent, it was at this juncture that she noticed a change in Qin Mo's account. 0.5 million in capital vanished in an instant. Madman. Observing Qin Mo, who still sought to buy at the lowest price despite the circumstances, she felt a mix of admiration and concern. 10 minutes later, the funds in his account were once again reduced to zero, yielding over 7,000 shares. Initially apprehensive, Hu Shuang watched as Qin Mo poured another substantial amount into the market, in stark contrast to her own meager 20,000. Her earlier fervor gradually subsided. Throughout the day, whenever she found a moment, she would check the stock. In the morning, the stock remained stagnant, leading Hu Shuang to believe her investment had been ensnared. It wasn't until the last half hour before the market closed in the afternoon that the stock began to rebound. Just moments before the market's closure, it hit the upper limit. During the stock's ascent, Hu Shuang deliberated whether to take action, but ultimately chose to hold back. That moment, she hurriedly calculated her earnings. Upon completing her calculations, she glanced at Qin Mo's account and found herself breathless. The profit he made in a single day was something she could only dream of achieving in a lifetime. Is this what capital entails? After fully investing, Qin Mo did not revisit the stock. He had a profound understanding of the information in his mind. It seemed that knowledge equated to wealth. If he was not mistaken, a major player had entered the arena. As long as he exited before they did, he would be fined. Of course, he must not be too greedy. If he were discovered and the major player withdrew early, he would be the one left in tears. It was 11 o'clock. Noticing the time, Qin Mo swiftly closed his laptop. After settling his accounts, he departed. He had not anticipated how swiftly time had flown. 2 hours had passed while he was engrossed in research. Although he no longer needed to personally oversee the kitchen and the shop, he still lacked sufficient staff to expand the business. Just as Qin Mo finished preparing lunch, he heard the door swing open. How delightful! Qin dashed in from outside, tossing her backpack aside at the entrance, clutching a sheet of drawing paper. She rushed towards Qin Mo, exclaiming, "Daddy, look! I just drew this at school." The drawing paper she held aloft depicted 3 figures. Qin's artistic skills had evidently surpassed her previous abilities, even exceeding those of some artists. What has Qin created? Qin Mo, still wearing his scarf, quickly intercepted his daughter as she approached. "You'll see once I take off my scarf." After Qin Mo removed his scarf and washed his hands, Qin eagerly handed over her drawing. "What is this?" Qin Mo inquired, observing the figures that unmistakably portrayed him, Yin and their daughter. "Daddy, you're so silly. This is a portrait of our family." She declared that I didn't teach her that. "I just found out myself." Yin, who had just approached, chimed in, her expression betraying her amusement. "Daddy, is it not a good drawing?" Qin, noticing Qin Mo's expression, hugged his leg and began to sway. "It's wonderful. Qin's drawing is the best." With that, Qin Mo squatted down and scooped her up. "It's time to eat. Daddy will make your favorite dish." Chapter 99, A Fortuitous Opening. Earning over $1 million at precisely 9 o'clock, Qin Mo returned to the leisure bar. For several consecutive days, a handsome young man had appeared, adding a vibrant touch to the establishment. The influx of customers surged, predominantly female, including both students and working professionals. "Mr. Qin, your seat has been reserved for you." The owner of the bar, a woman named Zhong Aoyu, initially suspected that Qin Mo's interest was in her. After all, she was also a beauty, faced with a man more handsome than many celebrities. She worried about how to respond should he express his feelings. However, as the days went by, she observed that aside from settling his bill, he remained engrossed in his laptop. Perhaps she had been overthinking. Today, as he settled into his seat, he removed his backpack and took out his laptop, his gaze fixed upon the screen. As Zhong Aoyu approached with drinks, she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Qin Mo's computer. What she saw startled her. A stock trading software, displaying thousands of shares. Given her own experience in trading stocks, she thought to check her own positions. That moment, hope blossomed in Zhong Aoyu's heart. She opened a stock trading application on her own computer, logging in just as trading time was approaching. Entering the stock number she had glimpsed, she was utterly stunned. Pulling out her phone, she calculated the figures and realized that, based on the current price, Qin Mo's stock was valued at over $8 million. Here was a young man on the brink of becoming a millionaire. In that moment, she understood that his interest lay not in her, but rather in the ambience of her establishment. Speaking of the atmosphere, even her friends who visited her bar expressed their admiration. Could this stock be a hidden gem? Should she investigate further? With no other customers in the bar, Zhong Aoyu contemplated her next move. Picking up a signature drink, she approached Qin Mo's table. "That I didn't order this," he remarked, puzzled by her presence. "That Mr. Qin, this is my treat. It's our signature drink, a token of gratitude for the patrons you've brought in these past few days," she replied, placing the beverage on his table and standing by expectantly. "Do you need anything else? I enjoy trading stocks as well, although I often find myself at a loss. Seeing your success, I wondered if you might share any tips or tricks." In Zhong Ao's mind, the substantial balance in Qin Mo's account indicated his prowess in trading. There are no secrets, really. It merely requires diligent research into stocks. Earning a bit of pocket change isn't too difficult, he explained. "Would it be possible for me to?" Zhong Ao's expression conveyed her eagerness. "Certainly. When this stock hits its upper limit, buy in, and then sell after 2 consecutive limit ups. However, this is purely my personal speculation. I cannot make any guarantees." Watching the bar owner leave with a smile, Qin Mo shook his head, knowing he could linger at this establishment a few more days. Once the stock truly began to skyrocket, he would find it challenging to remain undisturbed. As the market opened, the stock in Qin Mo's possession continued to rise, albeit modestly, influenced by the previous day's events. His shares were quickly absorbed, resulting in a profit exceeding 1 million. At this stage, such an amount had not yet drawn the attention of the major players, who likely assumed a retail investor was merely reacting to earlier market movements. This was precisely what the major players wished to see. Throughout the morning, the stock fluctuated without hitting the lower limit, confirming Qin Mo's belief that the major players were eyeing a significant opportunity. By 11:30, he had yet to make a move. When 2:30 in the afternoon arrived, he re-entered the leisure bar. Having discerned the major players' intentions, Qin Mo was determined to claim his share of the profits. Earlier, he had observed a continuous stream of retail investors selling, only to have their shares quickly snapped up. This time, he decided to invest 8 million more, bringing his total to over 16 million. His actions were closely monitored by Hu Shishwang, who, feeling the pressure, also prepared her trades. Previously, she had refrained from acting, believing Qin Mo's inaction signified caution. But upon witnessing his latest move, she eagerly followed suit, unwittingly netting half a month's salary. After lunch, Hu Shishwang took a moment to rest her head on her desk. Grateful for the office's air conditioning, she was keenly aware of her colleagues' movements, having tasted the sweet thrill of profit and now watched Qin Mo's account with bated breath, fearful of missing another opportunity. Her instincts proved correct. After a brief trip to the restroom, she returned to her desk, entered her password, and opened the trading software, only to be astounded by the changes in her client's account balance. So much. Was she imagining things? She quickly began counting. Over 16 million. He had just transferred in another 8 million. At this realization, Hu Shishwang understood that her client was poised for a significant maneuver. She quickly rose to fill her cup with water, glancing at the clock. There were still 20 minutes to go. After contemplating for a moment, Hu Shishwang picked up her phone and dialed a familiar number. "Juanzi, it's me. Could you lend me a few thousand? I'll pay you back in a couple of days." The voice on the other end belonged to her college roommate, Li Chengwan. Their relationship was solid, bolstered by the fact that Wan's family was well off, which prompted Hu Shishwang to make the call. Shuang, have you run into trouble? I'll transfer it right away." After a brief conversation, they hung up. 10,000 yuan arrived in her account. With just 10 minutes until the market opened, she felt relieved to have made it in time. Previously, there was a concern that if the two engaged in conversation for too long, they might miss this opportunity. They had been engrossed in their phones for an extended period. It was likely that Li Chengwan realized during their exchange that she had urgent matters to attend to, prompting her to chat briefly before hanging up. Chapter 100. Seizing the moment. I want a piece of the pie. Success or failure rests on this. Gazing at the over 120,000 in her account, Hu Shishwang clenched her fists in anxiety. Just when Hu Shishwang believed there would be no action today, the market, which had just been fluctuating, suddenly plummeted dramatically. Within mere minutes, it hit the limit down. At that moment, Qin Mo made his move. The stock that had just reached its limit down began to rebound slightly after the influx of capital, but was soon suppressed again in a conference room of a certain building. Several computers were set up, each with an individual seated before it. Nearby, a young man and a middle-aged man were just uncorking a bottle of red wine, preparing to celebrate when a sudden exclamation from the trader in front of the computer nearly caused the young man to drop the wine. "Boss, someone has entered the market." The young man set down the wine and rushed over. He was Chun Yuda, the heir of the Qin Group. Even his father was unaware of this, let alone the board members. Is the incoming capital substantial? Quickly suppress it. Upon seeing the stock begin to rebound, Qin Yuda hastily instructed. Not much, less than 20 million. That upon hearing this figure, Qin Yuda finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been terrified just moments ago, as he was leveraging this opportunity to withdraw 500 million from the company's funds. The middle-aged man beside him, Wu Jingqing, was a renowned figure in the stock market. When he intervened, Qin Yuda would owe him 30% of the profits. Qin Yuda had met Wu Jingqing at a banquet, where Wu had stated that this was an opportunity that depended on one's courage. Claiming he could multiply the funds in hand by 1.5 times. Trusting his words, Qin Yuda decided to take the plunge, especially since his father had entrusted him with a business deal involving a staggering 500 million. Combining the two amounts, the potential profits were too tempting to resist. After the deal, he would stand to gain over 100 million. How could he not be tempted? His allowance from home was already insufficient. Thus he had to find ways to earn more. Mr. Wu, this won't be affected, will it? Qin Yuda inquired anxiously. Previously, he had heard Wu Jingqing mention that the maximum capital was 500 million, and now an additional 20 million had appeared. Qin Yuda was apprehensive that this might disrupt their plans. He had transitioned from skepticism to complete belief. Now, this stock was entirely under his control. According to Wu Jingqing, after today, they would no longer have to live in fear. They could simply lay back and count their profits. To say there will be no impact would be unrealistic. However, we will earn a few million less. Wu Jingqing's foresight proved accurate, as by the close of trading, they still had 20 million in capital. Damn it, I know who it is. If not, I'll make him regret it. With a loss of 2 million, Qin Yuda was understandably displeased. Let us drink, stop overthinking it. The big profits are ours. Let a bit of the smaller gains go to others. Wu Jingqing maintained a different mindset, relieved that no one else had entered the market this time. Otherwise, he would have struggled to secure this substantial fortune. After this, he could retire comfortably. In the remaining time, he needed to keep a close watch on the stock market, ensuring his retirement funds remained intact. That if Wu Jingqing were content, it would surely be disingenuous. After all, he had prepared in advance, and just as he was about to reap the rewards, someone had stepped in unexpectedly. He would certainly be displeased that on Wednesday, once the market opened, this stock surged to its limit up in just a few short minutes. Those eager to invest could only watch as others profited. Thursday was even more frenzied, leaving no time for anyone to react before hitting the limit up again. With consecutive days of limit ups, investors began to realize they were dealing with a bull stock, and they started to inquire about the reasons behind its meteoric rise. That on the final trading day of the week, Qin Mo placed several orders for the stocks he held, each differing by mere cents. After days of preparation, the stock suddenly soared post-limit up, prompting some sell orders to emerge in the market. Those who were slow to react found that these orders had vanished before their eyes. The stock market truly moved swiftly, observing over 21 million in his account. Having initially invested 15 million, he had made over 600,000 in profit, equivalent to the net income from 3 of his stores over 8 days. What more could he desire? At this moment, Qin Mo pulled out a notebook and opened it, revealing records of various stocks alongside his own annotations. Among them, 3 stocks were circled, and one in particular had been circled multiple times. This stock was one involved in market capitalization management, bearing the highest risk, as it had no limit up or down. However, the mere fact that Qin Mo had noted it suggested it would rise in the near future. As for how much it would rise, only he knew. Observing the stock currently priced at 4,300 per share, he resolved to make a significant investment. Why fear it? Just an hour had passed since the market opened. After contemplating briefly, Qin Mo decided to invest all the funds in his account. With over 20 million entering the market, the stock immediately rose by $2. Noticing several individuals circling around the store owner, Qin Mo realized his assumption was correct. These people were all friends of Zhong Aoyu. Upon learning that a stock expert had appeared in her store, they had all rushed over, eager to make a quick profit. Initially, Qin Mo was unconcerned, but soon the number of individuals swelled from a few to a dozen, and then even to dozens. This was no different from what he had witnessed at the securities firm when he saw his ex-wife's brother. They would soon be cut down like wheat. After leaving the leisure bar, Hu Shuang at the securities firm was in a different situation. She had followed Qin Mo from the beginning and even borrowed 100,000. Now, after deducting her principal and fees, her earnings stood at over 55,000, a sum equivalent to nearly a year's worth of her salary. just as she was hesitating about whether to repay Li Qingwan. A change occurred in Qin Mo's account that in that brief moment, the stock rose slightly. Following Qin Mo in purchasing stocks, Hu Shuang began to study the stock market, understanding the implications behind this particular stock. Chapter 101. A heavy bet. This is my brother-in-law. Yet another dollar increase. Seeing that her hesitation had only lasted a moment before the stock surged again, Hu Shuang bit her lip and decided to follow Qin Mo's lead, investing her entire account. When had she become so bold? Watching her successful transaction, there was no time for regret that if she wanted to sell, the earliest opportunity would be the following Monday when the market reopened. With nearly 200,000 invested in such a high-risk stock, Hu Shuang found herself too engrossed to seek out clients or call old customers with stock recommendations. Why would she, when making money, felt so good? Aside from the break, she dedicated all her attention to monitoring the stock's fluctuations. Her colleagues in the office noticed her unusual behavior. Thankfully, while observing the stock, she hadn't opened her own account or her clients. Hu Beauty, are you researching this stock? A colleague who walked by saw the stock and shook his head. Buying such stocks is a one-way ticket to disaster. Seeing Hu Shuang so fixated, anyone with a discerning eye would understand she must have invested something. Otherwise, why would she be so anxious? It's rising. Every slight increase brought Hu Shuang's secret joy. Until the market closed today, her smile had not faded. Could it be that the stock was genuinely climbing? As her colleague departed, he could not help but recall how he and others had previously criticized her. It seemed they would soon be eating their words. Not much, it's up $5. Hu Shuang declared, though internally she was elated. Even if she sold the following Monday, she would still make a considerable profit. With 18 million resting in her account, after deducting her classmate's 10 million and her own 2 million. She had earned 60,000 in just a short week. $5 were no small feat, exceeding 10%. No, it was more than that, as it had previously risen by $3. The colleague quickly realized, having checked the opening price earlier, that this equated to nearly 2 limit ups. Lucky you. How much did you invest? Seeing a fellow office worker profiting, it was impossible not to feel envious. 2 million. All my savings. Hu Shuang refrained from divulging the details of her financial predicament. Otherwise, people would think she was mad. Borrowing money to trade stocks was something only a lunatic would do. 2 million was still commendable, yielding a few thousand in income. After the colleague finished speaking, he noticed Hu Shuang's lack of response and left. The earlier individual clearly expected her to treat everyone to Hu Shuang was no fool. She pretended not to understand his intention. It seemed she would have to be even more discreet in the future. If just a few thousand could provoke such reactions, what would happen if they discovered she had earned tens of thousands? Not to mention, she would likely earn even more next week than on June 8th. As Ying was preparing to step out for lunch, her phone vibrated in her pocket. Upon glancing at it, a smile spread across her face. Tianxiao, what brings you to call your sister at this hour? Sister, are you in Shenzhen? A youthful male voice resonated. Yes, I am in Shenzhen. How did you know? Ying recalled that she had not disclosed her whereabouts to anyone except for her father. Huaming District? The voice on the other end continued to inquire. You seem to know quite a bit. Is there something you need? Ying realized that her father had betrayed her, and she fervently hoped that woman would remain oblivious. Sister, rest assured, father only informed me. Sister, are you familiar with the Chinese restaurant here? Just as Ying had locked the door and was holding Qin Xin's hand, her expression transformed into one of sheer delight upon hearing this. Isn't the Chinese restaurant owned by Qin Mo? Surely, there can't be another one in Huaming District. Nevertheless, Ying still asked, is that the one? Yes, indeed, it's the one situated near the food street. This time, Ying felt assured. Sister, as long as you know, this restaurant serves exquisite dishes. I'm currently in line, so hurry over. After hanging up the phone, Ying couldn't help but shake her head, realizing that her brother Yi Tianxiao's character had remained unchanged. Teacher Yi, who just called? Qin Xin inquired, grasping Yi Yin's hand. That IT was my brother. He said he wants to treat me to a meal at your father's restaurant. At this point, even Yi Yin couldn't suppress a chuckle. Teacher Yi, why don't you quickly call my father? Otherwise, we might not get to eat today. The current popularity of Qin's restaurant made it clear that simply wanting to dine there was not enough. With that thought in mind, Yin opened her phone to dial Qin Mo's number. Beep, beep. After just a few rings, the call connected to Yin. You've arrived already? That was fast. He recalled that he had just hung up the phone. How could she have arrived so quickly? Not me. My brother is waiting in line downstairs and wants to treat me to a meal, Yin hurriedly explained, feeling a bit embarrassed herself, fearing that the two of them might not meet amicably. Little brother-in-law, I understand. Who is Mr. Tian Xiao? In the lobby of Qin's restaurant, a server descended from the second floor, addressing the customers waiting in line. I am. A handsome young man stood up, gazing quizzically at the server approaching him. Since you are Mr. Tian Xiao, please follow me. Excuse me, what about my classmates? Yi Tianxiao gestured towards the few individuals beside him. They can come along. As the group followed the server upstairs, one of the young women remarked, Tianxiao, are you using the back entrance? Indeed, who would have thought you knew someone here? Otherwise, we would still be waiting indefinitely. The trio were all classmates of Yi Tianxiao, now in their final year of university. This trip to Shenzhen was for an internship at a company. Yi Tianxiao, not one to shy away from spending, had been longing for the delicacies of Qin's restaurant since his last visit. Now that he was back in Shenzhen, he couldn't resist the urge to impress his classmates. Upon their arrival, however, they realized they had underestimated the situation, as a throng of people stood in line ahead of them. By the time their turn arrived, they might have to combine lunch and dinner into one meal. If it were just the few of them, it would be manageable, but he had boasted to his sister about the arrangements. As he pondered how to explain things to Yi, a twist of fate occurred. If I said I didn't know anyone here, you definitely wouldn't believe it. Soon, the four entered a private room. Upon entering, they noticed there was no number on the door. Chapter 102. An unexpected reunion. So it turns out he is my brother-in-law. After the server led them in, they left without asking what dishes they would like to order. Yi Tianxiao, you weren't joking earlier, were you? The three suddenly recalled that Yi Tianxiao had mentioned he had no acquaintances here while ascending the stairs. That I am being serious. Do you need me to fabricate a story for you to believe me? Miss Yi, they are inside. The voice of the server emerged again. All right, you can now inform your boss to come over. A melodious female voice rang out. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxiao immediately stood up, striding towards the entrance. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a young woman who bore a striking resemblance to Yi Tianxiao. Following her was a little girl, who upon growing up would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. Another young woman entered afterward, sister. Upon seeing Yi, the previously arrogant expression on Yi Tianxiao's face instantly softened. If you didn't bother to give me a heads up, otherwise you can forget about dining today. Yi approached, gazing sternly at Yi Tianxiao. How was I to know this place would be so bustling? At that moment, Yi Tianxiao seemed to recall something and continued, Wait, sister, how did you arrive so swiftly? You don't happen to know anyone from this establishment, do you? What do you think? With your connections, I would have starved to death. These are your classmates. Have a seat. The dishes will be served shortly. Upon entering, the three stood up out of politeness. Yi quickly urged everyone to sit down, casting a glance at the empty table. She then turned to the nearby server and said, How come there is not even a cup of tea? If the boss finds out, you'll lose your wages. Hurry up and go, before he arrives. Yi chastised the server nearby, causing the young man's face to pale as he began to panic. Thank you, Miss Yi, I'll go right away. He replied hurriedly before turning and practically sprinting out. How could he have forgotten this? This was explicitly instructed by the boss, and he realized she was a friend of the boss's girlfriend. The server understood that if the boss found out, his pay would surely be docked, and he feared he might even be dismissed. Miss, what is this? Observing Yi reprimanding the server, it was as if she were a superior instructing a subordinate. What about this? At that moment, Wu Yue pointed to the departing server and said, Your sister knows the owner here. Yi Tianxiao introduced his classmates to Yi. Stop standing about. The dishes are here. Just then, three servers entered, each carrying a dish that emanated an enticing aroma, invigorating everyone, everyone here. As the table was set with 9 dishes and a soup, Qin Mo also appeared at the door. Qin boss, what brings you here? Upon seeing Qin Mo, Yi Tianxiao quickly rose to his feet. Ah, Yi, the beautiful lady. Your relationship is so close that even your brother is unaware. Wu Yue couldn't help but chuckle at this situation, which left Yi Tianxiao feeling utterly bewildered. However, he soon gleaned valuable information from the woman's words, realizing that his sister had a good rapport with Qin Mo. What is going on here? Yi Tianxiao glanced between the two at this charming young man. Let me enlighten you. The Qin boss you speak of is your sister's boyfriend. You all at this moment. Yi Tianxiao's expression resembled that of someone who had seen a ghost. He couldn't fathom that his sister had begun dating. Angered, he stormed off without even having a meal, realizing that his sister was already in a relationship. Haha, little brother-in-law, I hope that's acceptable. Qin Mo had not anticipated that the situation would take such a humorous turn, that if this young man was indeed his brother-in-law, it meant that the middle-aged man from earlier was his father-in-law. They had come to scout the territory, and thankfully, he hadn't been too rude, that if there had been any missteps, it was merely that he hadn't stayed to dine with them. Yet at that time, he had been oblivious. Thus, all his worries were unwarranted. Brother Qin. Yi Tianxiao hadn't foreseen that he had previously considered enticing Qin Mo away with a high salary. Now they were nearly family. Discussing money would surely sour their relationship. Unaware of the prior thoughts, he urged his brother-in-law to taste a dish that was his sister's favorite. Qin Mo moved closer, taking a seat beside Yi Tianxiao, and began serving him food with the communal chopsticks. Thank you, I can manage. Yi Tianxiao's three classmates were astounded. Initially, upon seeing Qin Mo, they had never encountered such a handsome man before. Now, learning he was their classmate's brother-in-law, they recalled the bustling nature of the restaurant, realizing the owner was not someone to be trifled with. What brings you to Shenzhen? One of Yi Tianxiao's classmates inquired that I simply do not wish to adhere to familial arrangements. It's that straightforward. Yi Tianxiao's father had only him as a son, and furthermore, would their mother agree to such arrangements? Although they shared the same father, their relationship had always been amicable. What else could she care about besides money? I have grown up now. The moment Yi Tianxiao mentioned their mother, his expression shifted dramatically. Let us not discuss me, sister. You've surprisingly kept your relationship under wraps. Had it not been for Father's revelation, I wouldn't have believed it. Sister, truthfully, I approve of this brother-in-law. As he spoke, Yi Tianxiao seemed to have an epiphany and suddenly broke into laughter. Brother-in-law, let us have a toast. He picked up the wine jug from the table and filled 2 glasses to the brim. Let me tell you, my brother-in-law is a top-notch chef. The last time my father dined on his culinary creations, he couldn't stop praising them. Seeing the 3 classmates seated idly, Yi Tianxiao promptly urged them to partake in the dishes. Upon realizing that Qin Mo was to become his future brother-in-law, Yi Tianxiao felt at ease and unreserved. Whenever he had the chance, he would undoubtedly visit the Qin family restaurant. However, he was mindful of his manners and didn't bring along everything at once. Chapter 103. Son, who is this young lady? Over the course of the past half-month, precisely 15 working days, the capital that Qin Mo had invested in the stock market had multiplied several times. What began as an investment of 15 million had escalated to over 100 million. Thus, Qin Mo's bank account now held a staggering 120 million, that this sum was barely enough to purchase a decent villa in the Shenzhen market. Nevertheless, Qin Mo felt ready to proceed with his next plan. As for Hu Shirduan, who had been following Qin Mo's lead in accumulating wealth, she had invested her entire savings of 180,000 into stock management just 2 weeks prior. When the new trading week commenced, the stock soared, doubling its value within 2 days, transforming her funds into over 360,000. As Tuesday approached the market close, she witnessed Qin Mo liquidate his holdings and hurriedly followed suit. Indeed, the next day, the stock plummeted, falling below 50 yuan in just 1 day. Qin Mo seized the opportunity once more, reinvesting his entire sum. Fortunately for Hu Shirduan, she managed to secure a portion amidst the large orders. This time, she was even more exhilarated, having invested a significant sum that she had previously only dared to dream about. When the market opened on Thursday, the stock exhibited a vigorous upward trend, reaching over 110 yuan. Hu Shirduan, thinking it would continue to rise, saw Qin Mo begin to sell off his shares and quickly followed his lead. This time, having learned from her previous experience, she purchased at a slightly lower price than Qin Mo. This maneuver effectively doubled her funds to 720,000. Upon seeing the balance in her account, Hu Shirduan immediately transferred out 100,000 to repay her classmates. However, her colleagues in the office remained oblivious to her financial gains. She dared not let anyone find out, as her actions were already a breach of regulations. Yet, everyone turned a blind eye, as her trading account was still under her family's name. If she were to engage in such activities once more, she would resign without hesitation. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Qin Mo's account fluctuated once again, still within the same stock that Hu Shirduan quickly began placing her orders, managing to secure shares at a price 2 yuan higher than Qin Mo's. She felt satisfied, confident that her earlier judgments would yield profitable returns. Friday proved to be the most exhilarating day. The stock fluctuated between 50 and 80 yuan, resembling a roller coaster ride. However, ultimately stabilized as the price approached 90 yuan in the afternoon. Hu Shirwan promptly set her order at 91 yuan. Within mere seconds, upon seeing her transaction successful, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Glancing at her account, now exceeding 1 million, she quickly surveyed the area, ensuring no one had noticed her. She printed out her resignation letter. This was her plan. Although staying with Qin Mo could lead to even greater earnings, she was now fearful. This path could lead to complications that it was better to know when to stop. July 1st marked the beginning of the summer break for schools across the country. A few days prior, Qin Mo received a phone call informing him that his parents would be arriving the next day. Upon learning this, Yin became quite anxious, realizing that stock matters would have to be set aside. Knowing that Qin Mo's parents were coming, she began cleaning a day in advance. The spare room had been thoroughly scrubbed, and even after peeling off paint, she felt compelled to clean it once more. Fortunately, he was not home. Otherwise, she would have been utterly embarrassed. Her school had also closed a couple of days earlier. "Miss Yi, are you really this nervous?" In the living room, Wu Yue and Qin Xinxin were munching on sunflower seeds while watching a drama, unable to tolerate Yi Yin's incessant pacing before them. "Yes, Teacher Yi, you've been at it since morning, and it's almost dinner time. My grandparents are very kind, so Xinxin will help you out when they arrive." Witnessing Yi Yin drenched in sweat made Qin Xinxin feel sympathetic. Xinxin is reliable, unlike some people who only know how to eat and do nothing. "Hey, Miss Yi, it's you meeting the parents, not me. Don't drag me into this. It's summer vacation, and you should be resting and enjoying your shows." "Xinxin, hurry and call your father." "What are we having for dinner?" "I'm starving." The mention of food revitalized Qin Xinxin. "All right. I'm so hungry. I'll ask right away for the culinary training." 8 chefs were ready to graduate, eagerly awaiting the opening of the dumpling shop's branch. This was part of Qin Mo's plan to expand into the physical industry. First conquering the food sector in Shenzhen before considering other ventures that a month ago, he had heeded Ding Jinny's advice and commenced training chefs for the dumpling shop that on the afternoon of July 2nd. A sleek black G-Class vehicle parked along the roadside near the bus station. Inside sat 2 individuals, Yi Yin and Qin Xinxin. The Wu Yue, having arrived earlier at the Qin family restaurant, was unaware of their presence. Meanwhile, Qin Mo had already entered the bus station. At 3 o'clock, Wang Lanhui and Qin Onghua emerged from the passenger passage, each burdened with several bags. "Mom and Dad, you only needed to bring some essentials," Qin Mo said, rushing to assist them with their luggage. "Not much, just your and Xinxin's favorite foods. Besides, these items are hard to come by in the big city." Noticing that his parents appeared to have gained a bit of weight, he couldn't help but smile. "Son, where's your car?" Upon exiting the station, Qin Onghua looked around but failed to spot it, promptly inquiring, "Did you buy a new vehicle?" As Qin Mo headed toward a large black car, his parents froze in place. Although Qin Onghua wasn't particularly knowledgeable about cars, he recognized the emblem, Mercedes-Benz. The mere sight of the imposing vehicle left him awestruck, unable to fathom its cost, which undoubtedly surpassed that of their previous car. "Was it over 600,000? Wang Lanhui cautiously asked. "No, 1 million. Seeing her son shake his head, her heart raced with excitement. "Not that either. Forget about it for now. Just get in the car." Noticing their hesitance, clearly apprehensive about scratching the vehicle, the car door swung open, revealing Qin Xinxin stepping out, followed by a striking young woman. "Hello, Uncle and Annie. Let me take your bags." Wang Lanhui and Qin Onghua stood in astonishment. Yi Yin approached to retrieve their bags. Chapter 104. I didn't misjudge. This is your shop. The arrival of Yi Yin made them forget all about the car. They were captivated by her presence, almost like puppets being led into the vehicle. "Grandpa and Grandma, what's wrong?" Once inside, Qin Xinxin noticed her grandparents in a daze and promptly shook their arms. "Don't worry, Grandma. She is truly beautiful." Unable to contain herself, Wang Lanhui finally spoke. "Xinxin, who is this young lady?" Leaning closer to Qin Xinxin, she whispered that "She's my teacher, Miss Yin." Upon hearing this, their expressions dimmed momentarily. However, the subsequent revelation from their granddaughter rekindled their interest. "She's also my son's girlfriend." Qin Xinxin winked at Yi Yin, who had turned her head. "Young lady, is my son pursuing you?" Wang Lanhui's voice trembled with excitement. Her first impression of Yi Yin was overwhelmingly positive, far superior to that of Hai Lan. Annie, you've got it all wrong. Yi Yin's cheeks flushed instantly upon hearing Wang Lanhui's comment. Stealing a glance at Qin Mo, she finally spoke. What, this time? It was Qin Ongwa who was taken aback. His son had always been quite popular with girls, yet this was the first time he had encountered a young woman as stunning as Yi Yin pursuing him. Young lady, my son must have burned incense for 8 lifetimes to meet someone like you. Initially, he had feared that his son might be the one chasing after her, worried that she would resent becoming a stepmother. Now, it seemed that if his son consented, it was a done deal. Wang Lanhui began to daydream happily. As Yi Yin settled in her seat, Wang Lanhui nudged Qin Ongwa playfully. Look at you, staring at the young lady. You're making her shy. I thought Qin Ongwa stole a glance at the front-facing Yi Yin, ultimately opting for silence. That it seemed he was caught in the crossfire. His wife had been the most enthusiastic, practically glued to the seat beside her. Ha! Grandpa is being scolded by Grandma. Meanwhile, Qin, eager to stir the pot, added fuel to the fire. Exactly. Look at how sweet my granddaughter is. Upon exiting the vehicle, Qin Ongwa quickly realized they were still on the street and promptly asked, Grandpa, are we eating right here? As Qin stepped out, she grabbed her grandparents' hands and led them inside. That we can't waste money like this. Gazing at the elegantly decorated establishment, which boasted over 100 patrons outside, Wang Lanhui and Qin Ongwa had already come to terms with the fact that they were riding in a vehicle worth over 2 million. After an hour-long journey, at least half of it was spent admonishing Qin Mo, emphasizing that even though he had money, it should be used for meaningful pursuits. Investing in a home was far more prudent than splurging on a car. Uncle and aunt, this shop belongs to your son Qin Mo. Yi Yin approached, gently grasping Wang Lanhui's hand as she spoke. Can this rascal's business be thriving so well? Stepping inside, she noticed a considerable number of people queuing. If her assumptions were correct, nearly 200 individuals were waiting to dine. Back in her hometown, the best establishments would only have a line of a dozen or so. Fortunately, the two of them were unaware that some latecomers, upon seeing the already formed queue, would choose to leave voluntarily. Such is the wisdom of experience. Only loyal customers would be aware, but the front desk typically informs everyone, advising them not to waste their time here. Is this truly my son's establishment? Qin Ongwa gazed into the first floor's hall, where not a single table remained vacant. His previously animated expression was now replaced with one of shock. Indeed. How could I have forgotten this? Even after having dined here several times, it had lingered in my mind. Not to mention others with such culinary skills, if the business were to falter, that would indeed be a travesty. Grandfather and grandmother, let us ascend to the upper floor for our meal at this moment. The staff in the shop noticed Qin Mo walking ahead, accompanied by the little princess of the owner, who was holding the hands of the two elders. The more astute employees promptly approached. Hello, uncle and aunt. Upon seeing the employees of her son's establishment greeting them, the couple could discern that these staff members were well-trained and possessed commendable qualities. Chapter 105. The Pitfall of Sisterhood. The ex-wife on the brink of ruin. On the 1st of July, a Monday, some rejoiced while others lamented. In the Deep Sea Bay community, Unit 2201 Building B, a woman clad in designer attire, bearing a weary visage, had yet to remove her makeup. Her face was contorted in anger as she shouted at the two individuals before her. Seated on the sofa were a young man and a middle-aged woman. Why must you meddle in the stock market and even drag your mother into it? The woman nearly screamed. She was Qin Mo's ex-wife, Hai Lan. The two sitting on the sofa were her mother, Hu Lingzhu, and her younger brother, Hai Yuejing. That I did not wish for this either. Hu Lingzhu, noticing her daughter's pallor from fury, began to panic. That aren't you usually so confident? Speak up now, she glared at her brother, who sat with his head down, silent. Were he not her own brother, Hai Lan would have been tempted to stab him with a knife. Sister, I didn't want this either. When I was making money at first, you had nothing to say. Hai Yuejing, unable to endure his sister's accusations, retorted. You may use your own money for trading, and I have no objections. However, why did you use mine and even mortgage my 8 shops? Since the opening of the bun shop, she had merely been lying back and collecting money, her only task to reconcile the accounts. Yet half a month prior, her mother, Hu Lingzhu, suddenly suggested that one shop was too few and, seeing her daughter toil so hard, insisted on distributing several more shops to her and her brother to oversee together. Over the past month, her mother had been leaving early and returning late. Thinking her mother had improved, she had relaxed her vigilance. focusing solely on managing her own shop. But by the time she realized the situation, it was already too late. You two have some audacity, learning to leverage financing. Hailan truly wished to ignore them both. Yet, as family, it was impossible to do so without repercussions. That if she turned a blind eye, their lives would be ruined. That if she engaged with them, her own shops would be sold off at a loss. Returning to her previous lifestyle seemed a distant dream. Tenfold. The thought of her useless brother and mother losing $1 million in leverage, their funds trapped, being mercilessly cut by the market, ultimately leading to forced liquidation, filled her with rage. 8 shops had been mortgaged for a total of $20 million, then leveraged to invest in the stock market, only to be devoured by competitors without leaving a ripple. You two are impressive, losing $40 million in just half a month, and now the bank another $20 million. That are you trying to take my life? Hailan resolved to transfer several shops. Sister, please help me. I am your own brother. Seeing Hailan's prolonged silence, he feared she would forsake him and quickly began to plead. You still dare to speak after losing hundreds of thousands and not knowing when to stop. Fine. Who told you both to be my relatives? From now on, you shall remain at home, and you, after this matter, are not to go anywhere but to work in my shop. Upon hearing this, both of them burst into laughter. Once Hailan finished speaking, her expression soured. No, how can I be a mere employee? Why not give me a shop to manage? Indeed, daughter, I do not wish to stay at home. After much inner turmoil, Hailan had finally made a decision, but upon hearing their words, her expression changed. Her voice trembled as she questioned, Are you both intent on squandering our last assets, leaving us to beg on the streets? Enough of your chatter. You two shall not come to my shop anymore. That go find your own jobs. Do whatever you wish. I am exhausted with that. Hailan retreated to her bedroom, slamming the door shut. Mother, what shall we do? Hai Yuejing looked anxiously at his mother. If his sister were to ignore him from now on, he could not fathom what life would be like. To Hu Lingzhu, thinking like a rural woman, did not realize that her daughter was now far from her former self. She was currently contacting a lawyer to assist in transferring the shops, hoping to gather $2 million. That lawyer Lin, I need to trouble you with something. Lin Jiaji, preparing to dine with a client, initially hesitated to answer Hailan's call. Since her transition, Lin Jiaji was no longer a dedicated lawyer, effectively severing a long-term source of income. However, he still received occasional inquiries from her for consulting fees that were a mere fraction of his previous earnings. Better to answer and see what she has to say. After all, no one turns away from money. With that thought, he excused himself from the table, saying to the client, General Tang, I apologize, I need to take this call. After greeting, he stepped outside. Hailan, why are you calling me at this time? Upon seeing the other party answer, Hailan felt a wave of relief. She was uneasy about seeking help from other lawyers. That I have several shops that need to be transferred, aiming to gather $15 million. To hearing this, Lin Jiaji chuckled. No problem, just send me the information, and I will help you make the necessary contacts. This could be a substantial transaction. If successful, I could earn over 100,000 in fees. That I appreciate your assistance, Lawyer Lin. However, the transfer price will likely be significantly lowered. Nonetheless, it cannot be worse than what my mother and brother have mortgaged. As for the mortgage shops, I have given up on those. Chapter 106. Wealth from the stock market. Astonishment abounds. Typically, a shop's value hovers around $5 million. Hailan had previously purchased these shops outright. She was taking a gamble, believing in the lasting profits from the secret recipe. However, she never anticipated having 2 burdensome relatives. Currently, she still possessed 7 shops. If the prices were favorable, she might retain 3. Reflecting on this, she felt a surge of anger and raised her phone, preparing to hurl it, but ultimately restrained herself. Times had changed, and as long as the 3 remaining shops maintained normal operations, there remained a chance for a resurgence. Just as Qin Mo finished preparing the meal, his phone vibrated on the dining table, ringing insistently. Ding Jinai, IT was a call from one of his subordinates. At this moment a call. Aren't they usually so busy? Noticing that they were about to eat, Wang Lanhui remarked, It's probably just them reporting on work matters. Qin Mo answered the call, pressing the button to connect. Did I ask this rascal subordinate? Wang Lanhui inquired of Yin beside her. Yes, the manager of this establishment, also a subordinate of Qin's elder brother. She had seen the caller ID light up. Qin boss, good news. Done in a small private room. Even without the speakerphone, everyone could hear the male voice followed by laughter. And they all perked up their ears. Have you found the location? Qin Mo replied calmly. And no wonder you are the boss. I hadn't even mentioned it, and you already guessed. Seeing his expression, Qin Mo remained unfazed. Ding Jinny felt somewhat defeated, yet the good news was still forthcoming. Hearing your excitement, does that mean there is even better news? At this moment, Qin Mo had no secrets left to conceal. Only this little? Is it little? There are still over a dozen such shops available, but surely there are competitors as well. Ding Jinny calculated based on the funds in the account. Previously, Qin Mo had withdrawn 15 million, and later noticed he had purchased a new car, so he did not include that amount in his calculations. Currently, the funds in the account exceeded 37 million. Qin Mo was now opening a separate account to distinguish it from his personal account, where all expenditures for the shops and employee salaries would flow. This created a situation where Ding Jinny was unaware of how much money Qin Mo had left. The more shops, the better. I want to complain about having too few. Ideally, I want more than 10. With a single call from Qin Mo, everyone paused to look at him. But our account only has 37 million. Cough. Just as Qin Ongwa lifted his bowl to sip the soup, he suddenly choked. At his age, how could he still choke on soup? Wang Longwei quickly rose to pat the old man's back. I didn't mean to. You heard what that manager under your son just said. It was all about millions from the very start. After taking a deep breath, Qin Ongwa felt somewhat better. As for money, you need not worry that I will transfer 100 million to you shortly. Your task is to spend it wisely. Now Qin Mo was well aware that money generates more money rapidly. Keeping it stagnant in a bank account would merely benefit the bank. However, he had not considered the other individuals present in the private room when he uttered those words. Son, how did you amass such wealth? With the earlier mentioned sum, Qin Mo's fortune had surged to 1.5 billion. It was astonishing how quickly that had escalated, prompting concern among everyone. All right, that's settled. Noticing the worried expressions on everyone's faces, Qin Mo hastily ended the call. Qin Dashuai, you haven't engaged in any illegal activities, have you? Earlier, when Qin Mo's parents entered the private room, they spotted a young woman seated inside. Overall, she was slightly less striking than Yin, yet still quite attractive. It nearly led them to misinterpret the situation, thinking their son was juggling two relationships. Fortunately, Wu Yue clarified in time. Otherwise, Qin Mo would have faced a reprimand. Now, upon overhearing Qin Mo's conversation with his subordinate, Wu Yue calculated based on information she had previously gleaned from him and found it hard to reconcile the figure of 100 million. Thus, upon hearing Qin Mo mention the additional 100 million, she was the first to express her astonishment. Son, is what Miss Wu said true? Initially, upon witnessing their son's remarkable progress, they were already quite satisfied. Now, their hearts raced in disbelief. Do not fret. All this money is from legitimate earnings. Observing the expressions on his parents' faces, Qin Mo first sought to calm their emotions. His composed demeanor instilled confidence in them, allowing them to settle back down. Speak, we are all ears. This money was earned from the stock market. You all understand now, don't you? Qin Mo refrained from elaborating further, initially providing a justification. Curiously, Qin Xinshin interjected. Daddy, what is the stock market, and what does 100 million even mean? Her inquiry served as a reminder to everyone that in the volatile world of stocks, one misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. If earning money were that simple, who would still need to work? Surely, they were aware of their son's capabilities. Could he really generate 100 million from the stock market? That would be miraculous. Previously, his culinary skills were commendable, but Qin Gu, please don't fabricate stories. Everyone is worried about you. At that moment, Yin expressed her concern that it seems no matter what I say, you all remain skeptical. Just take a look for yourselves. To dispel their doubts, Qin Mo realized he needed to present compelling evidence that he retrieved his phone and opened his stock trading account. This for real? Upon receiving Qin Mo's phone, Yin noted the seriousness etched across his face. She understood that what Qin Mo had just claimed was undoubtedly true. Nevertheless, she accepted the phone, knowing that even if she believed him, his parents were still present. Let me take a look at why Yin was aware of Qin Mo's intention in showing it to her first. Indeed, it was all earned within a month. The contrast between having not seen it before and witnessing it firsthand was beyond imagination. Yin quickly looked up at Qin Mo, as if he were a treasure. Let me see if you two are not conspiring to deceive me. Concerning her son, Wang Lanhui would not take Yin's word just because she was to become her daughter-in-law. Chapter 107. Just as he was about to sleep, his ex-wife's brother delivered a pillow. Could this be fabricated? Wang Lanwei swiftly skimmed through the information on the phone and then lifted her gaze to question Qin Mo that moment. Wu Yue approached, standing beside her to take a look as well. "Annie, this is genuine. If you don't believe me, check for yourself." As an educated individual, Wang Lanwei could not refute the facts presented by Wu Yue. Ultimately, she had to accept the reality. Her son had managed to extract 100 million from the stock market, a realm where fortunes could vanish without a trace. Once the authenticity of the news was confirmed, it struck not only the elder couple but also Yi Yin and Wu Yue hard. Only Qin Xin remained oblivious, having savored every dish laid out on the table. Wonderful. At that moment, Qin was suddenly burst into laughter, tears glistening in his eyes, as if something had touched a deep chord within him. "Old Qin, what is this?" Wang Lanwei noticed the tears welling in his eyes and asked with concern, "It's nothing. I'm just old and happy. Son, do you have any wine? Such a splendid occasion deserves a toast." Qin Mo did not immediately agree but glanced toward his mother. "Let him drink." This mattered sigh. Wang Lanwei seemed to have realized something, unable to suppress a sigh. "Annie and Uncle, I will go fetch it." Fetching wine was merely a matter of calling the waiter outside. Yi Yin, being resourceful, called Wu Yue to join her in retrieving the wine. "Dad, Mom." Seeing the two elders in tears after Yi Yin and Wu Yue stepped out, Qin Mo could only whisper, "Grandpa and Grandma, why are you crying all of a sudden? Did Daddy do something wrong? Should Xin help teach him a lesson?" The sudden tears from Qin Onghua and Wang Lanwei nearly made Xin burst into tears as well. Witnessing her grandparents' emotional outburst felt like a long-held restraint had been released. The couple's faces began to flush with vitality, as if rejuvenated by a decade. "Xin, dear, do not cry. Grandma and Grandpa are just fine. Daddy did not upset us. Originally, what should have taken just a few minutes to fetch the wine turned into a 10-minute wait before Yi Yin and Wu Yue finally returned." Pushing open the door, "What are you all doing? Have you eaten? Why go out for wine when the dishes are getting cold? Come, eat more." Seeing how considerate these two young women were, Wang Lanwei eagerly picked up the serving chopsticks and began placing food into their bowls. "Annie, we can manage." As Wang Lanwei continued, Yin quickly intervened. "If you keep serving, we won't have room left in our bowls." "What a pity." Wang Lanwei murmured something that Yin couldn't quite catch. "What a pity about what?" "Dad, Mom, after you finish eating, Yin will take you out for a stroll. I still have a few matters to attend to." Qin Mo poured his father a glass of wine and said, "I almost forgot. So, drink a little less." Only then did Qin Onghua remember that his son had other affairs to tend to, his joy momentarily forgotten. "You two drink sparingly." Wang Lanwei chuckled. "How many years has it been since we felt this joyous?" After dinner, it was already 7 o'clock. The entire meal had been spent in conversation, lasting a full 2 hours, during which Wang Lanwei clutched Yi Yin's hand, asking her an array of questions, almost to the point of inquiring when she would marry her son. Watching his parents depart, Qin Mo finally made his way into the manager's office. Ding Jinny was already waiting for him inside. "Then aren't you going to spend time with your family?" Ding Jinny teased upon seeing Qin Mo enter. The two had grown quite close, with no barriers remaining between superior and subordinate. This was precisely what Qin Mo appreciated about Ding Jinny. When it came to work, he never mixed in any extraneous matters, which was one of the reasons for his success. "Having taken your money, I must justify this salary. Besides, I wish to earn more bonuses. Otherwise, I wouldn't know when I could buy a place here." With prices soaring to over 100,000 per square meter for the average property, Ding Jinny pulled out a teacup and began to rinse it. Before long, he would be able to purchase a house this year. "Haha, that is what you said. If you can't buy it, you'll have to cover for me." The two did not delve into work matters immediately, but engaged in light-hearted conversation over tea. After half an hour, they finally began discussing business. "How did everything go?" Qin Mo lifted his teacup, first inhaling the aroma before taking a sip. The tea leaves were indeed of superior quality, priced at 20,000 per kilogram. Qin Mo was willing to splurge on his subordinates that we have already negotiated with 5 stores, each priced at 4 million. That's such high collateral? Qin Mo recalled Ding Jinny's previous report that he was aware that a batch of mortgage stores had emerged in the market. "Boss, if these were just ordinary stores, then there would be no need for such high collateral. However, these stores share the same lineage as the ones we plan to operate. These 8 stores previously sold dumplings?" Upon hearing this, Qin Mo straightened his posture. Indeed, Ding Jinny watched Qin Mo's reaction with curiosity. The previous owner had the surname Hai, "Boss, you truly are remarkable. How did you guess that?" He remembered that he had not mentioned this before, leaving him puzzled as to how Qin Mo knew that as he spoke. Qin Mo felt a rush of exhilaration, akin to drinking an ice-cold beverage on a sweltering summer day. "All right, proceed as you see fit. Have you received the funds?" "Yes, they have been electronically transferred." Chapter 108. Shopping at the mall. Leave the poor behind on the morning of July 3 RD. With his parents and Yin present, Qin Mo asked, "What are you all planning to do?" "Shopping, and we're just waiting for you." "Hurry and change your clothes." Qin Mo glanced at the clock on the wall and remarked, "But it's only 7 o'clock now. The shops aren't even open yet." Yin responded with an air of mystery. "The destination this time is a bit farther, not in the homing district. The journey takes about an hour, so we should set off early. Otherwise, we'll get caught in traffic with the working crowd." "Indeed, Daddy, you should stop standing around and hurry inside to change your clothes. You smell terrible from all that sweat." Qin walked over from the sofa and nudged Qin Mo towards his bedroom. "All right, Qin, be a good girl. Daddy will go change now." After changing his clothes and stepping out, Qin Mo inquired, "Aren't you all having breakfast?" "We're skipping it. We'll eat when we get there." "Let's go." As Qin Mo reached the door, he noticed Ding Pao already waiting outside. "Qin dashing, surprised to see me?" "You're coming too?" "Of course. Otherwise, I'd be so bored at home." Wu Yue said with a grimace. "Son, it was my suggestion for her to come. Do you have any objections?" Wang Lanwei observed the displeased expression on her son's face. "Since you all agreed, what more can I say? That's the right attitude. Going out is more enjoyable with a crowd." Once they got into the car, Qin Mo learned that their destination was Luohu District because there was an amusement park there. Their plan was to spend the morning exploring and then accompany Xin for some fun in the afternoon. Upon arrival, they found a tea house, and by the time they finished breakfast, it was 9 o'clock in the morning, just in time for the nearby mall to open. They decided to first visit the largest mall in Shenzhen, Mixi, which is the most upscale shopping center, featuring an array of clothing, luxury cosmetics, and electronic products that as they stepped inside, the dazzling lights and colorful decorations immediately captivated Qin Xine that it was her first time in such a high-end mall, and her eyes darted around, unable to take it all in. She pointed excitedly, exclaiming, "Look at that! Hee, just look at Xin's reaction. We must bring her out more often," Yin said with a touch of affection. It could be said that Xin's childhood had been spent in her room and on a little donkey. "Xin, let Annie take you around here," that moment. Yin transformed into a guide, taking Xin's hand and leading the way while introducing the surrounding merchandise. Unbeknownst to them, the variety of luxury goods was vast, and the prices were exorbitant. Yin, "Wait a moment," as they passed a shop. Qin Mo stopped and called out to Yin and the others. The sales clerk, noticing a young couple entering, immediately approached them with enthusiasm. However, upon seeing Wang Lanwei and Qin Ongwa walking behind them, the other clerks began to retreat. Only one clerk, around 30 years old, approached with a smile and said, "Welcome. How can we assist you today?" "I'm looking to buy some jewelry. Do you have any recommendations?" "Please bring out your selections." Upon hearing this, the clerk's face lit up with excitement. "Please wait a moment." She turned to fetch the jewelry, and indeed, her guess had been correct. The parents who entered after were drawn to the shimmering pieces displayed in the shop. However, when they saw the prices, their expressions changed. "Isn't this too expensive?" Yin hesitated to speak up about the price. The nearby clerks, overhearing her, frowned. Upon seeing the couple, they realized they were the young couple's elders, dressed in such ordinary attire that they resembled street vendors. Indeed, even the wealthy have their limits. To think they could buy jewelry from their store was almost laughable. The clerks began to murmur among themselves. And at that moment, only Qin Mo's group remained in the shop, in their eyes, the likelihood of such customers making a purchase was virtually zero, and their expressions were filled with disdain. Even if they decided to buy something, they would likely only choose the cheapest option after much deliberation. Why this time, the clerk had carefully laid out several of the store's latest styles on the counter. "Dear customers, please take your time to browse. The jewelry here started at over 30,000, with the most prized pieces being even more expensive. A slight mishap could lead to unfortunate consequences for the staff. Yin, which one do you like?" Qin Mo took Yin's hand and walked over to the counter. "Brother Qin, these are far too expensive. Let us forget about it." Seeing the price tags of the 5 pieces, all starting at over 200,000, Qin Mo had money now, but Yin still felt it unnecessary. "Buy it, Miss Yi. I'll let you choose. Just these 2. Just as Yi-in was hesitating, Wang Lanhui suddenly spoke up, picking up a piece from the tray. The clerk gasped in shock at the elderly woman's boldness. "Ma'am, you just do as I say." Seeing Wang Lanhui's assertive demeanor, the clerk immediately adjusted her tone. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and swipe the card." Noticing Qin Mo standing there in a daze, Wang Lanhui quickly grew displeased. "That it seems I have to take charge here. Young lady, please pack these up for us." Wang Lanhui's commanding attitude left the store's staff astonished. The other customers, noticing the elderly couple's attire, deliberately avoided them, murmuring, "This store's standards are dropping. Anyone can walk in now." Just as the words left their lips, they were swiftly proven wrong. "Sir, please follow me this way." The family completed their transaction in less than 10 minutes, leaving the other clerks with looks of frustration that if only they had been quicker, perhaps the sale would have been theirs. "Thank you for coming. We look forward to your next visit." A particular clerk maintained a smile as she escorted Qin Mo's group to the door. "Tang Jie, your discerning eye is remarkable. That is over $1 million in commissions." "Indeed. We often judge customers based on appearances, taking too long to decide that I truly envy that woman. Not only is the man wealthy, but even the older generation isn't shy about spending such sums." "How did you know they were genuinely looking to buy jewelry?" a new employee asked, puzzled. The seasoned clerk, hearing her colleagues' questions, took the opportunity to explain. "You all probably think that only the wealthy buy jewelry from our store, right?" As she spoke, she began tidying up the displayed pieces. "Exactly." Several employees nodded in agreement. "This is what you need to learn. From the moment a customer walks in, we must observe closely." While you were focused on the two elderly people in the back, you overlooked the couple in front. Now that I think about their demeanor, it's clear they are individuals of great refinement. Although their clothing is ordinary, they exude a self-assurance. Did you notice their expressions when they entered? We didn't pay attention to those details. There is still much for you to learn. With that, she picked up some jewelry and headed back into the store. Meanwhile, Qin Mo and the others began exploring other shops. As they left, Qin quietly remarked, "Wife, you treat money like it's nothing. You just spent over $1 million with a single sentence." Hearing her husband say this, Wang Lanhui was displeased. "What do you know? Can't you see that the boy and that girl are only showing a facade? I'm not just helping. I'm ensuring he doesn't have to wait ages for a suitable partner. And with how well he is earning now, spending $1 million for such a thoughtful daughter-in-law is well worth it, don't you think?" Upon hearing his wife's reasoning, Qin eyes lit up. The wisdom of age truly shines. How did I not think of that? All right, let us hurry up. Even as Ian called out to them from ahead, they didn't hear her. When they finally noticed her walking toward them, they quickly caught up. "Daddy, come here quickly. I want this." Up ahead, Qin, like a wild little calf, stood in front of a store, pointing excitedly at the merchandise. When Qin Mo approached to see what had her so thrilled, he realized it was a Gabari store, a plush toy shop. Even adult women adore fluffy toys, let alone his 6-year-old daughter. Since Xin was enamored, they decided to take a look inside. Before Qin Mo could finish his thought, his daughter had already tugged him inside. "Daddy, you're the best. I have this plushie that my classmate has." Xin looked at Qin Mo with pleading eyes. "Buy it." As soon as they entered the store, a sales associate was already following them. "Sir, let me carry the plushies for you." The clerk hurried to stop Qin Mo as he reached for one. "Daddy, this one is so cute. Buy it. I want the pink pig. Buy it." "Do we have those two little chicks?" "Buy it." Soon, the number of sales associates trailing behind the father and daughter increased, to the point where they abandoned other customers altogether to follow them. "Wow, I have so many now." Once Qin finally paused, she noticed that all the plush toys she had pointed to were now in the hands of the sales associates, some even piled to the side. Their antics had captivated the store's other customers. A strikingly handsome man accompanied by a beautiful little princess was causing quite the stir in the shop. The meticulous customer likely took a moment to tally the number of plush toys requested by the father and daughter duo. To his surprise, the count approached over 40 to here. Even the lowest wages exceed 400, thus, their purchase of plush toys amounted to over 20,000 at Sir. Upon noticing Qin Mo pause, the shop assistant anxiously anticipated his words. Fearing he might say, "We no longer want them." Observing the assistant's expression, Qin Mo chuckled and said, "Please charge it to my card." After settling the bill, he realized a pressing issue, gazing at the plush toys. His head buzzed with thoughts. I just inquired. As long as we provide an address, they will deliver to our doorstep. Miss, is home delivery available?" Indeed, our store offers that service, so you need not worry, sir. Qin Mo paid without even batting an eye. The staff recognized him as a wealthy patron that if they served him well this time, he might return for future purchases that as he exited, they nearly assisted him in his departure. Mom and Dad, it's time to buy you a few sets of clothing. Since they were out, why not make a comprehensive purchase? In the ensuing time, with Yi Yin's guidance, Qin Mo bought each of his parents 2 sets of clothing, totaling over 100,000 Yue.